Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Apocalypse. Liu Jun's lungs heaved violently like a bellows. His palms, slick with cold sweat, clutched a half-pack of moldy instant noodles. A chilling, unnatural scream echoed behind him, a sound that bore no resemblance to human utterance, resembling the wails of demons from the abyss. Prolonged hunger had rendered his legs heavy, as led each step he took was a monumental struggle. At last, with a thud, he stumbled over an obstruction before him, crashing heavily to the ground. He lay sprawled on the frigid surface, devoid of the strength to rise. Despair engulfed him like a tidal wave, flooding his mind with memories of his wife's departure. Just yesterday, he had watched helplessly as she took her last breath. In those final moments of life, she had weakly uttered, "I must go now, you must learn to live well on your own." Now, with his beloved wife gone and his parents thousands of miles away, he found himself utterly incapable of traversing that vast distance. In this world consumed by the apocalypse, he felt no lingering attachment. Enough, I shall not struggle any longer. Perhaps an early demise will lead to a swifter rebirth, he thought bitterly, surrendering his last vestige of resistance. Yet, as the two grotesque, foul-smelling creatures drew near, an instinct for survival surged within him. Damn it, I cannot simply be devoured alive. He roared, summoning the last remnants of his strength to sit up, and he forcefully toppled himself against a large stone behind him. With a resounding thud, sharp pain radiated through Liu Jun's head, jolting him awake. Instinctively, he reached for the back of his skull, only to encounter the softness of a pillow, imbued with a faint scent of laundry detergent. This unfamiliar sensation caused his pupils to constrict, and clarity washed over him in an instant. There were no blinding emergency lights, no sounds of the door being battered by monsters, nor that nauseating stench that had seeped into his very bones. Gone were the roars of beasts and the shattering of glass. Instead, the rhythmic sound of his wife's breathing filled the air. Her warm breath brushed against his collarbone. Yet Liu Jun's chest heaved as if he had just emerged from a life-or-death struggle, shrouded in darkness, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. Where am I? Liu Jun's mind was a whirlpool of confusion, memories swirling like fragments of a shattered puzzle. He vividly recalled huddling with his wife in a derelict supermarket storeroom, the outside world filled with cacophonous roars, his abdomen bleeding profusely, staining the fabric beneath him. Clutching the last half of a moldy piece of bread, he lay beside his wife, Qian, whose breath was faint, the light of life slowly dimming. Trembling, he turned on the lamp and grabbed the Mate 70 from the nightstand. As the screen illuminated, the date flashed before his eyes. June 10th, 2025, 7:10 a.m. Liu Jun froze, as if his blood had ceased to flow in that moment. His gaze was riveted on those numbers. June 10th, 2025? Memories surged forth like a tidal wave in his recollection. This city had long since been reduced to ruins, streets littered with burning vehicle wreckage, and shattered glass windows revealing distorted human faces. Those foul, rotting beings wandered the streets, searching for the remnants of humanity. How is this possible? He murmured, his fingers trembling as they glided over the screen of his phone. The most recent photograph in the album captured a moment from the day before yesterday. A joyous snapshot of him and his wife by the banks of the Pearl River, their smiles radiant against the backdrop of the brilliantly illuminated little waste. In the image, his wife donned a pale yellow dress, her hair tousled by the river breeze, the curve of her smile vividly etched. This was a stark contrast to the figure that loomed in his memory, gradually growing cold in the darkness, as though they were two entirely different beings. Liu Jun abruptly flung off the thin blanket, his bare feet meeting the chill of the floor as he dashed to the window, hastily pulling aside the heavy blackout curtains with a swift motion. Outside, the sky above Yanshan was already brightening. In the garden below, early risers were jogging along the track, while a few elderly gentlemen leisurely engaged with fitness equipment. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a golden glimmer upon the glass facades of the towering buildings. Stepping out onto the balcony of the living room, he beheld the distant skyline of office buildings standing silently, while the occasional vehicle traversed the street below and a few scattered pedestrians ambled along the sidewalks. The tranquility of the streets was eerily unsettling. There were no charred remnants of burning vehicles, no shattered windows from which anguished faces protruded, No grotesque figures dragging decaying bodies through the alleys, reeking of rot. Nor were there demons clad in human guise, marauding for the remnants of the living. Liu Jun's fingers clenched the cold aluminum window frame, his breaths coming in gasps, each inhalation laced with the sensation of his lungs being torn asunder. This was not a dream. The 6 months of hellish, indelible hunger, despair, and the chilling touch of each Qianqian's body gradually losing warmth every detail was etched into his soul as if freshly branded. The bitter taste of the last remnants of expired instant noodles, mingled with dust, lingered on his tongue. 40 days. A countdown, chilling to the core, struck his nerves like a searing iron. Only 40 days remained until the Tokyo Electric Power Company brazenly discharged nuclear-contaminated water into the Pacific, igniting a catastrophe that began with the ocean and swept through global cities, tearing human civilization to shreds. Liu Jun turned and rushed back to the bedroom, unlocking his phone to search. He typed in the keywords Tokyo Electric, nuclear wastewater discharge, and the screen instantly filled with a plethora of news links. His gaze fixed on the top link. Tokyo Electric accelerates preparations for ocean discharge reliability of Fukushima nuclear wastewater treatment system again questioned. Potential risks of unknown radioactive nuclide leakage. The news was dated 3 days prior, and the comment section brimmed with a clash of opinions. Some expressed deep concern, others scoffed, and some debated whether seafood prices would plummet as a consequence. As expected, Liu Jun felt his throat tighten, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Time was of the essence. He had to act immediately. The city began to crumble on the 13th day, following the discharge of nuclear wastewater, with reports of mutated creatures surfacing along the coastal areas once docile marine life had turned aggressive, some even attacking humans. Then came the food shortages, supermarket shelves were stripped bare, and societal order began to unravel as incidents of violence surged. This bustling metropolis is on the brink of transforming into an immense cage. Liu Jun approached the bedside, gazing at the serene visage of Yi Qianqian, who lay peacefully asleep, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. The tranquil countenance of his wife intertwined with the haunting memory of her gaunt, sallow face, ravaged by hunger and illness, causing his heart to constrict painfully. He cautiously reclined back onto the bed, enveloping his wife in his embrace. The faint fragrance of her shampoo wafted into his nostrils, a stark reminder of the vibrant, healthy woman she was, not the lifeless shell that had once held his hand in the darkness, eternally closed to the world. "You are holding me too tightly, I can hardly breathe," Yi Qianqian murmured, her eyes fluttering open as she sensed the softness of his hold, prompting Liu Jun to loosen his grip. Noticing something amiss with Liu Jun that morning, Yi Qianqian's languid voice inquired, "Darling, what's wrong? Why are you awake so early?" Releasing his embrace, Liu Jun replied, "I had a rather terrifying dream, one so vivid that every detail remains etched in my mind." Rubbing her eyes, Yi Qianqian propped herself up, asking, "What kind of dream could frighten you so?" Just as he was about to respond, the phone on the bedside table rang, displaying the name Liu Yong, causing Liu Jun's heart to skip a beat. Liu Yong was his cousin, a year his senior, serving as a police officer in their hometown. What a coincidence for him to call at this moment. Chapter 2. Liu Yong's warning. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the phone from the bedside table and ventured into the spacious living room, where the faint creak of the floorboards echoed eerily in the silence. He pressed the green answer button, his voice hoarse from slumber as he spoke. "Hello, Yongzi? Xiao Jun, do you trust me?" The urgency in Liu Yong's voice erupted from the receiver, a stark contrast to the carefree days of their childhood when they played together in the mud, raided bird nests, fished in rivers, and sheltered one another from their parents' wrath. Their bond was stronger than that of brothers, one that allowed them to entrust their backs to one another. Liu Yong had enlisted in the army right after middle school, enduring 8 years of rigorous training in the crucible of military life. Upon his discharge, his tenacity and integrity, coupled with a few connections, secured him a position as a grassroots police officer back in their hometown. Though his rank was modest, he was recognized as a reliable pillar in the community. "How could I not trust you, Yongzi?" Liu Jun replied resolutely, though a heaviness settled in his heart. The tension emanating from the other end was palpable, entirely unlike the steadfast Liu Yong he had always known, who remained unperturbed even in the face of the most formidable adversaries. Trust me, you must return today. Liu Yong's voice dropped to a low, urgent tone, leaving no room for doubt. Liu Jun grasped the phone tightly, his throat constricting, rendering him momentarily speechless. On the other end, Liu Yong, sensing the oppressive silence, grew increasingly anxious, nearly shouting, "This is urgent. I can't explain everything over the phone. You need to come back immediately, and I will elaborate then." The sky outside appeared to darken slightly. Liu Jun suddenly snapped back to reality, inhaling deeply before speaking with a low yet resolute voice. "All right, I will tidy up and set off shortly." Pausing for a moment, he added, "Actually, Yongzi, there is something crucial I need to discuss with you in person. Let's meet at our hometown this afternoon." Without waiting for a response, he decisively pressed the hang-up button. The phone screen dimmed, plunging the living room back into silence. Liu Jun stood still. The only sound breaking the stillness was the monotonous ticking of the wall clock, each second striking against his nerves. His mind raced like a high-speed engine, fragments of thoughts colliding chaotically. The abrupt and panicked warning from Liu Yong felt too coincidental and unsettling. A thought crept into his mind. Could it be that Yongzi also? He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the nearly absurd notion. Yet, if it were not so, how could one explain such an unconventional call that unsettled even a man of iron will early in the morning? "Darling?" A soft, sleepy call shattered the stillness. At the bedroom door stood Yi Qianqian, clad in a soft cotton nightgown, her hair slightly disheveled. Worry etched across her face as she grasped the doorframe. "Whose call was that? What happened? You look dreadful." Liu Jun quickly walked to the bedroom door, taking his wife's somewhat cold hand and guiding her to sit by the bed. The morning light accentuated her anxious features. He gazed into her clear eyes. "Qianqian, what I am about to tell you may make you think I've lost my mind. But, no matter what, please trust me, all right?" His expression bore an unprecedented seriousness and a desperate sorrow. Yi Qianqian's eyes widened in surprise at his grave demeanor. Instinctively nodding, "Yes, go on, I'm listening." Taking a deep breath, Liu Jun seemed to expel the pent-up fear within him as he began to recount the most significant fragments of the nightmare he had experienced before waking, using the most straightforward yet weighty language he could muster. Once thriving coastal cities had devolved into hellish landscapes of chaos, filled with piercing alarms, blazing fires, and desperate wails. Food and water had become a catalyst for bloody strife, with violence and death rampant in the streets. And there were those grotesque beings, their skin rotting and minds unraveling under relentless radiation, reduced to mere shadows of humanity, wandering through the ruins with inhuman howls. Yi Qianqian listened with her mouth agape, her complexion gradually paling, her slender fingers clutching the hem of her nightgown, knuckles turning white. How could this be possible? Her voice trembled with disbelief. This is just too absurd. It surpassed the limits of her understanding, akin to apocalyptic visions from science fiction film. "I recognize that this sounds like a fanciful tale." Liu Jun empathized with his wife's reaction. He picked up his phone, opened a web browser, and quickly found the news article he had just perused, pointing at the screen. "Look here, the Tokyo Electric Power Company. They are indeed fervently preparing to discharge nuclear wastewater. Just a month from now, if history, or rather, this dream does not deviate, they will officially commence the discharge. Once the emissions commence, anomalies in oceanic monitoring data will manifest within days, revealing inexplicable biological phenomena that will validate my experience as far more than a mere nightmare." His voice trembled slightly with fervor. Yi Qianqian leaned closer to the screen, meticulously reading the news headlines and key paragraphs, her brow furrowing deeper as if to twist into a knot. "But my dear," she raised her gaze, her eyes brimming with confusion and inner turmoil. Even if they truly have emitted those substances, the consequences may not necessarily be as terrifying as you suggest, right? Scientists have stated that they will manage and dilute. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, evidently unable to fully convince herself. "Dilute?" Liu Jun's tone carried a tinge of bitterness. "The horrors depicted in my dreams reveal that the so-called safety standards are utterly fragile in the face of relentless nuclear contamination. Disasters unfold in layers, perpetually worsening." He grasped his wife's icy hand anew, striving to impart his conviction and strength. "Qianqian, I understand that this is hard to accept. However, Yongzi just made a call. The urgency in his tone felt abnormal. It was nothing like him to call me back in such a frantic manner on an ordinary day. Yi Qianqian bit her lip, her pearly teeth leaving faint imprints upon her tender flesh. The unwavering certainty in her husband's eyes, the immense shadow cast by his described nightmare, and Liu Yong's peculiar phone call clashed like forces within her heart. She gazed at Liu Jun, the man she cherished and entrusted her life to, who was typically steady and grounded, never one to speak recklessly or incite unfounded panic. Since he was so resolute, Yi Qianqian's inner struggle gradually settled, replaced by a determined trust. Then if it truly is as you say, her voice, though soft, bore the weight of a resolute commitment. What shall we do? Liu Jun's taut nerves relaxed slightly at his wife's trust. He looked at her. First and foremost, we must leave here at once and return to our hometown in Yidong. It is situated inland, far from the coastline, a relatively safe haven. Furthermore, our village has only one main road leading to the outside world, making it a defensible location, an ideal site for constructing a shelter. As Yi Qianqian observed the fire of determination in her husband's eyes and his clear plan, her unease began to subside. She knew him too well. This resoluteness surely stemmed from his belief in a dire situation. Just as in countless instances of past decisions, she chose to trust his judgment. All right, I will follow your lead. She nodded gently, tightening her grip on his hand. Qianqian, Liu Jun's voice grew hoarse, imbued with an urgency that could not be delayed. We must act immediately. Sell the house here, even at a lower price. We must expedite the sale. Transfer the shop, even if we incur some losses. It is of no consequence. We need to hasten back to our hometown in Yidong. His tone was resolute, laced with determination. Chapter 3. The Mediator, Wang Pongzi. Then I shall heed your counsel. Yi Qianqian gently encircled her husband, while Liu Jun extended his arms to envelop her tightly. His embrace was powerful, as if he sought to merge her delicate form into his very essence, creating an inseparable bond. He lowered his head deeply, burying his face in the fragrant warmth of her neck, greedily inhaling that familiar aroma. This tangible, warm sensation coursed through him like a vigorous and comforting current, piercing through the chaotic, bloody, and rancid visions of despair that plagued his mind. This fragrance served as an anchor, securing him firmly in the present, while the warmth acted as a flame, dispelling the bone-chilling cold of the past. When I first awakened, his voice emerged muffled from her neck, laden with an uncontainable quiver and the tremors of survival. I could not discern. Was it a dream? Or have I truly returned? It was only upon holding you, feeling your heartbeat, your warmth, and inhaling your scent that I realized it was real. The heavens have opened their eyes. They have granted me a second chance. Qianqian, it is real. All that transpired. It was not a dream. It was a gruesome reality we endured in our own hell. He raised his head, his eyes aflame with profound anguish and an almost fervent determination. This time, I shall change our fate. I will alter the destinies of our parents, Yongzi, and all our cherished family and friends. I cannot bear to witness. The remainder of his words was stifled by the torrent of pain and memories that coursed through him, manifesting as involuntary tremors of his body. Held tightly in her husband's sorrowful embrace, Yi Qianqian felt the fierce rhythm of his heart and the overwhelming emotions of fear and euphoria that threatened to engulf him. Her initial shock and confusion gradually settled into a wellspring of tenderness and resolve. She lifted her arms, gently patting his broad, yet trembling back, akin to soothing a child roused from a nightmare, still trembling with fright. Despite the chilling notion of a second chance that lingered in her husband's words and the unimaginable hell he described, she did not require complete understanding of it. She perceived the profound fear and the joy of regaining what was lost as undeniably real. This reality was sufficient for her to quell all doubts and place her trust entirely in him. Husband, her voice was soft yet resolute, pursue what you wish to do. Whatever it may be, no matter how implausible it seems, I believe in you and support you. Together, we shall face it. She refrained from questioning the peculiar logic of a second chance, instead using the simplest of words to stake their lives and futures upon him. This declaration was akin to spring rain nourishing Liu Jun's parched heart. He endeavored to suppress the surging tide of emotions, slowly releasing his embrace. Yet his hands remained firmly on her frail shoulders as he gazed down into her gentle, trusting eyes. That gaze was clear, reflecting his current disheveled yet resolute countenance. He nodded vigorously, the confusion and pain in his eyes replaced by a resolute determination, rekindling a glimmer of hope. Good. His voice was low yet firm. Qian, please prepare the essential belongings. Travel light. Just bring the most important documents, cash, a few changes of clothes, and personal items. I will contact the agent to list the house for sale, and the storefront will also be entrusted to the agent for transfer. We shall depart immediately. Home. He released her hand, picked up his phone, and with a gentle touch on the smooth screen, the fingerprint unlock glimmered briefly. He swiftly searched through his contacts, and the name of the agent, Wang Pengzi, stood out prominently. This worldly wise and well-informed real estate agent had previously assisted him in purchasing a property. Liu Jun took a deep breath and pressed the call button. After a brief tone, the call connected, revealing a voice thick with fatigue, hoarse and indistinct, accompanied by the faint sounds of a child's restless cries and a woman's low reprimands in the background. Hello? President Liu? So early. What's the matter? Wang Pengzi's voice was laced with annoyance at being disturbed from his slumber. Manager Wang, hello. I wish to sell my house. The one I currently own. The price can be set 10 to 15% below market value. I have but one request. Speed. The faster, the better. Ideally, it should be sold within a week. Also, please list my storefront for transfer, with the same priority on speed. The price is negotiable. A silence enveloped the other end of the line for a full 3 seconds before a sharp intake of breath broke through. Then, Wang Pengzi's voice shot up an octave, his sleepiness vanishing, replaced by incredulous joy and a keen instinct for opportunity. Oh my. President Liu, are you serious? In this market, are you certain about this price? That is quite a substantial cut. Even a fire sale wouldn't be this drastic. His voice trembled with excitement. You can rest assured. Leave it to me. As soon as I get to work today. No, I'll get up right now and head to the office. I'll list your property immediately. Prominently featured, bold and highlighted. A priority recommendation. I guarantee the fastest possible results. I will mobilize resources to find buyers for you, including the storefront. It's in a prime location. President Liu, what's the urgency? Do you need cash urgently? Or is there some monumental investment opportunity? Wang Pengzi's voice brimmed with unabashed curiosity, as if he had caught a whiff of gold. Liu Jun ignored the unmasked gossip and greed in his tone, cutting him off directly. I will tidy up and head to your office in half an hour to drop off the keys. I have urgent matters to attend to and must return to my hometown later. For any news, whether for viewings or inquiries, contact me directly. The price is negotiable, but must be swift. The quicker, the better. Understood. Absolutely understood. President Liu, you are indeed a straightforward person. You are truly my benefactor. Rest assured, I will take care of the keys personally. I will oversee everything. I guarantee it will be handled splendidly and efficiently. Wang Pengzi's voice nearly burst through the receiver, exuding a tremendous joy akin to discovering a gold mine. In this era, the real estate market languishes like a stagnant pool, rendering business exceedingly challenging and perplexing. To encounter such an eager seller, willing to reduce prices for high-quality properties in bustling shops, feels akin to money falling from the sky. He has already begun to mentally calculate the substantial commission he could extract from this deal, his lips almost stretching to his earlobes in delight. Beep, beep, beep. Liu Jun ended the call, the screen dimming to reveal his serious visage. In the living room, the exaggerated and mercantile joy of Wang Fatty's voice seemed to linger in the air. This thrill, characteristic of ordinary transactions in the world, now reached his ears like a sharp satire of an impending doomsday countdown. Wang Fatty's exuberance was a testament to the fact that this seemingly tranquil world continued to operate along its established, numb trajectory. Yet, each moment of normalcy slipped away like sand through an hourglass, silently, yet heavily weighing upon his heart. The countdown to disaster appeared to resonate in his ears with a chilling tick-tock. He gripped his phone tightly, turning to gaze at his wife, who was silently organizing her belongings. He realized that time was slipping away from him. Chapter 4. The ordinary path. Yi Qianqian moved swiftly. Two large 26-inch suitcases sprawled on the floor as she meticulously packed their clothes, documents, and cash into them. She discarded all non-essential items. Once prepared, the two of them wheeled their suitcases into the elevator. The cold metallic walls reflected their somber figures. As the elevator descended, a slight sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. And when the doors opened, the distinct chill and faint scent of gasoline from the underground parking lot rushed towards them. They stowed their suitcases in the trunk of the SUV. The roar of the engine echoed loudly in the empty garage. As the vehicle emerged from the parking structure, the city of Yangcheng was already awake, with traffic beginning to converge and hurried pedestrians displaying their usual indifference or anxiety on their faces. Liu Jun gazed out at the familiar yet alien splendor. The screams of the undead and the billowing smoke of a burning city seemingly poised to shatter this picturesque scene at any moment. Two contrasting images fluctuated in his mind. The car halted beside a bustling breakfast stall, where the air was infused with the enticing aromas of fried dough sticks, soy milk, and various steamed delicacies, luxuries that could drive one to madness in the last months of the apocalypse. They alighted and approached a small eatery adorned with a sign for Chunji rice noodle rolls. Wisps of steam curled around the entrance as the proprietor skillfully scraped rice batter. 2 servings of egg and meat rice noodle rolls, please, Liu Jun requested, his voice slightly hoarse. Sure thing, came the prompt response, without the owner even lifting his gaze. Liu Jun then moved to a nearby bun shop. 2 cups of soy milk and a steamer of soup dumplings. Returning to the small table at the rice noodle shop with steaming food in hand, the translucent rice noodle rolls enveloping tender yellow egg and pink minced meat were served, drizzled with a rich brown soy sauce that wafted enticingly to his nostrils. Liu Jun picked up his chopsticks and, almost with abandon, shoved a generous piece into his mouth. The soft, savory texture, blending the fragrance of rice, meat, and egg, exploded in his mouth. An indescribable pang surged into his nostrils, nearly pushing him to tears. How long had it been? How long since he had tasted such simple, warm food, imbued with the essence of life? In his memory, it seemed like only half a year had passed. Yet those days felt like an eternity, the last 2 months filled with desperate struggles for survival. For half a pack of expired, moldy instant noodles, he had to muster the courage to wield a sharpened steel bar against 2 reanimated corpses, their movements stiff yet imbued with terrifying strength. Each breath carried the taste of rust and decay, every swallow accompanied by the spasms of his stomach and the looming threat of death. Those images were vivid, as if they had transpired yesterday. At this moment, the ordinary rice noodle rolls in his mouth felt exquisitely precious, embodying a tangible sense of existence. Hot tears could not be contained, and he hurriedly bowed his head to rub his eyes. Across from him, Yi Qianqian watched her husband devour the rice noodle rolls he had previously not favored, observing the slight tremor in his shoulders. Her heart felt as though it were being gripped by an invisible hand, causing a pain so profound it was almost suffocating. She possesses an intimate understanding of her husband, a man of quiet resilience who has grown accustomed to bearing burdens alone, even when the sky seems to fall. He is not fond of rice rolls. He always accompanies her, but opts for something else to eat. At this moment, his uncharacteristic behavior and the vulnerability that spills forth betray the harshness of the dream. Her eyes redden slightly as she blinks forcefully, suppressing the tears that threaten to spill over. She then lifts her soy milk, sipping it delicately, while placing another cup with a straw in front of him, silently conveying her unwavering support. I am here. After they finished this breakfast, rich in complex flavors, they settled the bill via a quick scan and drove directly to Wang Pengzi's agency. Upon transferring the keys, Wang Pengzi assured them repeatedly of his utmost dedication. Liu Jun merely nodded, exchanging no further pleasantries, and swiftly took Yi Qianqian away. Time at this moment is his most precious and scarce resource. The vehicle finally merged onto the highway leading to Province E. From the car's audio system, the weathered and story-laden voice of Pu Shu flowed gently. I once crossed mountains and seas, traversed countless crowds. Everything I once possessed has, in the blink of an eye, dissipated like smoke. I once lost, despaired, and lost all direction, until I realized that the ordinary is the only answer. The melody of Ordinary Road reverberated within the confined space of the car, each word striking deep within Liu Jun's heart. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed on the road stretching ahead, crossing mountains and seas, navigating through throngs of people, in the face of apocalyptic calamities. Those past pursuits and possessions seemed but ephemeral wisps of smoke, losing all direction, sinking into the abyss of despair. And at this moment, the unremarkable journey home transformed into the answer for survival. These lyrics served as a poignant interpretation of his past and present, laden with a sense of ironic destiny and redemption. As they traveled northward, the scenery outside shifted from towering skyscrapers to rolling hills, and then to continuous mountain ranges. The weather grew increasingly sultry, the afternoon sun scorching, and the air stifling as if encased in a steamer. In the distance, heavy gray clouds amassed on the horizon, their ominous shapes foreboding a sense of impending oppression, stirring ripples of unease within him. There are always unusual signs before a storm approaches. Aside from necessary fuel stops and addressing physiological needs, they took turns driving with hardly any breaks. There were no superfluous questions, merely a silent cooperation. When it was her turn to drive, her gaze remained focused and resolute. The lengthy journey of 1,060 kilometers was completed in under 9 hours through their rotation. As the navigation alerted them to turn right onto an unnamed road in 200 meters, dusk was approaching, and the setting sun cast a golden-red glow over the undulating mountains. Turn right in 200 meters onto an unnamed road, then proceed straight for 600 meters. Your destination, Liu Family Village, will be on your left. Chirped the recognizable voice of Xiao Yiye from the navigation, imparting an unusual sense of ease at reaching their destination. Liu Jun turned right, steering the vehicle off the smooth country road onto a narrow cement path, where the road, long neglected, bore uneven patches and was flanked by dense shrubs and towering trees. The rays of the setting sun, fragmented by the dense foliage, cast a mosaic of light and shadow upon the road. The vehicle jolts forward, stirring up a long trail of yellow dust behind it. At last, the vista opens up brilliantly. The Daoshui River flows serenely under the afterglow of the sunset, gently cradling a valley surrounded by lush mountains. The valley is expansive, with a sparse scattering of a dozen households at its center, predominantly featuring old-style bungalows adorned with white walls and gray tiles, bearing the marks of time, interspersed with a few 2- or 3-story buildings clad in white ceramic tiles. Wisps of smoke rise from the chimneys of several homes, filling the air with the rich scent of grass and trees. The faint sounds of crowing roosters and sporadic barking dogs further enhance the tranquility of the village. This stands in stark contrast to the murky air of Yangcheng, laden with automobile exhaust and industrial dust, where every breath is a refreshing cleanse for the lungs. This is his route, Lijiakan, a village nestled in the remote mountains of Yi Province. It is the smallest and most secluded natural village in the entire countryside. The only access to the outside world is the cement road they have just traversed. The village is enveloped by steep mountains and dense forests, forming a natural barrier. On the other side, it is separated by the gently flowing yet wide Daoshui River, making it a nearly enclosed and defensible treasure. In his previous life, during countless nights filled with despair and wailing in the city, Liu Jun had envisioned more than once, if he could return here to this land chosen by his ancestors, how he would utilize this unparalleled geographical environment to construct a fortress resilient enough to withstand storms. Unfortunately, at that time, he was thousands of miles away in the city, with a speed of disaster far exceeded imagination, with signals and power vanishing and transportation paralyzed. He, along with Yi Qianqian and the remaining survivors in the community, was trapped like caged beasts in a concrete prison, scraping by for half a year. Resources dwindled, and hope extinguished. The brilliance of humanity faded under the threats of hunger and death, revealing a grotesque reality. Yi Qianqian, the warmest light in his life, ultimately could not survive that cold and hungry winter night, passing away in his arms. In that moment, his world utterly collapsed, and he lost the faith to continue living. Chapter 5. The harbor of home, the vehicle came to a steady halt on the smooth, cement ground in front of the family's old house. As he swung open the car door, the evening air of the valley, infused with the fragrant essence of grass and trees, enveloped him, bringing with it a comforting sense of home. Liu Jun stood by the car, momentarily refraining from retrieving his luggage. He inhaled deeply, greedily absorbing the air of his homeland as if he could integrate it into his very being. The golden glow of the setting sun bathed the entire valley, casting the distant mountains into a silhouette of shimmering gold, while the nearby Doomsday River danced with sparkling reflections. The dense forest loomed like a verdant barrier, silently guarding this small haven. The gentle flow of the Doomsday River, which embraced the village, mirrored the sky's light, resembling a silent moat. The solitary road leading to the outside world meandered behind them, disappearing into the woods. At this moment, it no longer symbolized isolation and backwardness. Instead, it represented a critical passage connecting life and death, and a beacon of hope, a natural stronghold poised to withstand the surging tide of corpses and the malevolence of humanity. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze meticulously sweeping over the mountain village that bore the weight of all his hopes. This was the place, a land chosen by fate. The ark amidst the apocalyptic deluge would rise from this valley, shielded by mountains and rivers. And he, Liu Jun, would personally reconstruct it alongside his family and friends. This time, destiny would surely be rewritten, pushing open the familiar wooden door, aged with the passage of time. He was greeted by the comforting scent of old timber and the smoky aroma of firewood. This was the essence of home, imbued with a soothing power that transcended time. Enveloping Liu Yun's thoughts, he took a deep breath, and the tumult of emotions within him, the excitement of returning home, the gratitude for rebirth, was forcibly subdued, transforming into a tremulous call. "Mother?" The main room was empty, illuminated only by the faint rays of the setting sun filtering through the high, bright tiles, casting light upon the floating dust in the air. The 8 Immortals table, covered with a protective plastic cloth, stood in the center, while a few old wooden chairs were quietly arranged against the wall. Everything overlapped with the memories etched deep within him, reminiscent of countless homecomings before the end of the world. Suddenly, a slightly hoarse female voice emerged from the backyard, accompanied by the sound of shuffling footsteps. Soon, a petite figure appeared at the door of the backyard. The woman, likely in her 50s or 60s, wore a floral dress with an apron tied around her waist, her hands still dusted with remnants of vegetables, clearly having just come from the garden. Time had etched wrinkles upon her face, and her hair had begun to gray at the temples, yet her eyes sparkled with pure surprise and affection upon seeing her son. "Yun, how have you returned?" Wang Surong exclaimed, her face breaking into a smile as she quickly wiped her hands on her apron and hurried towards him, her tone a blend of playful reproach and uncontainable joy. "You could have called ahead. I could have sent your father to the town to buy some groceries." Gazing at his mother's small yet resilient figure, her face, weathered by time and toil, now radiated unreserved love. Liu Jun's eyes quickly welled with warmth. What had befallen his mother in the last moments of his previous life, so far away in their old home? Is he still concerned about his unfilial son at the last moment? Countless fleeting thoughts, while gnawing on cold food amidst the ruins, now surged forth as overwhelming sorrow, shattering the barriers he had just erected. He remained silent, merely swallowing hard as he stepped forward, slightly bent, and opened his arms to embrace his frail mother tightly. This embrace had been long overdue, laden with unspoken remorse, gratitude, and trepidation. Wang Surong's body stiffened momentarily. Her son was dutiful, transferring money during festivals and frequently calling. However, this was their first embrace since he became an adult, especially after marriage. The strength conveyed by his broad chest, along with the barely perceptible tremor, weighed heavily on her heart. A mother's acute intuition whispered that something was amiss. Military? Wang Surong's voice carried a hint of anxiety as she gently patted her son's back, tentatively inquiring, "What's wrong? Has something happened? Did you encounter difficulties out there?" Please tell me. Her tone was cautious, fearful of triggering something. "Mom, it's nothing." A clear, gentle voice emerged from the doorway, accompanied by a reassuring smile. Qianqian entered, carrying a small bag, her gaze soft upon witnessing the mother-son embrace. "We simply missed you and Dad. Since it's the off-season in our store, we have some time and decided to come back for a while." Wang Surong stepped back slightly from her son, looking towards her daughter-in-law, her doubts not entirely dissipated, yet her tension eased considerably. "Oh, I see. Qianqian, come in quickly. You must be exhausted from the journey." She approached and took Qianqian's hand, then turned to her son. "So how long do you plan to stay home this time?" Liu Jun took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions, striving to keep his voice calm and natural. Following Qianqian's lead, he said, "Mom, we saw the news in Yangchang about a new type of virus emerging, which is said to be highly contagious, causing quite a stir among the people. We worried that if a lockdown occurred there, we might not be able to return, so we thought it best to come back to our hometown for a while, to avoid the chaos, and also to spend some time with you and Dad." He deliberately articulated the terms new virus, highly contagious, and lockdown with clarity. Thanks to the pandemic that swept the globe a few years ago, the people of Yi Province instinctively harbored a wariness and profound impression of such words. Upon hearing this, Wang Surong's face immediately reflected understanding and agreement, her doubts evaporating entirely. Yes, it is indeed time to return. The large cities are crowded and unsafe. Staying at home is best, with food and vegetables available. It's more reassuring. We'll see when things stabilize outside. She nodded in rapid affirmation, as if her son had made an incredibly wise decision. "Your father will be very pleased to know you're staying for a while. Where is Dad?" Liu Jun glanced around, not seeing his father's figure. He sighed. Wang Surong, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "Your Uncle Chong has purchased a new mahjong table and invited him for a game. After lunch, he went there, and I estimate he won't return until at least 6:30. Regardless of the outcome, he is quite engrossed." Liu Jun lifted his hand to check his phone. It was nearly 6 o'clock. Time was of the essence, and he needed to find Liu Yong immediately. In his previous life, Liu Yong had organized the villagers, orchestrated their efforts, and the supplies he secured along with the rudimentary fortifications he constructed were pivotal in their resistance against the apocalypse. He must seek out Yongzi for clarity. Liu Jun turned to Qianqian, his tone laced with a barely perceptible urgency. "Qianqian, you and Mother stay at home and have a chat. I need to visit Yongzi for a matter of importance." "All right, you go ahead. We will wait for you to return for dinner." Qianqian nodded in understanding. "Mother, I am stepping out for a moment. I had arranged to meet Yongzi." Liu Jun informed his mother before striding briskly out of the house. Chapter 6. Two reborn souls. The village of Liujia was enveloped in a serene twilight. The smoke from cooking fires, illuminated by the setting sun, appeared particularly vivid, intertwining the fragrant aroma of meals with the refreshing scent of grass and trees. Liu Jun's footsteps were swift and heavy, leading him directly to the familiar two-story building in the village, Liu Yong's home. Before he could reach the gate, a tall figure loomed in the shadows, resembling a towering iron structure. The man was robust, standing approximately 6 feet tall, with muscular arms exposed to the elements. His skin, bronze from years of training, glimmered with an oily sheen in the dim light. With both hands tucked into the pockets of his camouflage cargo pants, he slightly nodded, seemingly lost in thought, yet anxiously awaiting something. Scattered at his feet lay several cigarette butts. It was Yongzi. The aura of tension and weight surrounding him was unmistakable. This was not the Liu Yong of ordinary days. Liu Jun quickened his pace. Just as Liu Jun's footsteps drew near, Liu Yong abruptly lifted his head from the shadows. His chiseled face, imbued with a resolute spirit, was now shrouded in a thick haze of confusion and anxiety. Upon recognizing Liu Jun, the momentary daze in his eyes was replaced by a flicker of joy. "Xiu Yun." Liu Yong's voice resonated deeply and steadily, filled with palpable excitement. He surged forward from the shadows like an arrow released from a bow. The two men, both tall and formidable, swiftly closed the distance and embraced fiercely at the gate. It was the most genuine and heartfelt expression of camaraderie between men, a tangible, wholehearted bear hug. Liu Yong's large hand, reminiscent of a palm fan, thudded heavily against Liu Jun's back, producing a resonant sound. The sheer force of the embrace made Liu Jun's chest reverberate. He too clung tightly to Liu Yong, his arms vigorously patting Liu Yong's solid back. They remained silent, pouring their efforts into the embrace, as if through this physical contact they sought to affirm each other's existence. The remnants of the setting sun cast a warm glow upon their entwined figures, resembling long-lost comrades reunited, having found a steadfast support in one another. "I feel as though my heart might burst from your vigorous pats," Liu Jun remarked with a hint of playful reproach. "You need to train your body better." "Cool me. Let us go inside," Liu Yong replied, the satisfaction in his voice evident. After a brief embrace, he released Liu Jun, gently pushing open the half-closed gate and stepping inside. Once both had entered, he softly closed the gate behind them. The courtyard was spacious, with various farming tools and firewood neatly stacked. A small shed nearby housed some grains. "Aren't Uncle Hua and Aunt Mei home?" Liu Jun inquired, surveying the empty yard with curiosity. Jingjing took a few days off. She wanted to take them around Jiangqing. "They've been gone for 4 or 5 days now, and still haven't returned," Liu Yong explained. "How has Jingjing been? Is work going smoothly for her?" Liu Jun asked with concern. "She's doing well," Liu Yong responded. Introduced by an acquaintance, the company offered a modest salary, yet a relatively relaxed atmosphere. Liu Yong spoke as he stepped into the house, traversing the main hall before entering his bedroom. The room was simply furnished, featuring a comfortable mattress, a plain wardrobe, a sofa, and a desk adorned with a laptop. With a decisive click, Liu Yong locked the door behind him, then cautiously approached the window, scanning the surroundings for any signs of intruders. Once assured of solitude, he slowly drew the faded curtains, enveloping the room in a somber gloom. With his back to Liu Jun, he switched on the light, his broad shoulders trembling slightly, the sound of his heavy breathing resonating in the stillness. He appeared to be grappling with inner turmoil, as if weighing his words, uncertain of how to begin. Liu Jun refrained from prompting him, standing patiently behind, waiting with quiet anticipation. The air felt thick with tension, the two men's heartbeats echoing in unison. At last, Liu Yong turned to face Liu Jun, his resolute features now marred by a struggle and confusion. Rubbing his face vigorously, he spoke in a subdued tone. "Xiao Jun. I had a dream." He hesitated, as though contemplating the credibility of his alarming revelation. A profoundly terrifying dream. So vivid, it felt as if it had transpired just yesterday. His gaze sharpened, filled with alarm as he fixed his eyes on Liu Jun. "I dreamt that. Next month, in mid-July, the Dongyan Company, that despicable little Japanese firm, ignoring global opposition, they discharged nuclear waste into the ocean." Liu Yong's voice rose sharply, brimming with uncontainable rage and trepidation. "That nuclear waste harbors unknown pathogens. It will cause fish, shrimp, crabs, and various marine creatures to mutate. If humans consume those mutated beings, they too will become monsters, just like those flesh-eating zombies depicted in films. Yes, zombies, with bloodshot eyes, decaying skin, and unimaginable strength. They will lose all rationality, driven solely by a bloodthirsty instinct. They will pounce on any living being, tearing into them." Liu Yong's chest heaved violently, veins bulging on his forehead. The recollections evidently unsettled him. Yangcheng, all coastal cities, will be the first to suffer. The speed of it all, it's utterly overwhelming. In the densely populated areas, it would become a veritable hell on earth. He gasped, gripping his short, coarse hair, rubbing it incessantly, as if attempting to expel the horrific memories from his mind. I know how absurd this sounds. How insane. I'm not even sure. I've been pondering all day. Am I just overwhelmed by stress, losing my mind? Or, he lifted his gaze, his bloodshot eyes brimming with endless confusion and indescribable hope as he stared at Liu Jun. Or have I been reincarnated? By the end, Liu Yong's voice quivered, a release of the immense burden of a colossal secret. He resembled a lost traveler in a desolate wasteland, finally catching sight of another figure, desperately seeking assurance that he was not alone. Liu Jun listened in silence, and the last vestige of doubt within him dissipated like mist. Observing Liu Yong's anguished struggles and the fear and confusion reflected in his eyes, feelings that mirrored his own, the answer became starkly evident. As anticipated, Liu Jun's thoughts materialized into reality. Yongzi had indeed been reborn. Rather than directly addressing Liu Yong's inquiry, Liu Jun responded with a steady tone, posing a counter-question. Yongzi, how long did you live in that dream? This question struck Liu Yong like a heavy hammer, landing forcefully upon his heart. Suddenly, he looked up, his bloodshot eyes widening in shock, pupils constricting rapidly in disbelief. He gazed intently at Liu Jun, his lips quivering slightly. A myriad of emotions, shock, elation, incredulity, and relief, intertwined on his face, ultimately coalescing into a low, tremulous utterance. You? The words that followed seemed to be lodged in his throat as he shakily extended a finger, pointing directly at Liu Jun, as if seeking to confirm an unspoken truth. Liu Jun's expression grew grave as he solemnly nodded. This seemingly ordinary gesture bore an immense weight, shattering the doubts and anxieties that resided in Liu Yong's heart. Chapter 7. Liu Yong's Reminiscence Indeed. Liu Jun's voice resonated with a low yet resolute timbre. It is not a dream, Yongzi, I can assure you of that. I too have returned from the apocalypse. I made my way back in the 7th month following its onset. A thunderous realization exploded within Liu Yong's mind. 7 months. Liu Jun had struggled for 7 grueling months in that desolate world. This revelation indicated that he had endured a far more prolonged and harrowing ordeal than Liu Yong had ever imagined. The iron-willed man momentarily swayed, needing to steady himself against the desk beside him. How did you survive? Liu Yong murmured, engulfed by a torrent of emotions. A surge of elation and strength flooded through him. He wiped his face, his voice trembling with excitement as he thumped his thigh. Initially, I was worried. I pondered how to persuade you to believe these seemingly mad tales. How could I convince you to join me here, in this village? His words became somewhat tangled in his fervor. He suddenly pointed toward the valley, shrouded in twilight, obscured from their view. Look at our surroundings. We are encircled by mountains on 3 sides, with steep cliffs that are nearly insurmountable. A river lies on one side. Its current may be gentle, but the opposite bank is a quagmire, from which one cannot easily escape. There exists but a single narrow path. It is easily defendable, yet difficult to assault. This is a place chosen by fate. If we were to establish a sanctuary here, it would undoubtedly ensure the safety of us all. His gaze radiated the relief of surviving calamity and the urgency of action. I never anticipated that you, Liu Jun, would also have been reborn. What is there to fear? It is providence. This is undoubtedly divine will. Liu Yong brandished his fist, as if he could already perceive the flicker of hope igniting within the valley. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, replaced by the euphoric joy of Brotherhood's resurrection and the hope for the future, filling the small room. Soon, both men regained their composure. Now was not the time for celebration, as time remained their most formidable adversary. Yongzi, Liu Jun's voice was grave. We must exchange information. How long did you endure in the apocalypse? How did you return? He deliberately sidestepped the mention of death. The excitement on Liu Yong's face faded, replaced by profound sorrow. He moved to the sofa, retrieved a half-open pack of cigarettes from the bedside table, offered one to Liu Jun, and lit one for himself. Inhaling deeply, the acrid smoke swirled in his lungs before he exhaled slowly, as if wishing to expel the painful memories along with it. I awakened last night with these memories. Liu Yong's voice had grown somber. I survived in the apocalypse for a year and a half, right here in this village. A jolt ran through Liu Jun's heart. A year and a half. Yongzi had lived nearly a year longer than he had. This meant he possessed a greater wealth of knowledge regarding the cataclysm. Liu Yong's gaze became profound and distant, seemingly capable of penetrating the thick walls to witness the blood-red twilight beyond. After the incident in Yancheng, you called to inform me of the situation. I hastily gathered supplies to bring back. His voice trembled slightly as he took a deep drag from his cigarette, as if trying to inhale his sorrows. Within mere days, communication and electricity were completely severed, and satellite phones became nothing more than useless debris. I have completely lost contact with you. He painfully closed his eyes. Initially, there was no precise information released officially. Only a flurry of rumors circulated through various social media platforms. Your early transmission of information provided me with 2 days to gather supplies, but soon after, the signals and electricity abruptly failed, plunging the outside world into chaos, rife with looting and violence. I returned to the village. Subsequently, zombies began to appear in our town, gradually transforming it into a desolate wasteland, where the living either succumbed to becoming zombies or were forced to hide like mice in homes in remote mountain villages, struggling to survive. After losing contact with you, I feared you would not endure for long, especially given the overwhelming number of people in Yangqing. However, I understood that I could not falter. Only a handful of individuals remained in the village, with the elderly comprising half of that number. Fortunately, Ife returned home from high school for summer vacation and stayed with his grandfather. That clever boy, as resourceful as a monkey, aided me immensely in the village. At that time, I still had a bit of money left. A flicker of relief crossed Liu Yong's eyes. Just before receiving your call, I sensed something was amiss. The news was shrouded in secrecy, as if concealing some unspeakable truth. Reports emerged of a new virus in certain regions and accounts of mentally unstable individuals attacking others, which heightened my concerns. When your call came through, I acted without hesitation, investing all my available funds into supplies. I drove a pickup truck, along with a friend who borrowed a small cargo vehicle, and rushed into the county town. Grocery stores, hardware stores, pharmacies, seed shops. I stuffed everything I deemed useful into the vehicles, filling them to the brim, as if fleeing from disaster. He seemed to be transported back to that tumultuous moment, his pace quickening. Upon returning to the village, I discovered that the elderly residents had very little stored food. Even with what I had brought back, it would not last long. I ventured into town once more to procure another load of supplies and arranged for a shipment of grain. We rationed our food and water, planted some vegetables around the house, and raised chickens and ducks. Over by the pond, we cultivated a small plot of land. During that year and a half, though fraught with anxiety and living on a tight budget, we managed to avoid starvation. We also succeeded in keeping those monsters at bay. A hint of pride tinged his tone, a quiet triumph in safeguarding a patch of purity amidst despair. Yet, abruptly, his gaze turned cold, filled with hatred and anguish, his fingers cracking from tension, until those scoundrels, those brutal marauders arrived. Liu Jun's heart sank sharply, an ominous premonition enveloping him. That day, the sky was dark. Liu Yong's voice emerged, strained and laced with icy intent, as he recounted. They, 8 individuals, unknown in origin, stealthily infiltrated the village under the cover of night. His body trembled slightly, as if recalling the chilling blade and the piercing shriek of bullets slicing through the air. The leader was a bald man in his 40s, his face bloated with malice, a thick gold chain dangling from his neck, his gaze as venomous as a serpent. His accomplices were clearly no better. Liu Yong gritted his teeth, each word steeped in animosity. Those wretched scoundrels. They first murdered the patrolling elder, then stormed into the house to plunder. The elderly, they spared no one. Grandma Wong, attempting to protect some provisions, was kicked in the chest by that bald brute and collapsed on the spot. His voice faltered, unable to continue. Chapter 8. The scarred bald man in the desolate cavern behind the village. I, along with Ife and Uncle Chong, were diligently organizing our supplies. Liu Yong, in agony, cradled his head in his hands. The harrowing cries and the cacophony of destruction from the village pierced the air, prompting us to rush forward with our blades drawn. But alas, it was too late. He lifted his gaze, his eyes red with despair and seething hatred. That bald man, damn him, he gasped for breath. The villagers, they were nearly all slaughtered by the beasts he commanded, the old, the young. None were spared. Upon seeing us approach, that bald man, standing atop Uncle S' lifeless body, sneered and bellowed. Hand over all the remaining food, cured meat, and anything useful left in the village. I guarantee you'll be left with your whole corpses. Then what? Liu Jun's cold voice cut through the air. his fists clenched tightly at his sides, the veins on his hands protruding like worms. After 7 long months of struggling for survival in this hellish apocalypse, countless battles amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood had stripped away every last vestige of the gentle demeanor of the urban businessman he once was. Liu Yong raised his head, his eyes ablaze with deep-seated hatred and resentment, tinged with a grim sense of relief. Then we three, who cared about his damn life or death? With bloodshot eyes, we charged forward. He abruptly shut his eyes, hot tears silently streaming down his cheeks, falling to the dust-laden ground. Ife, he had just turned 18, that foolish boy rushed in wielding a machete, only to be cleaved by that burly man. An axe struck his shoulder, nearly severing his body in half. Uncle Chong attempted to rush in to save him, only to be stabbed repeatedly by a nearby scrawny figure, his intestines spilling out, still cursing those beasts. His voice faltered, instinctively clutching the area of his lower back, as if that fatal wound still burned with excruciating pain. At that moment, my vision was drenched in crimson. I disregarded everything. Swinging my knife, I felled 4 of them. But that bald man, somehow armed with a hunting rifle, shot me from behind, his hand instinctively pressed against his lower back, as if that spot still throbbed with lingering agony. Bang! Liu Jun could no longer contain the tumultuous fury within his chest, slamming his fist onto the nearby worn wooden desk. The sturdy tabletop cracked under the force of his blow. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, and through gritted teeth, he spat out chilling words. Damn it, those wretched beasts. They deserve to be sliced into 1,000 pieces. The violent aura of vengeance enveloped the entire room. Do you remember what they looked like? Especially that bald scoundrel. Liu Yong was momentarily taken aback by Liu Jun's explosive presence, but soon, his own eyes ignited with the cold flames of retribution as he resolutely declared, I only remember 4 features. That bald man has a deep scar on his left brow, extending all the way to his temple. It resembles a centipede. He speaks with a thick accent from the north. Among them was an exceptionally thin individual, resembling a bamboo pole, with a sinister glint in his eyes. He was the one who had slain Uncle Chong. There was also a burly man with a great beard, immensely strong. Ultimately, he was the one who restrained me, along with a portly fellow bearing a prominent mole on his face. If I were to encounter them again, I would recognize them instantly. The remaining individuals exhibited less distinctive features, and with the onset of darkness, identification might be challenging. Yet I believe I would still discern them upon a second meeting. The 2 exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting the same sorrow, fury, and an urgent desire for vengeance. Good. Liu Jun repeated the word emphatically, his voice resonating like ice crystals shattering upon impact. Remember them. Not a single one should be forgotten. Since heaven has granted us a second chance, we have marked the lives of these beasts for retribution. Spot 1, slay 1. Spot a pair, kill a pair. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Liu Yong reiterated with fervent intensity, his eyes ablaze with ferocity. After a prolonged moment, the simmering urge for vengeance gradually subsided under the weight of their deliberate restraint. However, the seeds of hatred had already been deeply sown, awaiting the opportune moment to break through the surface. Liu Jun was the first to shatter the silence, his voice regaining composure. Vengeance must be sought, yet the immediate priority remains rescuing those in peril. The necessary structures must be hastily erected. Only by surviving can we earn the right to discuss retribution. Indeed, Liu Yong nodded vigorously, his gaze refocusing on the imminent survival strategy. Heaven has sent us back together, not to endure another pitiful demise. We must accomplish something grand. The 2 leaned closer, their equally powerful hands clasping tightly in midair. Their knuckles crackled under the strain, conveying their mutual resolve and trust. An invisible force began to coalesce within that small room in the countryside. United as brothers, Liu Jun proclaimed with solemnity, Our strength can shatter steel. Liu Yong replied with unwavering determination. No further words were necessary. Their tacit understanding was forged deep within the souls of those who had lived 2 lives. Now, Liu Jun released his grip. We must strategize. First, the timeline. Liu Yong immediately interjected. The Tokyo Electric Power Company will discharge nuclear wastewater around the 10th of next month, though I can't recall the exact date. The first incident of zombies attacking humans occurred on July 20th. Initially, there was considerable discussion, but it was subsequently dismissed as a case of mental illness. Within just a day or two, coastal cities were overwhelmed. It was impossible to contain. July 20th aligns with my recollections. The speed at which chaos escalated was beyond imagination. From the first incident to national panic and collapse, it all transpired in just a few days. The most critical moment was, he paused, his tone tinged with trepidation. On July 23rd, an unprecedentedly powerful solar magnetic storm erupted. All satellites, communication stations, and power grids, anything with an electronic chip, all utterly incapacitated. In a single night, humanity regressed to the dark ages. That was the most lethal aspect. With no organization, no information, it became a disarray of scattered individuals. Liu Yong gasped in realization. So the culprit behind the power and network outages was this solar magnetic storm. It severed all hope. Amidst this double blow, people lost their organization and subsequently fell to ruin. Thus, the time left for our preparations amounts to no more than 40 days. We must be ready before the enemy initiates their drainage operations. Liu Jun's voice conveyed a sense of urgency, emphasizing that the extensive engineering projects requiring electronic machinery must be completed before the onset of a solar magnetic storm, ensuring the core defensive structures are finished. Once power and internet are severed, all large machinery and precision equipment will become mere ornaments, and any subsequent endeavors will rely solely on primitive human labor. At that point, constructing any significant projects will prove exceedingly challenging. Chapter 9. Addressing financial concerns at this moment, our immediate needs extend beyond construction materials to essential supplies. Liu Yong began to enumerate food. This is paramount. The more staple foods such as rice, flour, and noodles, the better. Long-lasting canned goods, compressed biscuits, dehydrated vegetables, and vacuum-packed meat, salt, sugar, oil, seasonings. Moreover, crucial water purification equipment must be procured. Pharmaceuticals, particularly trauma medications, anti-inflammatory drugs, antipyretics, antibiotics, disinfectant alcohol, and bandages, vitamins, and other essentials. Energy. Liu Jun added, diesel generators are vital. We must stock several. Additionally, we require a substantial amount of diesel. Furthermore, solar panels must be prepared, enough to provide electricity for at least a dozen households. This is the sustainable energy we can depend on post-solar storm. Battery packs, hand-cranked generators, and weapons. As he mentioned weapons, his gaze turned cold and sharp. Mere shovels and hoes could not fend off zombies, nor could they deter humans. Steel pipes, rebar, machetes, axes, spears. These foundational items must be abundantly available. If we can acquire bows and even firearms. He left the thought unspoken, but the implication was unmistakable. Tools. A variety of hardware tools. Welding machines, cutting devices, impact drills. All essential for construction and repairs. A vast quantity of barbed wire, cement, sand, gravel, bricks, to fortify homes and block entrances, and seeds, agricultural tools, chicks and ducklings. Relying solely on store provisions is insufficient. We must be able to produce our own. Additionally, books, useful books, on planting, breeding, repairs, and medicine. Knowledge is life. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, their ideas crystallizing, the list forming rapidly in their minds. Liu Jun approached the window, lifting a corner of the curtain to gaze at the dimly lit valley, shrouded in twilight. The village is our fortress, but it requires transformation. The sole road into the village must be fortified with strong checkpoints. The slopes on either side must be cleared for visibility, ensuring we can defend from a higher vantage if necessary. The riverbank also requires some attention, although the muddy terrain serves as a natural barrier. We must prevent anyone from constructing a bridge or wading across. The village houses should ideally have reinforced exteriors. Forming a compact, defensive perimeter would be optimal. Furthermore, the back mountain. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. That cave on the back mountain? Its secluded position and narrow entrance, combined with its spacious interior, provides a winter-warm, summer-cool refuge, an excellent emergency shelter and storage facility. It must be utilized. A sturdy door should be installed, and the interior must be made moisture-proof. It is a treasure. However, it needs to be slightly expanded. As for personnel, Liu Yong's expression grew serious. The remaining villagers, apart from the elderly, are largely employed elsewhere or have purchased homes. Yifei is trustworthy. The challenge lies in gathering them together and convincing them of our so-called madness. Also, what about your father-in-law's family? Shouldn't your brother-in-law be summoned as well? Has Pengzi reached out to him? His expertise in aquaculture will be invaluable moving forward. We must devise a plan. Time is of the essence. Reuniting them is not difficult. We can use the excuse of hosting a celebration for Uncle's 70th birthday to bring everyone back together for a gathering. As it happens, the children will be on summer vacation next month, and they should be able to spare some time. At that point, I intend to keep them for a few more days. After the outbreak of the virus, it is only natural that they would not be skeptical. Regarding Pengzi, I will visit him tomorrow. We share a close bond, and he is more likely to accept what I have to say. It is best that fewer people know, for now. Only Qian and I are aware of the situation. For the time being, let us refrain from informing others, to avoid inciting panic. Otherwise, if the news leaks, we risk being labeled as lunatics or treated like guinea pigs. Liu Yun will arise mid. All right, Liu Yong nodded. However, we will need a considerable sum of money. Whether it be for construction or purchasing supplies, every aspect requires funding. The more, the better. Upon my return, I have already instructed the agency to list the property in Yangcheng at a reduced price, which should facilitate a swift sale. If the transfer of the storefront is successful, we can recoup some funds. Additionally, there are still several $100,000 in liquid assets. Altogether, this should amount to approximately 2 million, Liu Jun stated solemnly. Liu Yong scratched his head. Over the years since my discharge, I have managed to save around 600,000. However, I know some owners in the construction industry who can provide materials like cement and steel at lower market prices. I fear our funds may still fall short. Liu Jun's brow furrowed in concern. The costs for generators, medications, solar panels, and bulk food are substantial. Furthermore, time is of the essence. Many essential supplies require cash on delivery. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes. Perhaps. There is one final move. What move? Liu Yong inquired eagerly. Loans. Liu Jun uttered succinctly. We can borrow some through an app. Then we could approach loan sharks. Loan sharks? Liu Yong pondered seriously. Once the apocalypse strikes, money will become worthless. Loan sharks won't be around either. Our priority now must be securing supplies. That is our guarantee for survival. As long as we acquire the necessary materials and complete the construction, loan sharks, let them go to hell. Liu Yun is certain. Liu Yong nodded in agreement. Indeed, fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. Once we establish our shelter after the apocalypse, who cares about loans? The two brothers exchanged glances, each recognizing the unwavering determination in the other's eyes. Very well, let us proceed. Liu Jun declared decisively. Tomorrow we commence action. I will take charge of contacting food and supply companies. You, with your local connections, should source building materials, tools, and find out where we can obtain reliable generators, solar panels, and diesel. Be vigilant. Inform those trustworthy uncles and aunts in the village to remain indoors for now, as it may be a new virus. Prepare them for future assistance, especially that clever lad Yifei. Once he returns from vacation, we should involve him as well. Absolutely. I will handle it. Liu Yong pledged, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Liu Jun then solemnly stated, each word heavy with significance, 40 days. We are racing against time. To protect our village, we cannot afford to rest. Understood. Outside, the night had fully enveloped the tranquil Lijiakan, aside from the occasional distant barks of dogs. In the hearts of Liu Jun and Liu Yong, a battle against time and a struggle against the impending doom has already commenced. Chapter 10, The Flavor of Home, as the figures of Liu Jun and Liu Yong emerged at the entrance of their home. The moonlight cast a silvery frost over the small clearing, illuminating the warm yellow glow of the lamps within, akin to a lighthouse guiding one back through the vast dark sea. The clock approached 7:30 in the evening. The rural night was far more profound and serene than that of the city, with only the intermittent chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs accompanying the precious glimmer of light in this confined space. Upon entering, a blend of savory aromas and familiar tobacco scents enveloped them. At the center of the room, beside the octagonal table, sat two individuals, Liu Guodong, their father, delicately sipping from his teacup, the rising steam softening the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Beside him, holding a cigarette and observing with a gentle yet perceptive gaze, was Liu Jun's uncle, Liu Yong. "Dad." "Uncle," Liu Jun greeted, his voice tinged with a sense of relief at returning home, yet slightly subdued by the weight of the responsibilities he was about to bear. "Uncle," second uncle, Liu Yong followed suit, entering respectfully. At 69 years of age, Liu Yong was lean yet robust, his skin bearing the sun-kissed bronze of years spent in the mountains. He had never married, dedicating all his affection and warmth to the younger generations of the village. In his youth, he was adept and enjoyed taking the children to the river to catch fish, climbing trees to retrieve bird nests, crafting intricate grasshoppers' cages from bamboo strips, and creating functioning toy guns from discarded bicycle chains. Almost every child who grew up in the village had ridden his handcrafted unicycles or played with the wooden tops he whittled. None could resist the charm of this beloved uncle. Over the years, he had served as the village head of Liu family village. The village was too small, with the youth migrating to cities like migratory birds, leaving behind mainly the elderly and children. Those younger than him either found the role of village head trivial or felt they could not bear the responsibility. Thus the mantle remained upon Liu Yong's shoulders. Fortunately, the village was small enough that there were not many affairs to manage, merely relaying the township's policies, posting notices on the bulletin board at the village entrance, and mediating trivial disputes among neighbors. He carried out his duties with ease, becoming the invisible thread that held this tiny community together. Liu Yong nodded at the two, his gaze lingering for a moment on Liu Jun's somewhat weary yet resolute face. The cigarette flickered between his fingers. He remained silent, yet his worldly gaze seemed capable of penetrating the depths of one's heart. Back home, Liu Guodong set down his teacup, rising with a smile. "Your mother knows you have matters to discuss. She has kept the food warm and didn't rush to call you. You must be starving. Come, sit down and eat." His voice was robust, imbued with a distinctive cheerfulness. As he spoke, he moved to the wall, lifting the large square table to the center of the room. Lian Yan, donned in an apron, emerged from the kitchen, her face radiant with a smile as she brought forth steaming dishes, arranging them beautifully upon the table. Beneath the incandescent glow of the lights, the homely dishes emanate an enticing sheen and a rich aroma. The pan-fried fish, golden and crisp, with tiny scales glistening in the oil. The braised pork with small potatoes, the tubers having soaked up the savory juices, plump and rounded. While the pork belly is stewed to a tender perfection, the stir-fried dry green beans paired with lustrous, salty cured meat. The cold cucumber salad, a vibrant green and crisp, drizzled with fragrant sesame oil and garlic. The braised eggplant, glossy and tender, with a fragrant sauce wafting through the air, and a large bowl of stir-fried amaranth. A vivid green. Finally, there is a steaming pot of white rice. Though lacking in exotic delicacies, the meal embodies the warmest and most comforting flavors of Liu Jun's memories of home, a feast lovingly prepared by his mother, Wang Serong. Regrettably, with his two sisters married off to distant lands, the table feels less lively than during family reunions. Come eat quickly. "Jun, Yongzi, try this fish. Your uncle just caught it today. It's incredibly fresh." Wang Serong enthusiastically beckons, her face radiating with a satisfied smile as she serves her son and nephew. Her concerned gaze seems to wish to replenish their drained spirits from their arduous journeys. Liu Guodong pops open several bottles of chilled local beer, the amber liquid pouring into glasses and creating delicate bubbles. "Cheers! Let's fill our glasses. Little Jun and Qianqian are rarely home, and Yongzi has worked hard. Let us drink to that." The crisp sound of clinking glasses rings out, the cold beer sliding down their throats, dispelling the summer night's heat and the fatigue of the journey. At the table, they momentarily set aside the potential crises of the outside world. as the atmosphere grows increasingly warm and lively. Liu Guodong shares amusing anecdotes from the village, while Liu Yuan occasionally interjects with humorous remarks, eliciting laughter from everyone. Yi Qianqian sweetly chimes in, sharing stories from her experiences in Guangzhou. Meanwhile, Wang Surong tirelessly encourages her children to eat, her face lighting up in joy as she watches them relish the meal. Liu Yong, too, temporarily casts aside the burdens weighing on his heart, indulging heartily in the food and laughter, as if returning to the carefree days of his youth. Liu Jun holds his bowl, observing this harmonious scene before him. His father's boisterous laughter, his mother's contented smile, his uncle's wise and gentle gaze, his wife's serene profile, and his brother's hearty appetites. The light is soft, the food fragrant, and the words warm. This exquisitely ordinary family dinner tableau, set against the backdrop of memories filled with despair, hunger, death, and betrayal from a past life, appears so precious, so fragile, and heartbreakingly beautiful. A surge of heat rushes to his eyes, and he hastily lowers his head, masking his emotions with a pretense of eating. His grip on the chopsticks tightens, knuckles whitening slightly. Deep within, a voice resonates. I must protect all of this. This tranquility, this warmth, this bond of blood, is the very essence of my rebirth. Anything that seeks to disrupt it, be it the bloodthirsty undead or the even more terrifying evils of human nature, shall become his sworn enemies. The arduous struggle for survival over the past 7 months has utterly refined the once affable and profit-seeking individual into a hardened warrior, emerging from a sea of corpses and blood, calm, resolute, and, at times, merciless when necessary. In his determination to protect this flickering flame, he does not hesitate to transform into a harbinger of destruction. This meal has endured for quite some time, until the table lay in disarray and the wine bottles ran dry. Outside the window, the moonlight has grown more radiant, and the chirping of insects seems to have waned somewhat. Chapter 11. Our village once boasted a founding major general after the meal. Liu Jun and Liu Yong assisted in clearing the dishes, and Liu Jun escorted his uncle and Liu Yong to the gate. That's enough. Don't see us off. It's just a few steps to home, Liu Yuan said, waving his hand as he lit a fresh cigarette, the ember flickering in the night. Indeed, Xiao Jun, you've driven all day and must be exhausted. Hurry back and rest. Liu Yong patted Liu Jun on the shoulder, their exchanged glances conveying unspoken sentiments. He turned and strode into the night, his silhouette still upright, yet burdened with the same heavy secrets and hopes. After bidding farewell to the two, Liu Jun returned to the main room. Yi Qianqian was washing dishes at the sink alongside her mother, Wang Surong, the sound of rushing water mingling with their soft laughter. His father, Liu Guodong, meticulously swept up grains of rice and remnants of bones from the floor, his actions precise and attentive. With no tasks in the kitchen that required his involvement, the familiar warmth, imbued with the scent of burning firewood and detergent, allowed his tensed nerves to relax slightly. Dad, Mom, Qianqian, I'm going to take a shower, Liu Jun announced before heading toward the shower in the backyard. The cold water cascaded over him, washing away the sweat and dust of the day while gradually settling his tumultuous thoughts. The icy droplets glided over his skin, invigorating him and heightening his awareness of the urgency of time. Just over a month. Only a little over a month. He scrubbed his face and arms vigorously, as if attempting to cleanse himself of the filth and blood of a past life, along with the anxiety that consumed him in the present. Once finished, he emerged from the shower, donned a fresh undershirt and shorts, and found the main room tidied up. His parents sat inside, smiling as they looked at him. He returned their smile and walked back to his room, where Yi Qianqian stood beside an open suitcase, carefully hanging neatly folded clothes in the wooden wardrobe. The light outlined her slender and graceful figure, tranquil and beautiful. Qianqian, Liu Jun approached her from behind, gently wrapping his arms around her waist and resting his chin on her shoulder, his voice tender. You need to be busy today. You've also had a long day. We can organize things tomorrow. You should go shower first. Yi Qianqian leaned back comfortably against him, turning her face to nuzzle against his chin, obediently nodding, I'm all right. You must be exhausted too. Take a moment to rest. She set down the clothes, turned to grab her change of garments, and exited the room. Liu Jun did not lie down immediately. Instead, he stepped out to chat with his parents in the main room. When Yi Qianqian finished her shower and hung up her clothes, he said to his parents, "Dad, Mom, you should also finish your wash and rest early. Don't stay up too late." After they agreed, Liu Jun returned to his room, turned off the main light, and turned on a soft bedside lamp. Leaning against the headboard, he found no inclination to sleep, merely gazing at the room that held the memories of his childhood and adolescence. The faded posters of sports stars on the walls, the dust-covered old textbooks on the shelf, a small trinket made from bullet casings on the windowsill. Everything bore the marks of time, standing still. This serene night, with its familiar surroundings, stood in stark contrast to the apocalyptic visions haunting his mind, weighing heavily on his heart. After a while, Yi Qianqian returned, her body enveloped in a refreshing mist. She changed into comfortable pajamas and climbed into bed, leaning against Liu Jun, resting her head on his shoulder. The two remained silent, savoring the brief tranquility that enveloped them before the impending storm. "My dear," Yi Qianqian murmured, gazing out at the mountains silhouetted by the moonlight, her voice imbued with genuine admiration, "our village truly is a wonderful place. Look behind us. There lies the Dao Shui River, its gentle flow providing easy access to water, a reliable source. The two towering mountains on either side embrace us like parentheses, forming a perfect shape." She extended her finger, gesturing in the air, were it not for that narrow concrete road outside. Outsiders would never suspect that nestled deep within these mountains lies such a secluded paradise. Her description struck a chord in Liu Jun's heart. With renewed spirit, he tightened his embrace around her, his tone laced with a subtle pride and gravity. "Indeed, Qianqian, you speak the absolute truth. This place is a feng shui treasure chosen by our ancestors. It's a fortress difficult to breach. Do you know? The very land beneath our feet was the site of countless skirmishes during the war against the Japanese." "Oh, is that so?" Yi Qianqian's curiosity piqued. She lifted her head, her eyes sparkling in the dim light. "Of course." Liu Jun's voice turned nostalgic. "My grandfather recounted that back then, our mountains were steep and dense with forests, the terrain intricate. The Japanese were well-equipped and armed, but once they entered these mountain valleys, they were like tigers trapped in a quagmire, unable to exert their strength. Our troops, along with the village's able-bodied men, relied on our familiarity with the terrain to engage in guerrilla warfare. When the enemy forces advanced, we would retreat into the deep woods, making ourselves nearly impossible to find. Once they were depleted or isolated, we seized the opportunity to strike them unexpectedly. We ambushed them, set traps, making them suffer greatly." His voice grew somber, imbued with the weight of history. "Our village once produced an extraordinary figure." "Really? Who?" Yi Qianqian was increasingly intrigued. "A founding general," Liu Jun declared with reverence. "He was a contemporary of my grandfather, leaving home early to join the Red Army. He traversed snowy mountains, crossed grasslands, battled the Japanese, and fought fiercely. He achieved remarkable feats during his campaigns. After the liberation, he worked in Yinjing, holding a position of great influence. He returned home only twice, both times discreetly, without attracting attention. I never had the chance to meet him. I only heard stories from my grandfather. They say that when this general returned to his hometown, he bore no airs, donning an old military uniform, sitting on the ridge with the villagers, sharing tales, and even made a special visit to the caves where he had once fought guerrilla battles. His voice resonated with admiration for his ancestors, subtly linking the strategic significance of this land to the tumultuous times of war. This land, a legacy of blood and courage, devoted to defending against external threats and safeguarding the homeland. How remarkable! I had never heard you mention this before." Yi Vianyan exclaimed, her awe deepening for this seemingly ordinary mountain village. "The tales of the older generation feel so distant from us." Liu Jun gently caressed his wife's hair, savoring her closeness. "Yet now, this land and this tranquility are entrusted to our generation to safeguard." His voice, though soft, resonated with immense strength. The couple nestled together, exchanging quiet whispers. Yi Qianqian spoke of the scenery she encountered along the way. while Liu Jun reminisced about the delightful moments of his childhood spent fishing in the river and foraging for wild fruits on the mountains. Their tender words flowed like a gentle stream, soothing their taut nerves. However, the overwhelming mental strain and the fatigue from the long journey were ultimately insurmountable. As they conversed, Qianqian's voice gradually faded, her breathing became steady and prolonged, and her head, resting against his shoulder, slowly slipped down into the crook of his arm, surrendering to a deep slumber. Chapter 12. Guardian Liu Jun cautiously adjusted his position, ensuring that she could sleep more soundly. He gazed down at his wife's serene visage, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows upon her eyelids, while the corners of her mouth seemed to bear a faint, reassuring smile. This unreserved trust and dependence enveloped him like a warm spring, nourishing his heart. He gently pressed his lips to her forehead, then slowly reclined, cradling her soft form in his embrace. Outside, the moonlight flowed like water, quietly streaming through the tranquil valley. The distant sound of the Daoshui River's steady flow resonated, akin to the earth's calm heartbeat. Occasionally, a dog's bark pierced the stillness of the night, accentuating the profound quietude of the mountain village. Liu Yong lay awake, his eyes fixed upon the blurred shadows cast by the light on the ceiling. The commotion of the day, the joy and shock of his brother's rebirth, the onslaught of apocalyptic news and plans for the future. At this moment, they receded like a tide, leaving behind an overwhelming fatigue that weighed heavily upon his eyelids. His body clamored for rest, yet his mind remained a whirlwind of thoughts. The progress of the house sale, the gathering of funds, the refinement of the supply list, the planning of construction, and that scarred bald man. Amidst the extreme exhaustion and the tempest within, his consciousness began to blur. The moonlight before him seemed to twist, and the tranquil sound of flowing water morphed, in a daze, into the dragging, terrifying footsteps of the undead and the chilling howls that gnawed at his nerves. The warm sensation of his wife in his arms, on the brink of a hazy dream, transformed into her lifeless, cold body in her final moments. A bone-deep chill seized him in an instant. No! A scream, suppressed to the utmost, nearly burst from his throat. He jolted, instinctively tightening his arms, causing Qianqian to emit a soft whimper, mumbling something in her dazed state. Liu Jun was jolted awake. Cold sweat drenched his back. He gasped for air, his heart racing wildly in his chest. The moonlight continued to gently illuminate the bed. His wife's warm breath lingered in his ears, and her presence exuded a comforting fragrance. The sound of the Daoshui River flowed steadily, and the barking of dogs had long since ceased. Only the intermittent chirping of insects remained. It was merely a dream, just a fleeting nightmare. He exhaled a long, silent breath of relief, carefully withdrawing his arm from his wife's neck, fearful of rousing her again. The intertwining of gratitude for surviving and a deeper sense of urgency filled him. He turned his gaze once more to the heavy darkness outside the window. In the shadows, the mountains that encircled the village loomed even more majestic and imposing under the moonlight. The narrow, winding concrete road leading to the outside world lay hidden in the night, resembling a glimmering thread, a lifeline that could be severed at any moment, both resilient and fragile. He closed his eyes, burying his face in the curve of his wife's neck, inhaling deeply the essence of life that brought him solace. He must protect all of this. With his conviction and boundless fatigue, Liu Jun finally slipped into a deep, dreamless slumber. In the room, only the rhythmic sound of two individuals' breaths intertwined with the eternal murmur of flowing water and the gentle chirping of insects outside, weaving together a brief, yet precious tranquility before the impending end of the world. Beneath this facade of serenity, the gears of fate turned with unprecedented swiftness, quietly shifting. The morning sunlight, imbued with the crispness and vitality characteristic of early summer, pierced through the glass, flooding the room with light. In the shafts of illumination, tiny specks of dust danced like ethereal spirits in the still air. Liu Jun was roused by the bright, yet gentle radiance, instinctively raising his hand to shield his eyes, dispelling the remnants of slumber. He sat up, noticing the space beside him was now empty. leaving only the slight indentation of a pillow and the lingering delicate fragrance belonging to each Qianqian. Reaching for his phone on the bedside, he saw the screen read 7:40. Rubbing his brow, he felt that the deep sleep of the previous night had alleviated both his physical fatigue and mental weariness. Yet an urgent sense akin to an invisible whip compelled him to take action. After donning a pair of loose-fitting shorts, he stepped out of the room. The living room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic ticking of an antique clock. Faint voices drifted from the backyard, soft and familiar. He followed the sound and opened the door leading outside. Before him lay a vibrant morning scene. In the small vegetable garden, dewdrops clung to the verdant leaves, refracting shards of light under the sun. His mother, Wang Serong, bent over, deftly plucking tender water spinach. Qianqian stood nearby, carefully harvesting fuzzy little cucumbers, her face adorned with a serene smile. The morning light outlined their figures, peaceful and harmonious. "Jun, you're awake." Dian Yan exclaimed, lifting her head at the sound of footsteps, her smile bright. "Quick, brush your teeth and wash your face. Mom has already cooked the porridge and is keeping it warm on the stove. Let us pick some greens to stir-fry for breakfast." Her voice rang with the crisp vitality of morning, dispelling some of Liu Jun's urgency. Wang Serong straightened up, gazing at her son with a warm smile. Her eyes filled with love and contentment. She was thoroughly pleased with her daughter-in-law, kind-hearted, diligent, and most importantly, attentive to her son's needs. The only concern that lingered in her heart was the young couple's repeated assertion that they were still young and in no hurry to have children. She had longed to hold a plump grandson, and every time she saw the village's little children, her heart would flutter with yearning. "All right," Liu Yun replied, feeling a warmth in his heart. This ordinary yet precious essence of life was what he aimed to protect. He turned and headed towards the wash basin in the front yard. The cold well water splashed against his face, invigorating him and completely banishing his lingering drowsiness. He vigorously wiped his face, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, a familiar visage now seemingly imbued with newfound determination and worldliness. Time was short, and there were many matters to attend to. He needed to act swiftly. After hastily consuming 2 boiled eggs and a bowl of thick white rice porridge prepared by his mother, accompanied by refreshing stir-fried greens and crisp pickled radishes, he felt a surge of renewed energy coursing through him. He set down his chopsticks and addressed his family, who were still dining. "Father, Mother, Qianqian, I must step out for a while to discuss some matters with Pengzi." "Very well. Will you return for lunch?" Wang Serong inquired. "It depends on the circumstances. I may not return for the meal, so please do not wait for me," Liu Jun replied, before taking the car keys and exiting the house. Chapter 13. Pengzi and Saihu stepping out of the courtyard. The morning air carried the distinctive sweetness and coolness of the mountains. He inhaled deeply and started the SUV parked in the open space. The roar of the engine seemed somewhat jarring in the tranquil mountain village. He pulled out his phone, swiftly scrolled through his contacts, and finally settled on the name Pengzi. Pressing the dial button, after merely 3 rings, the call was answered, and a somewhat languid voice greeted him. "Hey there, Boss Liu. Is the sun rising in the west today? What brings you to call this muddy-legged fellow in the mountains so early?" The tone was laced with jest, yet the warmth of familiarity could be felt even across the phone line. Su Yunpeng, Liu Jun's childhood friend, had been his companion since elementary and middle school. They lived in neighboring villages, separated by a mere 500 meters, yet a few modest hills and stretches of farmland lay between them, making the driving distance over 1,000 meters. This geographical proximity, paradoxically, solidified their bond in their youth, rendering Su Yunpeng the most trusted and unpretentious friend Liu Jun had. Aside from Liu Yong, Su Yunpeng's life story epitomized the typical rural youth who strove to make a name for himself. Disinterested in academics, he ventured out after middle school, learning welding for 2 years. Later, when roads were being constructed in his hometown, he seized the opportunity, leveraging the village's proximity to the river, and cobbled together enough funds to purchase a small vehicle to embark on a business of transporting sand and stones. During those years, the market for river sand flourished, allowing him to earn a modest fortune. With his pockets full and ambition ignited, he acquired a bulldozer and a second-hand excavator, preparing for a grand undertaking. Unfortunately, this prosperous phase was short-lived. Environmental regulations emerged, strictly prohibiting sand extraction from riverbeds, rendering his equipment mere ornaments overnight, forcing him to settle for sporadic small jobs to make ends meet. In 2018, unwilling to succumb to obscurity, Su Yunpeng shifted his focus to the mountains. He utilized idle land to raise free-range goats and native chickens. Initially, success eluded him. Sales channels were scarce, relying solely on introductions among friends and small-scale sales, barely covering his living expenses. A turning point arrived in 2020. The pandemic that swept the globe also brought prolonged lockdowns to Province E. Urban residents, confined to their homes, found fresh meat to be a rare commodity. Su Yunpeng astutely seized this opportunity, leveraging connections and advertising in community groups to sell his free-range sheep, chickens, and fresh eggs. Known for their firm and delectable quality, orders flooded in, surpassing supply. During the lockdown, all but one breeding sheep and a few pregnant ewes were sold from his farm, along with hundreds of chickens. Once the lockdowns were lifted, his stellar reputation spread, and many fellow villagers working in distant locales sought him out for sheep meat, requesting deliveries. In recent years, his farming business truly found its footing, expanding significantly and earning him the reputation of a well-known figure in the village as Boss Su. Listening to the familiar yet light-hearted banter on the other end of the line, Liu Jun cut to the chase without further ado. "Pengzi, are you home? Yesterday, I returned to my hometown with some pressing matters to discuss with you in person." On the other end of the line, Su Yunpeng, who initially spoke with a playful tone, immediately sensed the unusual gravity in Liu Jun's voice and swiftly adopted a serious demeanor. Years of brotherly camaraderie made him instantly realize that Liu Jun was not jesting, nor was he there to engage in business. His tone turned grave. "I'm at home. Just finished breakfast. Are you coming over now? I'll be waiting for you." "All right, I'll be there shortly," Liu Jun replied, hanging up the phone. He started the car and departed from Daoshui village, navigating the solitary cement road before veering onto a path leading to the neighboring village. Minutes later, as he approached Su Yunpeng's two-story house, which was built against a mountainside and boasted a spacious courtyard, he spotted a robust figure standing at the gate. Su Yunpeng, bare-chested and sun-kissed, wore only a pair of shorts and leaned against the entrance, smiling broadly as he watched the approaching vehicle. The morning sun illuminated his well-defined chest muscles and ample abdomen, radiating strength. Standing at approximately 173 meters and weighing around 160 pounds, Su Yunpeng exemplified the quintessential muscular physique, his form not particularly imposing but with clearly defined muscle lines beneath a layer of fat, appearing remarkably solid. This physique was honed through years of battling with sheep. The mountainous terrain often intimidated timid sheep that hesitated to cross obstacles or wade through water, necessitating that he, the strong man, carry them across one by one. Through this relentless toil, he developed both brute strength and solid muscles. As Liu Jun parked the car and opened the door, he wore a smile, ready to greet his brother with a friendly pat on the shoulder. Suddenly, a yellow shadow shot out from the yard like a bolt of lightning, silently halting just 20 centimeters behind Su Yunpeng. It was an exceptionally large and muscular yellow dog. Unlike typical street dogs that bark wildly, it stood with its head held high, its amber eyes sharp as an eagle, fixated on the unfamiliar Liu Jun. A low, ominous growl emanated from its throat, and its front legs slightly bent, muscles taut, poised to pounce at any moment. "Thunder," Su Yunpeng said without turning around, lightly tapping the dog's front leg with his foot. "Enough of that. Go cool off and stop scaring people." Upon hearing its master's voice, the dog's wariness diminished significantly. It tilted its head to glance at Su Yunpeng, then at Liu Jun, seemingly reassured by its owner's demeanor. The growl ceased, and it wagged its bushy tail before sauntering to a shaded corner of the yard, lying down but still occasionally casting glances in their direction. This provided Liu Jun the opportunity to scrutinize the dog closely, and he couldn't help but gasp. "Wow, you're a Thunder. It hasn't been long since I last saw it, and it has grown into a behemoth." He recalled that the last time he returned home during the new year, Thunder was merely a half-grown pup. Now, its stature seemed to reach nearly 80 centimeters at the shoulder, with a robust frame and long, powerful limbs. Its sleek yellow coat glistened, making it a standout among local dogs, truly a top-tier specimen. Su Yunpeng turned his head to glance at his beloved dog, his face radiant with pride and satisfaction. Hey, there are so many mixed-breed dogs in the village that they hardly grow at all. I truly exerted considerable effort to find such a purebred gem. However, I never anticipated it would grow to be so tall and robust. The key is that this dog possesses remarkable intelligence, understanding everything I say. It is an excellent guardian of the home, an adept at herding sheep. His admiration for the dog, Sai-Hu, was palpable in his words. Chapter 14. The Decision Impressive. I would love to raise a dog like this Chinese rural dog, Liu Jun remarked earnestly. What could be difficult about that? My dog just had 9 puppies, but they still need a few more days to reach a month old. Once they do, you can come and choose, he continued, glancing at Sai-Hu. I certainly don't want an ordinary one. If I'm going to raise a dog, it should be one as grand as Sai-Hu. There are 4 yellow puppies inside, likely from Sai-Hu's lineage. You can select from them when the time comes, Su Yunpeng added. Liu Jun then shifted the conversation. How have things been lately? Is your uncle still tending to the sheep? Yes, Su Yunpeng nodded. I pay him a salary. It's better than him going out to do odd jobs. You know him. He has no burdens. As long as one person is fed, the whole family is content. He enjoys the freedom of watching over the sheep at home. What about Mei Lan and your son? Aren't they home? Liu Jun inquired about Su Yunpeng's wife and child. Mei Lan was also a classmate of theirs. A childhood connection that blossomed into love. Yesterday was Children's Day, Su Yunpeng replied with a grin. She invited a few friends and took our little rascal along with their children to the new amusement park in the county. They plan to have a blast for a couple of days before returning. Huh, look at you. Among our group of old classmates, you were the quickest to settle down. You've already taken the plunge, and even your child is out there making memories. Liu Yong teased. Unlike us, where our children are still a distant thought. This is why you must find a partner early on. He mimicked the playful tone used during their class reunions to jest about Su Yunpeng's situation. Su Yunpeng felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, scratching the back of his head shyly. The topic of marrying a childhood classmate had long been a source of light-hearted banter among their group, often surfacing at gatherings where they would jest about him indulging in the grass right by his nest. All right, enough of that. Stop making fun of me. Su Yunpeng swiftly changed the subject, his expression turning serious. You mentioned on the phone that you had something important to discuss. What is going on? You seem rather urgent. Liu Jun's smile faded, and he tapped the car door, saying, Let us get in the car and find a quiet place. Without hesitation, Su Yunpeng opened the door and took his seat in the passenger side. Liu Jun turned the vehicle around, steering away from Daoshui village, taking a more secluded dirt road toward the shaded valley at the boundary of the two villages. This place was far removed from civilization, with only the rustling of wind through the trees and the occasional chirping of birds breaking the silence. The vehicle came to a halt, the engine quieting. In the valley, an unusual stillness enveloped the surroundings, the sunlight filtered by towering trees, casting a cool shadow. Liu Jun did not speak immediately. He seemed to be gathering his thoughts in silence. Su Yunpeng sensed the gravity of the moment and refrained from rushing him, simply watching patiently. At last, Liu Jun turned to face him directly, locking eyes with Su Yunpeng. In a low and clear voice, he disclosed the alarming information regarding the impending apocalypse, the outbreak of a zombie crisis, the collapse of communication and power systems, and the astonishing news of his and Liu Yong's rebirth. He did not excessively embellish the horror, but rather described the facts as calmly as possible, including the timeline, the rapid spread and destructive power of the disaster, as well as the tragic fates that he and Liu Yong had met in their previous lives. As Liu Jun narrated, Su Yunpeng's expression shifted from initial confusion and curiosity to extreme shock and disbelief. His mouth agape and eyes wide. It was as if he had heard the most fantastical tale. When Liu Jun mentioned words like zombies, magnetic storms, and death, he instinctively recoiled. When Liu Jun finished speaking, silence enveloped the valley like a shroud. It took Su Yunpeng a good half-minute before he suddenly inhaled sharply. He reached out his hand, not to pat Liu Jun's shoulder, but to touch his forehead, gazing at him with the eyes of one who thinks a person has lost their mind. His voice slightly altered. Jun. Junzi? Are you all right? It's broad daylight. Are you telling me a science fiction story? Or did you not sleep well last night and are now delirious? Have you caught a fever? His gestures and tone were filled with concern, yet primarily tinged with disbelief at this absurd discourse. Liu Jun swatted his hand away, simultaneously amused and exasperated, though mostly resigned. Get out of here. I am perfectly lucid. Do you really think I would joke about something like this? My expression is utterly serious. If I were the only one to have had such a dream, you might say I was under immense stress and hallucinating. However, Yongzi also had an identical dream. Even the details, the timestamps aligned perfectly. What do you think is the probability of two people having the same ludicrous dream simultaneously? Su Yunpeng's hand froze in midair. The mockery drained from his face. He understood Liu Yong, and even better, Liu Jun. While Liu Jun might occasionally indulge in harmless jest, Liu Yong was a man of his word, never prone to idle chatter. The mere fact that two of his trusted brothers spoke of such bizarre and horrifying matters carried immense persuasive power. He fell into silence, the muscles in his face twitching slightly, his expression a complex tapestry of shock, confusion, fear, and a hint of blankness from the overwhelming information. He slowly leaned back against the chair, his gaze unfocused as he stared into the lush forest ahead, as if seeking some evidence of denial within that serene green. Yet finding it futile, Liu Jun did not rush him. He understood that this news was akin to a bolt from the blue for anyone. He retrieved a cigarette pack, placing one between his lips before offering another to Su Yunpeng. Mechanically, Su Yunpeng accepted it, and Liu Jun helped him light it. The two sat in silence, smoking, as the small cabin quickly filled with smoke, mingling with the cool air of the valley, creating an atmosphere both oppressive and heavy. The only sounds are the faint crackling of the burning tobacco and their deep inhalations and exhalations. Before long, the cigarette had burned down to its end. Su Yunpeng crushed the butt forcefully into the car's ashtray, producing a soft hissing sound. He exhaled a long, deep breath, as if trying to expel all the shock and confusion from his chest. He turned his head and looked at Liu Jun once more, his gaze imbued with less confusion and more gravity and determination. In a somewhat hoarse voice, he inquired, "So, what do you and Yongzi plan to do?" Noticing the shift in his expression, Liu Jun felt a slight sense of reassurance. He succinctly outlined the preliminary plan he had discussed with Liu Yong to establish a base of operations leveraging the unique geographical advantages of Daoshui village, fortifying defenses, stockpiling essential supplies, food, water, medicine, energy, tools, and weapons, gathering trusted friends and family, and addressing the imminent pressures of funding and time. He did not shy away from acknowledging the difficulties, including the possibility of resorting to high-interest loans. After concluding, he solemnly added, "Pengzi, this matter pertains to life and death. It is of utmost significance. Every word I have shared with you today must remain between us for now, including from Elon. It is not a question of trust, but rather, the fewer who know, the lesser the likelihood of panic, and the more convenient our actions will be. I urge you to contemplate this carefully. Though your village is also nestled amidst mountains and water, the terrain is more open, lacking the strategic choke point that our village possesses. Do you prefer to establish a stronghold within your village, or join us here? Both options carry different risks and investments." Chapter 15. The joining of Pengzi. Su Yunpeng did not respond immediately. He opened the car door and stepped out, leaning against the door, his gaze directed towards the distant horizon of his village. There lay the aquaculture farm he had painstakingly built, his warm home, and the familiar landscape that he cherished. Relying on his village meant that he would have to confront the chaos of the early apocalypse alone, persuade possibly skeptical villagers, and invest substantial sums, potentially fruitless, into constructing a fortress that might not even be sturdy. Images of the zombie tide, described by Liu Jun, flashed through his mind, alongside the scum that would take advantage of the turmoil. A chill crept up from his feet. Suddenly, he turned back, his eyes filled with unwavering determination, devoid of any hesitation. "Junzi." His voice, though not loud, carried a weighty significance. "You shared this with me because you truly consider me a brother and trust me." "I." Su Yunpeng, am not one to overlook the gravity of the situation. If you trust me, I will certainly trust you. Ideally, we won't encounter the horrors you mentioned. But if it turns out to be true, our village's terrain is simply not defensible on my own. I lack the experience of fighting through dreams like you and Yongzi. I feel secure following your lead. It eases my mind and allows me to protect my wife, children, and parents. Liu Jun was taken aback by the decisiveness with which Su Yunpeng made his choice in such a short span of time. He had expected Su Yunpeng to be torn for at least a day. This trust and resolution ignited a warm surge within him, evoking a sense of camaraderie. He promptly exited the vehicle and approached Su Yunpeng, firmly patting his solid shoulder, and said with a serious tone, "Good brother, time waits for no one. Now that we have decided, we must act immediately. The sooner we fortify the village, the greater our chances of survival. Bring over the people you trust the most. During this time, you must come help. The three of us brothers must unite as one." Su Yunpeng grinned widely, wrapping his arm around Liu Jun's neck and giving it a hearty shake. The affection and unwavering support spoke volumes. No need to say more. Just tell me what to do, and I shall comply. We are brothers, no need for formality. Through thick and thin, I will accompany you. With our brotherhood united, what worries do we have about carving out our place in the apocalypse? Liu Jun felt an exhilarating rush, as if the gloom accumulated from his past life had dissipated considerably due to this bond. Releasing Su Yunpeng, he allowed his gaze to sharpen and become pragmatic. Now, the most pressing concern was supplies. Do you have any reliable large-scale grain and oil suppliers at home? Someone with solid connections who can offer wholesale prices and ensure a steady supply? Su Yunpeng pondered briefly, his eyes lighting up. Yes, there's a wholesale feed supplier in the county named Zhang, from whom I've sourced the majority of my sheep feed over the past few years. We maintain a good relationship, and he can provide in bulk. His younger brother operates a sizable grain and oil wholesale business in the county called Xingyuan Grain and Oil. The storefront is substantial, and the warehouse is large. If we can connect with him, the prices will surely be significantly lower than retail, and the supply will be guaranteed. Excellent, Liu Jun exclaimed inwardly, as this resolved the critical issue of food sourcing. I have done some preliminary calculations. In our village, the total population, young and old combined, amounts to merely 60 or 70 individuals. Including trustworthy relatives and friends that can be brought back, the number may stretch to just over 100. Furthermore, when considering the people you plan to bring along, the total should remain under 150. Such a considerable number of individuals will inevitably lead to significant daily consumption of provisions. My plan is to stockpile 10 tons of rice and flour as an emergency reserve. But we must also cultivate the neglected land anew. Otherwise, we will squander our resources, and even mountains of gold and silver will not suffice. Su Yunpeng listened attentively, but shook his head, revealing the pragmatic wisdom characteristic of a seasoned farmer. Junzi, he remarked, buying ready-made rice and flour is a sound idea. Yet it is not the most optimal solution. Firstly, the prices of refined rice and flour are exorbitant. Secondly, their shelf life is relatively limited, and they require stringent storage conditions. If left for too long, they are prone to spoilage and pest infestations. Lastly, the scale of our intention is too grand. Should a whisper of our plans escape, it could attract unwelcome attention. Pausing for a moment, he gestured toward his home, barely visible at the foot of the distant mountain. You see, we farmers have some expertise in the long-term preservation of grains. I propose we purchase millet and wheat directly. These grains are resilient in storage. As long as the warehouse is well ventilated and dry, and we occasionally expose them to sunlight, they can last for 3 to 5 years without issue. Moreover, they're nearly half the price of processed grains. When needed, we can utilize a threshing machine to dehusk and mill them, ensuring freshness. Our village already possesses an old rice mill. We merely need to acquire 2 or 3 more efficient threshing machines and flour mills to complete the setup. This approach is cost-effective, efficient, and discreet. Liu Jun, upon hearing this, felt a surge of enlightenment and smacked his forehead with vigor. Look at my mind. After being away for so long, my thoughts have become rigid. I was solely focused on purchasing ready-made products and completely overlooked the most fundamental and reliable method, buying raw grains. What an excellent idea. Pengzi, your suggestion is pivotal. Truly, having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. No. Having a bird at home surpasses even a national treasure. His excitement rendered him somewhat incoherent. Su Yunpeng chuckled at the praise, a glimmer of pride illuminating his dark complexion. Well, I've merely been tending to our humble plot of land, engaging in the mundane affairs of daily life. Your experiences in the bustling city have broadened your perspective, focusing on grand strategies. It's understandable that the finer details may have slipped your mind. Each field has its specialization. However, this is no mere detail. It is fundamental to our survival. Liu Jun asserted earnestly. Thus, I entrust you with the procurement and storage of grains and oils, including millet and wheat, as well as the preparation of storage facilities and the acquisition of threshing and milling machines. I have faith in your vision and resources. As his thoughts flowed, his excitement grew. And what about oil? Cooking oil. We need not purchase an excessive quantity of bottled oil. Instead, let us buy rapeseed, soybeans, and peanuts directly. We can convert a room into an oil mill and acquire an electric oil press. In due time, we will produce our own rapeseed oil, peanut oil, and soybean oil, fresh and additive-free. We can even utilize the byproducts as animal feed or fertilizer. A cycle of sustainability. Su Junpeng noted Vigodusin, deeply impressed by Liu Jun's ability to draw parallels. Indeed, let us establish the oil mill. This is not a daunting task. Our village has 2 seasoned oil craftsmen who have not lost their skills. The necessary equipment is also easily obtainable. In this manner, we have successfully secured control over the 2 essential resources for survival, staples and oilseeds, establishing a small self-sustaining cycle. This brings a sense of reassurance. In the mountain hollow, the morning mist has dissipated and sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the 2 figures standing side by side. They have just finalized the most fundamental and critical aspect of survival in a post-apocalyptic world, though pressure still lingers. With a clear objective and the unwavering support of their comrades, the dark clouds that once loomed over their hearts have been rent asunder, revealing a ray of hope. Liu Jun opened the car door, exclaiming that there is no time to lose. Contact Boss Zhang and his brother. Arrange a meeting for today. He instructed. I will meet with Yongzi first. We must expedite matters regarding construction materials. Absolutely, Su Yunpeng replied, sliding into the passenger seat and promptly retrieving his phone. I will call now. We'll head to the county town this morning. With the engine roaring to life, the SUV veered away from the tranquil mountain hollow. After dropping Su Yunpeng at his home, they sped toward their respective goals. By the banks of the Dashui River, a race against time for survival and construction commenced, marked by the silent vow of the 3 brothers. The sun bathed the earth in light, while the serene mountain village remained in slumber. Only the 2 swiftly moving vehicles traversed the calm facade, racing toward a future filled with uncertainty yet brimming with hope. Chapter 16. Morning dawn of law enforcement, the profound impact and indescribable excitement from the reunion with his brothers the previous night kept Liu Yong awake for nearly the entire night. His mind was awash with apocalyptic information, construction plans, and the oaths exchanged among comrades. Just as dawn began to break, he finally succumbed to slumber, only to be abruptly awakened by the urgent ringing of his phone. It was a call from the director. Xiaolu, hurry to the town's vegetable market. 2 elderly women are fighting over a stall. The director's voice was tinged with exasperation. With a jolt, Liu Yong sat upright, the remnants of sleep vanishing in an instant. He acknowledged the call, swiftly donned his police uniform, hastily washed up, and without pausing for breakfast, grabbed his car keys and dashed out the door. The cool morning air greeted him, refreshing his groggy mind considerably. As he drove, the gentle breeze caressed him, and the invigorating scent of the countryside was intoxicating. Upon arriving at the market entrance, he found a throng of onlookers gathered in tightly packed circles, buzzing with incessant chatter. Liu Yong parked his vehicle at the roadside and navigated through the crowd. At the center of the commotion stood 2 elderly women, both with gray hair, fiercely confronting each other. One of them was familiar to him, Grandma Chio, a regular vendor of the market. Although they had been physically separated by bystanders, they were embroiled in a heated verbal exchange, spittle nearly flying between them. Liu Yong refrained from immediately intervening, drawing upon his extensive experience. He recognized that rash interference would only exacerbate the situation. Instead, he approached a nearby shopkeeper he knew and quietly inquired about the matter. The situation was straightforward. Grandma Chiu had long occupied this particular stall, but today, a newcomer had taken her place. When Grandma Chiu requested the intruder to vacate the spot, the latter not only refused but also responded with unkind words. Their disagreement escalated from a verbal spat to a physical tussle, culminating in the current scene of mutual insults. Liu Yong then turned his gaze towards the newcomer, who was stamping her feet in agitation, her finger nearly jabbing into Grandma Chiu's face, hurling a barrage of unpleasant words. Nearby, other elderly women attempted to mediate. Garlic bird, bean does not sing clothes. An elderly man also urged Grandma Chiu, "You can't win against her, garlic bird." Garlic bird. Unyielding, Grandma Chiu stood her ground, occasionally placing her hands on her hips, commanding with a fierce shout, "Retreat, retreat, retreat." At other times, she pointed at her opponent, defiantly retorting, "Rebound, rebound." Though her words were few, they struck hard, leaving the other woman visibly flustered and pale with anger. Once fully informed, Liu Yong calmly stepped between the two women. His tall stature and police uniform naturally commanded attention. The rowdy crowd and the two elderly adversaries instinctively lowered their voices upon noticing him, yet they continued to glare at each other, muttering under their breath. All right. Let us all take a breath." Liu Yong's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. He first gently pulled Grandma Chiu aside, speaking softly, "Grandma Chiu, why don't you take a moment to catch your breath and have some water? I'll have a word with this lady." Having reassured Grandma Chiu, he turned to address the agitated newcomer. "Madam," Liu Yong spoke with a calm yet resolute tone. "Although this market does not have a fixed stall fee, there is a monthly charge of 50 yuan for waste disposal, as maintaining our environment is a shared responsibility." Grandma Chiu had been selling here for some time, and everyone was aware of that. "You see, we cannot assert that the first person to arrive claims this spot, can we?" He gestured toward a vacant area slightly away from the entrance of the market. "There are plenty of empty spaces available. I can assist you in relocating there. It is spacious and will not hinder your business. What do you think?" The elderly woman's eyes flickered, and she seemed inclined to argue. Liu Yong's expression grew stern as he stated in an official manner, "If you believe this resolution is unsatisfactory, I will have to ask you both to accompany me to the police station for mediation. We will follow the proper procedures. Investigations will be conducted, and matters will be addressed accordingly." Upon hearing the mention of the police station, the elderly woman suddenly appeared deflated. She was already in the wrong and felt a sense of unease, hastily waving her hand. "Oh, never mind. It's too much trouble to go to the police station. I'll move to the front. Saying this, she promptly began to gather her belongings. Observing this, Liu Yong lent a hand, assisting her in relocating her items to the designated vacant spot. Although the elderly lady continued to mutter softly, her movements had noticeably quickened. After ensuring the new arrival was settled, Liu Yong returned to help Grandma Chiu safely place her vegetables back in their original position. Grandma Chiu regarded the tall, spirited young man before her, and the earlier irritation faded into the background, replaced by a radiant smile. "Little Liu, you've truly been a great help. You work so hard, running around every day. Have you found a significant other yet?" Liu Yong was momentarily taken aback by the question and chuckled shyly. "Grandma Chiu, considering the nature of my work, I barely have time to catch my breath, let alone pursue a relationship." Upon hearing this, Grandma Chiu's eyes brightened even more, and she enthusiastically replied, "Oh, that's perfect. I have a granddaughter, 24 years old, working over at the industrial park. She's lovely and has a great personality. How about I introduce you two sometime?" However, Liu Yong was preoccupied with the weight of impending doom pressing down on him, leaving no room for such thoughts. He quickly waved his hand, seeking an excuse. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Grandma Chiu. Perhaps next time. I really have urgent matters to attend to now. See you later." With that, he nearly fled, leaving Grandma Chiu, shaking her head in resignation and sighing. Back in the car, Liu Yong leaned against the driver's seat, releasing a long breath. While handling such neighborhood disputes was draining, it offered him a brief respite from the overwhelming burden of the impending apocalypse. He steadied himself, reached for his phone, and found Wong, the owner of AAA building materials, in his contacts. The call connected swiftly, and Wong's hearty laughter echoed through the line. "Oh, Officer Liu, so early. What can I do for you?" "Good morning, Wong. I'll get straight to the point," Liu Yong replied. "A friend of mine is planning to establish a farm in our village and requires a substantial quantity of building materials, including cement, rebar, and red bricks. If it's convenient for you, may I come by to discuss this?" "Absolutely. I'll be at the office by 8 o'clock. You can come directly to my office." Wong responded warmly. After hanging up the phone, Liu Yong hastily consumed a bowl of hot dry noodles and a cup of soybean milk at a roadside breakfast stall before driving to General Manager Wong's building materials company. Upon arrival, he found himself 10 minutes shy of 8 o'clock. The company's main entrance was already open, and he walked straight in. As he entered, he noticed a young woman standing by the water dispenser at the reception. Dressed in a fitted knee-length skirt and a white blouse, she was bending over somewhat awkwardly, struggling to lift a sealed bottle of water, cautiously attempting to affix it to the dispenser. Her posture appeared both clumsy and comical, as if she were fearful of soiling her attire. Chapter 17. The feeling of heartbeat. Liu Yong, without a moment's hesitation, took several strides forward and seized the heavy bucket. "Allow me." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he had already reached out, deftly securing the weighty container with ease. With a gentle exertion, he lifted and placed it, and with a satisfying click, the water bucket snugly settled into the water dispenser slot. Wang Xiu felt a sudden lightness in her hands as a powerful grip took hold of the bucket. Instinctively, she took a step back and lifted her gaze. Before her stood a man with a sharply defined visage, his complexion slightly tanned. Beneath thick brows, a pair of piercing eyes radiated determination. Standing at approximately 6 feet tall, he wore a short-sleeved police uniform, the fabric taut against his well-developed chest and arms, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. As he regarded her, Wang Xiu felt her cheeks warm uncontrollably. She quickly lowered her head, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible fluster. "Ah, thank you." Liu Yong set the water down and straightened up, finally taking in the girl before him. She appeared to be in her early 20s, her hair styled in a refreshing bun that framed her smooth forehead. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled like pools of clear spring water, and her delicate nose was complemented by subtly pursed, rosy lips. Though she stood without heels, her stature was graceful and commanding. The morning sunlight streamed through the glass door, casting a warm glow upon her, accentuating her exquisite silhouette. Liu Yong's gaze lingered on her for a moment, particularly drawn to her alluring curves. Suddenly aware of the inappropriateness of his attention, he swiftly averted his eyes, feeling a heat rise to his dark cheeks, fortunately masked by his deeper complexion. "Ahem. Hello." Liu Yong's voice emerged, slightly husky, betraying a hint of unease. He looked at Wang Xiu, awkwardly attempting to shatter the silence that hung between them. Wang Xiu offered a gentle smile, her lips curving in a delicate arc that exuded warmth and kindness. Her voice was melodious and inviting, lifting the spirits of those who heard it. "President Wang hasn't arrived yet. He asked me to come and open the door for you and specifically instructed me to prepare tea while waiting." Her soft and gentle words enveloped him like a refreshing breeze. Liu Yong nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Yes, thank you." His tone remained somewhat subdued, yet it bore a semblance of ease compared to before. Wang Xiu curiously scrutinized Liu Yong, noting his imposing figure and rugged appearance, which sparked a sense of intrigue within her. She blinked, a playful smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "Are you a police officer?" Liu Yong nodded, affirming, "Yes, I am." Habitually, he raised a hand to scratch the back of his head, an endearingly awkward gesture that contrasted amusingly with his formidable exterior, rendering him somewhat charming. Wang Xiu found herself amused by this small action, pondering how such a grown man could still exhibit such shyness. In that moment, the atmosphere grew subtly quiet. Liu Yong felt a twinge of self-consciousness under Wang Shiyu's crystalline gaze, uncertain whether she had noticed his momentary lapse in focus. At this moment, he found himself unable to meet those bright eyes, as if they concealed an extraordinary power capable of penetrating his innermost thoughts. Just as he grappled with what to say, the sound of a car engine shutting off echoed from outside. Liu Yong felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and turned to see none other than President Wang stepping out of the vehicle. President Wang. Liu Yong promptly approached. Officer Liu, you've arrived quite early. Come, let us ascend and converse. President Wang cheerfully patted Liu Yong on the shoulder, and the two exchanged pleasantries as they made their way inside. Passing the front desk, President Wang did not forget to instruct Shiyu, prepare 2 cups of fine tea to be brought up. Certainly, President Wang. Wang Shiyu replied, her gaze instinctively following the tall figure clad in police uniform. In the office on the 2nd floor, the two took their seats. President Wang got straight to the point. Liu, how extensive is your friend's farm? What specific materials will be needed, and what is the estimated quantity? Liu Yong had already contemplated these details the previous night and felt confident. President Wang. The current plan requires 10 tons of rebar, 200 tons of cement, and 100,000 red bricks. Additionally, we will need 10 tons of wire and 2,000 meters of wire mesh. President Wang picked up the calculator on the desk, his fingers moving swiftly. Let us see. Cement at 58,000, rebar at 28,000, bricks at 30,000, wire at 20,000, and wire mesh at 20,000. The total comes to 156,000. In that case, he generously waved his hand. Let's round it to a clean 150,000. I'll also throw in an extra 20,000 red bricks. I assure you, you won't find a better price in town. Although Liu Yong hadn't shopped around, he trusted President Wang's reputation and felt assured of the fairness of the price. What he needed most was time. President Wang, this price is trustworthy. However, I have one request. The delivery must be swift. It would be ideal to start shipping to Liu Family Village today, as my friend is pressing for it. Just then, the office door was gently pushed open. Wang Shiyu entered, carrying 2 steaming cups of tea with grace. President Wang, Officer Liu, please enjoy the tea, she said softly, placing the cups before them. Thank you, President Wang acknowledged with a nod. Thank you, Liu Yong echoed, his gaze lingering for a moment on the girl as lowered eyelashes. Wang Shiyu set down the tea, slightly bowed, and quietly exited, closing the door behind her. There is no issue with timing. President Wang lifted his teacup, blowing gently on the surface. I will arrange for the vehicle and personnel right away. We can begin delivering the first batch to your village this afternoon. I guarantee it won't delay your friend's matters. The two finalized the details, and Liu Yong immediately transferred a deposit of 100,000, agreeing to pay the remaining balance upon the complete delivery of goods. With matters settled, Liu Yong rose to take his leave. President Wang escorted him to the office door. As Liu Yong descended the stairs and approached the front desk, his steps involuntarily slowed. Wang Shiyu was absorbed in organizing the documents on her desk. Upon hearing his footsteps, she looked up. In that fleeting moment of their gazes meeting, it was as if a subtle current of electricity coursed through the air. Wang Shiyu's fair cheeks instantly flushed with a delicate hue reminiscent of a blossoming peach flower, and she quickly lowered her head, her long eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a startled butterfly. Liu Yong's heart skipped a beat, only to surge forth like a hammer striking, pounding violently within his chest. A wave of unfamiliar, tingling sensations swiftly spread from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet, causing his palm, which gripped the car keys, to break into a light sweat. In a moment of near panic, he nodded at Wang Shiyu and then hurriedly pushed the door open, slipping into his car. Once the door was closed, the confined space severed his connection to the outside world. Leaning back in the seat, his hand resting on the steering wheel, he could distinctly hear the thumping of his heart beneath it, resonating like a drum against his eardrums. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch his face, where the lingering warmth of the girl's bashful blush seemed to remain. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm the sudden flutter within him. Starting the engine, he gradually drove away. In the rearview mirror, the towering edifice of the building belonging to the construction company shrank into the distance, Yet the image of those shy, timid almond-shaped eyes remained vividly etched in his mind. This feeling. Could it be what they call falling in love? Chapter 18 Inventory. Liu Jun returned to Liu family village, making his way directly to the gate of Liu Yong's residence. The morning sunlight illuminated the peeling paint of the gate, revealing only a cold, heavy lock. Locked? Yongzi certainly left early, Liu Jun murmured to himself, realizing that Liu Yong was perhaps even more eager to embark on their endeavor. He had intended to discuss procurement details with his brother, but that plan would have to wait. Never mind, I shall return home and organize my thoughts. He turned around and retraced his steps along the familiar path through the village. Upon entering his own yard, he found his mother, Wang Surong, feeding the chickens, while his father, Liu Guodong, sat leisurely on a small stool at the door of the hall, indulging in a slow smoke. Yiqian was busily washing something in the backyard, the sound of rushing water filling the air. That, mom, im bag, Liu Yun klitzit. Ah, Yongzi isnt home? Liu Guodong inquired, lifting his gaze. Yes, the door is locked. He must have gone out on business, Liu Jun replied, his stride unbroken. I'll head inside and gather some things. Go on, Wang Surong said, scattering a handful of grain as the chickens eagerly clucked and pecked at the ground. Liu Jun returned to his room. Sunlight poured through the wooden window, casting warm patches of light on the floor. He pulled a chair up to his desk, retrieved a notebook and a pen, and began to untangle the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, meticulously documenting the pressing matters of survival. 1. Housing issue. The current dwelling is insufficient to accommodate the impending arrival of friends, relatives, and villagers. It is imperative to construct a sufficiently spacious house with well-defined partitions to ensure basic living conditions and privacy. This is the foundation of our existence. 2. Food storage. Core a substantial procurement of rice, flour, cooking oil, long-lasting canned goods, dried foods like cured meats and dried vegetables, salt, sugar, and seasonings is required. Pengzi is already coordinating the procurement of grains, but we must also stockpile some processed food for emergencies. 3. Village defense. The sole concrete road leading into the village is the lifeline and the first line of defense against potential threats. It must be reinforced and transformed urgently. We need to establish sturdy barricades and clear the slopes on either side, ideally constructing simple lookout points. This is vital for the survival of the entire village. We cannot afford any negligence. 4. Sustainable food sources. Relying solely on reserves is not a long-term solution. We must procure livestock, piglets, ducklings, goslings, fish fry, utilizing the village pond, as well as various seasonal vegetable seeds and rice seeds. Immediate restoration of farming and breeding practices is essential to establish an internal cycle. 5. Nutritional supplementation. A prolonged lack of fresh fruits and vegetables can lead to vitamin deficiencies. We need to purchase hardy, easy-to-manage fruit tree seedlings, such as oranges, pomelos, peach, and plum trees, to plant around the house or on cultivated slopes, preparing for future vitamin supplementation. 6. Tools and machinery. Construction, production, and maintenance are all reliant on tools. We must stockpile basic agricultural implements and hardware tools, including hoes, shovels, axes, saws, and hammers. Additionally, we may require threshing machines, flour mills, oil presses, and possibly backup power machinery, like diesel engines, to maintain operations. These are the very bones that support our endeavors. 7. Energy lifeline, solar power panels. In the aftermath of a cataclysmic blackout, the prospect of maintaining fundamental illumination, communication, and even the operation of certain essential machinery is paramount. It is imperative to procure and install as many resources as possible, including the necessary supporting battery packs and inverters. 8. Daily necessities and medications. Often overlooked, yet exceedingly crucial. Items such as soap, toothpaste, toilet paper, towels, sewing kits, candles, lighters, and solid alcohol must be stockpiled in abundance. Medications are vital for survival. Wound care supplies, iodine gauze, bandages, hemostatic powder, anti-inflammatory drugs like amoxicillin, antipyretics such as ibuprofen, antidiarrheal medications, antibiotics, as well as common chronic illness medications for hypertension, diabetes, etc., alongside vitamin tablets. 9. Utilization of the cave behind the mountain. The cave previously excavated behind the village, which remains warm in winter and cool in summer, is discreetly located with a narrow entrance, making it an ideal natural storage facility and safe haven. It requires prompt cleaning, reinforcement of the entrance, moisture-proofing within, and the establishment of rudimentary lighting as a reserve point for essential supplies and an emergency refuge. 10. Riverbank defense. Although the riverbanks of the overflowing river are muddy and the water flow is not excessively rapid, they are not entirely secure. The area to the east of the village, adjacent to the river, necessitates the installation of barriers, such as barbed wire and thorny bushes, or the arrangement of regular patrol points to prevent any zombies or ill-intentioned individuals from attempting to infiltrate via the waterway or riverbank. Upon completing these 10 points, Liu Jun paused, gazing at the densely written notes, a heavy sense of pressure enveloping him. He irritably ran his fingers through his hair, letting out a faint sigh. This was merely the most basic and urgent matters that came to his mind. The subsequent implementation of each item would involve countless details, procurement, manpower, and time, and they had a mere month. He forced himself to regain composure and began calculating his available funds. His own accessible savings amounted to 500,000. Liu Yong had mentioned last night that he could contribute 600,000. Su Yunpeng's investment in livestock was substantial, and his liquid funds were undoubtedly limited, making it unfeasible to expect a significant contribution from him at this time. The sale of his house and shop was urgent, yet the funds had not yet materialized. A loan from an online platform had a maximum borrowing limit of 800,000. Liu Jun managed a wry smile. He could only express gratitude for Boss Ma and this convenient lifeline, applying for the maximum amount without hesitation. Exhaling deeply, he set down his phone and calculated roughly 500,000, 600,000, 800,000, 0001, 900,000. This represented all the assets he could immediately mobilize. Faced with the extensive demands outlined in his list, this sum felt woefully inadequate. Thoughts of high-interest loans resurfaced, but he resolved to hold off for now, deciding to see how far this one, 9 million, could stretch before resorting to such measures. As he pondered over the list and numbers, his phone on the table rang. The screen illuminated with his sister's name. Liu Jun's tense demeanor softened slightly, and a warm smile graced his lips as he answered the call. "Hello, sister. Liu Yun." The lively and caring voice of Liu Wenqi came through the line. "I just heard from Mom that you and Qian returned to the hometown. What prompted such a sudden visit?" "Indeed, dear sister." Liu Jun endeavored to maintain a light-hearted tone. "Recently, there have been whispers from Yangsheng regarding the emergence of a new virus, causing widespread anxiety. I thought it prudent to return with Qian during this quiet season, to evade the looming storm and spend time with our parents and uncle." "Ah, I see. It's comforting to be home." Liu Wenqi expressed her understanding. She then swiftly redirected the conversation. "That rascal Xin, upon hearing that his uncle has returned, has been clamoring to come back and play with you. He scarcely wishes to focus on his studies, merely anticipating the holiday." Her tone was imbued with a mother's exasperation and fondness for her son. Liu Jun felt a surge of emotion and replied, "Sister, please assure Xin to concentrate on his examinations. Once he has completed them and the holiday begins, you might bring him back. I am contemplating organizing a modest celebration for Uncle's 70th birthday at the beginning of next month. It would be wonderful for the family to gather in joyful commotion. Since my elder brother has a shorter holiday, he can return a couple of days later." He deliberately emphasized the family gathering, as it served both as a legitimate justification and a reflection of his innermost desire to unite the family as much as possible before the impending storm. "Celebrating Uncle's birthday? Splendid." Liu Wenqi immediately concurred, deeming the idea excellent. "Uncle has worked tirelessly throughout his life. He deserves a proper celebration." "Very well. Once Xin has completed his exams, I shall bring him back, and he can assist you and Mother. I will speak with your elder brother and encourage him to arrange his schedule accordingly." "Have the specific dates been determined?" "Not entirely, but I'm considering the early days of next month." "In the coming days, I will post a message in our village's WeChat group to organize assistance and prepare in advance, Liu Jun responded. All right, you focus on your tasks. And simply inform me once the date is set. We shall reconnect then. Liu Wenqi concluded the call. Chapter 19. The past and present of the Daoshui River putting down his phone. The densely packed items on his checklist transformed from mere cold text to tangible matters of life and death. He resolved to immediately conduct a field investigation by the river at the eastern edge of the village. Item number 10 on the list, riverbank defense, required a pragmatic and workable plan. Mere theoretical discussions were utterly futile. Qianqian, he called as he pushed open the door, I'm heading to the riverbank for a stroll. Wait for me. Qianqian emerged from the kitchen, her hands still glistening with droplets of water, which she wiped on her apron. With nimble movements, she grabbed a wide-brimmed sun hat from behind the door and secured it atop her head. I'll join you. I can't be of much help indoors, so I might as well accompany you for some fresh air. The two walked side by side out of the courtyard. The morning sun of early summer was already quite formidable, pouring down unabated with a searing intensity. The wild grasses along the roadside, nourished by abundant rain and sunlight, grew exceptionally lush, nearly engulfing the narrow path of the fields. The rice seedlings in the paddies shimmered a vibrant green, swaying gently in the breeze, painting a picture of vitality. As they chatted, they traversed a sparse grove and passed through several fields that were not meticulously tended, the scent of damp earth mingling with that of fresh grass. After walking approximately 300 meters, a continuous and powerful sound gradually became distinct, overpowering the chirping of insects and the songs of birds. The rushing sound of the river water. The Daoshui River came into view. The scene before him revealed a river that was a third wider than he remembered from his childhood, with a noticeably deepened riverbed. The water flowed tumultuously, swirling with sediment and churning up muddy waves, surging downstream with a thunderous roar. The murky water was unfathomable, having entirely lost its former clarity. He pointed to a small, narrow area near the bank that had drastically diminished, his tone imbued with profound regret and a sense of nostalgia for what had once been. Qianqian, look, it used to be here. This entire bend was once a vast expanse of fine, white sand, as if laid with gold, soft beneath our feet. In the summer, we wild boys would run barefoot, rolling about and digging sand pits. Back then, the river water was crystal clear. If you approached, you could distinctly see the colorful pebbles at the bottom, along with schools of small fish and shrimp darting among the aquatic plants. When the sunlight hit, the water's surface sparkled, dazzling the eyes. Qianqian followed the direction of his finger, and all she could see now was a pitiful remnant of darkened sand clinging stubbornly to the bank, while most of the riverbank had been eroded into steep earthen slopes, exposing deep brown, wet soil and sharply defined stones. The murky river water crashed violently against the bank, churning up dirty foam. Where was the clarity of yesteryears? Now only this rolling yellow broth remained, nearly consuming the sand itself. Liu Jun let out a heavy sigh, his voice imbued with nostalgia for the past and a sense of helplessness regarding the present. In recent years, the relentless pursuit of construction, building homes, paving roads, and extracting sand and stone had ravaged the riverbed, leaving it pockmarked and deeply gouged. The once extensive sandy beaches had long been stripped away, disappearing into oblivion with every scoop of the excavator. Had it not been for the government's stringent decree prohibiting riverbed extraction, this river might have lost even the last remnants of its sandy bottom. He gazed at the turbulent, murky waters, his words laden with the weight of humanity's insatiable demands on nature, which at times seemed utterly reckless, draining the essence of the river. Qianqian quietly linked her arm with his, leaning gently against him, her gaze following the ceaselessly rushing muddy waters, her eyes reflecting a yearning for the beautiful childhood she never had. In our hometown, we lacked any proper sandy rivers. There was a river named Zhanghe, which was essentially a large reservoir. During years of drought, the reservoir would open its gates to save the downstream farmlands. I remember watching television as children from other places collected beautiful shells, caught crabs brandishing their pincers, and built castles on the sandy shores. How envious I was. I always felt that such rivers possessed a soul, serving as the paradise every child deserved. Upon hearing this, Liu Jun tightened his embrace around his wife's shoulders, his gaze turning toward the churning river, as his thoughts seemed to traverse the dusty corridors of time, returning to a summer filled with the cacophony of cicadas and the refreshing coolness of the river water. Indeed, the river now is far from beautiful. The river of my childhood was truly splendid. In the shallow waters along the bank, the flow was gentle and languid. During the scorching summer, when the sun drained our energy, we, a group of little friends, would shed our clothes and leap into the cool shallows, fishing and catching shrimp, turning over large stones to find hiding crabs, often getting pinched and squealing in surprise. The girls would wear little dresses, playing in the vast expanses of sun-warmed golden sand, jumping rope and collecting colorful pebbles smoothed by the river's embrace. Beside the bank lay a sprawling expanse of lush green grass, where farmers tethered their cattle to sturdy trees, allowing them to leisurely graze on the grass, swatting flies with their tails. By the time we returned, utterly exhausted and covered in sand, the cattle's bellies were round and heavy from their feasting. As he recounted these memories, a warm, distant expression emerged on his face, a smile gracing his lips as if the crystal-clear waters, the soft, warm sands, and the carefree laughter were vividly alive before him. Qianqian nestled quietly against him, her head resting on his shoulder, absorbing the deep nostalgia that resonated in his tone for the beauty that had slipped away. The murky waters shimmered under the blazing sun, swirling with silt and mud carried from upstream, flowing relentlessly onward, indifferent to the reminiscences and sighs of the bank. As the couple walked back along the riverbank, Liu Jun's gaze shifted from the murky waters to the surrounding topography and the undulating silhouettes of the mountains. As he walked, his mind raced with calculations, constructing a future defense system while comparing his past survival experiences with the current terrain. Upon nearing the village entrance, he found the landscape resembling a natural bottleneck. The path into the village abruptly narrowed here, flanked by mountains that loomed like the arms of a giant, converging to form a natural pass. Liu Jun halted, raising his hand to point at the lush, steep mountainsides on either side, exclaiming to Qianqian, "Qianqian, observe the topography here." His voice brimmed with excitement. These mountains serve as nature's finest barrier. They converge here like a grand door. We simply need to utilize this doorframe effectively. He guided Qianqian to the foot of the mountain on the side of the pass, gesturing with precision. On these slopes, we must select suitable positions to bury robust steel pipes, at least the width of a bowl. They must be buried deep, over 1.5 meters, with concrete bases to ensure they are as sturdy as roots. These steel pipes will serve as our primary supports. Then, his fingers traced an arc in the air, as if envisioning the completed structure. Surrounding these main supports, we shall erect a formidable barbed wire fence. The mesh must be fine, with a height exceeding 3 meters. But that is not enough. Have you noticed the dense thickets of thorns, wild roses, and spiny shrubs on the mountains? They are our natural defensive weapons. We need to organize manpower to carefully excavate and transplant them in clusters on both sides of the wire fence, allowing their vines to climb and intertwine with it, forming a living, ever-growing barrier of thorns, thick and dense, bristling with spikes. Not to mention humans. Even wild beasts attempting to force their way through would be scraped raw. This is exponentially more effective than mere barbed wire in terms of deterrence and practicality. He stepped onto the central path, pointing to the ground beneath him. Here lies the doorway of this natural pass, where we must construct a robust iron gate. It need not be extravagant, but it must be sufficiently thick and solid. The hinges should be deeply embedded and reinforced, preferably with bearings for smooth operation. The gate itself should be welded from thick rebar, adorned with various spikes to ensure it cannot be easily climbed or breached. Behind the gate, we shall design a sturdy latch and locking mechanism, with a robust bolt securing it in emergencies. With this gate, alongside the thorny wire fence walls on either slope, our village's rear will be effectively enclosed, creating a relatively safe courtyard wall. His gaze shifted toward the deeper mountains, where the vegetation was denser and more profound. As for the perimeter, especially near the forest's edge, we must not let our guard down. We need to excavate deep pits along those concealed paths that might be approached by intruders or creatures. The pits must be deep. The openings should be cleverly camouflaged with branches, loose soil, and fallen leaves, making them difficult to detect. This will not only deter unwelcome guests, but if luck is on our side, a wild smile crept across his lips. We might even catch those wild boars descending from the mountains to ravage the crops. In our mountainous region, wild boars are plentiful, roaming in formidable packs and wreaking havoc. Capturing one would serve a dual purpose, alleviating the threat they pose to our crops while enhancing the diet of our villagers with precious meat, pure and untainted by pollution. You could almost inhale the tantalizing aroma of roasted wild boar. Yiqian listened intently as her husband articulated his well-structured and confident plan. Her gaze captivated by the spark of determination and hope illuminating his eyes. The poised demeanor he exhibited was a stark contrast to the man who had been jolted from slumber by nightmares just the day before. A warm current surged within her, prompting an involuntary smile that graced her lips, her eyes and brow radiating a sense of contentment. Nothing brought her greater joy and reassurance than witnessing the revival of the one she adored, brimming with vigor. Glancing at her watch, she noted that the sun was nearing its zenith. "Oh, it's almost noon," Yiqian softly reminded. "Indeed, we should return." Liu Jun nodded, taking his wife's hand. The couple exchanged no further words, their fingers interlaced, treading the dirt path towards the village, where wisps of smoke curled gracefully into the sky. Chapter 20 Foundation. Upon returning home, the two pushed open the courtyard gate and beheld their father, Liu Guodong, seated on a small stool at the entrance of the main hall, his brow furrowed as he focused intently on his phone screen, occasionally tapping it, completely absorbed in a game of do-di-ju. The familiar sound of clattering utensils emerged from the backyard, a rhythmic collision of spatula against ironwalk, wafting the delightful aroma of stir-fried dishes. Their mother, Wang Serong, was busy at the stove. Seeing this, Yiqian removed her sun hat and hastily entered the kitchen. "Mom, let me assist you." Liu Jun, not entering the house, settled down beside his father, quietly watching him play cards. The sunlight poured into the courtyard, with only the sporadic electronic sounds of not good and bomb from the phone mingling with the cooking sound from the kitchen. Before long, Yiqian peeked her head out of the kitchen. "Jun, dinner will be ready soon. Please call Uncle over." Liu Jun responded and got up to summon his uncle for dinner, just as the family had not yet finished their meal. A loud truck horn from outside shattered the tranquility of the rural afternoon. Liu Jun immediately set down his bowl and chopsticks. "I'll go take a look." He strode out of the courtyard. At the village entrance on the cement road, 5 large trucks draped in gray-green tarpaulins, their bodies covered in dust, were parked. The driver of the leading vehicle, a dark-skinned man clad in a work vest, leaned out of the window, scanning the surroundings. "Liu Yong, excuse me. Are you looking for someone?" The driver gave him a once-over. "Delivering red bricks." The boss said to deliver them to Lijiakin for a guy named Liu Yong, and to find a place to unload. "Oh, the bricks I ordered," Liu Jun quickly explained, secretly admiring Liu Yong's efficiency. He pointed to a vacant plot in the village center, typically used for drying grain and stacking firewood. "You can unload them there. I'll show you the way." The driver nodded and withdrew into the cab. Liu Jun led the way, the 5 trucks resembling a cumbersome steel dragon as they slowly entered the village, advancing steadily along the village road, ultimately stopping at the designated empty space. The thunderous roar of the engines and the screeching of brakes attracted the curious gazes of several nearby villagers. "Unload here?" The driver jumped down, confirming with a gesture towards the vacant land. "Yes, thank you, gentlemen," Liu Jun nodded. The drivers worked swiftly, untying the tarpaulin ropes and raising the truck beds. Amidst the clattering sounds and the rise of a faint red dust cloud, heavy stacks of red bricks cascaded down onto the ground. The unloading proceeded rapidly, and soon 5 trucks transformed into little hills of red bricks, standing out prominently on the vacant land. The trucks rumbled away, stirring up a cloud of dust as they departed from the village. Observing the rapidly accumulating brick mounds, Liu Jun took out his phone and called Liu Yong. Once connected, he learned that Liu Yong had already finalized the cement, steel, and other construction materials, arranging for vehicles to transport them in succession. The construction of their home had to be prioritized immediately. At that moment, Liu Yong approached, hands clasped behind his back, and gazed at the suddenly emerging hills of red bricks with a furrowed brow. "Jun, what are you planning to do with so many bricks?" he inquired, his tone laced with confusion and curiosity. Liu Jun had long been prepared with his speech, a natural smile gracing his face. "Uncle, it's like this. My friend Yongzi, along with Pengzi from the neighboring village, and I have been contemplating the establishment of a farm at home. We intend to raise some livestock and cultivate a few crops, which would serve as a means of livelihood. This brick is intended for the construction of the farm." He paused for a moment and added, "I would also trouble you to assist in notifying the team about this. Given our remote location, there is no possibility of demolition. The procedure shouldn't be overly complicated. It's not as if we're constructing a residential building, merely setting up some production facilities. A simple heads up to the team to keep a record should suffice." Upon hearing this, Liu Yong did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed deeply at Liu Jun, his eyes seeming to penetrate beneath the surface. After a brief moment, he uttered a sound of acknowledgement and, without further inquiry, turned and strolled away leisurely. Liu Jun watched his uncle's retreating figure, understanding that this rationale might not entirely quell the old captain's doubts. But for now, it was the best he could offer. He then dialed Su Yunpeng's number. "Pengzi, how did the negotiations for the grains and oils go?" On the other end, Su Yunpeng's voice brimmed with excitement. "It's settled. We've agreed on 30 tons of rice and 10 tons of wheat, calculated at 1 yuan per jin. We also secured 10 tons of rice and 5 tons of flour. However, the boss mentioned it would take 2 days to adjust the goods." "Excellent. Do we have enough funds?" Liu Jun inquired with concern. "Alas, most of the money is tied up in the sheep," Su Yunpeng sighed. "I only have about 200,000 on hand. The total for this batch of grains comes to 152,000. The boss was generous, rounding it down to a neat 150,000. "I paid a deposit of 50,000, and I'll settle the remainder once the goods are ready." "All right, just let me know if it's insufficient. I'll cover the final payment," Liu Jun advised. "And one more thing, hasten to bring your excavator over. The site for the baking house requires groundwork, and we're in dire need of that big machine." "Understood. I'll tidy up and head over right away." Su Junpeng zponde dicc vin. In the ensuing hours, the small village of Daoshui became extraordinarily lively. Trucks laden with cement, flatbeds transporting steel bars, and vehicles continuously delivering red bricks streamed into the village. The cacophony of machinery and the dust clouds they stirred became the prevailing symphony. Bags of cement were neatly stacked on one side of the open space, their gray-white edges starkly contrasting the adjacent mound of red bricks. The steel bars were unloaded closer to the construction site, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Although the weather forecast predicted sunny days ahead, Liu Jun remained apprehensive. He specifically requested a truck driver to bring back a large roll of heavy-duty plastic sheeting to cover the moisture-sensitive cement piles. Around 1 in the afternoon, Liu Yong returned to the village, weary yet determined. Foregoing pleasantries, the two immediately convened to discuss the precise location for the new construction. They quickly reached a consensus. The new house would be built on the site of the previously abandoned baking house, a structure once used for curing tobacco leaves. This location was relatively open, close to the village's core, and the old site needed clearing. The two approached their uncle, reiterating the chosen location and their intentions for the construction of the farm. Liu Yong nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his understanding. Liu Yong promptly contacted a familiar construction team owner to arrange for the foundation work. Not long after hanging up the phone, a series of thumping sounds echoed at the village entrance. Su Yunpeng drove his somewhat antiquated yellow excavator, leisurely making its way into the village, heading straight for the site of the former curing house. The excavator's massive bucket roared downwards, commencing the removal of the remnants of crumbling walls, overgrown weeds, and accumulated debris. Amidst the swirling dust, the dilapidated site was swiftly cleared. By around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the construction crew, contacted by Liu Yong, also arrived. A small van, filled with workers, parked nearby, and a middle-aged foreman, donned in a safety helmet and with sun-kissed skin, jumped out. He circled the site of the old curing house several times, occasionally crouching to grasp a handful of soil for examination, engaging in hushed conversations with those nearby. Subsequently, he directed the workers to take out lime powder, skillfully marking white lines on the ground to delineate the foundation's boundaries and excavation's depth. Another excavator was en route and would soon arrive to dig the foundation pit. The foreman informed Liu Yong and Liu Jun. The villagers at home, particularly the elderly and children, were drawn to the ongoing commotion. They gathered at the edge of the clearing, observing the industrious machinery and towering piles of building materials, engaging in lively discussion. "Oh, are they constructing a grand house? Xiaojun, Yongzi, what is all this about? Why buy so many things?" Someone interjected. Liu Jun, Liu Yong, and Su Yunpeng chuckled and reiterated the explanation they had given to their uncle about their plans to establish a farm together. "Oh, a farm, I see." The villagers replied, enlightenment dawning upon them as they gazed at the long-abandoned site of the curing house. Since that land had been neglected, they thought, why not let them proceed? Curiosity and a hint of anticipation adorned the faces of the onlookers, and there were no objections, only the recognition of the considerable noise. After all, this remote village had not witnessed such a flurry of vehicles and machinery in many years. Before long, another brand-new medium-sized excavator arrived at the scene, its enormous treads crushing the ground beneath. The two excavators, one old and one new, commenced their thunderous work under the foreman's command, targeting the land within the lime-marked boundaries. The robust mechanical arms swung vigorously, and the sturdy buckets devoured the earth, fresh dark brown soil being continuously unearthed and piled at the edge of the pit. Trucks continued to come and go, unloading new building materials. The cacophony of diesel engines roaring, the sharp sounds of metal clashing, the shouts of workers, and the murmurs of villagers melded into a vibrant symphony, as if Legiacan had been injected with a potent stimulant, plunging into a long-lost, dust-filled hustle and bustle. The air was thick with a mingled sense of earth, diesel, and fresh building materials. Chapter 21. Blueprint. A few individuals busied themselves around the site of the old roasting house throughout the afternoon. The cacophony of the excavator's roar, the foreman's shouts, and the clattering of trucks unloading merged into a symphony of labor, with dust swirling in the air. As the sun began to dip behind the western hills, casting shadows over the land, Liu Jun pulled out his phone to check the time. It was nearly 7 o'clock. "Masters," Liu Jun raised his voice, calling to the foreman and the excavator operator who were still hard at work. "Let us call it a day. Thank you all for your hard work. Tomorrow, I kindly request everyone to arrive early so we can strive to complete the foundation pit in one day. Is that agreeable?" The foreman wiped the sweat and grime from his face and readily replied, "Absolutely. No problem. We'll be here by 7 tomorrow, and we'll give it our all to ensure it's done." Su Yunpeng jumped down from his somewhat antiquated excavator and stretched his aching back. Liu Yong also brushed off the dirt clinging to his clothes. The three of them were drenched in sweat, which mingled with dust to form dark patches on their garments, and their faces bore traces of mud. "Looking like this, I need to find a place to wash up," Su Yunpeng remarked, grinning. "Yongzi, is it convenient to go to your place?" "Of course. Let us go." Liu Yong nodded in agreement. Liu Jun, feeling similarly grimy, chimed in, "All right then. You two head to Yongzi's house to clean up, and after that, come straight to my home for dinner. My mother has surely prepared a lavish feast." Upon returning home, Liu Jun quickly took a refreshing cold shower, washing away the fatigue and dirt of the day. Dinner was indeed sumptuous. Wang Serong, concerned for the weary youths, had specially arranged a table laden with dishes. A large platter of glossy braised chicken, fragrant beef stew with potatoes, steaming white rib and yam soup, a delicately steamed fish, refreshing hot and sour lotus root, and vibrant stir-fried greens. The staple foods included aromatic rice and thick rice porridge. The three of them, along with Liu Jun's parents and Yi Qianqian, gathered around the table. After a long day of toil, hunger took precedence over conversation, and they focused intently on their meal. Liu Jun, Liu Yong, and Su Yunpeng each opened a bottle of chilled beer, savoring it alongside the dishes, which alleviated much of their weariness. Once they were satiated, a sense of comfort enveloped them. After dinner, Su Yunpeng glanced at the darkening sky and, having consumed some alcohol, said, It's getting late. I'll stroll back slowly. It's a good way to wear off the effects of the drink. Driving wouldn't be safe. Liu Jun and Liu Yong did not insist on keeping him longer. After bidding farewell to Su Yunpeng, Liu Jun and Liu Yong returned to Liu Jun's room. Liu Jun retrieved the list he had prepared earlier in the afternoon, took a photograph of it, and sent it to Su Yunpeng, entrusting him with the procurement of juvenile livestock, fish fry, fruit trees, and agricultural machinery, while transferring 300,000 yuan to him, instructing him to let him know if additional funds were needed. He then handed his notebook to Liu Yong. Under the soft glow of the light, Liu Yong carefully reviewed it. "All right, Xiao Jun, you've thought this through quite thoroughly." He nodded, returning the list to Liu Jun. "It's mostly complete. We've covered the essentials. Any minor items we can address later as needed." After a long day of exertion, they exchanged a few brief words before retiring for the night. The entire village, after the thunderous clamor of machinery subsided, fell into a deep slumber. The night passed without incident. On June 12th, at 6 o'clock in the morning, the sound of Liu Jun's alarm clock roused him from his slumber. He rose quietly from his bed and stepped outside to freshen up. The cool air of early summer morning invigorated him. He hopped onto his father's motorcycle parked in the yard and set off towards the town. The breakfast stalls in the town had already come alive with activity. Liu Jun, well acquainted with the area, purchased golden fried dough sticks, steaming hot soy milk, a basket of small steam buns, a few glutinous rice chickens, 2 portions of 3-flavor tofu skin, and several freshly fried crispy dumplings. As he returned home, laden with breakfast, his parents had already risen. Checking the time, it was still not yet 6:30. Liu Jun entered his room and gently roused Qianqian. "Qianqian, wake up. I brought back breakfast." The family gathered around the 8 immortals table in the living room to begin their meal. In the hustle of daily life, breakfast was consumed swiftly. Liu Jun also prepared a portion for Liu Yong, packed neatly in a bag, and set off towards his home. Before reaching Liu Yong's house, he spotted him standing with his hands behind his back, deep in thought over the foundation pit that had been excavated the previous day. As Liu Jun approached, he noticed that the pit had been roughly outlined according to the lime lines, fresh soil piled at its edges, exuding a damp aroma. Upon seeing Liu Jun with breakfast in hand, Liu Yong came forward. "Here, eat it while it's warm." Liu Jun handed over the meal. As they stood in the gentle light of the rising sun, savoring their warm breakfast, they discussed the specifics of the house construction plans while observing the partially dug foundation. "I envision building 20 small rooms of 8 square meters each, along with 10 slightly larger rooms of around 10 square meters. Each room would be equipped with bunk beds, similar to school dormitories, allowing for ample sleeping arrangements. Coupled with the existing vacant and older houses in the village, we should comfortably accommodate around 200 people. We can also allocate the remaining space for several bathrooms." Liu Yong nodded, swallowing a mouthful of bun. "This plan is practical," he replied, then glanced at the sky. "However, the scale of this project is considerable. I wonder if we can complete it within a month? It'd be a great achievement if we could erect the main structure." Liu Jun shared his concerns about the tight timeline. "Indeed, we need to consult the construction team leader thoroughly to determine the quickest approach." Liu Yong, being a man of action, promptly retrieved his phone and dialed the construction team leader's number. On the call, he conveyed Liu Jun's ideas and requirements, emphasizing the urgency of completing the main structure within a month. After a moment of contemplation, the leader responded, "Liu, to erect the main structure of a brick concrete house with over 20 rooms in a month is indeed a tight schedule. Labor and processes cannot be arranged so swiftly. I recommend considering a light steel structure. This material is prefabricated in the factory and can be assembled on-site like building blocks, eliminating the time-consuming tasks of wall construction and pouring floor slabs. The framework and roof panels can be installed quickly, ensuring that the main structure can definitely be completed within a month." He paused before adding, "However, if you're looking for speed, it will require a considerable workforce, and labor costs may be higher. The finishing might be a bit rough." Liu Yong switched to speakerphone, allowing Liu Jun to hear clearly. They exchanged a glance and swiftly reached a consensus. During these extraordinary times, labor costs were secondary. Safety and practicality took precedence, while aesthetics could be considered later. "Agreed, boss. As you instructed, we will utilize light steel. Liu Yong asserted decisively over the phone. The renovation will be minimal, just whitewashed walls and a leveled cement floor sufficient for walking. We will first lay out the water and electrical pipelines to ensure basic utilities. There will be no need for any elaborate decorations. We desire swiftness. Understood. I shall contact the light steel manufacturer immediately to expedite the drawings and materials. The boss readily agreed. As he hung up, the clock struck 7, and the excavator operator arrived punctually at the site. Shortly thereafter, Su Yunpeng also made his appearance. The two excavators roared to life, commencing the final adjustments and deepening of the foundation pit, preparing for the imminent reinforcement work. Liu Yong glanced at the time and remarked, "Liu Jun, I must report to the station first. I will return to assist." With that, he headed towards the parking area at the village entrance. Liu Jun, meanwhile, remained occupied. He retrieved the procurement list from the previous day, detailing various practical books, such as those on cultivation, livestock husbandry, mechanical repair, and basic medical manuals, alongside miscellaneous daily necessities and tools, creating a separate list to hand over to each Qianqian. Qianqian, these items are rather scattered. Please purchase them online. Each Qianqian accepted the list, examining it carefully. All right, leave it to me. Liu Jun then returned to his room, opened his phone, and diligently researched information on solar power panels, including brands, wattage, prices, and the necessary accompanying equipment, such as batteries and inverters. This decision was crucial for the future energy supply and required careful consideration. Throughout the day, Daoshui River Village remained enveloped in a bustling rhythm. Trucks delivering light steel materials began to arrive in succession, stacking alongside the cement and red bricks brought in the previous day. The village's narrow roads necessitated extra caution as the trucks maneuvered in and out, with horns blaring and engines roaring. Upon returning from the station, Liu Yong immediately immersed himself in coordination and assistance. The excavators operated by Su Yunpeng and the foreman worked in perfect harmony, making swift progress on the foundation pit. By 6 in the evening, as the sun's last rays illuminated the construction site, a foundation pit conforming to the specifications had been excavated, quietly awaiting the arrival and binding of steel reinforcements the following day. The machinery's thunder gradually subsided, and the dust that had danced throughout the day slowly settled. Thus, a day filled with busyness and fulfillment concluded under the sunset's glow. The air was imbued with the scent of earth, steel, and sweat, mingled with a hint of anticipation for tomorrow. Chapter 22. Letting go on the morning of June 13th. The air in Liu family village was still imbued with the refreshing coolness of dew. Beside the foundation pit, Liu Jun and Liu Yong, clad in old clothes speckled with mud, bent down alongside the workers, hoisting cold steel bars into their designated positions. The atmosphere was rich with the scent of metal and freshly turned earth, as the workers skillfully tied the rebar together with wire, producing a crisp clattering sound. Sunlight streamed down, casting clear shadows of the nascent steel framework upon ground. Liu Jun wiped the sweat from his brow, intending to speak with Liu Yong, when suddenly his phone in his pocket rang. He pulled it out to see the name of the agent, Wang Pengzi, flashing on the screen. A flicker of anticipation stirred within him, prompting him to press the answer button. "Hello, Manager Wang." "Ah, Liu Zong. Good news. Excellent news." Wang Pengzi's voice crackled with excitement, nearly reaching a higher pitch. The background noise suggested he was animatedly pounding the table. "The client I brought to see your property yesterday is extremely satisfied. Without any hesitation, they are ready to sign the contract and make the payment today. It will be convenient for you to come by. Let us expedite the paperwork." The weight that had been hanging over Liu Jun's heart finally lifted, but it was swiftly replaced by an indescribable complexity of emotions. Drawing a deep breath, he replied, "Great. Manager Wang, I appreciate your efforts. I will book a flight immediately and aim to arrive in Yangcheng by noon. We can handle the transfer in the afternoon, correct?" "Absolutely. No problem at all. Rest assured. I will take care of everything on my end. It will go smoothly," Wang Pengzi assured him, his voice radiating the joy of sealing a significant deal. After ending the call, Liu Jun turned to Liu Yong, who was holding a roll of tying wire, looking at him with a questioning gaze. "Yongzi, There's a buyer for the house in Yangcheng, and I'm heading over today to finalize the paperwork. Liu Yun spoke succinctly, maintaining a calm demeanor, though a subtle ripple of emotion in his eyes did not escape Liu Yong's notice. This was one of the hard-earned assets that his brother had accumulated over many years of toil. Go ahead. I'll keep an eye on things here. Liu Yong firmly patted Liu Jun's shoulder, their unspoken understanding resonating between them. He recognized the weight and necessity of this relinquishment. Liu Jun nodded, refraining from further words, and strode purposefully back home, his pace noticeably quicker than usual. Upon returning home, he retrieved his phone, swiftly scrolling through the screen to check flight information. Time was of the essence, and he selected 2 tickets for the next flight to Yangcheng. Hearing the commotion, Qianqian emerged from their room and immediately grasped the situation upon seeing her husband booking tickets. Are you heading back? Yes, a buyer is interested in the house, and we need to handle the paperwork today. Liu Jun replied as he continued with the booking. The transfer requires both of us. Qianqian's expression dimmed momentarily, but she quickly nodded. All right, I'll gather the documents. Liu Jun called out to the room, Danom. Qianqian and I have a pressing matter and must return to Yangcheng. He refrained from mentioning the sale of the house, knowing that his parents had worked tirelessly throughout their lives and placed great value on property. Learning of the sale would undoubtedly provoke worry and questions, adding unnecessary stress. Oh, is it that urgent? Be careful on the road, Liu Guodong advised. Are you coming back tonight? Wang Serong inquired. They should be able to return by evening, Liu Yun replied. Having secured their tickets, the 2 swiftly gathered their identification cards, property deeds, household registration books, and all other pertinent documents, placing them into a file. With no excess baggage, they carried only a small personal bag. Starting the car, the engine roared as they drove out of the village, heading towards the airport. The pastoral scenery outside the window rapidly receded, while Liu Jun gripped the steering wheel tightly, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This journey marked a formal farewell to their previous lives. Upon arriving at Yangcheng Airport, it was nearly noon. The humid air, tinged with exhaust fumes, enveloped them, starkly contrasting with the freshness of Lujia village. Both felt little appetite, but to maintain their energy, they quickly found a clean fast food restaurant nearby to hastily consume lunch. They then hailed a taxi straight to Wang Pengzi's agency. Upon entering, they found Wang Pengzi seated behind his desk, voraciously consuming a fast food meal from a disposable container. Beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, clearly having just returned from a busy engagement. Upon seeing Liu Jun and Qianqian, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly finished the last few bites, wiped his mouth clumsily, and greeted them warmly. Boss Liu, Missy, you truly are remarkably swift. You've arrived so quickly. Wang Pengzi beamed, ushering them to sit while swiftly clearing away the remnants of his meal. Would you like some water? Allow me to pour it for you. No need to trouble yourself, Manager Wang. Liu Jun waved his hand, getting straight to the point. When can we expect the buyer? Scheduled for 1:30. It's soon. Wang Pengzi glanced at his watch, then recalled something, pulling out a document from his drawer. By the way, Boss Liu, I have inquiries about your property from another party as well, though nothing is finalized yet. How about we sign this transfer agreement first? You can leave the price section blank for now. Once it's settled, I'll fill it in for you, saving you a trip later. Rest assured, everything will follow the proper protocols. Liu Jun took the agreement, quickly reviewing the main terms to ensure accuracy. Understanding Wang Pengzi's intention, he recognized that this would indeed alleviate future complications. He picked up a pen and signed his name as the transferor, leaving a vivid red fingerprint beside it. Qianqian also signed as a co-owner nearby. All right, then I entrust this to you, Manager Wang. If the price is agreeable, proceed without my further involvement. Liu Jun handed the signed agreement back to Wang Pengzi. Rest assured, I'll take care of it. Your satisfaction is guaranteed, Wang Pengzi assured, carefully storing the agreement. Just past 1:30, the buyer arrived punctually. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a polo shirt and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of shrewdness. He spoke little and had a rather straightforward demeanor, clearly already approving of both the property and its price. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Pengzi led both parties directly to the Housing Management Bureau. The process at the Bureau was intricate yet efficient. They took a number, stood in line, submitted materials, verified identities, signed documents, and placed their fingerprints. The staff maintained impassive expressions, moving swiftly. Liu Jun and Yi Qianqian quietly cooperated, observing the familiar documents being passed back and forth at the counter. As the final procedure concluded, Liu Jun gazed at the bank notification on his phone screen. 1,600,000 yuan. The cascade of numbers struck his heart like a colossal stone. There was no elation, only an indescribable pang of sorrow and emptiness. This house was not merely a structure of steel and concrete. It embodied their aspirations upon first arriving in Yangcheng, chronicling the hardships of their entrepreneurial beginnings and their subsequent modest successes. The walls seemed to echo with the laughter from when they handpicked the paint and designed the layout. Yi Qianqian stood silently beside him, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment, her complexion somewhat pallid. This was the foundation they had toiled for years to build. And now, for a fleeting yet burdensome future, they were relinquishing it with their own hands. "Let us go," Liu Jun said, tucking his phone back into his pocket and clasping Yi Qianqian's cool hand. There were still trivial matters to attend to. They proceeded to the gas company to complete the transfer, then returned to the community property management to finalize the utilities. Ultimately, they returned to the house that had just changed ownership. Upon opening the door, the familiar atmosphere enveloped them. They entered silently, as if to perform a final farewell pilgrimage. Liu Jun conducted a thorough check to ensure no vital belongings were overlooked, while Yi Qianqian meandered gently, her fingers brushing against the smooth walls and the edge of the kitchen countertop, her eyes filled with reluctance. Every brick and tile, every lamp and ornament bore her devotion. She approached the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, gazing out at the familiar urban landscape, her eyes finally glistening with unshed tears, a thin veil of mist clouding her vision. Liu Jun stepped behind her, gently enveloping her in his embrace. He could feel the tremor of her body and her reluctance. "Do not be saddened," his deep voice whispered in her ear. "Old things must depart for new ones to arrive. We shall have a better and safer home. All of this is for our future together." His arms tightened around her, conveying a silent promise of support. Yi Qianqian leaned against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, and when she opened them again, though traces of sadness lingered, there was also a newfound resolve. She turned to him, returning his embrace, and nodded gently. "Yes, I understand. We are going home." They lingered no longer, quickly gathering the last few useful items into a travel bag found in the house, zipping it up, and casting one final glance at their former home before softly closing the door behind them. The faint click of the lock sounded like a period marking the end of this chapter of their lives. While waiting at the airport, both felt weary, leaning against each other to rest. Once more aboard the plane, the dazzling lights of Yangcheng gradually shrank and blurred, ultimately consumed by the clouds. Yi Qianqian, resting her head on Liu Jun's shoulder, had unknowingly drifted into slumber. Liu Jun stared out at the deepening night, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Around 9 o'clock, the familiar village road appeared in the beams of their headlights. They had finally returned to Lijiakan. His parents were already asleep, and the house was enveloped in serene silence. The couple tiptoed through their evening routine, the warm water washing away the fatigue and dust of their journey. As they lay in bed, the sounds of crickets and frogs serenaded them from outside. Yi Qianqian washed away the veneer of the world, revealing a face that radiated an extraordinary softness and tranquility. Liu Jun turned to gaze at her. The fatigue and pressure of the past days transformed into a profound tenderness and yearning at that moment. Unable to restrain himself, he leaned in and pressed a fervent kiss upon her lips. Yi Qianqian's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, yet her eyes remained closed. Outside, the moonlight seemed to shy away, quietly retreating behind a veil of wispy clouds. Within the room, only the sound of their heavy breaths filled the air. Ultimately, in this serene night, they nestled against each other and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 23. Meeting again with poetry and rain. When Liu Jun awoke, the daylight had already brightened considerably, arriving somewhat later than usual. After hastily consuming breakfast, he hurried to the construction site to inspect the progress. From a distance, He spotted Liu Yong's figure busily engaged at the edge of the foundation pit, conversing with the foreman while gesturing towards the rebar framework. "Yongzi, good morning," Liu Jun called out as he approached. "Ah, just came to take a look," Liu Yong replied, turning his head, a subtle glimmer of excitement illuminating his face. The foreman mentioned that the rebar tying can be finished today. Tomorrow, we can arrange for the concrete truck to come in for pouring. If all goes well, using C30 grade concrete, we'll need to wait for 7 days for the strength to build up before we can continue constructing upwards. Liu Jun nodded. 7 days were not particularly ample, but they must be utilized wisely. All right, during these 7 days, we should focus on reinforcing the front and back mountain entrances. I'll keep an eye on the foundation here. You take the time to procure a batch of channel steel and sturdy angle iron for the defensive works. Understood. Leave it to me. Liu Yong agreed, yet a peculiar sensation stirred within him as an enchanting figure. Wang Xiyu, with her sparkling almond eyes and slightly flushed cheeks, uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. He turned towards his vehicle. What was ordinarily a simple phone call to procure materials inexplicably led him back to Manager Wang S Construction Materials Company. The vehicle came to a halt in the company's parking lot. Liu Yong opened the car door, inhaled deeply, and instinctively smoothed the hem of his uniform before striding toward the glass door. Ding-dong, the crisp sound of the welcome bell chimed. Almost simultaneously, the figure behind the front desk stood up. Wang Xiyu wore a light blue chiffon blouse today, which accentuated her fair complexion. Upon seeing Liu Yong enter, her face instantly blossomed with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling like they were filled with starlight. "Officer Liu, hello." Her voice was melodious and bright, laced with a hint of unnoticeable joy. Liu Yong's heart raced uncontrollably. He approached the front desk, striving to make his voice sound more casual. "Hello. You don't need to call me Officer Liu. Just Liu Yong will do." He slightly averted her overly bright gaze, feeling warmth creeping to his ears. "Liu Yong?" Wang Xiyu tilted her head playfully, winking mischievously. "How old are you?" 27, Liu Yong answered honestly. "Oh," Wang Xiyu elongated the sound, her smile deepening. "You're a few years older than me, so I shall call you Brother Yong from now on." She effortlessly adopted a more intimate form of address. "Brother Yong." Liu Yong softly repeated, feeling a peculiar warmth enveloping him as those simple words escaped her lips, causing his heart to tremble slightly. Habitually, he raised his hand to scratch the back of his head to mask his nervousness, but then deemed the gesture somewhat foolish. His hand awkwardly fell midway, rendering him momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. In the presence of this girl, he felt as though his usual calmness and strength had been stripped away, leaving only an unfamiliar clumsiness and awkwardness. Wang Xiyu observed him, a towering figure exuding a blend of strength and endearing clumsiness, particularly evident in his awkward attempt to scratch his head while suppressing the urge. Unable to contain her amusement, she let out a soft laugh, her eyes curving like crescent moons. She mused to herself, "What a fascinating individual, such a formidable presence, yet he possesses a shyness that surpasses my own, creating a delightful contrast that is oddly charming." "Yonggu," she cheerfully disrupted the delicate silence, confidently producing her phone, the screen illuminated with a QR code. "Shall we exchange contact information? If I encounter any troublesome situations, like being unable to lift something heavy or needing assistance from the police, I could call on you directly. Would that be agreeable?" Her tone carried a hint of playful mischief, yet her gaze remained sincere. "Of course. No problem at all," Liu Yong eagerly responded, his voice ascending a few pitches in excitement as he hastily retrieved his own phone, his movements slightly flustered as he scanned the code to add her as a friend. Watching her nickname and charming avatar appear on the screen made the corners of his mouth involuntarily lift in a smile. They engaged in casual conversation for a few moments, the atmosphere relaxed and natural. Wang Xiyu found chatting with this seemingly dull yet intricately thoughtful policeman quite pleasant. His earnestness and occasional shyness instilled a sense of comfort in her. Meanwhile, Liu Yong was captivated by her melodious voice and radiant smile, feeling as though time was slipping away swiftly. "By the way, Yonggu," Wang Xiyu recalled the matter at hand. "You're here to see General Manager Wang, right?" "Ah, yes." Liu Yong suddenly remembered the procurement task, nodding vigorously. I still need to purchase some materials. The general manager is in the office on the second floor. There are no guests at the moment, so you can head up directly. Wang Xiu indicated towards the staircase. All right, thank you. Liu Yong expressed his gratitude and turned to ascend the stairs. After taking a few steps, he couldn't resist glancing back. Wang Xiu was resting her chin on her hand, beaming at him. Upon noticing his gaze, her smile deepened, and she playfully waved her hand. That fleeting glance felt like a stone cast into the lake of his heart, sending ripples of emotion coursing through him. He quickly turned away, hastening up the stairs, feeling a flush spread across his face. Upon locating General Manager Wang, Liu Yong steadied himself, adopting a formal demeanor. General Manager Wang, I need to request 3 tons of channel steel and 5 tons of sturdier angle iron. The general manager readily quoted a price, and without hesitation, Liu Yong paid the full amount of 25,000 yuan in one go, emphasizing the need for prompt delivery to Lijiakan. Having completed the task, he descended the stairs, slowing his pace as he passed the front desk. Wang Xiu was engrossed in typing on her computer, her profile radiating a gentle beauty. Xiu, he called out, his voice flowing more naturally than before. I'm leaving now. Please assist in following up on the materials I ordered. Wang Xiu looked up, her smile as bright as ever. Don't worry, Yongge. I will confirm the delivery time with General Manager Wang. Drive safely on your way. Understood. Liu Yong nodded, casting one last deep glance at her, as if to imprint that smile in his memory before turning to push the door open and leave. Once seated in his car, Liu Yong did not immediately start the engine. He reminisced about the fleeting moment of contact, the girl's radiant smile and melodious voice lingering in his mind, dispelling the stress that had accumulated over the days and evoking a long-lost sense of light-hearted joy. He retrieved his phone, gazing at the newly added profile picture of Xiu, a smile unwittingly gracing his lips. It was not until the phone rang again, revealing a call from his mother, that he was jolted back to reality. Yongzi, your father, and I will arrive at the station at 6 this afternoon. Remember to pick us up. I know, Mom. Don't worry, I will be there on time, Liu Yong replied, gathering his scattered thoughts. Once more, reality and responsibility tugged at him. He started his vehicle and returned to the office to address some mundane tasks, hastily devouring a few bites of lunch before setting off back to the village. At the construction site, the tying of rebar was in full swing, nearing completion. He and Liu Jun were discussing the intricate arrangements for the village's front and back. Amidst the flurry of activity, the enchanting figure standing behind the glass door. Her smile, like a blossoming flower, would often drift into his thoughts, leaving him entranced. Chapter 24. Uncle's certificate of deposit. Liu Jun and Liu Yong walked side by side to the western edge of the village, standing in the middle of the only cement road leading to the outside world. The terrain here was indeed quite unique, as the road meandered between 2 modest hills, creating a relatively narrow throat with a width of barely 10 meters, and the road itself inclined gently upwards. Liu Jun halted, pointing at the slopes and the road. Yongzi, observe this place. Its narrowness and gradient render it an ideal location for setting up a checkpoint. He crouched down, casually picking up a small twig to illustrate his thoughts on the ground. My idea is to first use an excavator to slightly level the slopes on either side of the road, particularly the section near the shoulder, ensuring it is solidified. Then at the highest points along both sides of the road, we should drive a steel channel deep into the ground every 3 meters, serving as a column. He emphasized, the channel must be buried sufficiently deep, at least 1.5 meters deep. We need to dig a proper pit, place the channel inside, and then fill it with concrete to bond it securely with the hillside. This way, it will be stable, impervious to wind and rain or any impact. He pointed at the spot representing the channel with the twig. Once the channel columns are set, we will weld robust angle iron across 3 positions, top, middle, and bottom, creating a framework. Finally, we will construct a brick wall around these channels and angle irons, rising to a height of 5 meters. On the wall, we will leave several observation holes, each measuring 20 centimeters square, spaced at intervals to facilitate future surveillance of the surroundings. As Liu Jun spoke, he punctuated his words by indicating small holes on the wall. Liu Yong listened intently, his gaze following the movements of Liu Jun's twig as he scrutinized the surrounding terrain. He even approached the hillside, testing the soil with his foot and visually assessing the slope and width. After a moment, he returned to Liu Jun's side, nodding, "Yes, Xiaojun. Your idea is sound. Utilizing the terrain entails minimal engineering. I believe reinforcing it poses no issue." With Liu Yong's affirmation, Liu Jun's thoughts crystallized. Merely erecting a wall is insufficient. The door is crucial as well. We must custom build an exceptionally sturdy door. We will directly weld the door frame and structure using thick rebar, covering both sides with heavy stainless steel plates to enhance its defensive capability. The door should be designed to slide, with tracks affixed to the top and bottom of the frame for ease of operation. Additionally, we need to install 2 diagonal thick columns behind the door to support the frame, ensuring it withstands any significant impact, such as, well, should the need arise. He paused, gesturing towards the vacant land on either side of the road. Inside the wall behind the door, we will construct 2 taller lookout towers, either using bricks or angle iron for the framework, topped with a canopy. This will allow us to station personnel for surveillance, offering an excellent vantage point. Liu Yong gazed at the narrow passage, exclaiming, "Fortuitously, this place is only about 10 meters wide. If it were any wider, the cost and time for constructing the wall and the door would be exorbitant. Truly a monumental project." As the two huddled together, quietly discussing the thickness of the wall bricks and the specifications of the door, a familiar figure slowly emerged from the village. It was Uncle Liu Guiyuan. He approached the two, hands clasped behind his back, and remained silent for a moment, observing them with his weathered yet piercing eyes. His gaze wandered briefly over the towering piles of building materials in the village square and the construction site in the distance. After a pause, the elder finally spoke, his voice low yet resonant. "You two lads have brought back an abundance of cement and steel bars, and the red bricks are stacked high. All in haste to erect that grand house." He paused, his eyes shifting between Liu Jun and Liu Yong, devoid of reproach, but filled with a profound understanding and concern. "Tell me honestly, is there something troubling outside?" A sudden jolt of apprehension coursed through Liu Jun and Liu Yong simultaneously as they exchanged glances, both surprised by the elder's unexpected perceptiveness. Liu Jun remained silent for a few seconds, aware that many matters ahead would require the elder's guidance in the village, and he needed to reassure the older generation. He decided to reveal part of the truth. "Elder, you are correct. There are unsettling rumors from outside." He carefully chose his words. "I have heard that the company on the other side intends to discharge nuclear wastewater into the sea again, and this time it may be worse than before, with a much larger contamination area. I feel uneasy and think we should stockpile some food and build a sturdier house. Next month, I will arrange a grand celebration for your 70th birthday, inviting elder sister, second sister, uncle, and aunt to gather. It's also a way to avoid any potential troubles. This is our foundation. If we make this place better, in case something does happen, we can still sustain ourselves behind closed doors. Of course, if nothing occurs, that would be ideal." The elder listened quietly, his face etched with wrinkles, revealing little emotion. Once Liu Jun finished speaking, he did not press for details, but gazed deeply at the two, as if comprehending their resolve and worries. Then, he slowly retrieved a neatly folded piece of paper from his inner jacket pocket and handed it to Liu Jun, curious. Liu Jun accepted it and opened it, revealing a bank certificate of deposit worth 300,000. He recoiled instinctively, about to return the certificate to the elder. "Elder, what is this? We cannot accept this money." The elder, with hands calloused yet remarkably strong, firmly pushed Liu Jun's hand away. He looked at his younger successors with gentle yet resolute eyes. "I am old. My hearing is still intact, and my sight has not completely faded. You two have been tirelessly occupied these days, your brows knitted with worry. I do not know what troubling news you have encountered outside. My frail body cannot assist you significantly. The path ahead must be forged by you, young man. This money, I keep as savings for emergencies. I still have a bit set aside for my burial. It will suffice. You are in need of funds at this moment. Take it. Use it wisely." His words, simple yet laden with an undeniable weight, left no room for refusal. As Liu Jun held the thin certificate, it felt as heavy as a mountain. This was not merely money. It represented the elder's lifetime of savings, a profound trust, and an earnest entrustment. His throat tightened as he turned to Liu Yong. Liu Yong's eyes glistened with unbidden tears as he gazed at his uncle's graying hair and concerned expression, nodding emphatically. This was not the moment for polite refusals. They truly required every penny. Moreover, he was acutely aware that should the apocalypse descend upon them, this deposit slip would ultimately amount to nothing more than a worthless piece of paper. "Thank you, Uncle." Liu Jun's voice was somewhat hoarse. His uncle said nothing further, merely gestured dismissively, clasped his hands behind his back, and ambled slowly toward the village's outskirts, leaving behind a slightly stooped yet remarkably resolute silhouette. The setting sun cast elongated shadows, and to the two brothers, that figure appeared towering, embodying silent support and profound expectations. Liu Jun and Liu Yong stood in silence for a moment, gathering their emotions before turning back to the village. Liu Jun returned home first, informing his mother, who was busy in the kitchen. "Mom, Uncle Hua, and Aunt May will be coming over to have dinner with Yongzi, so please prepare some extra rice and a couple more dishes." "Understood." Wang Serong responded promptly, her spatula moving with increased speed. Meanwhile, Liu Yong tidied up before driving to the train station to pick up his parents. At 6:20 p.m., Liu Yong's car brought his father, Liu Guohua, and mother, Yu Mei, back to the village. As the vehicle entered the village entrance, both Liu Guohua and Yu Mei gazed out the window in astonishment. In just a few days, the village had transformed dramatically. The open area was piled high with mounds of red bricks and cement bags, and in the distance, one could see a massive excavated foundation pit and reinforced steel framework, with two excavators quietly stationed nearby. "Wow, Yongzi, whose family is constructing such a grand house." Yu Mei could not contain her curiosity, her tone filled with surprise. Liu Yong, maneuvering the car carefully to avoid the construction material strewn about, replied, "Mom, it's a project involving me, Xiao Jun, and Pengzi from the neighboring village. We three have partnered together to establish a farm here. Pengzi's sheep and chickens will be processed and sold right from this location, ensuring direct supply and sales." "Establishing a farm? How much money will that require?" A note of concern crept into Yu Mei's voice as she looked at her son, calculating in her mind. He hasn't even married yet. If all their savings are invested in this remote endeavor, how will they manage to buy a house in the city later? Although the couple had some savings, they feared that their son's venture might be unreliable and result in wasted funds. "Mom, you needn't worry," Liu Yong hastily reassured her, striving to maintain a light-hearted tone. "We have a solid plan and connections. We won't incur losses. Once this place is properly established, it could yield substantial profits." He half-heartedly comforted his mother. Hearing her son's words, Yu Mei's tense expression softened slightly, though her worries lingered. Upon noticing Liu Yong's car returning, Liu Jun observed that the workers at the foundation pit were completing the final touches on the steel reinforcement. He briefed the foreman, stating, "Master, please arrange for 15 workers to continue tomorrow. I have other matters to attend to." With that, he produced 3 packs of Huangalu cigarettes he had prepared in advance, distributing one to each of the workers present, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Just a small token of appreciation." After handing out the cigarettes, Liu Jun approached Liu Yong's parents with a smile, exclaiming, "Uncle Hua, Aunt May, you're back. Did you have a delightful time on your recent trip to Jiangshan?" Upon hearing this, Yu Mei immediately waved her hand, her face betraying a hint of trepidation. "Oh dear, do not even mention it. Going out to play is more exhausting than working at home. It was a veritable sea of people everywhere. I nearly wore my legs to the bone just strolling through the streets." She exaggeratedly massaged her calves. Liu Guohua, standing nearby, chuckled and added, "Indeed, that girl Jingjing insisted on dragging us to the amusement park, insisting we ride the pirate ship. My goodness, after a few jolts, I nearly lost my breakfast. And as for that roller coaster, I wouldn't dare ride it for all the gold in the world." He shook his head as he spoke, his expression one of lingering fright. The vivid description from Liu Guohua elicited laughter from the group, lightening the atmosphere. Amidst their banter, they made their way to Liu Jun's home. Upon entering Liu Jun's courtyard, they spotted Uncle and Liu Guodong seated on a small bench under the eaves, each holding an old smartphone, seemingly engrossed in some discussion as they exchanged whispers occasionally. Yi Qianqian was busy hanging freshly laundered clothes on the line, sunlight filtering through the damp fabric, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Upon seeing Liu Yong's parents arrive, she beamed a warm smile and greeted them enthusiastically. "Uncle Hua, Aunt Mei, you're back." Yu Mei's eyes lit up upon seeing Yi Qianqian. She quickly approached and affectionately took her hand, exclaiming, "Oh, Qianqian, it's been half a year since we last met. And look at you, even more radiant and beautiful." She appraised Yi Qianqian with evident admiration. Yi Lianyan, flattered by the compliment, blushed slightly and shook her head. "Aunt Mei, you flatter me again." At that moment, Wang Surong emerged from the inner room, a spatula in hand and a smile upon her face. "Everyone's back? Come inside and sit down. Dinner will be ready shortly." In the small living room, the old Eight Immortals table was polished to a shine, now bustling with guests. The aroma of the meal wafted through the air as they gathered around, eating and chatting. Yu Mei took center stage, animatedly recounting her experiences in Jiangshan, the throngs of people on the pedestrian street, the dazzling shopping malls, the thrilling pirate ship ride, and her daughter Jingjing's various amusing escapades. She spoke with fervor, her gestures grand, often provoking hearty laughter from the others. Lu Guodong was nearly choking with laughter at the pirate ship tale, and Uncle rarely wore such a broad smile. Outside, the night deepened, as a not-so-bright moon quietly ascended the treetops, casting its gentle light upon the tranquil village. The once bustling construction site in the village center was now reduced to mere shadows in the moonlight. Meanwhile, in Liu Jun's courtyard, the warm glow emanating from the windows and the bursts of laughter resonating from within intertwined to create a heartwarming tableau of human warmth, particularly precious on this early summer evening. Chapter 25. Wang Xiu arrives in the village at 6:30 in the morning. The alarm clock rang. Liu Jun opened his eyes. The sky outside was already beginning to brighten. Today marked the day for pouring concrete for the foundation. By 7 o'clock, workers and cement trucks would arrive on site. He quickly got up to wash up and shared breakfast with his family at the Eight Immortals table in the main room. The congee was warm, and the pickled vegetables were crisp. Yi Qianqian took the car keys he offered. "I estimate that quite a few packages will arrive in town today. I'll go pick them up later." Liu Jun nodded and stepped outside to call Su Yunpeng. When the call connected, Su Yunpeng's slightly hoarse voice came through, as if he had just woken up. "Pengzi, how is the procurement going? The fish fry, chicks, ducks, geese, and piglets have all been arranged for delivery," Su Yunpeng replied. After a brief pause, he continued, "However, considering the current disarray in the village, with the foundation only just being laid, there's south no place to house them and no one to oversee them. It might be wiser to wait until the main structure is completed." Liu Jun wholeheartedly agreed. "Yes, your foresight is commendable. Let us take it slow. By the way, what about the machinery? The threshing machine, flour mill, oil press, and a generator? The variety and quantity are extensive." Su Yunpeng's voice carried a hint of exasperation. "I've contacted several manufacturers. Some models are out of stock, others require adjustments, and some need to wait for installation schedules. It might take a few more days." "You've worked hard, Pengzi," Liu Jun said sincerely. It's nothing to fret about," Su Yunpeng replied, his tone lightening. "This is all for our future, after all. Once everything is in place, our construction will truly take shape. However, the fruit trees pose a bit of a challenge. Transplanting them at this time of year yields a low survival rate." Liu Yun, unfamiliar with fruit tree transplantation, inquired about the difficulties. Su Yunpeng explained, "Fruit trees are best transplanted in spring or autumn. In summer, the heat causes them to lose moisture and wilt easily. The process requires considerable effort, trimming some branches, digging them up with their roots and soil, wrapping them in cling film to retain moisture, and swiftly relocating them to a site with ample water resources to ensure survival. Let us try transplanting a batch and see how it goes. We can transport them using this method and plant them by our pond, where there is plenty of water. It's a case of trying whatever works," Liu Jun said resignedly. "All right, I'll arrange for a dozen or so to be brought back for a trial." Su Yunpeng agreed. After a brief exchange, they ended the call. At this moment, an incoming voice message caught Liu Jun's attention. Seeing it was from Wang Pengzi, He surmised it must be about the shop, and promptly answered, "Hello, Manager Wong." On the other end, Wong Pengzi's voice brimmed with excitement. "Boss Liu, two individuals came to view your shop yesterday. They didn't finalize the deal then, but they just called to say they are ready to take over." Liu Jun had initially set a bottom price of 350,000 yuan for the shop. In truth, if he weren't in a hurry to transfer ownership, the market price could range between 400,000 and 450,000 yuan. However, given the urgency of recouping funds, he had to lower the price. "What is the transfer price?" Liu Yun inquired. Rest assured, Boss Liu, I will handle everything as you instructed. I initially quoted a price of 400,000, but they negotiated it down to 380,000, which I promptly accepted. This is still 30,000 more than your lowest offer. They will be coming over shortly to sign the contract and transfer the funds. I must thank Manager Wong. Once I receive a commission on my end, I will transfer an additional 5,000 to you. I truly enjoy doing business with someone as generous as Boss Liu. It's quite refreshing. Manager Wong's voice even rose several octaves in excitement. However, I have matters to attend to, so I won't linger for idle chatter. I will reach out if anything arises. Upon hanging up, the sound of an engine echoed from the village entrance. Several dust-laden vans drove in, parking near the open space. The doors swung open, and a group of workers clad in uniforms, carrying tools, disembarked. Shortly thereafter, a massive cement mixer rumbled in, its colossal frame occupying the entire village road. The tank revolving slowly and emitting a deep rumble. Hearing the commotion, Liu Yong emerged from his home. The two met at the construction site, surveying the scene. Liu Jun directed, "Leave 5 skilled workers here to oversee the concrete pouring, ensuring it is filled and compacted. Yongzi, take 5 workers to the west end of the village to begin preparations for the embedded steel column, as we discussed yesterday. I will instruct the excavator operator to dig some pits by the pond for planting fruit trees, while the rest will accompany me to bore holes at the eastern riverbank." "Understood," Liu Yong replied decisively. The two then dispersed to their respective tasks. At the village's western end, Liu Yong pointed to the highest points on either side of the road, gesturing to the workers, "Gentlemen, follow this line, digging a deep pit every 3 meters, with a depth of at least 1.5 meters. Once the pits are prepared, insert the steel columns, ensure they are upright, and then fill them with concrete to firmly anchor them to the mountainside." The experienced workers nodded in understanding and promptly connected the power supply. The electric hammer roared to life, chiseling away at the hard rock surface, while the electric drill and water drill emitted a piercing hum, sending dust swirling into the air. As he directed the operations, another truck laden with steel beams and angle iron appeared at the end of the village road, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the vehicle approached, Liu Yong signaled the driver to unload in a slightly spacious area by the roadside. At that moment, several sharp honks of a car horn sounded from behind. Liu Yong turned to see a white electric vehicle parked nearby, the windshield reflecting the blinding sunlight, obscuring the identity of the driver. Squinting, he stepped closer. The window slowly descended, revealing a smiling face adorned with large sunglasses and a pink sun hat. Accompanied by a cheerful voice, "Hi, Yongge." Liu Yong was momentarily taken aback, but then recognized the person, exclaiming in surprise, "Shiyu? What brings you here?" Wang Shiyu removed her sunglasses, revealing her bright, sparkling eyes, playfully responding, "What? Am I not welcome to come for a visit?" "And no, it's just that I didn't expect you to be here," Liu Yong stammered, quickly waving his hands, his face slightly flushed. He guided her to park the car on a flat patch of grass ahead. Wang Shiyu stepped out of the vehicle, her high ponytail swaying, with her smooth forehead peeking out from beneath the pink sun hat, while her sunglasses hung around her neck. She wore a simple, fitted white t-shirt that accentuated her youthful figure, paired with loose, light-colored denim jeans and white flat shoes, exuding a refreshing and vibrant aura that starkly contrasted with her previous professional attire at the office. Liu Yong stared, momentarily entranced. He had felt a twinge of nervousness upon seeing her at work, but her current ensemble was nothing short of striking, causing his heart to race involuntarily. Slightly uncomfortable, He averted his gaze and inquired, How? How did you find this place? Chapter 26 Wang Shiyu 2 Wang Shiyu removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of sparkling almond-shaped eyes, and playfully retorted, What? Am I not welcome to come and take a look? And no, it's just that I didn't expect to see you here, Liu Yong stammered, hastily waving his hands, his face slightly flushed. He guided her car to a flat patch of grass ahead and parked it. Wang Shiyu opened the door and stepped out. With her hair styled in a high ponytail and a pink sun hat shielding her face, her smooth forehead was beautifully exposed, while her sunglasses dangled from her collar. She wore a simple white fitted t-shirt that accentuated her youthful silhouette, paired with loose light-colored jeans and white flat shoes, exuding a refreshing vitality that starkly contrasted with her professional attire from earlier at the company. Liu Yong stared momentarily, captivated by her radiant appearance. Though he had felt a bit nervous when he first encountered her at the office, her casual outfit now made her all the more striking, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. He awkwardly averted his gaze and asked How did you find this place? Seeing his honest yet somewhat awkward demeanor, a charming smile crept onto her lips, and after a brief pause, she replied, Didn't the company send you steel? Pointing to the truck unloading its cargo. Today is Sunday, and since I had the day off, I thought I'd come along and see what your village is like. Her voice was bright and filled with curiosity. Oh, Liu Yong nodded, feeling a slight sheen of sweat forming in his palms. Would you like me to show you around the village? He tentatively proposed. Absolutely. Wang Shiyu responded instantly, her smile radiant. That is exactly what I wanted to do. After briefly informing the workers, Liu Yong led Wang Shiyu towards the village. As they passed stacks of cement bags and piles of red bricks that resembled small hills, Wang Shiyu stopped in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape. My goodness, how much material have you bought? What sort of house are you planning to build? Liu Yong explained. Adhering to his previous narrative, I'm planning to partner with some friends to establish a farm. We need a larger space. We bought extra materials to construct additional sheds and warehouses in the future to avoid making multiple trips. The two continued forward, and Liu Yong pointed to his two-story house with a courtyard. That is my home. Wang Shiyu glanced over. The courtyard was enclosed by a wall tall enough to reach her height. The yard looks quite spacious, she remarked. Yes, Liu Yong replied. We live in a remote area with few people, so the land isn't very valuable, allowing us to have a larger yard. It's convenient for storing items and growing vegetables. Turning a corner, they arrived at a bustling construction site. The massive concrete mixer roared, and thick rubber conveyor belts twisted like serpents as the grayish-brown concrete cascaded into the carefully laid steel framework. Workers donned rubber boots, wielding shovels and vibrators, laboring amidst the muck, their shouts blending with the cacophony of machinery. Is this the foundation for the farm you're building? Wang Shiyu turned to Liu Yong, her clear eyes searching his. After a leisurely chat, Liu Yong felt considerably more relaxed. This time, he could naturally meet her gaze without stuttering. Yes, it's me. A brother from the same village and a friend from the neighboring village. The three of us collaborated on this. He gestured towards the eastern end of the village. Liu Jun is busy over there by the river. Shall we go take a look? Wang Shiyu's interest was piqued, and she walked ahead with a light step. Along the way, they encountered Grandma Wang, who was returning with a bamboo basket filled to the brim with fresh vegetables. Liu Yong greeted her with a smile. Grandma Wang, gathering vegetables? She responded with a beaming smile, her gaze curiously flitting between Liu Yong and Wang Shiyu. Liu Yong hurried to keep pace with Wang Shiyu. Before they reached the riverbank, the distant sound of a power drill echoed through the valley. The grass along the roadside grew denser, and Liu Yong quickened his pace to catch up with Wang Shiyu, clearing the underbrush with his foot. Be careful, the grass is thick and there might be snakes, he cautioned. As they approached, they saw several workers measuring with a tape and marking positions for drilling on the hillside. Liu Yun was bent over, conversing with an experienced worker. Liu Yun, Liu Yong called out. Liu Jun looked up, his gaze caught by Liu Yong and the unfamiliar yet strikingly beautiful girl beside him, appearing momentarily stunned. He seemed to have never seen her before. Liu Jun descended the slope, brushing the dust off his hands, and his eyes roamed over the two of them, a playful smile emerging on his face. "Oh, Yongzi, is this your sister-in-law?" Wang Shiyu's face flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head, unconsciously twisting the hem of her shirt. Liu Yong's face also turned red. Flustered, he waved his hands, raising his voice. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't say that. This is Wang Shiyu, a friend I met at the building materials company. She just happened to drop by today." Liu Jun thought to himself, "You really are a straightforward guy. The girl hasn't said anything, and you're hastily explaining. No wonder you're still single after all these years." He turned to the blushing Wang Shiyu, extending his hand and restoring his tone to normal. "Hello? I am Liu Jun, a childhood friend of Yongzi." Wang Shiyu lifted her head, the blush still lingering on her cheeks, and gently shook Liu Jun's hand. Her voice tinged with shyness. "Hello, I'm Wang Shiyu. I used mit Yongye." Liu Yong nodded. "Oh, you see. Well, let Yongzi show you around the riverbank." Although the sand extraction has diminished its beauty over the years, for those who haven't visited, the scenery of the mountains and waters is still quite lovely. After exchanging pleasantries with them, he turned and ascended the slope to continue his work. Liu Yong led Wang Shiyu further along, and after walking for about 200 meters, the view opened up dramatically, revealing the Dao Shui River. The murky water glimmered with a muddy hue under the sunlight, flowing gently, but the river's surface was exceptionally wide. "Wow, your river is so wide. It seems even broader than the one at the bridge in town," Wang Shiyu exclaimed, the river breeze lifting her ponytail. "It wasn't always this wide," Liu Yong replied, his tone tinged with helplessness and a hint of regret. "In recent years, the excessive sand extraction has deepened and widened the riverbed. Look over there," he said, pointing at the steep, barren earthen slope across the river. Once, that area boasted a sprawling sandy beach where we often played during our childhood. However, the incessant extraction by sand-dredging boats has completely obliterated the beach, transforming it into a riverbed. The embankments beside the fields have eroded, becoming steep and high, rendering farming quite inconvenient." He sighed. Wang Shiyu gazed at the scars of erosion on the opposite bank and could only shake her head in resignation. Alas, what a pity. The two descended to the riverbank along a narrow path worn by footsteps. Only a small patch of sand, interspersed with pebbles, remained near the shore. They strolled leisurely along the riverbank. Liu Yong recounted an amusing anecdote from his childhood with Liu Jun and other companions by the river. The time he was caught bare-bottomed fishing and pinched by a crab on his toe, digging a pit on the beach for a trap only to fall in himself, and the competition of skipping stones where the loser had to bark like a dog. These embarrassing tales elicited peals of laughter from Wang Shiyu, causing her to tremble with mirth. She had not anticipated that this seemingly composed and somewhat clumsy giant had once been so mischievous in his youth. Chapter 27. Make yourself at home exhausted from their walk. The two found a flat stone in the cool shade of a small grove by the riverbank to rest. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the scent of the river and the fragrance of fresh grass. As they engaged in lively conversation, drifting from topics about their respective jobs to the latest happenings in town, time slipped away unnoticed in this relaxed atmosphere. It was not until the jarring ringtone of Liu Yong's phone interrupted the tranquility that they were brought back to reality. It was a call from Liu Jun. "Hello? Do you have any idea what time it is?" Liu Jun's voice on the other end was tinged with exasperation and a hint of playful mockery. "We've finished work here and are getting ready to head back for lunch. I see you're still not back. After wandering around for hours, I was beginning to think you'd fallen into the river if I didn't know you were with that girl." Liu Yong glanced at his phone, the screen glaring back with the time, 11:35. It felt like they had just sat down moments ago. How could time have passed so swiftly? "Oh dear, I know. We'll head back right away," he replied hurriedly. The two promptly rose to their feet and hastened back. Upon arriving at the village entrance, they spotted Liu Yong's mother, Yume, standing there, gazing in their direction. "Mom, what brings you here?" Liu Yong inquired. Earlier that morning, while Yume was tidying up the kitchen, their neighbor, Aunt Wang, had rushed over to inform her, "Maisie, hurry and see. Your Yongzi is with a remarkably beautiful girl by the river." Yume felt a mix of surprise and joy. She hadn't heard of her son dating anyone recently. Resisting the urge to follow them, she decided to prepare a good impression for the girl instead. She busied herself in the kitchen, soaking cured meat and dried fish, meticulously arranging a grand feast. However, as noon approached and the dishes steamed on the table without any sign of her son returning, anxiety gnawed at her. Could it be that the girl found their remote village unappealing and left? Just as she was about to step out to search for them, she encountered Liu Jun, who had just finished work. Liu Jun mentioned that he had just called Liu Yong, and they were on their way back. This news relieved Yumei, yet she still couldn't sit still and felt compelled to walk to the village entrance to await their arrival. From a distance, she caught sight of her son, accompanied by a tall girl in a white outfit. Yumei's heart swelled with joy. As they approached, Wang Xiu hastily removed her sun hat and sunglasses, revealing her striking features, and stepped forward with confidence. "Hello, Ani. I'm Wang Xiu, Yonggu's friend," she greeted, her voice bright and melodious. Yumei carefully scrutinized the girl before her. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled, her nose was petite and straight, her lips were a vibrant red, and her skin was fair. The fitted white t-shirt accentuated her graceful figure, and she stood at a height of nearly 170, exuding elegance. The more Yumei observed her, the more she was enchanted, pondering to herself, "This girl is even more beautiful than the stars on television. How wonderful it would be if she could become my daughter-in-law." Her face beamed with delight as she affectionately grasped Wang Xiu's hand, gently patting her hand with her other, exclaiming, "Oh, how lovely! Xiu, what a beautiful name! Come, let us go home for lunch. I prepared a grand feast just waiting for you." Without allowing for any dissent, she took Wang Xiu's hand and led her home. Wang Xiu felt the genuine warmth radiating from Yumei, which enveloped her heart in a comforting embrace. Hesitant to break free, she allowed herself to be led into Liu Yong's courtyard. The 8 immortals table in the living room was abundantly adorned, a pot of steaming, richly flavored beef stew with tender potatoes, a plate of glistening stir-fried pork with vibrant green peppers, a bowl of glossy, stir-fried dried beans with preserved meat exuding a unique salty aroma, a platter of golden, crispy fried fish, a bowl of silky steamed egg custard, refreshing cucumber salad, enticing stir-fried water spinach, and a small dish of crunchy fried peanuts. The savory scents wafted throughout the room. Liu Guohua stood somewhat awkwardly at the table's edge, fidgeting with his hands, unsure as he noticed guests arriving. Yumei shot her husband a playful glare, then guided Wang Xiu to take a seat at the honored position. As Wang Xiu rose to offer her seat, Yumei gently pressed her back down, insisting, "Sit. Don't be polite. Here, you're just like family." Reluctantly, Wang Xiu complied, turning to Liu Guohua with politeness, "Uncle, please take a seat." Yes, let us sit." Liu Guohua quickly responded, sitting down. Liu Yong followed suit, taking a seat beside his father. Yumei fetched a large bottle of orange juice, filling each glass at the table, then enthusiastically urged Wang Xiu, "Xiu, do try Annie's cooking. I hope it suits your taste." With that, her serving chopsticks never paused, piling beef, dried beans, fish pieces, and more into Wang Xiu's bowl until it resembled a small mountain. Wang Xiu picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of the tender beef, savoring its savory flavor. She then sampled the dry beans. As she continued eating, she suddenly lowered her head, her shoulders beginning to tremble. Yumei, busy serving her, noticed the child had stopped eating, her shoulders shaking, and immediately set down her chopsticks. Concerned, "What is wrong, dear? Is Annie's cooking not to your liking? Too salty or too bland? Just tell Annie what you like, and I will make it for you." Her tone was urgent, filled with worry. At that moment, Wang Xiu could no longer hold back her emotions. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Choking on her words, her voice thick with emotion, she replied, "No, Annie, your cooking is delicious, really delicious. As I eat these dishes, I think of my mother." She looked up, her eyes glistening with tears, gazing at Yumei. Yumei was taken aback, her heart aching as she asked gently, "Is your mother away? Would you like to call her on video?" Wang Xiu shook her head, her sobs growing more intense as she stammered, "When I was 10, my dad and mom, they had a car accident. They both left." With those words, the sorrow and grievances she had suppressed for years seemed to find an escape, and she could no longer contain her anguish, breaking down into heart-wrenching sobs. In an instant, Yumei's own tears flowed, her heart aching for the girl. She moved closer, enveloping Wang Xiyu in a comforting embrace as if holding her own injured child. Gently patting her back while her voice trembled, "Oh dear, don't cry, good child, please don't cry. From now on, consider Auntie's place your home. Auntie is like your mother. Whatever you wish to eat, just tell Auntie, and she will prepare it for you." The two women embraced tightly, tears soaking each other's shoulders. Liu Yong observed this poignant scene, his eyes reddening, throat tightening as a tumult of emotions surged within him, pained by Wang Xiyu's tragic past, yet deeply moved by his mother's kindness. He had not anticipated that this seemingly cheerful girl harbored such profound sorrow. Rising to his feet, he awkwardly offered a few tissues, attempting to console them with gentle words. "Mom, Xiu, please do not be too sorrowful. Let us eat first. The dishes are nearly cold." Under Liu Yong's soft encouragement, the two gradually separated, wiping away their tears with the tissues. Yu Mei, filled with compassion, tenderly brushed Wang Xiyu's disheveled hair away from her tear-streaked face. Although the meal began amidst a somber atmosphere, Wang Xiyu felt an unexpected warmth blossoming within her, a long-lost sense of belonging and security that felt like home. Gazing into Yu Mei's affectionate eyes and sensing Liu Yong's clumsy yet sincere concern, she experienced a rare feeling of acceptance in this unfamiliar mountain village. Lifting her bowl, she took small bites of the dishes Yu Mei had served, her eyes still slightly red, yet the corners of her mouth curled into a faint, reassuring smile. This was the essence of home. Chapter 28. Connections and new plans after lunch. The lingering aroma of food mingled with a relaxed atmosphere in the main room. Liu Guohua and Yu Mei sat beside the round table, sipping tea to aid digestion, while Wang Xiyu sat nearby, taking small sips of her drink. Her face bore traces of recent tears, yet her gaze was noticeably more at ease than before, occasionally responding to Yu Mei's concerned inquiries. At that moment, Liu Jun pushed open the courtyard door and stepped inside. "Uncle Hua, Aunt Mei." Liu Jun greeted Liu Yong's parents with a smile, then turned to Wang Xiyu, nodding in acknowledgement before focusing on Liu Yong and getting straight to the point. "Yongzi, the drilling and digging at the west and east ends of the village are nearly complete. The concrete for the foundation has been poured. We just need to wait for it to set, which will take at least 7 days before we can proceed with any work on it. The piling and concrete pouring can only commence tomorrow, as this afternoon is primarily for wrapping things up, with no significant tasks left." Upon hearing this, Yu Mei's eyes immediately brightened. This was the opportunity she had been eagerly anticipating. She quickly chimed in, "Yes, yes. Just look at this scorching midday sun. It's hot enough to scorch the skin. The heat outside is like a steamer. Hardly the right time for work. Xiu has finally gotten a day off and traveled all the way to our village. Yongzi, why don't you take her to the county to stroll around, enjoy some air conditioning, and buy a few things?" She gestured towards Liu Yong with her eyes. Liu Yong displayed a hesitant expression, glancing at the glaring sun outside, and then at Wang Xiyu. He wanted to go, but felt a lingering sense of obligation, as if leaving would be inappropriate. Liu Yun, perceptive to his brother's thoughts, stepped closer and patted Liu Yong's shoulder with a reassuring tone. "There are only 4 large pits at the west end waiting for the steel column bases, and the holes at the east end are nearly finished. They just need to be filled with steel pipes. The holes are small, making the task lighter. The foreman at the foundation site will ensure that the tools are tidied up. I've already discussed this with him. He'll take people over this afternoon to finalize the pits dug today in preparation for tomorrow's concrete pouring. This bit of cleanup can definitely be completed. You could take Xiu out for a while." With Liu Jun's clear arrangement dispelling his concerns, Liu Yong's face broke into a smile. "All right, Xiu Yun, I'll leave the oversight to you. I appreciate your help." "Help? No need for that." Liu Jun waved his hand dismissively. "I won't be doing any heavy lifting, just chatting and coordinating with the foreman. Now go." As Liu Yong and Wang Xiyu walked out of the courtyard, Liu Jun's lips curled into a smile of maternal satisfaction. He thought to himself, "Brother, for the sake of your eternal bachelorhood, I have truly exerted myself, even accelerating the work schedule on the site. Please make some progress." Meanwhile, Yu Mei watched the two figures recede into the distance, her face alight with joy. She turned to Liu Jun, eager to pry. "Xiao Jun, quickly tell me, What's the situation between Shiyu and Yongzi? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation. Liu Jun chuckled softly, lowering his voice. Aunt May, your insight is sharp. Shiyu is someone Yongzi met a few days ago when he was at the building materials company placing an order. She works there at Wang's building materials company. I believe Shiyu has a bit of a crush on Yongzi. Her gaze says it all. Consider this. The young lady, with nothing to occupy her on Sunday, deliberately followed the delivery truck into this secluded valley to see him. Her intentions could not be more transparent. He paused for a moment, his voice tinged with a hint of frustration, lamenting the fact that blockhead, Yongzi, stammers when speaking to girls. If I don't give him a nudge and create an opportunity for him, at the rate he's dragging his feet, he may be waiting an eternity to find a wife. You may shot him a reproachful glance and couldn't he help but lightly pat Liu Jun's arm. You mischievous child, always brimming with clever ideas. Nevertheless, this matter has been handled well. Annie has taken a liking to that child, Shiyu, who is sincere and whose background evokes sympathy. If they truly come together, Auntie will surely owe you her gratitude. What is there to thank? It's the least I could do. Liu Jun replied with a smile, engaging in a brief conversation with Yu Mei and Uncle Hua before rising to leave for the construction site. At the foundation pit, the gray-brown concrete had filled the entire steel framework, its surface smoothed roughly by workers with wooden boards, glistening with a damp sheen under the blazing sun. The air still carried the distinctive scent of cement. Liu Jun circled around, aware that the next step was merely to wait. At least 7 days were required for the concrete to gain sufficient strength to support the upper structure. Standing at the edge of the pit, his gaze swept across the adjacent expanse that had been cleared during the preparation of the drying room. A thought struck him. As more people arrive, dining will become a significant issue. It wouldn't do for everyone to squeeze into their homes or eat outdoors, would it? A spacious dining hall capable of accommodating many is essential. Additionally, the returned grain needs a storage solution. This plot of land is conveniently located next to the main house under construction and is sufficiently large once cleared. Seizing the moment, Liu Jun promptly retrieved his phone and dialed the construction team's foreman. Hello, Zhang. I have an idea I'd like to discuss with you. Liu Jun got straight to the point. I want to transform that 4 to 500 square meter space next to the foundation into a dining hall primarily for meals. The requirements aren't high. It just needs to provide shelter from wind and rain. Do you have any quick and efficient plans? The foreman pondered for a moment before responding. Boss Liu, if speed is the priority, a prefabricated temporary house would be ideal. The materials are prefabricated at the factory and can be assembled on-site like building blocks. For a space of 4 to 500 square meters, with materials ready and sufficient manpower, we can have it erected in about 13 to 14 days. The interior is simple, once connected to water and electricity. It will be ready for use in no time. Upon hearing this, Liu Jun felt the speed was just what he needed. Excellent. That plan suits me perfectly. How much do you estimate it will cost? Well, the foreman quickly calculated in his mind. For such a simple structure, excluding furniture and intricate finishing, the cost of materials and labor would fluctuate between 250,000 to 350,000. The specifics will depend on your choice of panel specifications and details, such as doors and windows. Shall I prepare a detailed quotation for you? Yes. Zhang, please expedite the detailed quotation and send it to me. We can contact the manufacturer today to place the order for materials. It would be ideal to set up the dining hall framework while the main house foundation is curing. Can we arrange for workers to start tomorrow? Liu Yun inquired decisively. Absolutely, Boss Liu. The foreman replied eagerly. I will contact the suppliers immediately. I assure you that tomorrow morning, both the personnel and the first batch of materials will be on site, ready to commence work punctually. Having finalized the new project, Liu Jun felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. He continued to stroll around the construction site, taking in the surroundings. By 5 o'clock, the embedded pits at both the west and east ends of the village had been excavated as per the requirements, their depths and widths appropriately measured, and the bottoms roughly leveled. The workers were busy tidying up their tools and cleaning the equipment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays cascaded upon the laboriously worked land and illuminated the faces of the workers, streaked with sweat and dust. At 6 o'clock, with the last van departing from the village, Liu Jun gradually fell into a tranquil silence after a day of bustling activity. The excavation of all the embedded pits had been completed, awaiting the pouring of concrete the following day to lay a solid foundation for future defensive structures. Standing atop the hill, Liu Jun gazed at the nascent construction site before him and let out a long sigh of relief. Thus, a fulfilling day drew to a close in the warm embrace of the setting sun. Chapter 29. Schemes and opportunities at 6 in the morning as dawn gently broke. The village remained shrouded in a delicate veil of morning mist. Liu Jun awoke to the sound of his alarm clock, resolute in his decision to resume his morning runs starting today. The larger goals had been outlined. Now, it was merely a matter of executing them step by step. The body is the foundation, and maintaining good health is imperative. Dressed in his running shoes, he jogged along the familiar paths of the village. The morning air, infused with a refreshing chill and the scent of grass and foliage, was invigorating. The melodious chirping of birds harmonized with his steady breath, and as beads of sweat began to form, they dissolved the lethargy accumulated from the night before. After a half-hour run, his body warmed slightly, and a renewed sense of vitality surged within him. Upon returning home, he took a shower, washing away the light perspiration, and changed into clean clothes. In the living room, his mother, Wang Sumei, had already prepared a steaming breakfast: rice porridge, steamed buns, and homemade pickles. Liu Jun quietly finished his meal with his family. Setting down his bowl and chopsticks, he headed straight to Liu Yong's house. Liu Yong was seated at a small square table in his living room, sipping on his porridge. Noticing Liu Jun's arrival, he greeted him with a muffled acknowledgement. "Yongzi, how was your trip to the county with Shiyu yesterday? Did you have fun?" Liu Jun asked with a grin as he pulled up a chair. Liu Yong glanced up at him with a resigned expression, not responding verbally, but instead focused on his bowl. Liu Jun leaned in closer, lowering his voice with a hint of mischief. "Come on, be honest with me. Do you have feelings for that girl, Shiyu?" Liu Yong's hand paused momentarily while serving himself. In the presence of a brother who had shared countless experiences since childhood, he felt no need to conceal his emotions. A faint blush appeared on his face as he mumbled, "Shiyu is quite nice," before hurriedly returning to his meal. Observing his friend's demeanor, Liu Jun felt both amused and contemplative. Liu Yong was a man of loyalty, capable of enduring hardship, and possessed a strong sense of responsibility. Yet when it came to girls, he transformed into a different person, awkward, anxious, and at a loss for words. Previous attempts at matchmaking had faltered due to this very nature. However, this time, it seemed that Shiyu responded positively to him. Her vivacious and cheerful personality complemented his own. Liu Jun sensed the potential for success. If he liked her, he must act swiftly. Liu Jun nudged him with his elbow. "Look, Shiyu has even come to our village on her own. Isn't that a clear sign? If you dawdle any longer once, well, you know what happens? You might end up single forever." He deliberately spoke in a teasing manner. Liu Yong looked up, his expression a mixture of confusion and seriousness. "So, Xiaojun, what do you think I should do?" I don't know how." With an expression conveying that he would take charge of the situation, Liu Jun began to impart his wisdom. "It's simple. First, make it a point to chat with her daily. Avoid mundane questions like 'have you eaten?' or 'drink more hot water.' Go to bed early. Instead, show genuine concern for her well-being and mood. This is what we call providing emotional value. Second, occasionally bring her some fruit or her favorite snacks at work to create opportunities for encounters. Third, once her workday concludes, invite her out for a meal or a leisurely stroll. If you follow this, in no more than 10 days to 2 weeks, your relationship will naturally deepen." He paused for emphasis, adding, "During your walks, if the moment feels right, try holding her hand. Don't just walk aimlessly. As long as she doesn't outright reject you, the chances of success are quite high." Liu Yong nodded repeatedly, though some of the steps sounded a bit esoteric. He trusted Liu Jun not to lead him astray and committed every detail to memory. Once Liu Yong finished his meal, the two stepped outside. The workers had already begun to arrive at the construction site. Liu Jun approached the foreman, Zhang, pointing to a nearby vacant lot to meticulously outline the position and size requirements for the mobile dining facility. Zhang diligently noted everything down in his notebook. Liu Jun further instructed that today, piling and concrete pouring would take place at both the western and eastern ends of the village. Zhang assured him that it would be no problem, as he would assign the same skilled workers who had drilled holes yesterday. With all arrangements in place, Liu Yong mounted his motorcycle to head to the station for roll call, while Liu Jun took out his phone and sent a message in the Liu family village group. Liu Jun, everyone, dear uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. At the beginning of next month, specific date to be determined, we are preparing to celebrate Uncle Liu Guiyuan's 70th birthday in advance. The elder has worked hard all his life. Let's create some joy. For those at home and abroad, please try to return and gather. As soon as the message was sent, the first to respond was Liu Yifei. Yifei, Brother Jun, when are you coming back? Surprised, Liu Jun. I have been back for almost a week. Yifei, that's great. I just finished my college entrance exam and have been in Jiangshang for a few days. It's so boring. I'll come back this afternoon to hang out with you all. Liu Jun, all right, let your dad know. Yifei, sure. Paul Yun, are you free to pick me up this afternoon? Pitiful, Liu Jun. Okay, call me when you arrive at the station. Responses began to pour in the group chat. Aunt Li, Guiyuan is celebrating his birthday? I definitely need to go back. Liu Guiyang, good news. Count me in. Liu Gui, I live nearby. I could be back in a minute. Curiosity also sparked inquiries. Aunt Wang, Xiao Jun, I heard you and the others are undertaking a major project in the village. What are you building? Liu Guqing, yes, bringing in so many materials. It's quite a commotion. Liu Jun was prepared and replied uniformly. Liu Jun, partnering with Yongzi and Pengzi to create a small farm. Just some whimsical endeavors for convenience in the future. At that moment, a rather discordant message appeared. Liu Fun, Liu Jun at the beginning of next month? My family probably won't be able to return. My husband and I are too busy at work to take leave. My parents are helping me with the kids. And the travel is a hassle, so we want to be coming back. As soon as this message was sent, the group chat fell into a noticeable silence. Liu Jun frowned slightly as he gazed at the screen. Liu Fun was Liu Yong's cousin, but her family had moved to another province over a decade ago. For years, whenever the village required contributions for road repairs, fish ponds, or public facilities, they always used their absence from the village as an excuse to contribute nothing. Yet, as Liu Guofu and his wife aged, they frequently returned to stay for several months under the pretense of retirement. While their return was tolerable, Liu Guofu's gossipy nature, always prattling on about others, and his tendency to boast about their wealth, made them a nuisance, particularly when it came time to contribute labor or finances. Liu Jun inwardly wished to avoid inviting them back to create further chaos. He refrained from responding in the group chat for the time being, planning to discuss the matter with Liu Yong when he returned at noon. After all, he is my dear uncle. Liu Yong sighed, his face reflecting a sense of helplessness. At the end of the month, I shall place a call to their family to convey the situation. Whether they choose to return is ultimately their decision. If they insist on remaining away, then perhaps it is simply fate, and I cannot force their hand. Having served in the military, he understands all too well the dire consequences that arise when selfish individuals infiltrate a team, disrupting its unity. Yet, the bond of blood ties weighs heavily on his heart, making it impossible to disregard entirely. All he can do is take one step at a time, hoping that when faced with adversity, they might reconsider their stance. Liu Jun patted him on the shoulder. All right, as long as you are aware of your own thoughts. He had confidence in Liu Yong's ability to manage the situation and was assured that he could find ways to tackle any potential issues that might arise. In the afternoon, the two parted ways to inspect the progress of the concrete pouring at the west and east ends of the village. In the pile pit, sturdy channel steel and pipes had already been erected, and workers were diligently shoveling and pouring the freshly mixed concrete into the pit, ensuring it was filled and compacted thoroughly. Just after finishing lunch, Su Yunping's call came through. Junzi, the first batch of fruit saplings has been dug up and will be delivered this afternoon. We have peach trees, plum trees, orange trees, and pear trees. Excellent. Pengzi, your efficiency is commendable. I have a manpower ready here. We will plant them as soon as they arrive. Liu Yun responded enthusiastically. Seizing the opportunity before the sapling delivery truck arrived, Liu Jun promptly contacted the solar panel manufacturer he had inquired about previously. After discussing over the phone, it was confirmed that to meet the basic electricity needs of around 20 households, the photovoltaic panels along with installation would cost approximately $400,000. Additionally, if energy storage batteries were included, it would require an extra $300,000. Furthermore, some spare parts for easy-to-damage components would need to be reserved as well. The price was indeed steep, but in light of the impending darkness that would follow a power outage in the apocalypse, this expenditure was essential. He decisively finalized the plan, paid the deposit, and arranged for the manufacturer to deliver and install the equipment, agreeing to settle the remaining balance upon successful inspection. Another significant concern was thus addressed. Just as he hung up the phone, a message from Liu Yifei arrived. "Brother Jun, I'm almost at the station." Liu Jun immediately drove to pick him up. Upon meeting this exuberant young man, freshly graduated from the college entrance examination, the car ride was filled with his animated chatter about various intriguing matters. Upon returning to the village, they spotted Liu Yong at the intersection. The two disembarked, and Liu Yong rushed forward to embrace Liu Yifei tightly. Liu Yifei, feeling somewhat awkward, stood there and exclaimed, "Yongge, what are you doing? Have you gone mad with longing for a girlfriend? I'm a straight man. I don't engage in that." Liu Yong, who had initially felt a touch of sadness, was rendered speechless by his words, playfully admonishing him with a couple of hearty slaps. "Indeed, you're quite the unserious one." Liu Yifei stumbled slightly from the playful hits, looking at him with a mixture of grievance and confusion. Liu Yong, aware of his playful antics, chose to ignore him, allowing his earlier melancholy to dissipate. At that moment, the truck delivering the fruit saplings also arrived. The unloading point was designated by the village pond. Liu Jun called over his uncle, father, Uncle Hua, and Uncle Chong, and with Liu Yong, Liu Yifei, and himself, they had sufficient manpower. The saplings were of a decent size, their roots wrapped in moist earth. The group collaborated seamlessly, with one person steadying the sapling and another wielding a shovel to fill the soil, working in perfect harmony. The uncles, seasoned in experience, occasionally offered guidance, ensuring the soil was packed firmly. In a moment, shovels danced upon the open ground, the scent of earth permeating the air. With collective effort, 20 saplings were planted before dinner. Liu Jun tossed the pump into the nearby pond and connected a long hose. The cool water gushed forth, evenly nourishing the roots of each newly planted tree until the soil was thoroughly saturated. The pump was temporarily left by the pond's edge, for further watering would be required in the days to come. After their labors, the group was covered in sweat and dirt. Liu Jun and Liu Yong exchanged amused glances at each other's disheveled appearances and, in a moment of spontaneity, removed their soiled shirts and trousers, donning only their shorts. With a splash, they leaped into the clear pond like two great fish, reveling in the refreshing water. Liu Yifei, upon witnessing this, joyfully followed suit. The three young men frolicked in the water, sending cascades of droplets into the air. On the bank, several elders observed them, their faces adorned with benevolent smiles. They squatted at the water's edge, scooping the cool pond water to wash away the sweat and grime from their faces and arms. Age brings caution, and they hesitated to plunge in like the youth, despite having been proficient swimmers in their own youth. As evening approached, the workers tidied their tools and departed one by one. The fading sunlight cast a warm golden hue over the village. Gazing at the newly erected posts at the village entrance and the rows of wind-swayed saplings, both Liu Jun and Liu Yong felt a profound sense of contentment and hope. Change was undeniably unfolding day by day upon this land. Liu Jun beckoned the drenched Liu Yifei, and together with a few elders, they walked home, chatting and laughing. The fragrant aroma of cooking wafted from the kitchen. The busy yet fulfilling day gracefully drew to a close amidst the curling smoke and the warm glow of lights. Chapter 30. The back mountain cave at 6 a.m, Liu Jun rose as usual. After a refreshing morning run, he returned home, his body still warm from the exertion, and took a quick shower. Upon entering the bedroom, he was pleasantly surprised to find his wife, Qianqian, already dressed and seated at the edge of the bed. "Well, the sun must have risen in the west today. What brings you up so early?" Liu Yun inquired, raising an eyebrow in astonishment. Qianqian met his gaze with a smile, a beam of morning light catching the ends of her smooth hair. I woke up shortly after you did. I tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall back asleep, so I decided to just get up. Her voice, tinged with the remnants of sleep, rang out clear and bright. Liu Jun felt a warm surge of affection and walked over to embrace her gently, inhaling the familiar fragrance woven into her hair. I've been so busy lately, I haven't had the chance to spend quality time with you, he said, a hint of guilt in his tone as he nuzzled her hair. Oh, you're busy with important matters. Yi Qianqian tilted her face up toward him, her eyes sparkling with mischief. And I haven't been idle either. Online shopping has been quite exhilarating lately. I've truly experienced the ultimate joy of an infinite shopping cart. With a playful sigh, she continued, however, the deliveries have piled up like a small mountain in the last few days. My parents are curious about what all this is. I can only vaguely say it's things you need, and they haven't pressed for more details. But at this rate, our home is going to burst at the seams. I'm beginning to hesitate about making further purchases. Liu Jun paused, surveying the somewhat cramped bedroom. Indeed, the limited space in their old house would soon raise suspicions with his parents if they were to accumulate too many items. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Wait. Once the temporary dining room is built, there will be plenty of space over there. We can place all the things we buy in the dining room, and no one will question it. That's a splendid idea. Yi Qianqian's eyes lit up with delight as she readily agreed. The couple lingered in their tender embrace for a moment before they were interrupted by Liu Jun's mother, Wang Serong, calling from outside. Jun, Qianqian, breakfast is ready. Liu Jun responded and stepped out of the room first. He had risen early for his run, but his mother had awakened even earlier. In the kitchen, Wang Serong was skillfully ladling out steaming rice porridge with boiled eggs and a plate of homemade pickled radishes alongside a small bowl of fried peanuts on the counter. The stove was polished to a shine. Watching his mother's industrious figure, Liu Jun felt a pang of guilt. Mom, I've told you countless times. I can pick up breakfast on my way back from my run. You don't need to wake up this early. Without lifting her head, Wang Serong continued her tasks. Food from outside is both expensive and may not be clean. A simple meal of porridge, eggs, and some pickles and peanuts at home is both economical and reassuring. Don't worry about it. Just sit down and eat. Liu Jun knew he could not argue against his mother's stubbornness, so he merely smiled with resignation and let her be. After the family gathered around the table to enjoy a simple yet comforting breakfast, Liu Jun wiped his mouth and set out to find Liu Yong. Upon arriving at Liu Yong's home, he found Aunt May sweeping the yard. Seeing him, she remarked, looking for Yongzi? He was called away early this morning. There's a dispute in town, and they urgently need him to handle it. Disappointed, Liu Jun turned to seek out Liu Yifei instead. He pushed open the slightly ajar door of Liu Yifei's home, only to find the young man sprawled on his bed, lost in a deep slumber. The quilt kicked to one side, and his bottom sticking up in the air as he snored evenly. Liu Jun stifled a laugh and approached, delivering a playful slap to the rounded backside. Ouch! Liu Yifei sprang up like a coiled spring, his disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest. Bleary-eyed and bewildered as he turned to Liu Jun, Brother Jun, what time is it? My alarm set for 8 hasn't even gone off yet. His voice was muffled, clearly still caught in the remnants of slumber. Hurry up. The sun's already up. Liu Jun stood at the bedside with crossed arms, a smile dancing on his lips. Upon hearing of something entertaining, Liu Yifei instantly perked up, his confusion dissipating. What is the fun thing? Brother Jun, tell me. You'll find out soon enough, Liu Jun teased. Turning to exit the room, Liu Yifei's parents worked in Jiangsheng, and with his grandmother long past, only his 72-year-old grandfather remained, respected in the village and affectionately referred to as second dad. He hastily brushed his teeth and washed his face, rummaging through his suitcase to extract bread and milk, finishing breakfast in a couple of bites before chasing after Liu Jun. Upon reaching the village center, they observed workers busily constructing temporary housing. The framework of the dining hall was already taking shape, while some workers gathered nearby, awaiting Liu Jun's instructions. Liu Jun located the foreman, Zhang, and pointed towards the back mountain. Zhang, my friend will be driving a flock of sheep here in a few days. I need you to run a sturdy iron wire around the trees at heights of approximately 30, 60, and 90 centimeters near the cliff's south edge to prevent them from falling. Zhang, a straightforward man, nodded promptly. Understood, Boss Liu. He then signaled 8 agile workers, who swiftly gathered tools and bundles of wire before heading towards the mountain. Feeling uneasy, Liu Jun followed to oversee their site selection, ensuring clarity in their work approach and safety measures before he could finally descend the mountain with peace of mind. He found Liu Yifei, who was craning his neck in curiosity, and got straight to the point. Do you remember that old cave near our village? How could I forget? Liu Yifei exclaimed, slapping his thigh. You took me inside when we were kids, remember? It was so dark that I cried. And you got a beating from second mom when we got home. He chuckled at the memory, relishing in the mischief. You little rascal, why bring that up? Liu Jun feigned a punch, unable to suppress his own laughter. I plan to tidy up that cave and expand it further. It's naturally warm in winter and cool in summer, an ideal spot. Liu Yifei gasped, Brother, that cave has been abandoned for years. Who knows how many snakes and insects might be lurking inside. Cleaning it up will be quite a task. Thus, Liu Jun clapped a hand on his shoulder. Edaptinga gravediminer. This noble yet daunting task is entrusted to you. What? Liu Yifei's expression fell instantly, his eyes wide with fear. Liu Yun, don't scare me. You know I'm terrified of those things, soft and cold to the touch. Seeing his genuine fright, Liu Jun finally revealed the plan with a smile. Just kidding. Here's what I need you to do. Go to my house and grab a fan that can be powered by a portable charger. Let us first gather dry firewood at the entrance of the cave, and then find some fresh pine branches to cover it, igniting a blaze to create thick smoke. Your task is to tend to the fire, ensuring it burns continuously, with smoke billowing abundantly. Subsequently, direct a fan towards the cave entrance to blow the smoke inside vigorously. Remember, the fire must not be extinguished, yet it must not spread to the mountains. Safety is paramount. Upon hearing that it involved setting a fire, Liu Yifei immediately perked up, thumping his chest with assurance. Rest easy, Brother Jun. I am quite adept at this task. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. With smoke so dense that it will cure everything inside like preserved meat. He has always had a penchant for playing with fire, and this task was indeed a delightful challenge for him. Chapter 31. $1 bloodshed. Liu Jun procured the village's old unicycle and laboriously loaded it with neatly chopped firewood, accompanied by a chainsaw and a bucket of diesel. Liu Yifei, on the other hand, carried an electric fan and a long bamboo pole, with a bundle of vibrant red firecrackers stuffed in his back pocket. The two of them pushed the cart toward the cave, one leading and the other following. The cave lay hidden behind dense foliage and vines, almost entirely obscured from view. Liu Jun set down the cart and started the chainsaw, its buzzing roar efficiently clearing away the surrounding weeds and shrubs, revealing the dark mouth of the cave. The air was infused with the fresh scent of sawdust and the essence of grass. Watch this, Liu Yifei exclaimed, quickly pulling out the firecrackers, igniting the fuse with a lighter and with a swift motion, accurately launching the entire bundle deep into the cave. The deafening crackle echoed within the cave, causing several birds in the nearby thicket to take flight. The acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with the dust that began to rise. Done. Now the long worms nearby will have to relocate. Liu Yifei clapped his hands with satisfaction. Liu Jun cast an approving glance at him, acknowledging the boy's quick wit. Together, they pushed the cart full of firewood to the cave entrance. Liu Jun skillfully arranged the wood in a crisscross pattern about half a meter inside the cave, dousing it with diesel to aid combustion and igniting the tinder at the base. The orange flames quickly licked the dry wood, joyously leaping and crackling. As the fire grew stronger, Liu Jun picked up the chainsaw and approached several old pine trees nearby, selecting fresh, dense branches to saw off. The heavy pine limbs, imbued with a rich aroma of resin, were dragged back to the cave entrance. Liu Jun layered the still moist branches over the burning firewood. When the flames met the damp pine needles, their momentum was momentarily subdued, replaced by billowing clouds of thick, acrid smoke rising into the air. Turn on the fan, Liu Yun shouted. Liu Yifei, ever prepared, immediately directed the fan toward the cave entrance and pressed the switch. The powerful airflow swept up the dense smoke, continuously feeding it into the depths of the cave. The gray smoke rolled and was swiftly consumed by the darkness. Observing the successful infusion of smoke, Liu Jun went to saw off a few more bundles of pine branches for reserve, stacking them beside Liu Yifei. This is your responsibility now. Keep a close eye on it. If the fire diminishes, add more wood. If the smoke is insufficiently dense, cover it with pine branches. When the fan runs out of power, recharge it with a power bank. I will check elsewhere. Call for me if needed. Hasta Shuot, Yunge. I will ensure the smoke is thick and the fire unquenchable. Liu Yifei patted his chest, finding a stone to sit upon, diligently scrolling through his phone while vigilantly watching the fire and the direction of the smoke, resembling a vigilant sentinel. Having settled matters on this front, Liu Jun turned to attend to other tasks. He meticulously scouted the terrain along the ridge, committing to memory each steep slope, gentle incline, water source, and potential danger point, preparing for subsequent grazing and planning. Early in the morning, Liu Yong was jolted awake by the piercing ring of his phone. The caller reported a brawl at the town's breakfast shop, where blood had been shed, and the situation was dire. Without a moment's delay, he quickly donned his police uniform and sped off on his motorcycle toward the scene. The small breakfast shop where the incident occurred was surrounded by a throng of onlookers eager to witness the commotion. Liu Yong parted the crowd and pressed forward, only to find a middle-aged man lying on the ground, his face smeared with blood and already unconscious. Nearby, a man in work attire squatted, absorbed in a cigarette, with a bloodied pair of tongs discarded at his feet. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood mingled with remnants of food. A sense of foreboding washed over Liu Yong as he hurried into the establishment to inquire. A young waitress, her face pale with fear, cowered in a corner, trembling. Upon seeing the police, she seemed to find her anchor and, with a quavering voice, recounted the events. The assailant had ordered a bowl of hot dry noodles and a cup of soybean milk. When it came time to settle the bill, the proprietor insisted on 6 yuan and 50 cents, while the customer stubbornly claimed that other places charged only 5 yuan and 50 cents, refusing to pay more. The owner, equally obstinate, pointed to the price list on the wall and declared, "This is our price. You must accept it." The two engaged in a heated argument, grappling at the entrance of the shop. Other diners managed to separate them, believing the matter resolved. However, as the customer turned to leave, the owner could not resist muttering under his breath, "What a miser. Can't even spare a yuan, yet pretends to be a big shot." Those words ignited a fury within the customer, who swiftly seized a long iron tong used for handling charcoal from a nearby fried dough stick stall and swung it violently at the owner's head. Taken by surprise, the owner received a blow and attempted to retaliate, leading to a tumultuous struggle. In the chaos, the customer struck again, and the owner collapsed, unable to rise. Remarkably, the assailant did not flee but sat down nearby, continuing to smoke until the police arrived. "Did you call for an ambulance?" Liu Yong inquired urgently. Yes, but at this hour. I'm not sure about the hospital," the waitress stammered. Liu Yong immediately stepped outside, handcuffing the man who had been squatting. He offered no resistance, his eyes vacant. After an agonizing wait of several minutes, the ambulance finally arrived, sirens blaring. The medical personnel rushed to lift the unconscious owner into the vehicle and sped away to the hospital. Liu Yong escorted the assailant back to the police station. In the interrogation room, Liu Yong regarded the silent man with a sigh, pondering, was it worth it? All for a single yuan? Now, look at the situation. Someone is grievously injured, and you face either fines or imprisonment, or worse. The man continued to lower his head, uttering not a word, with only the ash from his cigarette cascading down. Liu Yong recognized that further questioning would yield little. So he awaited the arrival of his colleagues before heading to the hospital to ascertain the extent of the injuries. The emergency doctor informed him that the injured party had 2 open wounds on his head, substantial in size, freshly stitched. He remained in a state of unconsciousness, and they would not know if there were internal injuries until the results of the CT scan were available. With a heavy heart, Liu Yong departed the hospital. Ravenous, he sought a small eatery in town and hastily consumed a bowl of noodles. Contemplating a purchase of marinated delicacies, he turned into the market. As he approached the entrance, a familiar voice greeted him warmly. Officer Liu, here to buy some vegetables?" It was Grandma Chiu, one of the vendors from the previous stall dispute, vibrant and lively as she tended to her small vegetable stand. Fresh green vegetables, glistening peppers, and eggplants were neatly arranged. "Hello, Grandma Chio." Liu Yong smiled as he approached, crouching down to select a few everyday vegetables. Grandma Chio deftly weighed and bagged the items while cheerfully reminiscing. "Little Liu, how have you considered what I mentioned last time?" Liu Yong wore a perplexed expression, resembling a blank slate. Grandma Chio, somewhat exasperated, continued, "Did we not discuss introducing my granddaughter to you? Let me tell you, her beauty is unparalleled. You won't find another as striking within 10 miles. The elderly woman's pride was palpable. Liu Yong felt a chill run down his spine and quickly sought refuge behind a shield. "Grandma Chio, you see, I'm perpetually swamped with work. I was out at dawn responding to a fight. Where would I find the time for romance? Please spare me." Upon hearing this, Grandma Chio's expression darkened, and she thrust the bag of vegetables into his hands, waving him away with irritation. "Go on, go." Such kindness met with ingratitude. "You stubborn blockhead. It's no wonder you remain single. Just the sight of you irks me." Chapter 32. Liu Yong's invitation. Liu Yong felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily settling the bill and departing with his groceries. As he passed a deli, he purchased some marinated pig ears and beef tripe. Glancing at his phone, he noticed it was barely past 7. Suddenly inspired by Liu Jun's previous earnest counsel, he summoned his courage and sent a voice call request to Wang Shiyu. "Hello, Yong Yi." Wang Shiyu's voice, tinged with surprise and morning brightness, quickly connected. Shiyu, are you up early?" Liu Yong felt an unusual tightness in his voice. "Not yet. I was just about to head out to buy some," she replied with a light laugh. "Perfect. I'm in town and have just finished my shopping. Would you like me to bring you something? Where are you?" Liu Yong attempted to maintain a casual tone. There was a brief pause on the other end before her voice, now laced with amusement, responded, "Sure, it's not often that Officer Liu is so considerate. I'm at the intersection by the town clinic, in the white car, you know it." "All right, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Liu Yong let out a long breath, realizing his palms were slightly clammy. He quickly made his way to the most highly rated breakfast shop nearby, purchasing a warm serving of bean curd skin and soy milk, and briskly headed towards their meeting point. From a distance, he spotted the familiar white car parked by the roadside. Approaching, he tapped on the driver's window. Wang Shiyu stepped out, clad in an elegant light gray business suit that accentuated her graceful figure, exuding both professionalism and warmth. The morning light illuminated her face, and her smile was radiant. "Here you go. Enjoy it while it's hot." Liu Yong handed her the breakfast, attempting to sound nonchalant as he explained. "I was passing by on duty and thought you might not have eaten yet." "Thank you. I was just getting hungry." Wang Shiyu accepted the bag, and their fingertips brushed together, causing both to pause momentarily. After their previous outing in the county, Liu Yong felt less awkward around her. Liu Yong cleared his throat, meeting her gaze. "Are you free tonight? I heard a new barbecue restaurant has opened, and the reviews are promising. Would you like to join me?" Wang Shiyu tilted her head slightly, a playful smile in her eyes, seemingly gauging his boldness. A few seconds of silence made Liu Yong's heart race. "Sure, that sounds good," she finally replied with a smile. "I'm free." A weight lifted from Liu Yong's chest. "Great. I'll message you later, and I'll come and pick you up." "Okay, I'll wait for your message." Wang Shiyu glanced at her watch, noting the time. "I need to head to the office now. Talk later. Drive safely." Liu Yong watched as her white car merged into the traffic, finally exhaling deeply, feeling a slight dampness on his back. Thankfully, she agreed. He hopped on his motorcycle, feeling lighthearted as he rode back to the village. Upon returning, he found Liu Jun was not home. He inquired about Liu Yifei, and his father mentioned that Liu Jun had taken him out to work. Liu Yong called Liu Jun, learning he was surveying the terrain on the back mountain. So he rode over to meet him. They converged halfway up the slope, and Liu Yong followed Liu Jun to the vicinity of cave. Liu Yifei was perched on a large rock, one hand engrossed in his phone, while the other wielded a long branch, occasionally prodding the fire to ensure a steady stream of thick smoke billowed towards the cave's entrance. The once lush vegetation at the mouth of the cave had been meticulously cleared, revealing a dark, gaping maw that exhaled wisps of grayish smoke. The air was saturated with the pungent aroma of burning pine and the scent of charred foliage. Liu Jun gestured towards the cave as he spoke to Liu Yong. The plan is as follows. Today we will envelop it in smoke for an entire day. The snakes, insects, and rodents inside will either flee or be rendered nearly lifeless. Once the smoke dissipates tomorrow, I intend to stack some thicker logs inside, igniting a ring of fire to apply high temperatures once more, while simultaneously drying and reinforcing the cave walls. Once these tasks are completed, we can begin to clear away the loose and precarious stones. He paused, pointing deep into the cave. Ultimately, a significant undertaking lies ahead. We must excavate deeper and widen the cave, transforming it into a usable space. Liu Yong gazed into the depths of the cave, furrowing his brow. Are we relying solely on manual labor? This could take ages. Machinery cannot navigate these rugged mountain paths. However, I know a few former quarry owners who might still have some explosives on hand. I'll see what I can do to procure some. If we manage the quantities properly, we can drill shallow holes in the cave walls for small-scale detonations, enhancing our efficiency manifold. Liu Jun's eyes brightened. Really? That would be splendid. I had thought of this method, but regulations have tightened over the years, making it hard to acquire. If you have connections, I entrust this to you. He clapped Liu Yong vigorously on the shoulder. Liu Yong nodded. All right, I'll seek out some contacts shortly. It shouldn't pose much of a problem. As they conversed and descended the mountain, Liu Yong hesitated near the village entrance before speaking up. By the way, Xiaojun and I've arranged to meet Wang Xiyu for barbecue tonight. Liu Jun halted, his eyes widening in surprise, quickly transforming into a joyful grin. You've made progress. Did she agree? Yes, she did, Liu Yong replied, a hint of shyness creeping onto his face. Excellent. This is the first step of your long journey. Liu Yun exclaimed, playfully thumping Liu Yong on the chest. Remember what I taught you. Be bold, meticulous, and unashamed. Seize the opportunity when it arises. Liu Yong nodded earnestly. Yes, I'll give it a try tonight. Liu Yun beamed boldly, petting Liu Yong's back. Our wild boar has finally learned to forage for cabbage. There has been progress. They exchanged hearty laughter, brimming with anticipation for the evening ahead. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Liu Yong promptly mounted his motorcycle to seek out the aforementioned quarry owner. Meanwhile, Liu Jun ascended the rear mountain once more, meticulously observing and memorizing every contour of the terrain and the locations of water sources, continuously sketching the future blueprint in his mind. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, workers began to finish their shifts and head home. At the base of the mountain, the framework of the temporary dining hall had taken shape, while Liu Yifei successfully completed the first day of smoke treatment, with the remnants of ash still emitting faint wisps of smoke at the cave entrance. After dinner, as the heat of the day began to wane, Liu Jun and his family gathered on small stools at the door to enjoy the cool evening air. A gentle breeze, carrying the refreshing scent of the fields, caressed their cheeks, offering a delightful reprieve. In the distance, the rhythmic croaking of frogs emanated from the rice fields. At that moment, Liu Yong rode his motorcycle out of the village, the headlights slicing through the thickening twilight. Wang Serong, with her sharp eyes, called out, Yongzi, it's already getting dark. Are you still heading out? Irma, I have some business to attend to in town. I'll be back later. Liu Yong's voice mingled with the roar of the motorcycle engine. Liu Jun immediately understood, giving him a thumbs-up gesture and waving vigorously, their unspoken bond evident. Liu Yong nodded on his bike, twisted the throttle, and sped off towards the town, carrying both himself and his evening's mission. A radiant full moon quietly ascended, casting its silvery light over the tranquil village. A gentle breeze stirred the treetops, producing a soft, rustling sound. Liu Jun leaned back in a bamboo chair, observing his parents and wife engaged in hushed conversation, while the distant sounds of barking dogs and chirping insects filled the air. A profound sense of contentment and warmth enveloped him. With family secure and friends lending support, life was busy yet brimming with hope. This simple, everyday warmth was more precious than anything else. The seeds of hope were quietly sprouting in this familiar land, and the looming shadows of a dystopian future faded slightly in the face of the present peace and vitality. A fulfilling day slipped away silently, under the moonlight and gentle breeze. Chapter 33. The Barbecue Shop Incident on a Cool Summer Night. A gentle breeze caressed Liu Yong's face as he rode his motorcycle towards the town. The beams of his headlights pierced through the deepening darkness like swords, and the sound of the engine echoed distinctly along the quiet country road. The thought of soon meeting Wang Xiu filled him with an indescribable joy, causing a smile to involuntarily grace his lips. Upon arriving at the foot of Wang Xiu's building, Liu Yong sent her a message. Within 5 minutes, the unit door clicked open, and Wang Xiu emerged, carrying a petite chain bag, her steps light and buoyant. A soft halo of light enveloped her. She wore a delicately tailored light pink dress that elegantly accentuated her graceful figure, with the hem resting just above her knees, highlighting her long, slender legs. With no makeup on her face and a refreshing ponytail swaying gently with her movements, she appeared as enchanting as a gardenia adorned with dew. Liu Yong was momentarily mesmerized. Each encounter with Xiu seemed to evoke a different sensation within him, rendering his prepared greeting stuck in his throat as he gazed at her, unable to blink. Noticing his stunned expression, Wang Xiu couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes crescent-shaped and dimples appearing on her cheeks. That smile burst forth in Liu Yong's eyes, illuminating the surrounding night and causing his heart to race. Yonggu, Wang Xiu approached the motorcycle, her voice playful. Which barbecue place are we heading to tonight? I'm quite looking forward to the one you picked. Liu Yong snapped back to reality, feeling a slight flush on his cheeks as he hurriedly replied. There's a new barbecue shop over on New Street. They say the flavors are exceptionally authentic. I'll take you there to try it out. Sound great. Wang Xiu responded playfully, gracefully swinging her leg over to sit on the back seat while carefully arranging her dress. One hand rested naturally on Liu Yong's sturdy back while the other clutched the metal frame of the motorcycle. As the motorcycle roared back to life, the evening breeze carried the unique scents of summer foliage along with a faint, delightful fragrance that belonged to Wang Xiu. Before long, they arrived at their destination. The barbecue shop was ablaze with light, its enormous neon sign flickering in gaudy yet vibrant colors. Tables and chairs had been set up in the open space at the entrance, with several diners already engaged in lively conversation. The air thick with the pungent aroma of cumin, chili powder, and roasting fats. The interior was surprisingly clean and orderly. The two chose a spot against the wall to sit down. The enthusiastic proprietress promptly approached them, presenting a laminated menu. Welcome, handsome couple. What would you like to eat? Take a look at the menu. Liu Yong took the menu, glanced at it briefly, and naturally handed it to Wang Xiu. Xiu, why don't you see what you'd like? You order. Without hesitation, Wang Xiu's fingers danced over the menu, quickly deciding 20 skewers of lamb, 10 skewers of beef, 2 grilled sausages, 5 skewers of pork belly, 5 skewers of duck gizzards, 1 chicken leg, 1 whole chicken wing, and a portion of eggplant, enoki mushrooms, and chives. She looked up at Liu Yong, inquiring, Yonggu, do you think this is enough? We can always order more if it's not. That should be sufficient. If we need more, we can order again later. Liu Yong nodded, calling the proprietress over to request a bottle of chilled coconut juice. The two then began sipping their drinks while engaging in soft, casual conversation. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by the raucousness of the neighboring table. A group of bare-chested men, adorned with gold chains around their necks, were boisterously engaging in drinking games, their voices coarse and oblivious to their surroundings. Liu Yong furrowed his brow but refrained from intervening. After a mere 10 minutes, the sizzling skewers of meat, fragrant and enticing, began to arrive at their table. The fresh beef and lamb, grilled over charcoal, glistened invitingly, generously sprinkled with cumin and chili powder, the fat still gently sizzling. As the two of them picked up the skewers to savor, their eyes lit up in unison. The meat was tender and juicy, cooked to perfection, and the flavors indeed lived up to their reputation. They exchanged a knowing smile, immersing themselves in the culinary delight, momentarily oblivious to the din behind them. As they continued to eat, Liu Yong keenly noticed something amiss with Wang Xiu. She slightly furrowed her delicate brows, her pace of eating slowed, and her previously relaxed expression tightened as she intentionally lowered her head, seemingly avoiding something. What's wrong, Xiu? Are you feeling unwell? Liu Yong asked with concern. Putting down his skewer, Wang Xiu shook her head, forcing a smile. It's nothing, Yonggu. I think we've had enough to eat. Shall we leave? Noticing her unusual demeanor, Liu Yong swiftly turned to follow her gaze, only to find that among the rowdy group at the neighboring table, a burly man with a shaved head and a gold chain, along with a lanky fellow sporting dyed yellow hair and a lewd expression, were leering at Wang Xiyu with an unsettling gaze. They occasionally leaned in to whisper to each other, erupting in crude laughter. A surge of rage coursed through Liu Yong. Just as he was about to erupt, the yellow-haired man provocatively slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Liu Yong and cursing. "Hey, what the hell are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll gouge your eyes out." Liu Yong sprang to his feet, his tall figure commanding attention. The yellow-haired man flinched momentarily, instinctively retracting his neck. However, seeing the numbers on his side, his courage swelled, and he defiantly continued to shout, "What is it to you, punk? Want to try something?" With an icy glare, Liu Yong advanced, but at that moment, a cool, gentle hand softly tugged at his sleeve. Turning back, he met Wang Xiyu's clear, concerned eyes as she whispered, "Yong-go, let it go. There are too many of them. Let us settle the bill and leave." His heart softened at her words, and he leaned down to offer her a reassuring smile, whispering, "Don't be afraid. Have you forgotten what I used to do for a living?" He gently patted the back of her hand. Wang Xiyu blinked in surprise, recalling his background, and her tense demeanor slightly eased as she released her grip. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired man, misinterpreting Liu Yong's restraint as cowardice, swaggered over to their table, his greedy eyes roving over Wang Xiyu as he leered. Well, little darling, have you grown up enough to chase after boys now? TSK, TSK. This girl is truly a gem. What a waste on a big oaf like you." He lewdly licked his lips. A flash of cold fury ignited in Liu Yong's eyes. He had no intention of wasting words. In a swift motion, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, his large hand gripping the greasy hair of the yellow-haired man, his muscular arm propelling him aside as if tossing away refuse. With a shrill cry, the young man with yellow hair was hurled like a tattered sack several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, grimacing in pain and unable to rise. "How dare you lay a hand on me?" The two nearby companions, witnessing the scene, roared in fury, seizing empty beer bottles from the table and charging forward, the glinting necks of the bottles threateningly aimed at Liu Yong's head. Liu Yong's feet seemed rooted to the spot, his upper body merely tilting slightly as he deftly evaded the first bottle. In that fleeting moment of surprise, he unleashed a right hook that struck the soft abdomen of his assailant with the force of a cannonball. The man gasped, his eyes bulging, as he doubled over in agony, collapsing to the ground in a fit of retching, utterly incapacitated. Simultaneously, a second bottle, slicing through the air, hurtled towards him. Without turning his head, Liu Yong's left hand shot back like a steel vise, firmly seizing the wrist of the assailant clutching the bottle. The thug felt as though his wrist were caught in an iron grip, excruciating pain coursing through him as if his bones were being crushed. He gazed in terror at Liu Yong's impassive profile, the overwhelming force in Liu Yong's hand rendering him powerless. The bottle clattered to the ground, rolling away surprisingly intact. "The hell with it. Let's all go at him." The remaining three, their eyes aflame with rage, grabbed heavy wooden stools and charged into attack. Liu Yong snorted disdainfully, releasing the wrist he had gripped and delivering a swift kick that sent one thug staggering backward. Like a leopard, he deftly retreated to evade the incoming stool, and before his opponent could regain balance, he sprang forward with a fierce and rapid strike, delivering a powerful blow to the chest of the thug wielding the stool. The impact sent the man reeling, colliding with another thug who had hastened to follow, and they tumbled into a chaotic heap. The last thug, clutching the stool, beheld Liu Yong standing resolute like a warrior, his companions sprawled helplessly around him. Under Liu Yong's icy, intimidating gaze, he hesitated, the stool raised above his head. Yet he found himself unable to bring it down. Swallowing hard, he tremulously lowered the stool. The bald man adorned with a gold chain, who had remained passive, pushed aside the obstructing stool and stepped forward, feigning calmness as he clasped his fists in greeting. "Brother, impressive skills. May I inquire which path you tread?" This matter today arose from our ignorance. Let us delineate our positions to facilitate a cordial discussion. "Liu Yong, uninterested in idle chatter. Promptly retrieved his phone and dialed the station chief. "Chief, this is Liu Yong. I am at the entrance of Old Place Barbecue on Exine Street, where I have encountered several ruffians causing trouble and intending to inflict harm. I have subdued them. Please send a vehicle to detain them overnight for a reality check." His voice was clear and composed, resonating loudly in the now hushed atmosphere. Upon hearing the call to the police, the bald man's expression shifted dramatically. Hey, brother, don't do that. You're not playing fair. We're from the same circle. Fighting is one thing, but calling the cops? Besides, you see, you've come out unscathed." He forced a smile in a desperate attempt to salvage the situation. "Who else, like you, roams these streets? I am a police officer. Liu Yong, comrade officer. It is all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. We had a bit too much to drink. Our minds aren't quite clear. Please, show us some leniency and let us be on our way." Misunderstanding? Liu Yong cast a cold glance at him, his eyes sharp as a blade. If it were an ordinary person sitting here today, would you have them beaten? Would they be expected to submit? Enough of the excuses. Any discourse must be held at the station. His tone was unequivocal, leaving no room for debate. With that, Liu Yong turned his back to them and returned to his table. There, Wang Xiu sat with her hands clasped over her chest, her large, sparkling eyes fixed upon him, her face still bearing traces of fear, yet predominantly radiating admiration and reassurance. "Brother Yong, you were so impressive just now, so powerful, such a sense of security." Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. As Liu Yong beheld her adorable, starry-eyed expression, his previously stern demeanor softened instantly, and he could not help but chuckle, gently tapping her petite nose with his finger. "Silly girl, were you frightened?" This intimate gesture caused two rosy clouds to bloom on Wang Xiu's cheeks. She hastily lowered her head, inwardly lamenting. "Oh no, he saw me acting like a lovesick fool. How embarrassing." Observing the girl's bashful demeanor, Liu Yong felt a swell of tenderness in his heart and spoke softly. "Let's wait a moment for my colleagues to arrive and escort them away." Wang Xiu nodded obediently, resembling a docile little rabbit. After a short while, a police vehicle adorned with flashing red and blue lights came to a halt by the roadside. Two officers disembarked and exchanged brief words with Liu Yong. He gestured towards the groaning individuals on the ground and the others standing silently nearby. The officers swiftly produced handcuffs, applying them one by one, reminding the culprits to settle their bill for the barbecue before they unceremoniously stuffed them into the spacious trunk of the modified police car. The siren wailed as the vehicle departed, leaving behind a night that gradually returned to tranquility. With the commotion subsided, the two lost their appetite for further dining. Liu Yong rose to settle the bill. The proprietress, wearing an apologetic expression, waved her hands insistently. "Oh, dear officer, I truly cannot accept this payment. It is our fault for not keeping an eye on those ruffians who disturb you. This meal is on me." Liu Yong insisted on paying, yet the proprietress adamantly refused to disclose the amount. Liu Yong scanned the table's remnants, estimating it would not exceed 300 yuan, and promptly scanned the payment code on the counter. As the payment notification chimed, the proprietress hurried outside, exclaiming, "Oh, officer, you've given too much." Liu Yong mounted his motorcycle, glancing back with a cheerful smile. "Proprietress, your flavors are indeed delightful. Keep the change. I'll return for another visit. And perhaps you can offer me a discount." With that, he revved the engine and drove away. The proprietress stood helplessly at her post, watching the two depart, shaking her head with a smile. Chapter 34. Love by the bridge. The motorcycle roared to life once more, this time devoid of a destination, meandering gently along the riverbank. Eventually, Liu Yong halted the bike at the foot of a grand bridge that spanned the river. "Shall we take a stroll?" he suggested. Wang Xiu nodded in agreement. The two of them walked side by side onto the expansive bridge. The streetlights cast a warm glow, elongating their shadows dramatically. A refreshing breeze, laden with the scent of water, caressed their faces, enhancing the pleasant ambience. They ambled slowly, enveloped in a tranquil yet delicate atmosphere. Liu Yong stole glances at Wang Xiu, whose profile was soft and exquisite in the moonlight. Recalling Liu Jun's advice, his heart thundered within his chest, palms damp with sweat. Yet he struggled to summon the courage to speak. Wang Xiyu sensed his hesitation and tension, a mischievous smile curving her lips. Suddenly, she halted, and as Liu Yong glanced over once again, she reached out her petite hand, gently and precisely placing it into his rough, broad palm, which was now clammy with perspiration. The soft texture and coolness of her hand sent a shock through Liu Yong. He nearly held his breath, carefully and reverently clasping her small hand, applying a pressure so light it felt as though he were cradling a fragile feather. A soft giggle escaped Wang Xiyu as she felt the warmth and nervousness emanating from his grip, her laughter ringing clear like a bell. Liu Yong felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet an overwhelming sense of bliss surged within him. "Brother Yong," Wang Xiyu said, shaking their intertwined hands. Looking up at him with twinkling eyes, "How come you are so formidable in a fight? Those men seemed like children in front of you." Falling to the ground in no time, Liu Yong chuckled sheepishly. "I spent 8 years in the military. Due to certain circumstances, I left early, during which I practiced some martial arts. However, my skills would only be considered average back home. There are many who are far more skilled. Average and yet so strong?" Wang Shiyu's eyes widened in astonishment. "I reckon if another 7 or 8 faced you, you'd handle them just the same." Liu Yong's gaze drifted to the dark expanse of the river, as if lost in profound memories, his expression turning distant and intricate. Wang Xiyu, perceptive and understanding, refrained from probing further, simply leaning against him, her small hand enveloped by his warm grasp. Together, they stood hand in hand, leaning against the bridge railing, gazing at the shimmering ripples of the water beneath the moonlight as it flowed serenely. The evening breeze tenderly tousled their hair, and time seemed to slow. After a moment of quiet reflection, Liu Yong glanced at his watch. "It's nearly 11. It's getting late. Let me take you home," he said softly. "MHM," Wang Xiyu replied. Upon returning to the motorcycle, Liu Yong did not start the engine immediately. He turned to face Wang Xiyu. The streetlight illuminated the strong contours of his face. His intense gaze rested on Wang Xiyu, so direct and sincere that it made her heart race, her cheeks flushing slightly as she shyly lowered her eyes. In the stillness of the moment, Liu Yong's voice resonated with a deep clarity, tinged with a barely perceptible tension, yet imbued with unwavering resolve. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" This confession fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through the air. Wang Xiyu's body instinctively tensed. Although she harbored a fondness for Liu Yong and subtly anticipated the evolution of their relationship, she had not expected this unyielding declaration to come so swiftly and directly. It was entirely beyond her expectations. As Liu Yong observed her silence, his heart raced, nearly escaping his throat. Time felt as though it had come to a standstill, with the only sound being the drumming of his heart. He dared not urge her, but instead held his breath, awaiting her response in anxious stillness. The seconds stretched into what felt like an eternity. At last, Wang Xiyu slowly lifted her gaze. Her cheeks were flushed, yet her eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance, reminiscent of a spring filled with starlight. She met Liu Yong's anxious and hopeful gaze, and with a solemn nod, her voice, though soft, rang with clarity. "Yes, Yong Yi, I accept." A wave of immense joy erupted within Liu Yong, akin to fireworks exploding in his mind, and in the next moment, elation engulfed him. He let out an ecstatic roar, sweeping Wang Xiyu off her feet and spinning her around in delight. "Ah!" Wang Xiyu exclaimed, quickly succumbing to his exuberance, her laughter spilling forth as she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. The gentle glow of the street lamp enveloped the two lovers as they twirled together, their laughter echoing along the serene riverbank, their silhouettes entwined in the interplay of light and shadow, a scene as exquisite as a painted tableau. The motorcycle roared to life once more, safely delivering Wang Xiyu to the foot of her building. As she gracefully walked towards the entrance, Liu Yong felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. Just as she was about to push the door open, she suddenly halted, turned, and hurried back to him. In the midst of Liu Yong's astonished expression, Wang Xiyu stood on her tiptoes, arms outstretched, bestowing upon him a gentle, warm embrace. Before he could fully comprehend the moment, She swiftly pressed a feather-like kiss upon his cheek, infused with a delicate fragrance, as fleeting as a chick pecking at grain. Then, like a startled fawn, she turned and dashed into the building, leaving behind a softly spoken, smiling good night, Yong-ge, and a lingering scent of blossoms. Liu Yong stood there entranced, his hand instinctively brushing the spot where her lips had touched, as if the softness and warmth still lingered. He smiled foolishly, like a child who had just received a trove of sweets. Upon returning to his familiar village, the distant barks of dogs echoed in the night. Liu Yong quietly opened the door, washed up, and hurriedly took a cold shower. However, lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. His mind was filled with visions of Wang Xiyu. Her radiant smile, her worried gaze, her adoring eyes, her bashful blush, and that fleeting kiss, as ephemeral as a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. The spot on his cheek where she had kissed him still felt slightly warm, a reminder that what had transpired was no mere dream, and amidst a whirlwind of thoughts, slumber eluded him. On one hand lies the sweet torment, while on the other, the positive transformations unfolding in the village, the embryonic form of a restaurant, the renovation of caves, and plans for the future. The weightiness of the apocalyptic shadow quietly dissipates in the presence of this profound joy and anticipation for what lies ahead. A myriad of thoughts rush forth, intertwining excitement and tenderness, until the faint light of dawn gently graces the sky outside. Only then does he succumb to a deep slumber, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Chapter 35. Cave Development. The morning sunlight pierced through the thin mist, casting a delicate golden hue over the construction site at both ends of the village. Liu Jun arrived early at the site, the air still tinged with the coolness of the night dew. He surveyed his surroundings. The additional workers and equipment he had requested yesterday were already in place. 6 trucks laden with tools and laborers parked at the roadside, with double the usual number of workers gathered in clusters, awaiting the signal to commence work. The atmosphere was thick with a mingled sense of earth, rust, and fresh timber. Today marked a pivotal moment. The formal groundbreaking of the 2 fortifications at the village's entrance and exit, where the future gates would take shape. Zhang Gong was engaged in a hushed discussion with several team leaders, his blueprints in hand. Upon spotting Liu Jun, he immediately approached. "Boss Liu, you're here? We ensured that manpower and equipment are fully supplied as per your instructions." Liu Jun nodded, taking the blueprints and pointing to the marked locations. Zhang Gong. These 2 areas are of utmost importance. The wall at the village entrance must be robust and solid, with observation openings. The positions and dimensions are clearly indicated on the plans. Precision is imperative. At the village exit near the riverbank, the barbed wire must also be firmly installed. His tone was serious, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. Safety is our baseline. Quality is our lifeline. If there is any uncertainty, feel free to consult me. Zhang Gong pulled out a small notebook and diligently noted the key points, thumping his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, Boss Liu, our team comprises seasoned veterans. This is not our first endeavor of this kind. I will ensure every detail of your requirements is meticulously adhered to, guaranteeing a job well done." With arrangements set, Liu Jun instinctively glanced at the time, and then in the direction of Liu Yong's home. At this hour, Liu Yong should have already been at the site assisting. Could he have been called away on an emergency? Feeling uneasy, he decided to check on him. Entering Liu Yong's modest courtyard, Aunt May sat on a small stool at the door, savoring a steaming bowl of congee accompanied by pickled vegetables. Upon seeing Liu Jun, she greeted him casually. "Ah, Junzi has come. Help yourself to a seat." "Aunt May, where's Yongzi? Is he out or still asleep?" Liu Yun inquired. Aunt May swallowed her mouthful and gestured towards the inner room. "He went out last night and returned very late." "He is still sleeping now?" Liu Jun nodded and pushed open Liu Yong's bedroom door. There lay Liu Yong, sprawled on his side, clutching a pillow, deeply asleep, oblivious to the intrusion. His lack of alertness was uncharacteristic for someone with a military background. A mischievous smile crept across Liu Jun's face. Ever since he had effectively roused Liu Yifei with a swift slap, he had discovered this tactic worked wonders on those who lingered in slumber. He held his breath, focused intently, swung his arm with vigor, and landed a resounding smack on Liu Yong's backside. Ouch! Liu Yong jolted upright, as if pricked by a needle. Confusion etched on his face. Upon recognizing Liu Jun, he broke into a mix of laughter and exasperation, pouncing on Liu Jun with the swift reflexes honed in military training, employing a grappling hold around his throat. Cough, cough. Let go, let go. I surrender. I surrender. Liu Jun's face turned crimson as he struggled against Liu Yong's grip, rapidly tapping his arm in a plea for mercy. Only then did Liu Yong chuckle and release him, his face still bearing the flush of sleep. Liu Jun rubbed his aching shoulders and neck, grimacing in pain. Yongzi, with your brute strength, I couldn't possibly defeat you even 5 against 1. Liu Yong chuckled, donning his clothes while lowering his voice, unable to conceal his excitement. Xiuyun, news. Shiyu has agreed to be my girlfriend. Really? Liu Jun's eyes sparkled instantly, disregarding his discomfort as he threw his arms around Liu Yong's shoulders. Well done. Quietly achieving great things. Quick, tell me how she agreed. Liu Yong recounted the conflict at the barbecue stall and his confession on the bridge in vivid detail. When he mentioned Wang Shiyu's fleeting kiss, even this tough man felt a subtle blush creep across his face. Upon hearing the tale, Liu Jun burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. Ha ha ha. So those clueless rascals inadvertently became your love matchmakers? That beating was worth it. You ought to send them a banner of gratitude. Liu Yong shook his head, adopting a serious tone. Let us not joke about it. Such people are a scourge on society, preying on the weak. If it weren't for me, who knows how others would have been bullied. I'll need to take care of them properly when we get back to the station. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Liu Yong then inquired about the day's plans. Liu Jun pointed out the window. The foundation on the front and back mountains is solid now. We begin with the iron mesh, angle iron, and brickwork today. We have enough manpower. We should be able to reach the top in 2 or 3 days. By the way, have you sorted out the detonators? I contacted 2 old connections yesterday. They mentioned limited stock and advised me to search further. They want me to go again today, but I'm confident it will be fine. Liu Yong replied with assurance. Great. Tomorrow, we depend on it for the cave expansion. Uncle understands blasting. We should invite him to oversee and guide us. This afternoon, let's thoroughly incinerate the cave's interior to sterilize and reinforce it. Liu Yun planned. The 2 quickly finalized their tasks. Liu Jun went to rouse the still-lazing Liu Yifei and brought along their experienced uncle, father, and Uncle Hua. The group, armed with chainsaws, high-powered headlamps, 2 barrels of diesel, and long-handled tools, set off toward the back mountain. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, the smoky scent from last night's barbecue lingered, mingling with the earthy aroma of soil and ash. Liu Jun donned his headlamp, igniting a powerful flashlight, and led the way into the cave. The others followed closely behind. The beams of light from the headlamps and flashlight pierced the darkness within. The cave was an irregular oval shape, its ceiling towering approximately 5 to 6 meters high. With an internal length of about 10 meters, the widest part spanning 5 to 6 meters, and the entrance barely allowing 1 person to pass. The ground was uneven, covered in a thick layer of dust and unknown animal bones, while decayed wooden fragments and rubble lay scattered in the corners. Liu Guiyuan shone his flashlight on the cave walls, reminiscing, "This cave was a treasure in our youth. Sweet potatoes, yams, and potatoes were stored here. It was warm in winter and cool in summer, perfect for preserving food. But as everyone went off to work, the land fell into disuse, and this cave slowly became neglected." Liu Guodong and Liu Guohua nodded in agreement, lost in their memories. Liu Jun kicked aside a small stone at his feet. "Uncle, I want to expand this cave a bit more. We could still use it for storage in the future. What do you think?" Liu Guiyuan crouched down, grasping a handful of damp earth from the cave's floor, shaking his head as he spoke. "In the past, we stored sweet potatoes by burying them in sand to keep them dry. However, I fear that storing grains here will not be feasible. Look at how moist this soil is. The excessive humidity will cause the food to spoil in no time." Liu Jun, already prepared for such an eventuality, nodded in agreement. "Then we can use it as an emergency refuge or to conceal other items." At that moment, Liu Yifei burst forth excitedly, gesticulating with glee. "Brother Jun, I find this place remarkably cool. If we clean it up, ensure it's moisture-proof, install some lights, set up a grand sound system, and hang a projection screen. Wouldn't this transform into a natural private cinema and KTV? Imagine escaping the summer heat to watch movies and sing here. How delightful. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, as if envisioning the scene already. Liu Jun chuckled at his exuberance, ruffling his tousled hair from sleep. You little rascal, your mind is perpetually occupied with play. However, he shifted his tone, glancing around the cave. Your idea does possess a certain charm. It deserves commendation. Liu Yifei's face lit up with joy, proudly adjusting his disheveled hairstyle. Yet, only Liu Jun understood that in a post-apocalyptic world, those intricate electronic devices would inevitably become scrap metal, rendering this splendid vision unattainable. Without further delay, the group took their chainsaws and scattered into the nearby woods, searching for dead trees. The roar of chainsaws echoed through the forest, startling flocks of birds. After more than 2 hours, sturdy dead trunks were dragged back to the cave entrance, intricately piled within, nearly filling half the space. The pungent aroma of pine resin and decayed wood permeated the air. Liu Jun unscrewed the cap of a diesel barrel, meticulously drenching the base of the dead wood pile with the viscous liquid. Meanwhile, the others used slender twigs to create a fire trail leading directly to the cave entrance. Liu Jun doused the fire path with a bit more diesel before producing a lighter. Step back, he commanded in a low voice. With a flicker, the flame licked the oiled twigs, igniting instantly in a blaze. The orange flames greedily spread along the fire trail into the cave, rapidly igniting the piled wood. The fires surged higher, crackling and popping, as the intense flames danced within the cave, illuminating it like a furnace, with waves of scorching heat and thick black smoke billowing from the entrance. Liu Jun and Liu Yifei stood guard on either side of the entrance, vigilantly monitoring the fire to prevent any sparks from igniting the surrounding vegetation. The blistering heat made their faces flush. At that moment, Liu Jun's phone rang. It was Su Yunpeng. Junzi, I've arrived at the construction site in the village. Where are you? Su Yunpeng's voice inquired. Pengzi, we're here in the cave on the back mountain, burning the kiln. Come over yourself. Liu Jun replied with a smile. Before long, Su Yunpeng's figure appeared on the hillside, and upon witnessing the billowing smoke and flickering flames from the cave, he exclaimed in surprise, Wow, quite the commotion here. Is everything in order? Once we finish this round, tomorrow, when Yongzi brings the detonators, we can proceed with the hard dish, the blasting to expand the cave. Liu Jun explained, gesturing towards the cave before asking, How's progress on your end? Su Yunpeng wiped the sweat from his brow. We've secured 3 high-powered diesel generators and transported a truckload of various tools. The machinery for processing rice and wheat, along with the oil extraction equipment, has been negotiated and the deposit paid, ready for shipment at any moment. When do you think is a suitable time to bring it over? Liu Jun contemplated for a moment, perhaps in a couple of days. The main structure of the restaurant's temporary building is nearing completion, and once it is fully ready, we can simply stack the items there for convenience. By the way, we also need sand. The quantity required for the walls is substantial, and the little stockpiled in the village is insufficient. I will entrust this task to you as well. Please start transporting it here in the next couple of days when you have the time. Sure, no problem. Su Yunpeng readily agreed, stating that he would take the excavator back shortly and gather a few brothers from the village with vehicles to ensure a mountain of sand would be amassed. Is the budget still adequate? Liu Yun inquired. Sufficient. The majority of the payment is cash on delivery. You can settle the remaining balance after inspecting goods. Su Junpeng, Ziplit. As the two were discussing the subsequent supply list, Liu Yong returned on his motorcycle. He was carrying a heavy, securely wrapped canvas bag, which he carefully placed on the ground. I've managed to acquire the items. Not much, but enough. We'll wait for Uncle to come and take a look tomorrow. Noticing the fire in the cave dwindling, with only the dim red embers and wisps of blue smoke remaining, the group decided to head to town for lunch. Liu Jun called for Uncle Liu Yuan to help keep an eye on the dying embers. He asked Yi Qianqian if she wanted to join them, but she smiled and waved her hand. You men are discussing business. I shall not intrude. I'll stay home and have a meal with my parents. Su Yunpeng drove his excavator back to the village first, while Liu Jun took his SUV, picking up Liu Yong and Liu Yifei, and then collected Su Yunpeng at the village entrance, heading straight to the familiar, economical, and authentic restaurant in town. At the dining table, with Liu Yifei present, the group tacitly avoided sensitive topics related to the apocalypse and preparations, instead discussing the village's projects, the cave renovation plans, and Liu Yong's recent romantic developments. Liu Yifei listened with keen interest, occasionally interjecting with suggestions, such as how to wire the cave for lighting more efficiently, or whether a lookout tower could be added to the defensive structures. While some ideas were a bit far-fetched, one or two sparked Liu Jun's contemplation, prompting him to discreetly jot down a few notes in his phone's memo. Chapter 36. Shao Kunkin sated and content. Liu Yong warmly invited everyone, tonight. I shall treat you all to some delectable crayfish at unforgettable to celebrate my farewell to bachelorhood. Come on, come all. Laughter echoed in agreement. Upon returning to the village, the charcoal fire in the cave had completely extinguished, leaving only warm ashes and the hardened walls, which still exuded residual heat and a faint burnt aroma. Liu Jun and Liu Yong split up to check on the construction progress at both ends of the village. The worksite was abuzz with activity, as the sounds of piling, welding, and workers' shouts intermingled, all proceeding steadily according to plan. As they surveyed the bustling yet orderly scene before them, the two exchanged a knowing smile, a blend of exhaustion and satisfaction evident in their expressions. Time quietly slipped away amidst their industriousness, and soon it was 7 in the evening. The setting sun draped the village in a warm, golden hue. Each person returned home for a refreshing cold shower and donned clean attire before reconvening at the village entrance. This time, Qianqian also joined, as Liu Jun had mentioned that Liu Yong's new girlfriend, Wang Xiyu, would be attending, and he wanted to spare the young lady from feeling awkward amidst a table full of men by inviting her as company. As they drove into town, they picked up the meticulously dressed Wang Xiyu at their agreed meeting point. She wore a simple yet elegant dress, exuding a gentle charm. Liu Yong promptly introduced the two. Xiyu, this is Qianqian, Shao Jun's wife. She's a year your senior, so you may call her sister. Qianqian turned with a warm smile. Hello, Xiyu. I've heard Liu Yong speak of you. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Her voice was soft, and her gaze friendly. Wang Xiyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she politely greeted. Hello, Sister Qianqian. I often hear Brother Yong mention you and Brother Jun. Liu Yong then pointed to the enthusiastic Liu Yifei. And this is our little bundle of joy, Liu Yifei. Upon hearing the name, Wang Xiyu paused, her eyes curiously appraising the handsome young man. Liu Yifei, accustomed to such reactions, confidently interjected, Sister Xiyu, my name means Ian Flying Fei. I'm not that female celebrity, though. Wang Xiyu's expression shifted to one of realization, and she smiled. Hello, Yifei. Sister Xiyu, you are truly beautiful. Liu Yifei exclaimed with sweet sincerity, his eyes sparkling. Liu Yun, driving, playfully quipped without turning around. Yifei, are you implying that Sister Qianqian isn't beautiful? Qianqian immediately played along, casting a teasing glance at Liu Yifei. Flustered, Liu Yifei's face turned crimson as he hurriedly waved his hands. No. Sister Qianqian, you are also exceptionally beautiful. What I meant was, both sisters are absolutely stunning, like celestial beings. His eager explanation sent the entire car into fits of laughter. Even Wang Xiyu could not suppress her amusement. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of unforgettable crayfish restaurant. The neon sign flickered enticingly in red, and the air was already filled with a mouth-watering aroma of spicy delicacies. They arrived early, and the restaurant was not yet crowded. The group chose a spacious table by the window for good ventilation. Liu Yong, familiar with the menu, promptly placed their order, boss. For pounds of crayfish, 1 portion each of garlic and spicy. Also a plate of cold mixed edamame, boiled peanuts, cilantro beef, cold preserved eggs, and a plate of Yangzhou fried rice, along with a dish of dry fried beef ho fun. Bring over 2 cases of beer first, and then a bottle of coconut juice. Not long after, Su Yunpeng arrived in a flurry, repeatedly apologizing. My apologies, I just went to refuel and arrived late. He greeted everyone in turn. Liu Yun, noticing he was alone, asked, Pengzi, why didn't you bring Mei Lan and Su Kuan along? Su Yunpeng sat down and poured himself a glass of beer, saying, "Don't mention it. Right after the new year, I sent Su Kun to the county to attend kindergarten. My wife and mother are currently accompanying him in the county and can only make it back on weekends." At that moment, a sudden fit of coughing erupted nearby. Everyone turned to see Liu Yifei, his face flushed and nearly in tears from choking on the drink he had just swallowed. Liu Jun quickly patted him on the back. "Take your time. How did you choke like that?" Liu Yifei finally caught his breath and, still coughing, looked at Su Yunpeng with a grin, asking, "Brother Peng, chicken, you're too beautiful?" Su Yunpeng was instantly taken aback, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Yes, yes, yes. That's the Kun." He reflected on the naming. "Back then, we didn't think much of it. His grandfather just thought the character Kun sounded grand, and I didn't see anything wrong at the time. By the time I caught on to the joke, it was already on the household registration book. It's too late to regret now." His embarrassed yet resigned demeanor sparked another wave of laughter from the crowd. Yi Qianqian and Wang Xiyu exchanged amused glances, stifling their giggles. Liu Jun was shaking with laughter. Only Liu Yong sat in confusion, looking from one person to another, utterly perplexed. "What does chicken, you're too beautiful mean? What are you all laughing about?" His bewildered expression only provoked even more laughter. "Brother Yong, you're so out of touch," Liu Yifei teased with a cheeky grin. Liu Jun pulled out his phone and showed Liu Yong the classic video. Liu Yong frowned as he finished watching, still none the wiser. Liu Jun then opened the comment section, pointing out the various humorous takes on chicken. "You're too beautiful." Liu Yong scrutinized several comments before finally grasping the meaning, shaking his head and chuckling. What does this even mean?" Just as the laughter filled the air, two large platters of vibrant, glistening crayfish were brought to the table. The rich aroma of garlic and the spicy, piquant fragrance instantly enveloped everyone, captivating their senses. Accompanying the dish were refreshing green marinated edamame, plump boiled peanuts, glistening cilantro beef, translucent century eggs, distinct grains of Yangzhou fried rice, and the sizzling dry-fried beef rice noodles. Amidst the joyful banter, chopsticks flew about, and beer glasses clinked with a crisp sound. The spicy, savory crayfish, the chilled, refreshing beer, and the light-hearted atmosphere intertwined, creating an enchanting tapestry of summer night's warmth. The potential shadows of the future were dispelled by the vibrant red dishes, the raucous laughter, and the warm glow of the lights. Chapter 37. Expanding Agent. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, and the air was already tinged with a hint of summer's heat. Liu Jun returned from his morning jog, hurriedly took a shower, and finished his breakfast, ready to embark on a new day of labor. The primary battlefield today was the cave that held great expectations, with the objective to widen and deepen. He summoned his seasoned uncle, his father, Uncle Hua, along with Liu Yong and the young strategist Liu Yifei. The group, equipped with tools, marched robustly towards the rear mountains. Each face bore a semblance of solemnity, for explosive operations demanded utmost precision. Uncle Liu Yuan was the first to meticulously inspect the package of detonators that Liu Yong had painstakingly procured the previous day. He weighed it in his hands and scrutinized the cave's rock wall structure, his brow gradually furrowing. "Junzi, you mentioned wanting to expand 10 meters deep and 5 meters wide? This amount of detonators," he shook the modest canvas bag in his hand, "is likely insufficient. Achieving a 3-meter depth would be considered fortunate. Your requirements are far beyond this quantity." Liu Jun and Liu Yong exchanged glances, their spirits sinking. Liu Jun immediately turned to Liu Yong. "Yongzi, can we procure more? I'm willing to pay extra." Liu Yong, with a wry smile, shook his head, lowering his voice. "Xiao Jun, this is already a risk taken by the supplier out of goodwill. Any more? It's truly impossible. The regulations are stringent now. These aren't tea cabbages." The two stared at the meager detonators, their expressions clouded with concern, and the atmosphere grew thick with tension, just as despair threatened to engulf them. Liu Yifei scratched his head and tentatively spoke. "Brother Yong, Brother Jun, I believe I know of substance. Though it's not as quick as explosives. It can still fracture rocks, and it's much safer." "Oh, what is it?" Liu Jun and Liu Yong's eyes sparkled with interest. "It's called static expanding agent. Our teacher mentioned it in class." Liu Yifei recalled, It's a type of powder that, when mixed with water and poured into pre-drilled holes, will slowly expand, fracturing the stone without noise or vibration. Extremely safe. Liu Jun immediately pulled out his phone to search. The screen illuminated with detailed descriptions and instructional videos. Drilling, mixing, pouring. Waiting, the principles were clear, and the process seemed straightforward. The best part was, this substance could be purchased at ordinary construction material stores and was significantly more affordable. Well done, my boy. You've really come through. Liu Jun exclaimed joyfully, pulling Liu Yifei into an appreciative embrace. In a critical moment, your clever mind has proven invaluable. Liu Yifei chuckled modestly. Without further ado, Liu Jun promptly organized. Yongzi, quickly call the building materials company to see if they have it in stock. Have it delivered before noon. Liu Yong nodded, stepping aside to make the call. Meanwhile, Liu Jun squatted at the cave entrance, using his phone's light to carefully study the specific usage methods and drilling requirements for the static expanding agent. The cave was too dim for such tasks. He looked up and thought, we need electricity. Let us bring in a few light bulbs. Otherwise, it's too dark to work effectively. Just then, Liu Yong returned from his phone call, a glimmer of excitement on his face. The shop in town doesn't have it, but the county has stock. They're already arranging a transfer. It'll arrive at the village before lunch. By the way, Xiao Jun, I just remembered. We seem to have forgotten to buy lime. We'll need it for plastering and disinfection later, right? Almost overlooked that detail. Liu Jun, struck by an idea, decided to have several tons of lime sent over from that side, thus sparing another trip. Liu Yong nodded and promptly picked up the phone to arrange it. Uncle Liu Yuan, upon hearing of the need for illumination, wasted no time and headed home. Shortly thereafter, he returned, shouldering a high-powered construction solar lamp. This would do. It's bright. He deftly maneuvered the lamp into the cave, connected it to the long extension cord he had brought, and located the nearest temporary power source. With the flick of a switch, a dazzling white light erupted, transforming the previously shadowy cave into a realm as bright as day. The textures of the cave walls and the scattered stones on the ground became vividly discernible. With ample light flooding the space, everyone sprang into action. Uncle Liu Yuan, seasoned and knowledgeable, directed the group to carefully probe, poke, and tap at the cave walls and ceiling with long bamboo poles and steel rods, checking for any loose rocks. Dust cascaded down, dancing in the illuminated air. After confirming there were no hazardous stones, Liu Jun retrieved a can of white spray paint and, following his meticulously devised blasting plan, carefully marked conspicuous white dots on the rugged rock face. These indicated the drilling spots. Let us get to work, Liu Jun called out. He and Liu Yong, both robust and strong, took charge of the initial drilling with a percussion drill and short drill bits. The drill bits screeched against the stone, sounding fortes sparks en occasion. Their father and Uncle Hua then took over, employing longer drill bits to deepen the holes, ensuring they met the required depth. The air filled with the fine dust of crushed stone. Even with masks on, the scent of the stone powder quickly pervaded their nostrils. Uncle Liu Yuan, being of advanced age, took on the role of overseer, reminding them to prioritize safety. Liu Yifei became the most active assistant, darting back and forth to fetch drill bits. Swap them out, bring water, and clear away the dust, beads of sweat soon forming on his forehead. Though the cave was considerably cooler than outside, the confined space combined with strenuous labor had them all drenched in sweat. The dust mingled with perspiration, leaving streaks of gray-black on their faces and necks. After several hours of dedicated work, they noticed it was nearing noon. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, its scorching rays seeming capable of melting flesh. Uncle glanced at his watch. All right, that's enough for the morning. Time to head back for lunch. We'll resume in the afternoon under this relentless sun. They paused their tasks and exchanged glances, all resembling a motley crew, particularly Liu Jun and Liu Yong, the primary drillers, who were thoroughly coated in dust. Sharing a smile, the younger ones opted not to return home, but instead dashed to the village pond. With splashes echoing, the three leapt into the refreshing water, sending up a spray of droplets. The coolness washed away the sweat and grime, providing an exhilarating relief. They playfully splashed water at one another, laughter resonating by the pond's edge erasing the fatigue of the morning. Upon returning to the village, they discovered that the materials company had already delivered, with several large bags of white static expanding agent and heaps of packaged quicklime neatly stacked beside the cement previously transported. The midday sun scorched the ground, distorting the air. After a hurried lunch, Liu Jun braved the blazing sun to inspect the progress of the defensive works at the village entrance. The main structure was over halfway completed, and it was anticipated that they would finish by tomorrow. Liu Jun nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the progress made. The sweltering heat was unbearable, prompting him to hastily return home for rest. By 2 in the afternoon, the sun remained relentless, yet the cave offered a welcome coolness. Liu Yun, Liu Yong, and Liu Yifei once again ventured into the cave. Liu Yong completed the final few holes that had not been deepened in the morning. Meanwhile, Liu Jun and Liu Yifei squatted in the shaded entrance, meticulously studying the instructions for the expanding agent, carefully mixing the grayish-white slurry with water in a bucket according to the specified proportions. Once prepared, the two of them carried the slurry bucket and wielded a specialized long-spouted grout container, diligently filling each drilled hole with the viscous mixture until they were brimming. After sealing the last hole, Liu Jun wiped the sweat from his brow and declared, "Done. The rest is up to time. We shall see the results tomorrow." As the sun descended, it painted the horizon in hues of gold and crimson. The trio emerged from the cave, their bodies and faces dusted anew with stone powder and the gray slurry of the expanding agent, appearing even more disheveled than in the morning. They exchanged glances and erupted into laughter, once again in perfect harmony as they made their way toward the refreshing pond. In the village, workers at the restaurant construction site were still laboring diligently. Liu Jun glanced at the time and approached Zhang Gong, saying, "Zhang Gong, let us call it a day. Please allow the workers to finish early. It's been excessively hot these past few days. Tomorrow, I will need you to arrange for 4 or 5 skilled workers to assist with the drilling at the cave." "Certainly, Boss Liu. Rest assured, I will have everything organized first thing in the morning," Zhang Gong replied readily, promptly signaling the workers to pack up their tools. Soon several vans, carrying weary yet contented workers, kicked up a trail of dust as they departed the village. The bustling village gradually quieted down, returning to its former tranquility, save for the chirping of returning birds among the treetops. Before the sun had fully dipped below the horizon, a radiant moon eagerly ascended into the sky. Instead of heading straight home, Liu Jun and Liu Yong climbed to the highest hillside near the village. Standing atop the summit, the vista unfolded before them. The gentle afterglow of the sunset bathed the entire back mountain, while the winding river flowed like a golden ribbon, serenely gliding along. Patches of land, each uniquely shaped, revealed a distinctive beauty, slightly fragmented in the interplay of light and shadow. The evening breeze caressed their cheeks, carrying the fragrant essence of grass and trees. Side by side, they gazed upon a land that bore their toil and aspirations, enveloped in a profound silence. Liu Jun placed his hand firmly on Liu Yong's broad shoulder, and Liu Yong reciprocated by wrapping his arm around Liu Jun's shoulder. Their arms intertwined, conveying a silent strength and conviction. Everything before them was steadily progressing towards the blueprint they had meticulously crafted. This sense of tangible achievement born from their joint efforts instilled in them a belief that, regardless of what the future held, this land beneath their feet and the people beside them were worthy of their utmost guardianship. Hope blazed within their hearts like the last splendid glow of twilight on the horizon. Chapter 38. Solar energy time seemed to have been set to fast forward. In recent days, Liu Jun and Liu Yong were busier than ever, bustling about with a fervor that made them wish for extra limbs. On the morning of the 20th, upon the arrival of the workers, Liu Jun led a few craftsmen into the cave to assess the effectiveness of the static expanding agent. A faint crackling echoed from deep within the cavern, and several marked rock surfaces displayed pronounced fissures, with small fragments of stone even peeling away. The results were promising. Liu Jun let out a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile gracing his face. However, due to the generally shallow drilling depths of only a few dozen centimeters, the extent of the rock expansion was limited, resulting in a slower overall progress. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Today, Let us switch to longer drill bits and delve deeper. After providing detailed instructions, he hurried off to the next task. On the village roads, the engines of transport vehicles roared, stirring clouds of dust. Trucks laden with sand and gravel flowed into the small village like industrious ants. As the temporary stockpile in the village center neared completion, Liu Jun decisively instructed the excavator operator to clear a patch of idle land overgrown with weeds in front of the rice barn, transforming several acres into a spacious temporary material area. He then summoned worker Zhang to coordinate the construction of a simple sunshade and rain cover for part of this newly designated area using angle steel and iron sheets. Simultaneously, the long-awaited solar panels finally arrived. Liu Jun personally supervised the unloading and promptly arranged for the manufacturer's technicians to commence installation and debugging on the pre-planned sunny slope. Understanding that this would be a crucial source of energy in the future, he invited Liu Yifei, who had a keen interest in electrical appliances, to closely observe each step alongside the technicians, asking questions whenever something was unclear. Meanwhile, Liu Yong functioned like an efficient hub, juggling the necessary but mundane administrative tasks at the police station while traversing various construction sites throughout the village to coordinate efforts. He monitored the drilling progress in the cave and kept an eye on the finishing touches at the sites at both ends of the village. Whenever a project reached a milestone, he swiftly redirected workers to areas in need of additional hands. Under his meticulous management, the entire construction of the village proceeded swiftly and smoothly. By evening, the main structure of the defensive works at the village entrance had been completed in accordance with the design specifications. The gray cement walls stood thick and sturdy, with neatly aligned observation openings. Only the heavy iron gates and the protective framework atop the watchtower remained to be welded and installed. Gazing at these nascent guardians, both Liu Jun and Liu Yong felt a profound sense of reassurance. On the 21st, the workforce had become significantly more ample. After discussions with worker Zhang, Liu Jun retained only a few skilled welders to handle the gates and watchtower framework, while the remaining workers were fully engaged in constructing the dining hall. The pace of the dining hall's construction visibly accelerated, with the framework rapidly taking shape. Liu Yun, alongside Liu Yifei, continued to learn about the solar panel setup from the manufacturer's personnel. On another front, Liu Yong initiated another crucial reserve, diesel fuel. He rallied the village uncles, who took turns driving his pickup truck to various gas stations to fill up. Each time they returned, they carefully siphoned the fuel into large, pre-prepared sealed barrels for storage. The regulation of diesel is stringent, making bulk purchases fraught with challenges, compelling one to rely on a laborious, ant-like method of gradual accumulation. Liu Yong contemplated that once Su Yunpeng completed his current tasks, he could join him in driving that large vehicle, thereby doubling their efficiency. The golden-red hues of the setting sun painted the sky as the day's clamor gradually subsided. The moon ascended quietly, its gentle luminescence once again enveloping the bustling, vibrant little village. After several consecutive days of relentless activity, Liu Yong and Wang Xiu, the newly established couple, found their time together lamentably scarce. They could only catch a fleeting glimpse of each other during morning roll call at the station, with a brief opportunity to stroll and converse in the evenings. Anticipating that Wang Xiu would have the day off tomorrow, Liu Yong's heart quickened. He retrieved his phone, tapped on the pin contact, and with a gentle curve of his lips, sent a message. Liu Yong, Xiu, what you up to? An expression of cautious inquiry. Wang Xiu, almost an immediate reply. Not yet, just finished showering. What's up, Yongo? A cute expression with a tilting head and a wink. Liu Yong, tomorrow, you have the day off? And my mom has been nagging me to invite you over for dinner, saying she misses you. Are you free? Wang Xiu sends a smiling emoji with a hand covering her mouth. Auntie's cooking is so delicious. I've been craving it for days. Follows up with a blushing bunny emoji. I'm free, so. Shall we meet tomorrow? Liu Yong, all right, I'll come pick you up. Is there any fruit or snack you would like me to bring? Wang Xiu, no need to bring anything, just seeing you is enough. Sends a laughing emoji, but Yonggu, please tell Annie to make her dry bean curd braised pork again. I love that dish so much. Liu Yong, sure. I promise to fulfill the request. Sends a salute emoji then. Rest early? I'll pick you up at 7:30. Wang Xiu, You should also sleep early. Take care of yourself, and don't overwork. Good night, Yong Liu Yong. Good night, Shiyu. After this sweet exchange, he sat there in a daze for a while. Eager to share the delightful news, Liu Yong dashed into the main room and announced to his mother, Yu Mei, who was engrossed in a television drama, "Mom, Shiyu is coming over for dinner tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Yu Mei's face blossomed into a radiant smile. "Oh, that's wonderful. This girl is so endearing. I was just pondering what to prepare for tomorrow. Braised pork, steamed fish, or perhaps a chicken soup. By the way, remember to buy a fresh base when you go to the market in the morning." "Mom, Shiyu mentioned she loves your dry bean curd braised pork." Liu Yong interjected. "Very well, I'll prepare that first thing tomorrow morning," Yu Mei readily agreed. Listening to his mother continue to plan the menu for the next day, Liu Yong nodded with a smile, his heart brimming with anticipation for what tomorrow would bring. That night, lying in bed, the fatigue of the day seemed to dissipate entirely, and his mind was filled with the enchanting image of Wang Shiyu's charming smile and her message that simply seeing him was enough. He turned over, unable to suppress a smile, even in his dreams, occasionally revealing a silly grin. The little mountain village had completely descended into tranquility. The moonlight, akin to flowing water, gently cascades over every inch of the land. Only the towering piles of building materials, the nascent outlines of structures, and the lingering scent of dust and sweat in the air silently narrate the fervor and hustle of the day. A new dawn is on the verge of emergence, heralding fresh endeavors while also bestowing a sweet anticipation. Chapter 39. Shiyu and her grandmother. As the soft light of dawn gently filtered through the window, Liu Yong awoke. The thought of Shiyu visiting his home filled his heart with a delightful flutter akin to a jubilant bird, rendering him unable to return to slumber. Resolutely, he rose and strolled around the various construction sites in the village, observing the defensive structures and dining hall gradually taking shape, which brought him a sense of reassurance. With the day just beginning to break, he mounted his motorcycle, embracing the cool morning breeze as he rode towards the town. At his familiar breakfast shop, he savored a steaming bowl of beef noodle soup, fragrant with red oil, accompanied by 2 golden, crispy fried dough sticks, which left him feeling utterly content. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was not yet 7 o'clock. It was still too early to pick up Shiyu, so he recalled his mother's advice and decided to visit the market first. As he turned into the street leading to the vegetable market, Liu Yong instantly spotted a familiar figure, Grandma Chiu. The elderly lady was animatedly chatting with an acquaintance at a nearby stall. Liu Yong's heart sank. He instinctively contemplated taking a detour. The memory of her previous pitches for her granddaughter lingered vividly in his mind, and he wished to avoid another morning of being pressed to meet her. However, his tall and robust frame was conspicuous among the crowd. As soon as Grandma Chiu turned around, she spotted him with precision. "Oh, little Liu, up so early to buy vegetables?" Her booming voice cut through the morning's clamor. With no way to evade her, Liu Yong steeled himself and approached, forcing a smile. "Good morning, Grandma Chiu. What do you have for sale today? Come and see my fresh produce, all just picked from my own garden." She warmly beckoned. In truth, Liu Yong's family already had most of the vegetables she offered, but seeing the elderly lady stooped over her stall made him feel compelled to support her business, as a small gesture of goodwill. He casually selected a few greens and handed them to her, as Grandma Chiu expertly weighed and bagged the vegetables. She cheerfully broached a topic that made Liu Yong's scalp prickle. "Little Liu, let me speak frankly from the heart. My precious granddaughter is quite the beauty. Would you not care to meet her? I assure you, I speak no falsehood." Liu Yong inwardly lamented his predicament. Now that he was content with Shiyu, the prospect of meeting anyone else was utterly unthinkable. Previously, he had excused himself by claiming to be busy with work, and he hesitated to reiterate that he had found a girlfriend, fearing the elderly woman would accuse him of deceit. Instead, he resorted to his previous excuse. "Grandma Chiu, I assure you, it's not a matter of evasion. The cases at work have piled up, and I am swamped with neither the time nor the inclination for romance." His tone conveyed sincerity, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Grandma Chiu, undeterred, regarded him with a knowing, almost amused expression. "Young man, do not speak too definitively. My precious granddaughter is sought after by many who wish to know her, but find no opportunity. It is merely because I see you as genuine and reliable that I thought to play matchmaker. Are you truly not reconsidering? Liu Yong resolutely shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I genuinely lack the time. He settled the payment, took the vegetables, and quickly sought an excuse to make his exit. Once inside the market, he finally exhaled in relief and focused on his shopping. He selected a lively base, weighed some succulent chicken feet, and chose a smooth-skinned yam with intact roots. Remembering Shiyu's fondness for yogurt, he made a special trip to the refrigerated section for her favorite brand. Having completed his purchases, he promptly dialed Shiyu for a voice call. The call was swiftly connected, and her voice, laced with the lazy sweetness of morning, resonated. Hello, Yonga? Shoo, I've finished my errands and will come and pick you up shortly, Liu Yong replied, unconsciously softening his tone. I'm up now, just tidying up before heading downstairs. I'll be waiting for you. Wang Shiyu's voice brimmed with excitement. Liu Yong mounted his motorcycle, his spirits buoyant like clouds basking in sunlight. Upon arriving at Wang Shiyu's residence, within 5 minutes, that familiar silhouette gracefully emerged. Today, she donned a simple white t-shirt paired with light blue denim overalls, her feet clad in pristine white sneakers, and playful twin ponytails swayed with her lively steps, radiating youthful vitality akin to a dewy little sun in the morning. She seated herself on the back, effortlessly wrapping her arms around Liu Yong's waist, her cheek gently resting against his broad back. Liu Yong felt a wave of warmth envelop his back, his heart skipping a beat. With steady resolve, he revved the engine and took her out for breakfast. As they settled into a clean little eatery, Wang Shiyu sipped her soy milk and suddenly lifted her sparkling eyes to Liu Yong. Yonggu, could you accompany me to meet someone later? Who? Liu Yong's hand, poised to grasp a dumpling, froze. My grandmother, Wang Shiyu replied earnestly, setting down her spoon. I've told her about us, and she wishes to meet you. A jolt of realization struck Liu Yong, akin to a gentle tap on his head. He understood that Shiyu was raised by her grandmother, whose opinion was paramount to her. What if the elderly lady did not favor this tongue-tied rural policeman? A wave of anxiety tightened around his heart, making him forget to chew the dumpling in his mouth. Noticing the change in his complexion, Wang Shiyu grasped his hand resting on the table, soothingly reassuring him. Do not worry. My grandmother is incredibly kind and cherishes me. She is merely curious to meet you. Rest assured, I will be by your side. Feeling the warmth and strength of her palm, Liu Yong inhaled deeply, turning his hand to clasp hers firmly, nodding resolutely. All right, I will go with you. After finishing breakfast, Wang Shiyu suggested they park the motorcycle nearby and walk over. Liu Yong complied, unable to suppress his curiosity. Where is your grandmother? Oh, she cannot sit still. She has planted some vegetables and set up a small stall at the market, Wang Shiyu explained, linking her arm with his, smiling. The market? Liu Yong felt a sudden jolt of apprehension, the ominous premonition escalating sharply. Mechanically, he followed Wang Shiyu as she led him towards that familiar corner. When Wang Shiyu cheerfully dashed towards Grandma Chio's stall, calling out Grandma, Liu Yong felt his scalp tingle, his entire being frozen in place. Heavens, what a coincidence! How could the world be so small? Upon hearing her beloved granddaughter's voice, Grandma Chio's face lit up with joy. But as her gaze traversed past Wang Shiyu to the towering figure behind her, her smile abruptly faltered. Then, with a huff, she turned her face away, acting like a petulant child. Yonggu, come here. What are you dazed about? Wang Shiyu urged, puzzled, glancing back. Liu Yong felt as though his legs were laden with lead, each step proving exceedingly arduous. He approached the stall, gazing at the familiar yet resentful visage before him, and mustered the courage to utter, Grandma Chio. Hello. The elderly lady huffed, turning her head defiantly away. Wang Shiyu glanced at her grandmother, then at the mortified Liu Yong, who seemed eager to disappear into the ground, and burst into laughter. Grandma, don't you recognize Yongga? What's going on here? Caught off guard by her granddaughter's inquiry, Grandma Chio turned her head, her expression a mix of indignation and frustration. I do know him. I have mentioned 3 times, that he should meet my precious granddaughter. But what did he say? Busy. No time. Not interested in dating. Oomph. And yet, He secretly courted my lovely little cabbage. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, glaring at Liu Yong. Wang Xiyu widened her eyes in astonishment. Grandma, you only mentioned it to me once. After that, I thought he was honest and reliable, so I wanted to play matchmaker again. Who knew he would be so ungrateful? Grandma Chiu interjected, her tone laden with grievance and accusation. Standing beside them, Liu Yong felt the weight of embarrassment, his toes digging into the ground. He could only offer a helpless explanation. Grandma Chiu, I truly didn't know Xiyu was your granddaughter. Had I known it was her, I would never. What didn't know? Are you trying to fool me? Grandma Chiu persisted, though the fire in her voice seemed to have diminished somewhat. She cast a sidelong glance at Liu Yong, a hint of satisfaction in her demeanor. Now, tell me, is my granddaughter beautiful? Does she deserve you? Liu Yong recognized the gravity of the moment. If he failed to appease this formidable matriarch, his path with Xiyu would undoubtedly encounter many more obstacles. He promptly crouched down to meet the seated elder at eye level, his gaze imbued with sincerity, his tone infused with utmost earnestness. Grandma Chiu, you see, when you first brought it up, I didn't even know Xiyu. Later, after I got to know her, when you mentioned it again, how could I say, I've just met a girl, and I don't want to meet your granddaughter? That would be so rude. I could only say I was busy. It was my fault. I shouldn't have lied to you and caused this misunderstanding. Please, have a forgiving heart and don't hold it against me. As he spoke, he stole a glance at Wang Xiyu, noticing her stifling a smile, which brought him a measure of comfort. Grandma Chiu regarded the tall man before her, who was genuinely acknowledging his mistake, then looked at her beaming granddaughter. The remnants of her ire began to dissipate. She feigned a stern demeanor, but the twinkle in her eyes betrayed her amusement as she waved her hand dismissively. All right, seeing as your attitude in admitting your mistake is passable. I want to hold it against you. Treat our Xiyu well from now on, understood? Absolutely. You can rest assured. I promise to fulfill this task. Liu Yong exclaimed, straightening his posture, a simple yet sincere smile illuminating his face. He had successfully navigated this perilous encounter. Wang Xiyu observed the exchange between the elder and the younger, her eyes crinkling with delight. After engaging in light conversation with Grandma Chiu for a while longer, she took Liu Yong's arm and announced, Grandma, we're off to have some fun. Go on, come back early and don't play too late. Grandmother Chiu waved her hand, watching the pair's harmonious figures depart, a look of contentment finally gracing her face. Goodbye, Grandmother Chiu. Liu Yong respectfully bid farewell. As they approached the motorcycle, Liu Yong let out a long sigh, feeling a thin sheen of sweat form on his back. He started the engine, and Wang Xiyu gracefully hopped on, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist, her cheek resting against his back. As the motorcycle departed from the bustling market, Liu Yong could not help but inquire, Xiyu, did Grandmother Chiu mention me to you before? Indeed. Wang Xiyu's voice chimed from behind, laced with laughter. It was the night we met. Grandmother returned home, particularly elated, expressing her desire to introduce a young man who was a police officer to me, praising your sincerity and reliability. I merely inquired about your surname and your general appearance. Upon hearing the description and recalling Officer Liu, whom I had just met that day, it all clicked. I agreed to meet you. She paused, her laughter ringing even more melodiously. Who would have known we would become involved so swiftly? After that, she never mentioned it again. I thought she had forgotten and planned to surprise her with the news once our relationship was more stable. Hearing this, Liu Yong felt a mix of amusement and emotion. A surprise? This was clearly a shock. He shook his head helplessly, yet a smile crept onto his lips. Had he known that the cherished granddaughter, Grandmother Chiu, referred to as Wang Xiyu, he would have nodded like a chick pecking at rice from the very beginning. The twists of fate were truly perplexing, yet they brought a sweetness that warmed his heart. Feeling the warmth and affection emanating from behind, he firmly guided the motorcycle, carrying the beloved girl towards the sunlit path home. Chapter 40. The transformed mountain village. The roar of a motorcycle engine came to a halt at the village entrance. Wang Xiyu dismounted, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widening in astonishment as she beheld the towering gray-white protective wall that rose a staggering 5 meters before her. Yongyi, it's only been a few days since we last met. How did you manage to construct such a tall wall? She inquired, pointing at the excessively thick structure, her brow furrowing in confusion. Weren't we supposed to be developing a leisure farm? This looks more like a fortress. Liu Yong felt a pang of unease in his heart, yet his expression remained impassive. He quickly devised a plausible explanation, striving to maintain a casual tone. Ahem. The regulations have tightened recently, you know. There's a lot of scrutiny regarding public gatherings and meals. We thought it prudent to erect a wall and a gate, primarily for safety and privacy, to prevent unauthorized individuals from wandering in and to avoid attracting undue attention from those with ulterior motives. As he spoke, he attentively observed Wang Shiyu's reaction. Wang Shiyu nodded in realization, seemingly accepting his rationale. "Oh, I see. That is quite considerate of you," she remarked, her gaze drifting to other changes in the village. As they passed by Liu Jun's small courtyard, they happened upon Yi Qianqian tending to a few potted plants at the gate. The two exchanged smiles and greetings with her. "Qianqian, is Xiao Jun home?" Liu Yong inquired. Yi Qianqian straightened up, wiping the soil from her hands, her smile warm. He can't sit still. He left before dawn to check on the progress at various sites. He is probably supervising somewhere at a construction corner right now. Liu Yong chuckled. "Perfect. Qianqian, come over for lunch at my place. I bought fresh basin chicken feet, and my mom will be cooking. Shiyu is coming too." "Great. I wouldn't miss a delicious meal." Yi Yanyan replied enthusiastically. "You all carry on. I'll tidy up and join you shortly." Liu Yong drove Wang Shiyu toward his home. As soon as he parked the motorcycle, Yu Mei, who was hanging the last piece of clothing on the line, spotted them. She promptly set down the garment, her face lighting up with a joyful smile as she hurried toward them. Shiyu, I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival," Yu Mei exclaimed, affectionately grasping Wang Shiyu's hand and examining her with delight. "I've been mentioning you these past few days. Coming quickly. It's too sunny out here." Without waiting for a response, she ushered Wang Shiyu into the house, seemingly anxious to shield her from the sun. Wang Shiyu sweetly replied, "Annie, I miss you too, and I've been longing for your cooking. As soon as the holiday started, I hurriedly asked Yong Gu to bring me here." She instinctively linked her arm with Yu Mei's, their bond as affectionate as that of a mother and daughter. Liu Yong followed behind, carrying bags of groceries, his heart warmed by the tender scene. He placed the items in the kitchen and greeted his mother and Shiyu. "Mom, Shiyu, you two chat for a bit. I'll go find Xiao Jun and be back shortly." With that, he turned and stepped out of the house. He made his way to the temporary office at the construction site, but did not find Liu Jun. Instead of calling, he followed his instincts and headed directly toward the cave. As he approached the entrance, he could hear the deep, powerful thuds and sharp clattering sounds emanating from within, an amalgamation of the impact drill and pneumatic hammer chiseling away at the hard rock walls. Entering the cave, illuminated by strong lights, 5 or 6 workers were laboring diligently, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. Some operated long drill rods, puncturing the designated spots while dust cascaded down. Others wielded pry bars and hammers, carefully dislodging the cracked stones loosened by static expanding agents, then smashing them into smaller fragments to prepare for subsequent ground leveling and hardening. Indeed, Liu Jun was crouched down, engaged in a hushed discussion with a master covered in stone dust, pointing toward the rock wall. Liu Yong approached and patted him on the shoulder. Liu Jun turned around, recognizing Liu Yong, nodded, and quickly relayed a few instructions to the master before following Liu Yong out of the cave. The sunlight outside was somewhat blinding. "This method is safe," Liu Jun remarked, brushing off the dust from his clothes and gesturing toward the cave entrance. "But it is slow. We only manage to advance a little over a meter each day." Liu Yong gazed calmly toward the bustling village in the distance. "If it's slow, then so be it. It merely means more labor costs. We have ample time. In a little over 10 days, we should be able to tidy things up. Safety comes first." Liu Jun pondered this and found it reasonable. After all, the construction of the residential building wouldn't commence until tomorrow, and that project would take about 20 days. As long as the cave work is completed by the end of the month, it would suffice. He nodded in agreement. Only then did Liu Yong bring up the main topic. "Shiyu is coming over for lunch. My mother has stewed chicken. I just spoke with Qianqian, and you should come too." "Absolutely," Liu Yun responded enthusiastically. "By the way, where's Yifei?" "He's over by the solar panels, learning installation and debugging from the manufacturer. He seems quite dedicated. If he consolidates his knowledge today, he should be ready to start. Liu Jun pointed toward the solar panels. Upon mentioning the solar panels, a trace of concern crossed Liu Yong's face. Is it too early to power them on now? What if? I know what you're worried about. Liu Jun interrupted, lowering his voice. We will only debug them without powering on. The critical components, such as the controller and inverter, are securely stored separately. We will assemble them once the storm has passed. For now, we primarily need to secure the framework and panels, set up the wiring, and familiarize the personnel with the process. I've checked. Without powering them on, the impact will be significantly reduced. Nevertheless, we should prepare a few extra sets of spare parts. His brow furrowed slightly, clearly not entirely confident in this plan. Better safe than sorry, Liu Yong agreed. Suddenly, Liu Jun had another thought and pulled out his phone. By the way, what do you think about installing small wind turbines on the rooftops of those bungalows in the village as a backup power source? Is that feasible? Liu Yong contemplated this carefully. Theoretically, it is feasible. The mountains are out of the question. While the wind is strong, the wiring is complicated, maintenance is difficult, and it easily attracts attention. Installing small turbines on the bungalow rooftops is relatively discreet and practical. We just don't know how effective they would be. Liu Jun quickly searched on his phone. Let me see, hey, there really is something. A few thousand for a set, wind power generation plus energy storage unit. His eyes lit up as his fingers flew across the screen, promptly contacting a well-rated merchant. After some haggling, he decisively concluded, Boss, send me 20 sets. At the price we just discussed, throw in some spare blades and bearings as well. After completing the payment, Liu Jun let out a sigh of relief. Liu Yong, observing his decisive demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Your execution is truly commendable. Electricity is the key to future productivity. Liu Jun put away his phone, his expression turning earnest. Relying solely on solar power is insufficient. We must have multiple contingencies. I have been contemplating whether we could harness some small-scale hydropower, given our proximity to the river. Although the river conditions are rather average, we can prepare the machinery and plans in advance and assess the situation later. Liu Yong nodded in agreement. That makes sense. We can procure hydropower equipment now, ensuring we have the manuals and accompanying pipelines and turbines ready. However, space is currently limited. We should wait until the restaurant storage facility is completed. He pointed toward the bustling construction site in the village center. As they conversed, they arrived at the restaurant construction site. The foundation of the modular building was solid and level, and the main framework was being assembled at a rapid pace. Workers were busy piecing together the prefabricated wall panels and roof sections, reinforcing them as they went along. Sparks from the welding illuminated the scene, accompanied by a crackling sound. Liu Jun estimated the progress. It seemed that in 4 to 5 days, the main structure would be completed. Yes, Liu Yong replied. But once the residential building begins construction tomorrow, manpower will become tight. We will need to have engineer Zhang send more skilled laborers over. Money is not an issue, Liu Jun declared with conviction, his gaze sweeping across the entire village, imbued with an undeniable determination. As long as it accelerates progress, we could accommodate 100 workers. Safety, quality, and speed must all be prioritized. Liu Yong nodded and took out his phone. I'll call Pengzi to join us for lunch, bringing his wife and children along. The call connected, and Su Yunpeng readily agreed, stating he would set off immediately. Upon returning to Liu Yong's home, they informed Yumei that they would need extra chopsticks for lunch. Upon hearing this, Yumei cheerfully tightened her apron and dove into the kitchen, working even harder to prepare, making space for the younger generation. Xiu, why don't you go out with Xiaojun and Yongzi for a stroll? I'll call you when the food is ready. Thus, Liu Jun and Liu Yong took Wang Xiu on a leisurely tour of the village. Witnessing the remarkable transformations that had taken place in just a week, towering protective walls, the nascent restaurant, and arrays of solar panels gleaming on the hillside, Wang Xiu was utterly astonished. My goodness, your efficiency is simply astounding. It feels like magic, she exclaimed, her eyes alight with disbelief. Chapter 41. Young Su-ku and the three of them strolled to the back mountain where the solar panels were being installed. From a distance, Liu Yifei spotted them and immediately dashed over like an exuberant puppy. Yunge, Yongye, Sister Xiu, His eyes sparkled as they fixed on Wang Shiyu. Wow, Sister Shiyu, your ponytails and overalls today are simply unbeatable in youth. If I said you were my junior, people would actually believe it. Wang Shiyu was amused and feigned a stern expression. Ife, with such sweet words, you must be deceiving the girls at school quite a bit, huh? That's an injustice. Sister Shiyu, Liu Ife exaggeratedly raised both hands. Our school is stricter than a prison. Not only would I be reprimanded for deception, but even for merely stealing a glance. His comical expression elicited laughter from everyone. Liu Jun inquired about serious matters. How's the learning going? Are you ready to take your leave? Liu Ife immediately straightened his posture, raising his thumb with a hint of pride. Yunge, did you underestimate me? I'm ready to rock. Yesterday, I grasped everything. Today I'm just here to fill in the gaps. He even playfully mimicked a clumsy Cantonese phrase. Liu Jun chuckled at his antics and shook his head. All right, as long as you've learned. This afternoon, let us unwind. Sister Shiyu is here, and soon your brother Peng and his family will arrive. We Haven Tea had a break lately. Let us find a place to have some fun. That sounds fantastic. I wholeheartedly agree. Liu Ife exclaimed, nearly bouncing with joy. The four returned to Liu Jun's courtyard. Wang Su-rong was just coming out with a plate of sliced watermelon and immediately spotted the charming Wang Shiyu beside Liu Yong. Her face instantly brightened with a loving smile. Oh, Yongzi, is this your girlfriend? I often hear your mother mention you found a beautiful and sensible girl. Caught off guard by his aunt's directness, Liu Yong's dark complexion flushed slightly as he scratched his head. Yes, aunt, we just started dating. Wang Su-rong warmly took Wang Shiyu's hand and examined her closely. Look at you, so lovely. I heard you also share the surname Wang. Wang Shiyu responded graciously with a smile. Hello, aunt. My name is Wang Shiyu. Oh my, we are indeed relatives. What a wonderful fate. Wang Su-rong was even more delighted and quickly urged everyone, come on, don't just stand there, come inside and sit. Try this watermelon. Freshly brought from the well this morning. It's cool and sweet. As everyone settled in the living room, savoring the refreshing watermelon, a crisp car horn sounded from outside the courtyard. It must be Pengzi, Liu Jun remarked, rising to greet the guests. Indeed, Su Yunpeng entered, carrying 2 hefty watermelons. Following him was a gentle, graceful woman, his wife, Mei Lan. Dressed in a simple white chiffon blouse and light blue jeans, her outfit was neatly tucked, exuding an air of cleanliness and elegance. She was holding the hand of a chubby little boy, around 5 or 6 years old, with a round face, who curiously looked around. None other than the renowned young Su Kun. Pengzi, Mei Lan, coming quickly, Liu Jun called out with a smile. As soon as Qianqian and Wang Shiyu spotted the chubby little Su Kun, their eyes lit up, and they hurriedly set down the watermelon to greet him. Oh my, little Kun, you are so adorable. Qianqian knelt down and gently pinched Su Kun's chubby little face. Little Kun, say hello to Andy. Wang Shiyu teased with a smile. Without a hint of shyness, the little Su Kun chirped in his sweet, tender voice, hello, Annie. Hello, Andy. His bright, sparkling eyes twinkled with innocence, melting the hearts of both Qianqian and Wang Shiyu as they surrounded him, bombarding him with questions, their laughter filling the air. At that moment, Liu Ife approached Su Kun with a serious expression, clasped his fists in a mock gesture of respect, and solemnly declared, Su Zongzhu, the future rise of the Kun sect and its return to glory, illuminating the martial world, rests solely upon your shoulders. The path ahead is laden with responsibility. Those familiar with the meme, Chicken You Too, beautiful paused in surprise before erupting in a hearty laughter. Qianqian and Wang Shiyu laughed until they nearly fell over, while Su Yunpeng and Mei Lan found themselves equally amused. Only little Su Kun, with his round face tilted upwards, looked bewildered at the eccentric uncle before him, completely unaware of the source of the laughter, his mind filled with questions. Kun sect? Zongzhu? Is that something delicious? Wang Surong brought over a platter of sliced watermelon to share with Su Yunpeng's family. The living room became lively, filled with adults discussing changes in the village and the progress of various projects, interspersed with playful banter about little Su Kun and Liu Ifei's occasional jests. The joyous laughter almost lifting the roof. It wasn't until Liu Yong's phone rang, a call from his father Liu Guohua, announcing dinner is ready. Hurry and bring everyone back." Liu Jun had already informed his mother, Wang Serong, so the group rose and made their way towards Liu Yong's home. Before even stepping into Liu Yong's courtyard, a rich and enticing aroma of cooked dishes wafted into everyone's nostrils, instantly awakening their appetites. Entering the spacious living room, they found a round table laden with an abundance of colorful and fragrant dishes. At the center, a large bowl of steaming chicken stew with yam exuded a rich aroma, blending the savory scent of chicken with the delicate fragrance of yam. Next to it, glistening pieces of chicken with potatoes. The potatoes soaked up the broth and were slightly golden at the edges. The braised pork with dried green beans shone in a deep red hue, emanating a delightful, greasy aroma. The steamed base was adorned with vibrant green scallions and bright red chili strips, drizzled with a glistening soy sauce. Stir-fried celery with sausages displayed a perfect harmony between the salty richness of the sausage and the crisp freshness of the celery. The tiger-skinned chicken feet gleamed with a bright color, their skin crispy and wrinkled, making them irresistibly tempting. The sour radish stir-fried with beef tripe offered a tangy and refreshing palate, the tripe tender and crunchy. The glossy braised pork ribs were tender and succulent on the bone. The stir-fried water spinach with small chili peppers was a vibrant green, crisp, and dotted with splashes of red, invigorating the senses. The pan-fried eggplant was slightly charred on the outside, yet soft and fragrant within. The sour and spicy lotus root was white and crisp, offering a delightful taste that paired perfectly with drinks. A plate of sliced salted duck eggs, their yolks glistening, accompanied a generous serving of thinly sliced cold beef drizzled with bright red chili oil and vibrant green cilantro. The table overflowed with a delightful array of dishes, a perfect balance of meat and vegetables, hot and cold, truly resembling a rustic feast. The rich aromas permeated the air, provoking salivation, and everyone collectively gasped in admiration, genuinely praising Aunt May's exceptional culinary skills. Yu Mei and Liu Guohua insisted on serving some dishes to the inner room, relinquishing the large table in the main hall entirely to the younger generation, allowing them to dine comfortably and engage in spirited conversation. Despite the persistent entreaties from everyone, the elderly couple steadfastly refused to join the table. With no other recourse, the guests took their seats. For the next hour or so, the main hall resonated with cheerful laughter. The gentle clinking of chopsticks against bowls and plates, the appreciative exclamations savoring the delectable food, the laughter shared over amusing anecdotes, and the playful banter teasing young Su Kuan all intertwined to create a symphony rich in warmth and the essence of life. The afternoon sunlight streamed in at an angle through the window, casting a warm golden hue over the lively dining scene. After indulging in a hearty meal, with plates and cups nearly empty, the guests, patting their satisfied bellies, began to enthusiastically discuss the afternoon's entertainment activities. Chapter 42. Songs and Smiles. Liu Yifei was the first to leap up, pointing at the blazing sun overhead, exclaiming, "It's sweltering. In such weather we must go swimming. Nothing beats cooling off in the water." As he spoke, he exaggeratedly fanned himself with his hand. This suggestion immediately garnered an enthusiastic response from everyone. "Agreed. Fantastic. Let us go." They eagerly began to discuss where to swim. "How about the water park in the city?" someone proposed. Liu Jun shook his head, looking at the group. "A water park? It's overcrowded. The water is shallow and murky, hardly enjoyable. I know a perfect spot." He pointed towards the back mountain, where a deep pit, left from past quarrying, awaited. The water there is simply exquisite, crystal clear and cool. It's a natural swimming pool. Liu Yong immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, that place Xiao Jun mentioned is a nearly 20-meter-wide circular pit, the deepest part only 4 or 5 meters, with shallower areas barely reaching the ankles. Perfectly safe. The key is, the water is pristine, so clear you can see the stones beneath." Hearing about such a natural gem, everyone was intrigued. Wang Xiyu and Yi Qianqian exchanged hesitant glances. "But we're not great swimmers." "Fear not." Liu Jun had already made preparations. "I'll bring a large sunshade. You can relax in a shallow area or enjoy snacks and music on the shore. It'll be just as delightful. There will be plenty of snacks and drinks." Without further ado, The group split up to gather their necessities. The ladies were tasked with bringing the sunshade, bags of snacks, and coolers filled with drinks. Qian thoughtfully packed several large towels. The gentlemen shouldered lightweight plastic stools and a portable Bluetooth speaker, with Liu Yong additionally carrying a case of mineral water. Chattering and laughing, they ascended the familiar mountain path. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, while cicadas chirped rhythmically in the woods. After approximately 20 minutes, the path opened up before them. They beheld a circular pond, measuring several meters in diameter, nestled quietly in the valley, resembling a magnificent sapphire set amid greenery. The water was crystal clear, and sunlight streamed down, revealing smooth pebbles and swaying aquatic plants beneath the surface. Due to the relatively low rainfall this summer, the water level was lower than in previous years, exposing portions of the pale, yellow stone walls. Liu Jun and Liu Yong deftly set up the large sunshade on the even ground near the shallows, securing it firmly. The ladies cheered and promptly moved the stools beneath the shade, unpacking the snacks and arranging the drinks. Wang Xiu excitedly switched on the portable speaker, skillfully connecting her phone via Bluetooth to select songs. Meanwhile, several gentlemen had already shed their outer clothing, revealing their swim trunks beneath. Liu Jun, Liu Yong, Su Junbeng, and Liu Yifei exchanged knowing smiles, stretching their limbs before one by one, like agile fish, leaped into the water with splashes that sent droplets soaring. The icy water enveloped them instantly, banishing the heat and eliciting sighs of relief. Having grown up by the river, they were excellent swimmers, frolicking in the water, occasionally diving for sport, or playfully splashing one another, thoroughly enjoying themselves. On the shore, the melodious music began to play. Wang Xiu grasped the microphone, her playful voice dancing above the tranquil pond, harmonizing with the lively melody. In this serene summer, the sky is dotted with stars. There is a pang of longing in my heart, yearning for your visage. I can feign ignorance, or I can secretly cherish the thought of you, until I touch your warm face. As she sang, her gaze sparkled with delight as she looked at Liu Yong, who was splashing water on his face. His little head swaying gently to the rhythm, his ponytail bouncing adorably. Instantly, a few mischievous friends in the water seized upon this sweet signal, erupting in playful jeers. "Oh, whose face are you missing? Yonga, did you hear that? She is missing your face. Hurry, help Sister Shi warm up Yong Ji's face." Before Liu Yong could comprehend the situation, he was besieged by Liu Jun, Su Yunpeng, and Liu Yifei, who doused him with torrents of water. Liu Yong attempted to retaliate, but his two fists were no match for their combined 6 hands. Blinded by the splashes, he could only laugh heartily and dive into the water, clumsily swimming away, which provoked an even greater uproar of laughter from both the shore and the water. Little Su Kuan, filled with envy, tugged at Wang Xiu's sleeve, his voice sweet and innocent. Annie, I want to sing too." Wang Xiu smiled and knelt down. "Little Kuan is wonderful. What do you want to sing?" "I can sing the best in the world is my mother." The little fellow puffed out his small chest. "All right, let us sing that." Wang Xiu encouraged him and held the microphone to his lips. Soon, his tender yet earnest voice rang out. "The best in the world is my mother. A child with a mother is like a treasure." Mei Lan sat nearby, watching her son with a radiant smile of happiness. After the little one finished, Qian took the microphone and chose to sing As You Wish. Her ethereal and penetrating voice echoed through the valley, exuding a celestial charm. "You are the distant road, the light in the fog of the mountains. I am but a child, walking in your gaze. You are the bright moon and gentle breeze. I am a dream you nurture. Whether seen or unseen, I embrace you for a lifetime, and I shall love those you cherish in this world, wishing for the smiles you desire." The melodious song, imbued with a purity and strength akin to orchids in a secluded valley, captivated everyone. As the last note faded, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, followed by an eruption of enthusiastic applause from both the shore and the water. Mei Lan, inspired by the atmosphere, sang a lively rendition of the Greek Maiden of the Wishing Pool, which also garnered thunderous applause. Liu Yifei, unable to contain his excitement any longer, flipped onto the shore and snatched the microphone, It's my turn. I'll bring you a song. Lover. He cleared his throat and instantly switched to a voice imbued with a slight magnetism. With a gentle kiss, I experienced madness. The atmosphere began to heat up, dangerously alluring. I really want to dance tonight. Feel a little bit dangerous. With less sense of security, be my lover. He sang with fervor, infusing the performance with a touch of stage presence, completely contrasting his usual playful demeanor. The crowd was left astonished. Wow, Ife, you've been hiding your talents. Impressive, kid. Sing another one. Sing another. Liu Ife, with an air of triumph, tossed his non-existent long hair and waved his hand, saying, I am deeply grateful for your kindness. Next, I present a song titled Rice Aroma for everyone. Where the applause? The sound of enthusiastic applause and whistles erupted. Encouraged by the cheers of several women, a few gentlemen in the water were also called upon to sing. Liu Jun climbed ashore, dried himself off, and chose to perform beyond earth. His deep, emotive voice filled the air, imbued with a sense of weightiness born from life as trials. On those verdant paths, how many wounds have I endured? On that aged face, the traces of wind and frost are etched. The days spent in autumn winds and rains were those of youthful exuberance. In the bittersweet farewells, we left without saying goodbye. The lyrics and melody struck a chord within the hearts of the audience. Even the boisterous Su Kuan fell silent, while Li Qianqian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Su Junbang, a devoted fan of Jay Cho, quickly requested sweet, aiming to uplift the mood. I gently savor the love you profess to me. I still relish the tenderness you bestowed. I softly taste this rich temptation. The cheerful and sweet melody instantly dispelled the previous melancholy, prompting everyone to sway to the rhythm. Finally, it was Liu Yong's turn. Standing in the shallow water, he scratched his head awkwardly. I don't listen to many songs, and I really don't know how to sing. The crowd would not let him off so easily. No way. Even little Kuan has sung. Come on, Brother Yong, be a man and sing one. Your sister-in-law is watching. Reluctantly, Liu Yong cleared his throat and sang a commonly heard military song. Green flower in the army, the cold wind blows, and the leaves fall. The army is a green flower. Dear comrade, do not think of home, do not think of mother. Although his performance was rather conventional, the sincerity and sentiment of military camaraderie garnered warm applause and cheers from the audience. Amid the merriment, the gentlemen in the water began enthusiastically inviting the ladies on shore to join them. Wang Shiyu and Yi Qianqian removed their shoes and cautiously stepped into the knee-deep water, the cool pond water enveloping their ankles, eliciting soft exclamations of comfort. They playfully splashed water at each other, their laughter ringing clear. Little Su Kuan, observing his parents and the aunts and uncles enjoying themselves in the water, jumped up and down anxiously. Dad, I want to play in the deep water too. Su Junpeng Lauet Hotitli Anzai. Son, take off your clothes, and I'll take you. Meilon swiftly helped her son remove his little vest and shorts. The chubby little boy, now bare, appeared like a plump, pale loach, giggling as he leapt into his father's embrace. Su Yunpeng lifted his son, cradling his round little body, and swam through the waist-deep water, spinning around. Little Kuan, brimming with excitement, flailed his arms joyfully, splashing water everywhere, his delighted laughter echoing through the valley. Before they knew it, the sun had quietly begun its descent, painting the clouds at the horizon with a brilliant golden hue, while the pond shimmered with rippling reflections. Upon glancing at the time, they realized it was already 6:30 in the evening. Oh dear, we must head back. How time flies. Everyone, still yearning for more, began to pack up. The ladies dried their feet and put on their shoes, while the gentlemen shook off the water droplets and donned their clothes. The sunshade was folded, snack bags emptied, trash collected, speakers turned off, and chairs stacked neatly. A group of individuals, infused with a sense of coolness and joy, treaded homeward beneath the lingering glow of the setting sun, exchanging laughter and light-hearted banter. Dinner was enjoyed at Liu Jun's residence, simple yet imbued with warmth. After the meal, they bid each other farewell. Liu Yong mounted his motorcycle to escort Wang Shiyu back to the town, while Liu Jun, as per his routine, conducted a round of inspections at various construction sites across the village, assessing progress and ensuring safety. Upon returning home, he found a resplendent full moon quietly ascending the treetops, its silvery light gently enveloping the small village that had thrived on a day filled with toil and laughter. Thus, a joyful and fulfilling day gracefully drew to a close beneath the tranquil moonlight. Chapter 43. The commencement of the dormitory as the first light of dawn began to break and the thin mist lingered. Liu family village was roused by the thunderous roar of engines. Today marked the auspicious beginning of the construction of new homes filled with hope. Before 7 o'clock, heavy-duty transport trucks, resembling colossal steel beasts, huffed and puffed as they entered the village in succession. The cargo holds were meticulously packed with various models of high-strength steel components gleaming with a metallic luster, alongside thick, neatly arranged insulation panels. They stood like soldiers awaiting inspection, reflecting a solid sheen in the early sunlight. Liu Jun had been waiting there, his figure appearing somewhat frail beside the towering piles of building materials. Yet his gaze was sharp and determined. He approached, wrapping his fingers against the cold steel beams, producing a crisp resonance, and carefully examined the thickness and edge sealing of the insulation panels. These materials have been selected with great deliberation and at considerable expense. High-strength lightweight steel frames ensured rapid assembly and seismic resilience, while premium insulation panels provided both thermal and acoustic insulation. The guiding principle was straightforward: quality and speed must be balanced, utilizing the finest materials to achieve completion in the shortest time possible. Only with the main structure erected swiftly could the subsequent plans for material storage, interior decoration, and equipment installation unfold. Following the transport trucks was an even larger contingent. 12 vans rolled in, stirring up clouds of dust. As the doors swung open, 70 robust workers descended in orderly fashion, armed with an array of tools and radiating enthusiasm for the task ahead. Observing this makeshift army, Liu Jun quickly calculated the day's labor costs, nearing 20,000. Yet, he felt no hesitation. The faster they worked, the better. Delays were intolerable. Zhang Gong. Liu Jun called to the foreman, who approached briskly. "Boss Liu, everyone is here, and all the tools have been inspected." Zhang Gong's voice boomed as he held the personnel list and construction blueprints. The two swiftly gathered at the makeshift work table. Liu Jun pointed at the plans, speaking rapidly and clearly. "Zhang Gong, the core is the residential building. The framework and plumbing are its lifeblood. Select 40 of the most capable workers. Divide them into 4 groups and ensure that the framework construction and plumbing installation proceed simultaneously. Precision is paramount. Ideally, assign 3 experienced foremen to manage on-site coordination and ensure seamless transitions without any downtime." Zhang Gong nodded vigorously. "Understood. The framework is foundational and plumbing is vital. We cannot afford any slack." With 40 workers and 3 foremen, they would ensure strict oversight. Over in the dining hall, Liu Jun gestured towards another area. "The main structure is nearly complete. What remains is the interior installation, including doors, windows, and finishing touches. Send 20 workers over and assign them to lead foremen. We aim to finish within these few days to clear space for subsequent materials. Leave the dining hall to me." "Rest assured." A lean man responded affirmatively. Turning his gaze towards the back mountain, Liu Jun noted that the static demolition progress was slow but safe. Assign 7 individuals to continue drilling, grouting, and clearing rubble according to plan. There can be no pause. Inform Master Wang, the cave foreman, to proceed steadily with safety as the priority while also keeping an eye on progress. "Understood." Zhang Gong rapidly noted down the instructions. Additionally, Liu Jun added, "The excavation for the septic tank foundation must commence today as well. Summon the excavator operator to proceed to the designated location and dimensions we agreed upon yesterday. This project cannot afford to lag behind." "Very well. I shall arrange for Lao Zhao immediately." With a decisive demeanor, Engineer Zhang seized the megaphone, and his commanding voice reverberated across the construction site. Teams 1 through 4. Water and electrical installation crew for the residential building. Follow Foreman Wang, Li, and Chun. Teams 5 and 6. Dining hall installation crew. Follow Engineer Li. Team 7. Cave crew. Seek out Master Wang. Et gavat o opa to Lao Zhao. Commence work on the septic tank location. Let's get moving. Everyone, let's mobilize. At Zhang's command, the workers surged forth like finely tuned cogs in a well-oiled machine, swiftly and orderly making their way to their respective stations. The cacophony of steel being cut, the buzzing of electric tools, the shouts of laborers, and the roar of the excavator's engine intertwined to create a symphony of construction, shattering the morning tranquility of the village. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed that the core team was absent from the village today. Liu Yong had been summoned by an urgent call from the office early in the morning, as a significant incident had occurred in the industrial park in town, and he would likely be occupied until the late hours. Liu Yifei was at a pivotal moment in life, the day the college entrance examination results were announced, and had hurried back to Jiangcheng the previous night to await his scores. Su Yunpeng had left early to drive his wife and children back to the county seat, and was continuously on the phone, liaising with suppliers for a substantial procurement of materials, hardly pausing for breath. At this moment, the responsibility of coordinating affairs in the village rested solely on Liu Jun's shoulders. He darted between several key construction sites like a keen-sensed, swift-moving leopard. At the sight of the residential building, his keen gaze quickly spotted the busy foreman, Brother Wang. He approached with purpose, halting Wang and speaking with gravity. Brother Wang, observe the connection point of this main beam. The blueprints clearly indicate that a full weld is required. We must not be negligent with this detail. It is imperative to ensure that every weld meets the standard. Without pausing, he hurried to the dining hall's finishing site. Here, the atmosphere was bustling with workers fervently engaged in the final touches of the renovation. As he scanned the area, his attention swiftly fell upon the large reserved doorway for the storage room. He approached Engineer Li with urgency, advising Engineer Li, the dimensions of this doorway are crucial for the seamless entry of equipment later on. Please double-check them. We cannot afford any mistakes. Having addressed the dining hall's matters, he zipped like a gust of wind to the cave located on the back mountain. The cave was dimly lit and filled with dust, yet he remained undaunted. Calling out within, Master Wang, the dust is overwhelming. Ensure everyone wears their masks securely. Also, be mindful of ventilation. We must prevent the workers from inhaling excessive dust. Finally, he arrived at the excavation site for the septic tank. The machines roared with activity, and excavator operator Lao Zhao was fully engrossed in his task. Liu Jun approached him, carefully inquiring about the depth and slope of the septic tank. Satisfied that everything met the specifications, he departed with a sense of relief. Seizing a rare moment of respite, he made no attempt to squander it. He pulled out his phone, the screen filled with an array of browser tabs and shopping applications, a testament to his relentless pursuit of efficiency. He swiftly navigated through various options, searching for small hydroelectric generators, domestic turbine units, and river diversion plans, comparing specifications, reviewing evaluations, and contacting manufacturer customer service. His fingers danced across the screen with remarkable speed as he typed. Liu Jun, boss, how many units of your 5 kW microhydro generator are currently in stock? Yes, the river flow velocity is approximately 1.5 meters per second, with a drop of about 3 meters. How should I configure the accompanying voltage stabilizer and battery pack? All right, please reserve 3 sets for me and send the parts list to my email. When can you dispatch the shipment? I will resend my address. Time for him seemed to be compressed into a highly efficient chip, with every moment contributing to a tangible assurance for the future. Chapter 44. The high school entrance examination results. Liu Jun's phone suddenly buzzed furiously in his pocket. The unexpected vibration caught him off guard, prompting him to hastily retrieve the device. When he beheld the flashing notifications on the screen, his mouth fell open in astonishment. The long-dormant WeChat group of Liu Family Village was now erupting like a powder keg, with messages flying in rapid succession, overwhelming the senses. The source of his frenzy was none other than Liu Yifei's father, Liu Guowei. Liu Guowei excitedly tagged everyone in the group and sent forth a message that left all in shock. Liu Guowei, everyone, great news. My son Yifei's high school entrance exam results are out. 655 points. Fireworks, fireworks, fireworks. This announcement was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up tumultuous waves. The villagers were astounded by the remarkable score. showering it with exclamations and praise. Liu Jun was no exception. He promptly responded in the group. Liu Jun, what a remarkable young man. Truly impressive. With his score, he can choose any prestigious university. Thumbs up emoji, celebration emoji, Liu Yong, wow. 655. Amazing, Ife. Our village has finally produced a golden phoenix. Silly smile emoji. Clapping emoji, Liu Jing. Liu Yong brother. What do you mean by finally produced a golden phoenix? I may be in a second-tier university, but I'm still a bona fide student. All right. How am I not a phoenix? Angry emoji. Knife emoji, Liu Yong. Zingink. Sorry. I forgot about you. Sweating emoji, Liu Jing. You truly are my dear brother. I roll. Disdain emoji, Liu Yuan. Excellent. This child Ife has a bright future. 655 points. The first in Liu family village to be admitted to a prestigious university. Gui, you and your wife have done well in raising him. Strong emoji, strong emoji, strong emoji, villager, A. Congratulations, brother Gui. Ife is truly remarkable. Villager B. 655. My heavens. Just hearing that score is terrifying. Ife must be a reincarnation of the literary star. Villager C. The feng shui of our village is turning. From now on, all the children should learn from Ife. Expressions of congratulations, likes, and firecracker emojis flooded the chat. Liu Ife. Ah, thank you, uncles and aunts. Thank you, Sister Jing, Brother Jun, Brother Yong. Please. No more flattery. I'm getting shy. Face covering emoji. It's all just luck. Followed by a low-key, luxurious, smug smile emoji. His feigned humility, which was actually a display of pride, was immediately discerned by the keen-eyed villagers, filling the group with a joyous atmosphere. Villager D. Haha. This kid Ife is going to be on cloud 9. Villager E. This getting shy sounds so proud. The jubilant atmosphere reached its zenith. Liu Wei, brimming with exuberance, initiated a flurry of red envelopes. Liu Wei, overjoyed, sending red envelopes. Let us celebrate together. Liu Wei, keep up the good work. Liu Wei. A cascade of 200 yuan red envelopes descended upon the group chat like a jubilant meteor shower. The chat instantly transformed into a fervent battleground. Villager F. Wow. Best luck. Thank you, Brother Wei. I feel the festive spirit. Villager G. I got one. Haha. Thanks, Brother Wei. Wishing Ife a splendid future. Villager A. Oh dear. The internet is slow. Brother Hui is so generous. Thank you, boss. Congratulations to Ife. I was too slow. As the messages flew by rapidly, Liu Fun's family quietly opened the red envelope. Their profile pictures indicated receipt, yet they refrained from expressing any congratulations or gratitude in the chat, as if they were hidden away in a noisy corner. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, the bustling construction site gradually quieted down. Workers, covered in dust and sweat, boarded the returning vans one after another. Liu Jun stood before the skeletal structure of the residential building, gazing upward. The advantages of the light steel structure were undeniably evident. Within just a day, the silvery main framework had risen majestically, with interwoven steel beams delineating the solid contours of future homes against the twilight. At this astonishing pace, completing the entire main framework by tomorrow was a foregone conclusion. At 8:30 in the evening, the familiar sound of a motorcycle echoed at the village entrance. Liu Yong, visibly fatigued, dismounted and walked directly toward Liu Jun, who awaited him in the courtyard. It had been quite a tumultuous day. Liu Yong wiped his face, his voice hoarse, revealing that an incident had occurred at the industrial park in town. A large factory's raw material warehouse had been broken into, resulting in the loss of several tons of precious metal materials, a significant blow. Liu Jun handed him a bottle of water. Any leads? Today has yielded nothing. Liu Yong gulped down a few mouthfuls of water while furrowing his brows, commenting on the thief's remarkable professionalism, or perhaps their insider knowledge. The surveillance lines had been expertly severed and the hard drives physically destroyed. Moreover, their escape route was meticulously chosen to avoid the cameras, indicating an intimate familiarity with the factory layout, as if they were traversing their own backyard. The scene bore almost no traces, appearing as though it had been deliberately cleaned. My colleagues and I toiled throughout the day, managing only to find some indistinct tire tracks and a somewhat unclear footprint, both pointing toward an abandoned path outside the factory. Tomorrow, we must continue our investigation. The department suspects that this could either be an inside job or collusion between insiders and outsiders. Liu Yong sighed in resignation and patted Liu Jun on the shoulder, saying, "It seems that the village will have to rely on you for now. My case is exceedingly urgent and cannot wait." Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Jun firmly returned the gesture, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will handle things in the village. Should you require assistance or encounter any unusual circumstances, I will reach out to you at any time." Hearing these words from Liu Jun, the fatigue on Liu Yong's face seemed to dissipate somewhat, and his previously furrowed brow relaxed slightly. As nightfall quietly descended, the inky darkness enveloped the village like a vast expanse of black satin, gently draping over it. With the passage of time, the night deepened, and the contours of the village gradually blurred, ultimately being completely consumed by the shadows. In the construction site, the unfinished skeletal structures of buildings stand out strikingly under the moonlight. They rise silently, resembling mute giants, safeguarding the diligent efforts and fervent hopes of the people who toil for the future on this land. The clamor of the day gradually subsides. The sounds of machinery and voices vanish, leaving only a profound tranquility. The gentle night breeze caresses the surroundings, bringing a hint of coolness and rendering the land even more serene. Chapter 45, Clue the Theft at the Industrial Park, weighed heavily on Liu Yong's mind. As the star enterprise of the town, the loss was substantial, prompting an urgent directive from above. The case must be solved within 3 days. Yesterday, he and his colleagues had spent the entire day combing for leads, but had only uncovered a few scattered, ambiguous clues. As dawn broke, with the morning mist still lingering and the air imbued with the fresh scent of vegetation, Liu Yong donned a nondescript t-shirt and trousers, topped off with a cap. He mounted his motorcycle and, without raising any suspicion, set off towards the industrial park. He chose a secluded path, the low rumble of the engine resonating distinctly through the tranquil morning woods. Upon reaching the outskirts of the industrial park, he first circled the area, meticulously examining the known blind spots of the surveillance cameras. His keen gaze swept over every patch of grass, the bases of walls, and abandoned corners. Yet he found nothing of interest. He twisted the throttle, preparing to check the entrance of the factory where the incident had occurred. Just as his motorcycle was about to round the final bend, his eyes fixed upon the factory gate, and suddenly his attention sharpened. A dusty van stood quietly by the roadside, directly opposite the factory. At this hour, a solitary van parked in such a location exuded an uncanny aura. Liu Yong promptly halted his motorcycle in the shadow of the corner, discreetly retrieving his phone. Using the corner's cover, he zoomed in and captured several photos of the van, clearly documenting its license plate. Then, like a statue, he crouched behind the wall, holding his breath, his eyes vigilantly monitoring the van and the activity at the factory entrance. Time ticked by slowly. The sun began to peek over the horizon, casting a golden glow upon the earth. Sparse traffic and pedestrians began to emerge on the road. As the clock pointed to 7:25, Liu Yong decided to wait an additional 10 minutes. Just as he reached the 5th minute, the van's taillights suddenly illuminated. The sound of the engine starting resonated. Liu Yong swiftly revved his motorcycle, maintaining a discreet distance behind the van, utilizing the vehicles ahead and the greenery along the roadside as cover. The van seemed oblivious, continuing its journey until it finally turned into a remote and loosely managed logistics park. Inside the park, the roads intertwined, flanked by numerous warehouses. Liu Yong dared not follow too closely. Whenever the van moved straight, he would pause briefly, only to accelerate and catch up when it turned. After navigating through several twists and turns, the van ultimately stopped in front of a somewhat dilapidated storefront. The sliding door of the van swung open with a clang, and a stocky, sharp-featured middle-aged man emerged. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, before swiftly slipping into one of the storefronts adorned with the XX Logistics sign. Liu Yong refrained from approaching recklessly. He parked his motorcycle a few dozen meters away, near a corner piled high with discarded tires. Like a nimble raccoon, he crouched low, pressing himself against the cold warehouse wall, using the shadows and clutter for concealment as he stealthily advanced towards the target storefront. His movements were swift, his steps soundless, as he adeptly evaded several potential surveillance camera locations. Arriving at the roll-up door of the storefront, Liu Yong paused to listen. All was eerily silent within. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings. This was a warehouse spanning approximately 800 to 900 square meters. Aside from the main rolling shutter door before him, there was another equally closed shutter on the side, alongside a partially ajar small door. The interior of the warehouse featured a lofty space, with a modest second-story platform constructed from channel steel and angle iron, partitioned into an office cluttered with various odds and ends. It was highly probable that the middle-aged man resided on the upper level. He took a deep breath, exerted his body with sudden force, and executed a clean, agile roll, silently infiltrating the warehouse and swiftly vanishing into the shadows of piled goods. The air within the warehouse was thick with the scent of dust and machine oil. He held his breath, attuned his senses, and indeed, faint voices drifted down from the second floor. Liu Yong, like a gecko, adhered to the wall's edge, stealthily advancing to the window of the office. The heated dialogue within became distinctly audible. A sharp, agitated male voice exclaimed, "Zhao, you cannot go back on your word. The brothers have painstakingly procured the goods to hand over to you, and now you tell me the money cannot be settled?" A calm, measured voice, tinged with a patronizing tone, replied, "Old Su, do not be so hasty. It is not that I refuse to settle, but the situation is too precarious. The goods are trapped here and cannot be transported. Wait a few days, and once the tension subsides, the goods will be dispatched, and you will receive every penny owed." Old Su's voice suddenly escalated. "Zhao, you assured me with a promise back then. Are you now trying to renege?" Zhao's tone turned icy, laced with menace. "Humph. Old Su, the goods were delivered by you. My people have had no involvement. Do you find this unacceptable? Fine, return my deposit, and you can take the goods back to handle yourself." Silence ensued. After a suffocating few seconds, Old Su's voice emerged once more, noticeably softened and infused with a tone of supplication. "Zhao, you know that there are several brothers below waiting for their share to eat. I am left with no choice. How about this? You lend me 100,000 to tide me over and appease the brothers. The rest will be settled once the goods are moved." Zhao appeared pleased with the other's capitulation, his tone mellowing. "It is not easy for anyone. Thus, I shall first give you 50,000. The goods are in my possession, and I have not received any payment either. Once this storm passes and the items are moved, you will receive every cent." Old Su reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. It seems there is no alternative." Upon hearing this, Liu Yong felt a surge of certainty. They were indeed the ones. He quietly retreated, intending to investigate whether the small ajar door concealed any illicit items. As he approached the door, his hand had yet to touch the handle when it creaked open from the inside. A stout, bald man clad in work attire appeared at the threshold, and the two unexpectedly came face to face. The bald man's demeanor instantly shifted to alertness, and he demanded sharply, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" In a flash, Liu Yong's mind raced, yet his expression remained composed, tinged with a hint of impatient arrogance as he replied in a low voice, "Zhao sent me to inspect the newly arrived materials. The situation is tense. Preparations for relocation are underway. Do not dawdle." The bald man scrutinized Liu Yong's unfamiliar face with suspicion. "Relocation? I know all of Zhao's people. How come I have not seen you before?" Liu Yong felt a tightening in his chest, yet his tone grew more resolute, even tinged with a hint of reprimand. "I have been appointed by General Zhao to oversee the transfer. He mentioned that this place may no longer be safe. Hurry, lead the way. We cannot afford any delays." The bald man, taken aback by Liu Yong's imposing demeanor and the authority of Zhao's assignment, hesitated momentarily before stepping aside. "Very well, follow me." Liu Yong discreetly trailed behind the bald man, who guided him through a small door and into an adjacent, dilapidated warehouse that seemed largely forsaken. Upon pushing open a creaky iron door, A fetid blend of mildew and rust-laden air assailed their senses. From the depths of the warehouse, sounds of animated conversations and the drone of a television echoed through a partitioned area. Chapter 46. Liu Yong vs. 9. The bald man disregarded the situation behind him and led Liu Yong directly to the innermost part of the warehouse, stopping beside a small truck that was tightly covered with green canvas. "Here it is," he gestured towards the vehicle. "How do we transfer it? Where do we take it?" Liu Yong stepped forward and lifted a corner of the canvas at the back of the truck. Inside, neatly stacked, were the very ingots of precious metals that had been stolen. A surge of triumph coursed through him, though his expression remained impassive. He feigned a thorough inspection, maneuvered to the other side of the truck, and discreetly pulled out his phone, using the vehicle for cover. He swiftly captured several clear photographs of the illicit goods and sent them directly to the director. With a casual demeanor, he tucked his phone back into his pocket. "The goods are fine," Liu Yong returned, his expression serious as he addressed the bald man. "We should be loading them for transfer shortly. Stay alert and keep a close watch for any suspicious individuals. I need to report to General Zhao." The bald man nodded, his gaze still tinged with scrutiny. At that moment, Liu Yong's phone vibrated ominously in his pocket. It was a response from the director. A chill ran down his spine, but he maintained his composure, quickly retrieving his phone while keeping a wary eye on the bald man. The message on the screen read, "Xiao Liu, the images have been verified. They are indeed the stolen materials. Where are you? Are you safe?" Liu Yong promptly shared his real-time location without replying. Just as he was about to return his phone to his pocket, he noticed the bald man was staring intently at him, his expression shifting from suspicion to menace. "General Zhao summoned me." Liu Yong feigned calmness, moving toward the door. Just as the bald man was about to question him, the small iron door of the warehouse was flung open with a clang. Two figures entered, the stocky old Su, whom Liu Yong had seen outside the office window, and a sharply dressed young man in a crisp white shirt and tailored trousers, sporting an oiled hairstyle and exuding shrewdness. Most likely General Zhao. General Zhao and old Su regarded the unfamiliar face of Liu Yong, then glanced at the bald man, their expressions revealing confusion and suspicion. The bald man took the initiative, pointing at Liu Yong and urgently addressing General Zhao. "General Zhao, wasn't he sent by you to transfer this batch of goods?" He gestured towards the canvas-covered truck. General Zhao's complexion drained of color in an instant. Realization dawned upon him, his eyes flashing with malice as he bellowed, "Damn it! Everyone out! Capture him!" Liu Yong sensed impending doom as he observed the drastic change in General Zhao's demeanor. Reacting swiftly, he retreated 2 steps like a leopard, positioning himself with his back against a wooden crate, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any makeshift weapons or advantageous terrain. Suddenly, the door to the back of the warehouse burst open, and 6 hulking men, bare-chested and muscular, charged out like unleashed tigers. They wielded steel pipes and wrenches, their fierce gazes converging on him. "Don't move! Police!" Liu Yong shouted, his voice resonating through the space in an attempt to intimidate them. However, General Zhao had completely shed any pretense. His face twisted with rage as he screamed, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Get him, no matter what it takes." He was acutely aware of the dire consequences that awaited him if the truth came to light. At this moment, he only sought to silence the witness. The bald man, deceived by Liu Yong, was consumed by rage, his eyes ablaze. "You bastard! How dare you toy with me?" With a guttural cry, he assumed a fighting stance and lunged ferociously at Liu Yong, delivering a fierce straight punch that sliced through the air towards Liu Yong's face. Liu Yong's gaze was icy. Instead of retreating, he advanced. With lightning speed, his left hand deflected the incoming fist with a resounding clap, while his right leg lashed out like a viper, delivering a punishing kick aimed at the man's abdomen. The bald man, quick to react, braced himself, crossing his arms to shield his vital areas, preparing to endure the blow. Little did he know, Liu Yong's kick was merely a feint. As the right leg arced through the air, Liu Yong's hips suddenly twisted with explosive force, the supporting knee springing forth like a coiled spring, an unexpected change in direction. His right leg struck like a steel whip against the bald man's hastily raised arms with a thunderous impact. The bald man felt a tremendous force strike him, his arms screaming in agony, as he stumbled backward several steps until his back collided forcefully with the wall, his chest heaving with a surge of blood, pain radiating through his ribs. He looked at Liu Yong in horror, realizing after just one exchange that he was no match for him. Altogether, take him down, he yelled through gritted teeth, suppressing the pain. 6 bare-chested brutes formed a semicircle, wielding their weapons and advancing with malevolent intent. Liu Yong understood that if they surrounded him, the consequences would be catastrophic. A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes as he locked onto 2 burly men slightly ahead on his right, armed with steel pipes. As his point of breakthrough, with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow, he surged forward. The man on the left only caught a fleeting glimpse of Liu Yong's movement before he felt a searing pain shoot through his shin. Liu Yong's low sweep was as swift as lightning. The man cried out in agony, his body involuntarily staggering forward. In that fleeting moment, Liu Yong's right hand darted out like a striking snake, his thumb anchoring in his palm while his fingers converged like a beak, landing a precise jab to the soft cartilage of the man's throat. Gasping, choking, the brute collapsed as if struck by lightning, his steel pipe clattering to the ground, hands clutching his throat, his face turning a deep shade of purple, writhing on the floor as he emitted desperate gasps. Instantly rendered incapacitated, almost simultaneously, the steel pipe from the man on the right swung towards Liu Yong's head with a menacing whoosh. Liu Yong seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. With bulging muscles, he abruptly raised his left arm. He successfully blocked the powerful strike. The tremendous recoil left the brute's arm numb. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Yong pivoted his right palm slightly open, drawing back to his waist before uniting his strength with his stance, unleashing a formidable palm strike to the man's sternum. With a resounding thud, the blow landed. The brute's eyes bulged as if struck by a stampeding rhinoceros. His body lifted off the ground and hurled backward, crashing against the shelves with a deafening clatter. Collapsing to the floor, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, struggling in vain to rise. In a flash, having dispatched 2 foes, Liu Yong spun around, radiating a chilling aura of lethal intent, his gaze slicing through the remaining 4 like a razor. The 4 men were utterly stunned by his ferocity, their steps faltering involuntarily, their eyes filled with terror and hesitation. Before me, stand a figure resembling a monstrous beast. Charge forth. What is there to fear? The bald man, suppressing his pain, once again attempts to rally his courage, yet hesitates to advance. At that moment, a man wielding a wrench appears to be ignited by a primal ferocity. Unleashing a tundeless horror. He takes a couple of running steps, launching himself into the air with a fierce flying kick aimed directly at Liu Yong's chest. Liu Yong's gaze sharpens, unwavering and resolute. His legs sink into a sturdy stance, grounded like ancient tree roots, his center of gravity as steadfast as a mountain. Just as the adversary's foot is about to make contact, he explosively propels himself off his back leg, his entire being compressing like a coiled spring, suddenly releasing its pent-up energy. With a downward thrust of his shoulder, he channels all his strength and momentum into a ferocious counter, colliding violently with his opponent. A sickening crack reverberates through the air, a sound that sends chills down the spine. A piercing scream shatters the silence of the warehouse. The man who attempted the flying kick is struck as if by a speeding truck, his body grotesquely twisting in midair, hurtling backward at an alarming speed, crashing heavily onto the concrete several meters away. He rolls a few times before lying still, his left leg contorted at an unnatural angle, teetering on the brink of life and death. This brutal spectacle utterly shatters the resolve of the remaining 4. Their hands, clutching weapons, tremble uncontrollably, their gazes fixed on Liu Yong as if they were staring into the abyss of hell. Who would dare to approach now? Their feet instinctively begin to retreat. Chapter 47. Liu Yong vs. 9. Liu Yong took a deep breath, suppressing the surging blood within him, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Drop your weapons. Place your hands on your head and crouch down. I'm only apprehending the main perpetrator. You are merely accomplices. Surrender now, and you may receive leniency. Resist, and your crimes will be compounded. just as the mental fortitude of the remaining individuals was on the verge of collapse. Hesitating in uncertainty, Zhao, lurking behind the crowd, was suddenly aglow with a frenzied malice. Unbeknownst to him, he had drawn a gleaming dagger, and seizing the moment while Liu Yong was focused ahead, he lunged forth like a venomous serpent from the shadows, the dagger slicing through the air, aiming for Liu Yong's back with lethal intent. At that critical juncture, Liu Yong sensed the approaching footsteps, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. Without turning around, he pivoted on his left foot, unleashing his right leg in a swift arc reminiscent of a steel whip, cutting through the air with a piercing sound, executing a deadly maneuver. The dragon's tail. Thud! The sole of his shoe struck Zhao's face with pinpoint accuracy. The grotesque expression on Zhao's face froze in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. His body, akin to a kite with severed strings, flew sideways before crashing against the cold iron door of the warehouse with a muffled thud, sliding down limply to the ground. Convulsing involuntarily, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, before plunging into unconsciousness. An eerie silence enveloped the warehouse. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The remaining four, including the bald man, gazed at their fallen comrade, sprawled on the ground, uncertain of his fate, then turned to behold the young police officer standing resolutely like a war god, his demeanor calm and composed. The last vestiges of their courage dissipated in an instant. Clang, clatter, steel pipes and wrenches fell from their grasp. Faces pale, they obediently clasped their heads with trembling hands, crouching against the wall, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Only then did Liu Yong exhale a breath of relief, his taut nerves beginning to ease. He approached the warehouse entrance, vigilantly watching the outside. In the distance, the wailing of sirens grew closer and closer, resonating loudly in the air. Minutes later, 3 police cars, flashing red and blue lights, sped into the logistics park, screeching to a halt at the warehouse entrance. The door swung open, and the station chief was the first to leap from the vehicle, his face etched with concern and urgency. Xiao Lu, are you all right? Have you apprehended the suspects? Where are the stolen goods? Liu Yong stepped forward, pointing towards the interior of the warehouse, his voice weary yet strikingly clear. Report to the chief. All suspects are under control, and the stolen items have been located. Inside that small truck covered with a tarp. We have them all. The chief sighed in relief, his excitement palpable as he grasped Liu Yong's arm, scrutinizing him closely. Excellent. Splendid. Xiao Lu, are you uninjured? Quickly, tell me what transpired. How did you find this place? Liu Yong briefly recounted how he had observed a suspicious van that morning, tracked it to this location, and, compelled to act, infiltrated and subjugated the adversaries. The chief nodded vigorously, patting Liu Yong on the shoulder with an appreciative gaze, filled with admiration and trepidation. Good lad. Bold and meticulous. Truly an elite from the ranks. This vigilance, this investigative prowess, this remarkable skill. Truly commendable. This time, you have accomplished a great feat. I shall certainly commend you to our superiors. You deserve accolades. Liu Yong, however, remained modest, responding calmly. Director, you flatter me. This is merely my duty. Ensuring the safety of the people's property is a responsibility I must uphold. The director, with a sense of admiration, patted him on the back and quickly gave orders. Hurry. Team 1, establish a perimeter. Team 2, enter and secure the suspect. Team 3, protect the scene and inventory the stolen goods. The injured suspect must be taken to the hospital immediately. Move swiftly. The officers sprang into action, handcuffing the individuals crouching nearby while carefully assessing the condition of several severely injured victims and calling for an ambulance. Mr. Zhao and the man who had been thrown by the collision bore the gravest injuries. Liu Yong meticulously documented the scene and conducted preliminary inquiries. By the time everything was concluded and the vehicles escorting the suspects and the ambulance departed, it was nearly 11:30 in the morning. The director advised him to rest well in the afternoon. Liu Yong mounted his motorcycle and rode back to Liu family village under the midday sun. At the village entrance, workers sat in small groups beneath the shade, enjoying their boxed lunches. Raising his gaze, Liu Yong noticed that the light steel structure of the main house had risen majestically, reflecting a silvery sheen in the sunlight, with the framework nearly complete. He couldn't help but marvel internally. The power of collaboration is immense. The speed of progress is astonishing. After hastily consuming his lunch at home, Liu Yong proceeded to Liu Jun's residence. Just as Liu Jun set down his bowl and chopsticks, the two greeted their elders and stepped out together. Walking along the village path, Liu Jun updated him on the progress of various projects. The dining hall was fully completed and only awaited the drying of the flooring to be put into use. The widening of the cave was steadily progressing. The main house's framework was almost finished, with interior partitions and electrical wiring being laid out concurrently. Finally, he inquired with concern about the developments in Liu Yong's case. Liu Yong downplayed the morning's harrowing experience as best as he could. "Wow," Liu Yun exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, as he punched Liu Yong's sturdy shoulder. "You took on 9 by yourself, and emerged unscathed? Yongzi, your combat prowess is simply extraordinary. No, this won't do. Once things settle down, you must teach me a few moves." "This is incredible." Liu Yong smiled, yet his expression bore a hint of gravity. "Xiao Jun, the skills I possess were honed during my time in the military under a seasoned sergeant adept in close combat. The techniques are ruthless, emphasizing lethal strikes or incapacitation, truly forbidden moves on the battlefield. In times of peace, they were unnecessary and too perilous to employ. But now," he paused, gazing into the distance. "The future may not be the same." Upon hearing this, Liu Jun's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious expression. He contemplated for a moment before fixing Liu Yong with a piercing gaze. "Yongzi, you are right. We cannot rely solely on ourselves. Once the main house and warehouse are ready, and our supplies are secured, gather the strong and trustworthy young men from the village. You shall be the chief instructor, imparting all you can teach. Let each individual at least acquire the ability to protect themselves." Liu Yong nodded solemnly, his gaze resolute. "Indeed, I share this intention. The future guardianship must begin its preparation now. It is time to pass on the true skills." The two men engaged in a lively discussion about the future training plans, personnel selection, and weaponry arrangements as they strolled along, their thoughts becoming increasingly lucid with each exchanged word. In the afternoon, they parted ways. Liu Jun went to coordinate the maintenance of the restaurant's flooring and the logistics of material delivery, while Liu Yong headed to the main construction site to lend a hand, overseeing the embedding of water and electrical lines. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of twilight, Liu Jun and Liu Yong stood side by side at the village entrance as the last van, laden with workers, departed. Before them, the newly constructed mobile dining facility stood silently, its silver-gray exterior shimmering in the fading light, symbolizing the promise of the future. Nearby, the framework of the light steel main building had fully taken shape, resembling a steel giant awaiting its flesh. The internal partitions were already discernible, merely awaiting completion and refinement. The workers exhibited remarkable efficiency, with the internal wiring nearing its conclusion. Their clothes were drenched in sweat, and their trousers bore the marks of mud. Yet, as they gazed upon the burgeoning fortress that had taken form in such a short span, the tumult of fear and confusion that had once surged within them at the onset of the apocalypse had been replaced by a resolute and empowering conviction. They believed that as long as they stood united, with collective strength on this land they had painstakingly crafted, they would remain steadfast, regardless of the storms that the future may bring. Chapter 48. Flying knives and attire on the construction site. A bustling scene unfolded. Workers were diligently engaged in the installation of panels for the main building, the rhythmic sounds of hammering resonating in the air. Adjacent to them, the dining hall stood completed, its brand-new prefabricated structure glistening under the sun. Liu Jun and Zhang Gong conferred briefly, gesturing toward the pile of leftover materials beside the dining hall. Liu Jun addressed Zhang Gong, suggesting, "Let us not waste these materials. Please assign 10 more workers to erect a few simple shelters nearby. They need only provide basic protection from the elements. In the future, we can store tools, fertilizers, or materials that are not immediately required." Zhang Gong nodded in agreement, and promptly called 10 workers over to begin the construction. Meanwhile, Liu Jun directed the remaining 10 individuals to the area where a roof had been constructed a few days prior, instructing them to level the ground, lay bricks, and apply cement for a smooth finish. Zhang Gong took note of the tasks and swiftly delegated them, observing the workers efficiently undertaking their assignments. Liu Jun and Liu Yong felt reassured and departed from the site. The two made their way to where the excavator operator was working. The massive machine roared as the main project of the septic tank neared completion, the edges of the deep pit having been meticulously straightened. Liu Jun approached, raising his voice to address the operator in the cab. Once this area is finished, could you please level and compact the several acres of barren land at the village entrance? It will be useful in the future. The excavator operator signaled an okay with his hand, the engine's roar growing louder, seemingly in response. With arrangements in place, the two decided to drive through the industrial park. Their purpose was twofold: to familiarize themselves with the surroundings and the various manufacturers present, and to identify any crucial materials that might have been overlooked. Liu Yong drove the SUV to the office first, then the two entered the neatly planned industrial zone. This expansive industrial park covered an area of 50 square kilometers, though only about 1/10 belonged to their town. Along the wide roads, new factories stood tall, yet they appeared devoid of activity, many doors tightly shut and windows coated with dust, indicating that investment attraction had evidently not yet reached its potential. As they drove slowly, they passed a sizable furniture factory from which the sounds of electric saws and sanders emanated. Liu Jun glanced over, remarking, "We want to need furniture for the time being. Both our fathers are seasoned carpenters. They can easily craft simple furniture for our homes with the help of villagers." They continued onward, passing a manufacturer specializing in iron frame beds. Liu Jun pointed out, "That's where we ordered the bunk beds for the main house. 150 sets, complete with large drawers beneath. It cost 50,000. We're just waiting for the house to be finished before moving them in." As they drove further, a company adorned with a sign for XX precision laser cutting caught Liu Jun's attention. He slowed the vehicle, deep in thought. Liu Yong inquired, "What is on your mind?" "Xiu Yun, thinking of cutting something?" Liu Jun did not respond immediately, lightly tapping his fingers on the steering wheel as if recalling something. After a moment, his eyes lit up, and he turned to Liu Yong, asking, "Do you remember that television series we watched as children, Literally Flying Knives?" "Of course. Li Xuanhuan and his flying knives, never missing their mark." Liu Yong's interest was piqued, recalling the times when the two of them scoured for makeshift weapons, carving bamboo strips and grinding stones. "Indeed," Liu Jun exclaimed, slapping the steering wheel with excitement. "What if we go to that factory and use a laser cutter to produce a batch of objects akin to flying daggers? Could they prove useful in the future?" Liu Yong pondered seriously against zombies. "That seems unlikely. We lack inner strength to strike their vital points. The effectiveness would be minimal. However, if it were to deter those with ill intentions." His eyes suddenly sparkled. "If we master these tools, we could launch a surprise attack up close or engage in a short-range ambush. They would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon, much better than charging him with a knife." "That's precisely my thought." Liu Jun's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. "We have alternative methods for dealing with zombies, but human nature is unpredictable. Crossbows are excellent, but cumbersome to carry, with limited range and demanding strength. Not everyone can handle them proficiently. Flying daggers, however, are entirely different." The more he spoke, the broader his vision became. "We should select thin yet robust stainless steel sheets for cutting, designed for easy grip and throwing, of a size suitable for both adults and children to practice with, ensuring a low entry barrier. Furthermore, we could customize a batch of special belts or leg straps to conceal the flying daggers for convenient transport. In critical moments, we could draw them out, catching our adversaries off guard, compensating for our lack of long-range firepower." Liu Yong nodded vigorously, a spark igniting in his eyes. "Xiao Jun, your idea is sound. Once mastered, these tools could become second nature, allowing one to throw them instinctively even in darkness. Their deterrent effect would be significant. Moreover, the cost of raw materials is manageable, and the efficiency of laser cutting is high." He glanced towards the factory. "We can certainly arrange for a batch." The two were in perfect accord, promptly parking the car and entering the laser-cutting company. After finding the person in charge and discussing their plans, Liu Jun drew a simple yet ergonomic sketch of the flying dagger from memory, conducive to throwing. After detailed discussions regarding dimensions, thickness, ultimately deciding on 5 millimeters thick 304 stainless steel, and blade sharpening, only the tip and edge would be minimally sharpened to ensure piercing capability while minimizing self-injury. They finalized an order of 8,000 pieces for the price of 80,000 yuan. The responsible party, though somewhat perplexed by the unusual order, was naturally pleased to receive a business opportunity and promised timely delivery. Exiting with the order slip, both felt a weight lifted from their shoulders. They continued to roam the industrial park and passed by a sizable garment factory. Suddenly, Liu Yong recalled, clothing. In our haste to acquire food and equipment, we have yet to systematically prepare for seasonal attire. They hastily entered the garment factory again, this time with clear demands: durable, wear-resistant, and practical. The spring and summer garments needed to be breathable, moisture-wicking, and quick-drying, with thick fabric that would not tear easily. Winter apparel required excellent insulation, with an outer layer that was also wear-resistant and windproof. After thorough discussions with the factory workers, they not only ordered spring and autumn jackets, summer t-shirts and trousers, and winter coats, but also included matching autumn tops and bottoms, sweaters, thermal pants, and even a substantial quantity of pure cotton underwear. Each size was covered, ultimately agreeing on 200 sets for each seasonal outfit, spending an additional 250,000 yuan. Seated back in the car, holding the freshly printed order slip, both men fell into a contemplative silence. Liu Jun retrieved his phone and began to meticulously calculate. Yongzi, we must assess our situation and determine the extent of our financial shortfall. We need to expedite matters regarding the high-interest loans. As he flipped through his notes, he recited: solar panels and top-tier battery systems, 700,000. Labor and materials for the main house, 400,000. Preliminary purchases of steel, cement, bricks, lime, and other construction materials, 200,000. The restaurant, 350,000. Food supplies, the first batch alone costing 100,000. Wind and hydroelectric power systems, 200,000. Recently ordered clothing, 250,000. Flying knives, 80,000. And this does not even account for the deposits already made that remain unsettled. Pharmaceuticals, daily necessities, fertilizers, fish fry balances, diesel, oilseed crop seeds, animal feed, various machinery, sugar, salt, sauces, and the Faber plan for stockpiling. Liu Jun furrowed his brow, realizing that the total from selling the house and the combined capital of the three of them barely exceeded 4 million. Yet, the immediate expenses had already consumed 228,000. Over half was gone. The list of upcoming purchases was still extensive. Su Yunpeng is quite resourceful. I will contact him this afternoon. This matter cannot be delayed, Liu Yong asserted. No sooner had he finished speaking than Liu Yifei's call came in, instructing them to meet him at the train station. The two circled the industrial park once more, finding no additional urgent supplies, and seeing that time was running short. They drove to the train station to pick up the travel-worn yet exuberant Liu Yifei, returning to Liu family village. During lunch, Liu Jun called Su Yunpeng. Pengzi, we can initiate the loan process. The sooner, the better. Su Yunpeng readily agreed on the other end of the line. Understood. I will make the arrangements this afternoon. Oh, by the way, he added with a change in tone, there's good news. The litter of puppies at Saihu has reached a month old and will be ready for weaning soon. Would you like to come over and choose one now? Liu Jun, pleased, thought it would be delightful to bring one back to entertain Qianqian. At the dining table, upon hearing about the prospect of adopting a puppy, Liu Yong and Liu Yifei's eyes sparkled with excitement, and they eagerly expressed their desire to join. Chapter 49. Catching the puppies after dinner, the trio drove directly to Su Yunpeng's residence. The vehicle came to a halt on the dirt road beside his yard. As they alighted, Su Yunpeng emerged from the courtyard, accompanied by the imposing figure of Saihu, who, though still vigilant, no longer growled as he had during their first encounter. Liu Yong and Liu Yifei gazed in awe at the sturdy frame and glossy coat of Saihu, exclaiming, "Wow, this dog resembles a calf. Penggu, you have raised an exceptionally magnificent creature." Su Yunpeng smiled proudly and let out a short whistle. Saihu promptly halted, crouching down, and fixed an intense gaze upon his master. Su Yunpeng led the three men around his yard, guiding them to a more secluded area behind the house. Upon opening the wooden door, a sleek, black-coated female dog named Hei Nio emerged from a warm doghouse lined with hay, eagerly circling around Su Yunpeng with her tail wagging like a windmill. Su Yunpeng crouched down, gently stroking Hei Nio's head, and softly said, "Hei Nio, don't be anxious. They're all friends. Come and meet your precious pups." Hei Nio seemed to comprehend, sniffing the air with her moist nose, although her eyes still held a maternal wariness. The wagging of her tail eased, showing no overt hostility. Su Yunpeng then beckoned to his companions and softly called towards the doghouse with a gentle tisk tsk tsk. Instantly, several round, fluffy little balls of fur tumbled out of the nest, excitedly gathering around Su Yunpeng's feet, their tiny tails wagging furiously as they emitted soft, squeaky sounds. Their endearing antics melted the hearts of the three men. "Peng Zi, shall we approach? Do you think Hei Nio will become agitated?" Liu Jun expressed his lingering unease, recalling memories of being chased by a protective mother dog in his youth. "Have no fear. Su Junpeng, these gone feed in. I just spoke with her. She recognizes your scents, and there's nothing to worry about. Just approach slowly." With that, Liu Jun cautiously took a few steps closer. Indeed, Hei Nio merely observed, her body remaining still. Liu Jun crouched beside Su Yunpeng, mimicking the soft tsk call. The puppies were instantly drawn to the new sound, with a few wobbling over curiously, sniffing at his fingers with their cool, damp noses, even playfully licking him with their tiny, pink tongues, which felt delightful. Liu Jun began to scrutinize the litter of 9 puppies. 4 of them clearly bore the genes of Saihu, boasting a beautiful light yellow coat, with robust frames that set them apart from the others. The remaining puppies were either solid black or black and white. His goal was clear, to select from the 4 yellow pups. He gently grasped the soft skin at the napes of their necks, lifting them one by one for inspection. Among them, one stood out distinctly. When Liu Jun looked at it, the puppy met his gaze with its large, shiny eyes, remaining calm and unstruggling as it was lifted, its tail wagging even more enthusiastically. "This is the one," Liu Jun declared, carefully cradling the particularly serene and clear-eyed yellow puppy in his arms. The little creature nestled against him, extending its tiny tongue to give him a gentle lick, then curiously sniffing the scent of his clothing. Upon witnessing the child being carried away, the black dog immediately approached with urgency, circling around Liu Jun, gently nudging his leg with its nose and emitting a plaintive whimper. As if pleading, Liu Yong and Liu Yifei were equally smitten by the puppy's charm, each selecting one for themselves. Liu Yifei chose a lively little yellow dog, while Liu Yong set his sights on a sleek black dog with bright, intelligent eyes. As the 3 children were taken away, the black dog grew increasingly anxious. Barking a few times at the trio, its voice filled with worry and longing. Su Yunpeng quickly stepped forward, wrapping his arms around the black dog's neck and softly reassuring it. There, Hei Nio, they are good people who will take care of the pups, don't worry." The black dog let out a few reluctant whimpers, and under Su Yunpeng's guidance, it turned back to the remaining puppies, retreating into their nest, glancing back repeatedly. The 3 men, cradling their respective little pups, were about to leave the courtyard when the black dog emerged once more, standing at the entrance and releasing a few long, mournful barks towards their departing figures, as if imparting a final reminder or a reluctant farewell. The puppies, sensing their mother's call, echoed her with faint, affectionate whimpers. This poignant scene softened the hearts of the several men present, who stood silently for a moment before departing. After a brief visit at Su Yunpeng's home, where they discussed future arrangements, the 3 set off for home with their new companions. When Liu Jun presented the quiet little yellow dog to Yi Qianqian, she gasped in delight, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She had always adored dogs, but the restrictions of city living had prevented her from fulfilling that desire. Gazing at the fluffy, gentle creature before her, all her affection poured forth. She carefully cradled the puppy in her arms, tenderly stroking its soft fur, while the puppy sweetly licked her palm, eliciting peals of laughter from her and easing the worries that had plagued her in recent days. Seeing his wife's long-lost, joyful smile warmed Liu Jun's heart, and he cautioned, Qian, it's still quite young and has a delicate stomach. In the evening, prepare some fresh fish. Make a fish soup and mix it with some porridge for it to eat. Make sure not to add salt, as puppies cannot handle salt. I understand. Don't worry. Qian replied with a smile, her thoughts entirely consumed by the little creature in her embrace. After settling the puppy, Liu Jun went downstairs to find Liu Yong and the others. Upon reaching Liu Yong's yard, he discovered Liu Yong was already hard at work, busily rummaging through a pile of wooden boards and materials in the corner of the yard. Liu Yifei squatted nearby, watching with envy. Brother Yong, your hands are so quick. Make one for me too. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Liu Yong chuckled modestly. Sure, let's do it together. Liu Jun, seeing the enthusiasm, joined in the merriment. All right. Yongzi, why not help me out and make one for me too? It'll save me the hassle of doing it later. Absolutely. Liu Yong readily agreed. Liu Jun immediately rolled up his sleeves to join in. The two worked in perfect harmony, one measuring, marking, cutting with the saw, while the other assembled, hammered, and pounded with the utmost diligence. Amidst the flurry of sawdust, 3 robust and square doghouses swiftly took shape. Liu Yifei busily assisted nearby, handing over nails and supporting wooden boards, immersed in the task. After more than an hour, the 3 identical doghouses, exuding the fragrant aroma of fresh timber, were completed. Liu Yong wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, these are just the right size. They will comfortably accommodate them until they are 6 months old. Once they grow a bit more, we will need to construct a sturdy abode with bricks. He patted one of the doghouses with satisfaction. Liu Yifei, cradling his little yellow dog, circled the doghouses excitedly, bombarding his companions with questions. Brother Jun, Brother Yong, can the puppies take a bath now? What can they eat? Will they be cold at night? Liu Jun patiently replied, they are still too small to bathe. It could make them ill. For now, they can have fish soup, porridge, and milk. I ordered puppy food online, which will arrive tomorrow. We can soak it to soften it for them. After a week or so, once their stomachs adapt, they can start eating leftover food. Our Chinese rural dogs are hardy and easy to care for, unlike those delicate breeds in the city. He then carried his doghouse back to hand over to Qian. In the afternoon, Liu Jun inspected various construction sites. On the main house framework, workers shouted commands as they installed large, prefabricated wall panels. Beside the dining area, the skeleton of a simple materials shed had risen halfway. In the area where concrete was being laid, laborers were bending to lay bricks and smooth the surface from the direction of the cave. The distant roar of pneumatic drills echoed as they carved the rock. In the distance, an excavator tirelessly flattened the land. The entirety of Liu family village resembled a high-speed machine, brimming with transformation and bustling figures. As evening approached, a message from Su Yunpeng emerged in their small group. The arrangements have been made. Junzi, Yongzi, bring your ID cards, household registration book, original and copies of property deeds, if available, and an income statement, just a casual one. Let us meet at the entrance of the Jinhui pawn shop in the county town at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Upon reading this message, the 3 understood that the taut string of funding was about to reach its most critical juncture. Tomorrow would be a day of inevitable significance. As night fell, the village gradually quieted amidst the glow of lights and the chirping of insects, awaiting the arrival of dawn. Chapter 50. Borrowing money at dawn. Liu Jun started the SUV, ferrying Liu Yong directly to Su Yunpeng's residence. The trio convened at the village entrance, exchanged pleasantries, and proceeded to the town for breakfast as planned. At a bustling food stall, they gathered around a table, slurping hot dry noodles and sipping on sour plum soup. Liu Jun glanced at the other 2, inquiring if they had everything. Liu Yong patted his bulging satchel, reassuringly stating that all documents were in order. Su Yunpeng nodded affirmatively, and they consumed their meal hastily. The vehicle sped along, entering the county city and finally halting beneath the rather desolate sign of the Jinhui pawn shop. Awaiting them at the entrance was a middle-aged gentleman clad in a neatly pressed suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, evidently a professional contact arranged by Su Yunpeng. With a practiced smile, he warmly ushered the trio inside. The interior of the pawn shop was dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of antiquities, dust, and a faint hint of sandalwood. The middle-aged man led them to a spacious redwood desk in the back, courteously inviting them to take a seat before delving into the matters at hand. What followed was a lengthy and meticulous interrogation and appraisal. Identity cards, household registration books, income certificates, and even a photocopy of Su Yunping's breeding farm business license were spread out on the table. The man, wearing white gloves, scrutinized each document with great care, his fingers gliding over the pages as he posed several incisive questions. Liu Jun's situation regarding the sale of his house was particularly scrutinized, and he could only explain that it was necessary for cash flow. The atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive, punctuated solely by the rustle of papers and the occasional murmurs of the middle-aged man. The evaluation process stretched on for nearly 2 hours. Ultimately, the man removed his glasses and rubbed his nose bridge, delivering the verdict. Mr. Liu Yong, with good credit and stable employment, qualifies for a loan of 600,000. Mr. Su Yunpeng, with tangible assets for collateral, qualifies for 800,000. As for you, Mr. Liu Jun. He hesitated, looking at Liu Jun. Your property has been sold, and you lack sufficient collateral. Hence, the amount is 400,000. 400,000? It was less than anticipated. Liu Yun merely nodded slightly. Liu Yong and Su Yunpeng seemed satisfied with the outcome. Together, the total of 1,800,000, while Liu Jun's share was somewhat diminished, would alleviate their immediate financial burdens and significantly ease the pressure of subsequent material procurement. If necessary, they could always approach relatives for additional support. The middle-aged gentleman produced a pre-prepared contract, densely packed with clauses. After a thorough examination, the three signed their names and affixed their fingerprints at the designated spots. The heavy seal was stamped onto the contract, resonating with a dull thud. By the time they completed the formalities, it was midday. Standing on the bustling street, the sunlight was somewhat blinding. Liu Jun checked the time and suggested, "Now that we are in the county city, shall we pay a visit to Auntie and Meilon?" Liu Yong readily agreed. Su Yunpeng, scratching his head, feigned disinterest but did not oppose the idea. The trio stopped by a supermarket to purchase milk, delightful snacks for the children, and fresh fruits before heading to Su Yunping's home. As they arrived, Su Yunping's wife opened the door, her face lighting up with surprise at the sight of her husband accompanied by 2 friends. Su's mother, hearing the noise, emerged from the inner room, warmly inviting them to sit down. The room was tidily arranged, emanating a sense of homely warmth. With little Kuan at kindergarten, the adults settled onto the sofa in the living room, engaging in casual conversation. Su's mother grasped Liu Jun's hand, inquiring with genuine concern about his relationship with Yi Qianqian, while Meilon busied herself with washing fruit and pouring tea. This brief moment of warmth alleviated the earlier tension experienced at the pawn shop. After a while, realizing the time was getting late, the three rose to take their leave, politely declining the invitation to stay for lunch. As the car resumed its journey back to the village, Su Yunpeng drove with his gaze fixed ahead when he suddenly spoke. "Junzi, Yongzi, I have been contemplating that relying solely on the 3 of us, along with the village elders, may render our efforts somewhat feeble. What do you think about bringing in a few trusted old classmates? Strength lies in numbers, whether it's cultivating land, undertaking construction, or dealing with those adversities. We will require more hands." Liu Yong did not immediately respond, instead casting a glance towards Liu Jun in the passenger seat. Liu Jun leaned back against the seat, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the edge of the window. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Recruiting individuals is feasible, but the crux lies in the selection. First and foremost, their character must be impeccable. They should be reliable in times of hardship and not falter when it matters most. Secondly, they must adhere to a unified plan and not pursue their own agendas. Otherwise, bringing them in could prove counterproductive, exposing our vulnerabilities and locations, which would indeed spell disaster. Thus, we must be discerning and cautious, preferring quality over quantity. Let us consider our old elementary school classmates." Su Yunpeng interjected. "They reside in nearby villages, and we have known their family circumstances and parental dispositions since childhood. We have a general understanding." While familiarity is one aspect, Liu Jun's gaze sharpened. "However, In this current climate, human nature is a mystery. Mere appearances are insufficient. Testing their true character is essential. He straightened up and proposed an idea. Here's what we'll do. Each of us will contact a few old classmates with whom we share a decent rapport. The excuse will be uniform. We're involved in a project outside, have taken out a high-interest loan, and are currently in a bind, urgently needing 100,000 yuan, explicitly stating that we may not be able to repay it within a year. Let us observe their reactions. Those willing to lend would be like a lifeline in a snowstorm. We shall remember their kindness, and they would be worth considering. Conversely, those who hesitate or make excuses will be useful to us in the future, should we find ourselves in need. This is a true test of human nature. As the vehicle passed through a stretch of dense shade, Su Yunpeng gently pulled over to the roadside. The engine fell silent, and the interior of the car became tranquil, with only the faint hum of the air conditioning. Each of the three retrieved their phones, scrolling through their contacts, their expressions tinged with gravity. They selected 4 or 5 classmates whom they deemed to have a good relationship with and reasonable circumstances, beginning to make calls or send voice messages. Their wording adhered to Liu Jun's guidance, imbued with a tone of urgency and helplessness. Hello, old Zhang, it's me, Yongzi. Don't mention it. I've encountered a bit of trouble lately. I borrowed some money, and now I'm in a predicament. Could you lend me 100,000 just to tide me over? I might not be able to repay you for a year-old Wang. It's Pengzi. I'm in a bit of a bind. Do you have the means? 100,000. I may not be able to repay within a year-old Li. It's Junzi. Times are tough lately. The money I borrowed is due soon, and it's stressing me out. Could you possibly lend me 100,000? The situation demands a gradual resolution. As phone calls and messages began to flow in, the three individuals set their devices aside, enveloped in a subtle silence, punctuated only by the relentless chirping of cicadas outside. Seconds ticked by, and the notifications from their phones became the sole variation in the stillness. Soon enough, responses began to pour in. Classmate, Yongzi, what unfortunate timing. I have all my funds tied up in inventory, not a cent to spare. My apologies, brother. Classmate B, Pengzi, are you jesting, you big boss? I was hoping to borrow some money from you to establish a storefront. Classmate C, Junzi, I just got married. Between the dowry and renovations, my pockets are emptier than my face. I'm afraid I can't assist. Classmates D, E, and F chimed in with similar sentiments, each offering a myriad of reasons, yet the essence remained unchanged. No money to lend, no help to offer. As the three exchanged glances, a shared disappointment and understanding passed between them, when suddenly a few distinct replies emerged. Li Mingxiu, Junzi, I thought you were doing well in Yangcheng. Didn't you buy a house? What has happened? His voice conveyed genuine concern. Liu Jun replied, don't mention it. I'm in a bit of a bind and urgently need funds to cover a gap. Li Mingxiu, I have 200,000 available. I'll keep 50,000 for myself, and the remaining 150,000, just send me your card number, and I'll transfer it this afternoon. Don't think it's too little, brother. Liu Jun felt a rush of warmth. His fingers hesitated before he replied, with a prayer gesture, Mingxiu, thank you. I'll remember this, brother. I'll repay you once I'm back on my feet. Peng Yin, Yongzi, send me your card number. Succinct and to the point. Liu Yong paused for a moment, then quickly replied, Yinzi, thank you immensely. I can't express my gratitude enough. Chun Feng, Pengzi, your card number, please. I'll transfer 200,000 to you. That is all I have for now. Su Yunpeng took a deep breath. Crazy. No more words needed. Brother. After numerous calls and messages, ultimately, only Li Mingxiu, Peng Yin, and Chun Feng unhesitatingly extended their hands in assistance. In the vehicle, the three gazed at the few brief yet weighty responses on their screens, momentarily at a loss for words. Liu Jun was the first to break the silence. His voice low yet clear. Did you see? Many claim brotherhood in good times, yet when one truly faces hardship, these few are the ones who will lend a hand. In life, encountering those willing to reach out during your lowest moments is rare. We must remember and be grateful. Liu Yong and Su Yunpeng nodded solemnly, their expressions a mix of reflection, warmth, and a sense of heavy responsibility. The trio began to exchange information about these three trustworthy classmates. Peng Yin, he has been developing locally, initially transporting sand and gravel, later shifting to bricks and stones. His character is straightforward and loyal, with a loud voice, loves excitement, values friendship, and can shoulder burdens. However, his flaws are evident. He is overly loyal, often mistaking casual acquaintances for lifelong brothers, sometimes lacking discernment. The three concurred. Peng Yin is fundamentally good-hearted, straightforward, trustworthy, and will undoubtedly prove to be a reliable ally in times of challenge. Chun Feng. He has consistently worked as a construction foreman in coastal cities, possessing a calm and steady demeanor. He speaks little, but is dependable and responsible in his work. The estimated annual income barely reaches a few $100,000, and to suddenly produce $200,000 is akin to offering one's all. The trio's assessment. Chun Feng possesses a steady and reliable character with meticulous thoughts. Entrusting him with the village's intricate affairs and personnel arrangements will instill great confidence. Li Mingxiu, the first among classmates to drop out and venture forth, starting as an apprentice in air conditioning installation before eventually taking on projects independently. After years of painstakingly saving a modest fortune, he faced a devastating setback when a worker under his supervision suffered a serious accident during installation, costing him over several $100,000 and leaving him considerably weakened, likely still in recovery. His demeanor is somewhat simple and straightforward, lacking any devious intentions. Enduring hardships outside, he relishes the opportunity to host old classmates for meals and drinks upon returning home, cherishing that bond of camaraderie. The trio's perspective. Mingxiu possesses a pure heart, resilient in the face of trials. Such sincerity is particularly precious in these dire times. Unbeknownst to these three old classmates, they find solace in their noble gesture of camaraderie. They could never anticipate that this act of goodwill, akin to delivering coal amidst snow, would soon provide them and their nearest kin with a coveted ticket to Noah's Ark, saving not just one life, but an entire family. The vehicle restarted, steering towards Lijiakan. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a dappled glow on the windshield. Inside the car, the trio fell silent, each gazing out at the swiftly passing fields, their hearts stirred by a tumult of emotions, an acknowledgement of the world's harshness, a deep appreciation for genuine friendship, and the weighty responsibility of the impending storm looming ahead. Selecting companions is merely another step in the vast survival plan. Chapter 51. Reality. In the past, the sky was shrouded in gloom, heavy clouds pressing down, making it difficult to breathe. Liu Yong had just finished washing up when the director's call came through, his tone laced with urgency, urging him to come over promptly. Liu Yong had a good inkling of the matter at hand. It was likely an update regarding the theft case from a few days prior. He mounted his motorcycle, the engine roaring to life. The damp and chilly morning breeze rushed against him, imbued with the scent of an impending storm. By 8 o'clock, Liu Yong stood outside the director's office. After knocking, he entered to find director Min had prepared 2 cups of hot tea, steam curling from them on the coffee table before the sofa. Upon seeing Liu Yong, the director hurriedly rose, a smile plastered on his face, though it could not conceal the unease in his eyes. "Ah, Liu, you're here? Please have a seat." Liu Yong complied, settling down and calmly lifting his teacup, his gaze steady upon the director. Director Min took a seat beside him, intertwining his fingers, his knuckles unconsciously rubbing together, lips twitching as if he struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Director, you may speak your mind." Liu Yong broke the silence, his voice steady, devoid of any tumult. As though he had finally steeled himself, Director Min, wearing an awkward smile, began, "Liu, regarding the last case, you handled it splendidly. You single-handedly subdued the assailant and recovered over $1 million in stolen goods. By all accounts, you should be commended and recognized." He paused, shifting the tone of the conversation to a more somber note. However, those 3 individuals were injured quite severely. One suffered a severe concussion. Another sustained a shattering fracture in his leg, and the last, several ribs were fractured, and he remains hospitalized. The higher-ups, they believe your response was rather excessive. He cautiously scrutinized Liu Yong's expression, initially intending to delve into matters of excessive defense or intentional harm. The department had argued tirelessly, ultimately managing to negotiate a resolution of no rewards or penalties. Liu Yong listened quietly, his face betraying little, as if he were an observer to a tale that bore no relevance to him. Only he understood the peril of that moment, his adversary wielding a weapon, and a mere misstep could have led to his own downfall. While his strikes appeared fierce, he had indeed tempered his force, each blow delivered with restraint. Had he truly exerted his full strength, those three would not merely be lying in a hospital bed. As for the so-called commendation, with the world on the brink of transformation next month, such hollow accolades held little significance for him. He set down his teacup, rose, and nodded at Director Min, his tone flat. "Thank you for your mediation, Director." With that, he turned to leave. "Liu." Director Min hastily stood, a look of regret and helplessness etched across his face. "Please do not take it to heart. I understand how dire the situation was. Had you not acted decisively, the consequences could have been unimaginable. This time, I truly feel we have wronged you. Rest assured, the department will remember this favor and will seek to make amends in the future." Liu Yong paused at the door, turning back to offer a faint smile, saying nothing further, and pulled the door open, stepping out. As the door clicked shut, Director Min let out a long sigh, slumping back onto the sofa, his heart heavy with unspoken worries. The diligent subordinates exerted their utmost efforts to unravel a significant case, ultimately mitigating substantial losses, yet the outcome left much to be desired. The notorious thief, surnamed Zhao, reportedly possessing some connections within the county, relentlessly clung to the matter of injuries, exerting pressure to implicate Liu Yong. He mobilized all his connections, even appealing to an old classmate, merely to contain the blame, resulting in a compromise of balancing merits and demerits. This resolution not only wounded Liu Yong's spirit, but also cast a shadow over the reputation of the station chief. However, he found himself powerless against the overwhelming forces at play, having done all he could. Director Min, fatigued, rubbed his temples, filled with a sense of helplessness. In the corridor, Liu Yong's footsteps remained steady and resolute. This incident stirred little turbulence within him. He had long since grown accustomed to such events. The echoes of gunfire along the border seemed to linger vividly in his mind. During that operation, he and his comrades had cornered a group of drug traffickers, on the verge of a successful capture. Yet, due to the reckless actions of a connected team member, carelessness led to their position being compromised, resulting in the tragic loss of his closest comrade, who fell, fatally wounded, in his arms. The overwhelming grief and despair consumed him in that moment. After the mission concluded, he sought out the individual responsible for the blunder, unleashing his pent-up fury in a secluded corner, his fist delivering a torrent of anguish that nearly incapacitated the offender. The consequence was his forced retirement from military service. Had it not been for the old commander's benevolence, using his connections to secure Liu Yong a position as a local police officer in his hometown, he might have left his 8-year military career without a dignified exit. In comparison to the agony of losing a comrade, the current balancing of merits and demerits seemed trivial. As long as no further trouble came his way, he could endure. The roar of a motorcycle engine once again filled the air, and Liu Yong pressed on, heading directly back to Liu family village. Beneath the overcast sky, the village was abuzz with vibrant activity. The main structure of the restaurant had been completed, standing tall, with today's primary task being the organization of supplies within. Upon returning to the village, he was immediately enveloped by a sense of industriousness. His father, uncles, and several village elders were diligently occupied in the newly constructed restaurant's warehouse, directing the organization of materials. Outside, several large trucks stood with their doors wide open as laborers shouted commands, unloading heavy sacks of grain, which were swiftly passed along a makeshift assembly line into the warehouse. Liu Jun, Su Yunpeng, and Liu Yifei weaved through the bustle, armed with lists, loudly counting and verifying quantities, guiding the positioning of the goods. Liu Yong promptly rolled up his sleeves and joined in. The foremost task for the day was the storage of grain. Sacks of rice, flour, and assorted grains were meticulously arranged by type and production date in designated areas, leaving ample pathways for future access. The towering walls of grain exuded a comforting aroma of crops. By the time lunch rolled around, A significant portion of the grain had been stored. The group hastily grabbed a few bites of food, seizing the opportunity provided by the cloudy weather to expedite the unloading process, ensuring that the weary truck drivers could return home sooner. The afternoon's productivity soared. Before 3 o'clock, the final sack of grain was securely placed in position. Yiqian was also occupied, meticulously moving the delivery packages that had gradually arrived from her online purchases into a designated area in the dining room, separated by a partition. The final batch of supplies she had carefully selected online had all been ordered, awaiting their arrival. As night fell, the workers' vehicles gradually departed from the village, and the once bustling construction site fell into a temporary silence. Liu Jun, Liu Yong, Su Yunpeng, Liu Yifei, and others stood in an open area, surveying the dramatic transformations that had taken place over the past month. In the dining room warehouse, piles of grain were neatly arranged, exuding a palpable sense of solidity. The main house beside it had all its exterior panels installed, awaiting the completion of internal partitions and the roof. A massive septic tank had been excavated and formed, with drainage pipes deeply buried underground, patiently waiting for activation. The open space at the village entrance had been flattened, 1/3 of it covered with a sturdy metal roof, while the newly laid concrete floors shimmered with a cold, hard gray hue in the twilight. Though they had not had the chance to examine the cave closely, that project was nearing completion as well. Most reassuring were the two heavy, robust iron gates at both the entrance and the rear of the village, meticulously welded as per specifications, along with the towering steel structure of the lookout tower standing nearby, both silently awaiting the right moment to be outfitted with custom protective panels and observation windows. These sentinels would soon become the watchful eyes of the village. Installing them now would render them too conspicuous, necessitating a patient wait. Observing all this, the few who were privy to the details felt their tense hearts finally relax. An indescribable sense of assurance surged within them. At this pace, within 3 days at most, all major construction would be declared complete. That would be merely early July. What remained was to address any deficiencies and continue replenishing supplies. Exchanging glances, they needed no words. The uncontainable joy and relief reflected in their eyes spoke volumes. The ark had already taken shape, quietly awaiting the storm's arrival. Chapter 52. Liu Wenqi returns home in the ensuing days. The small village saw a continuous influx of transportation vehicles, delivering a plethora of resources. Ona Liu Yun is meticulous coordination. The villagers methodically engaged in sorting and arranging the supplies. The expansion of the cave had been completed as per requirements, and the main structure of the house was also finished, with only the interior and exterior decoration still underway. During this period, Liu Jun arranged for workers to encircle the stone quarry, where swimming had previously taken place, along with a smaller quarry with sturdy barbed wire, preparing to transform them into secure natural swimming pools in the future. In the open area at the village entrance, a small section was designated for the installation of basic fitness equipment, treadmills, stretchers, and waist-twisting machines, alongside pull-up bars, parallel bars, and sandbags, catering to the youth. The 20 fruit saplings previously planted were being tended to by Liu Jun's uncle, with 12 of them showing signs of vitality, while 8 had withered. During this time, in addition to replacing the dead saplings, 20 new ones were planted, awaiting their future growth. Wang Xiu visited the village once and was captivated by the little black dog that Liu Yong had brought back, naming it Chasing Wind. The subsequent procurement list grew even more extensive. Medicines, tobacco, leather and fabric, electrical wires, 2 hand tractors with accompanying tools, feed, urea fertilizer, peanuts, sesame, soybeans, rapeseed, various vegetable seeds, and even a considerable quantity of firecrackers and fireworks. The assorted spices, sugar, canned goods, compressed biscuits, daily necessities, cotton, smokeless coal, solid alcohol, and the second batch of grain were scheduled for delivery by July 9th. With the weather scorching and concern for the survival rate of the fish fry, Liu Jun opted to purchase adult fish instead. The village's large fish pond was stocked with 2 500 pounds, while the smaller one received 1,000 pounds. On the afternoon of July 3rd, Liu Jun's elder sister, Liu Wenqi, returned to her long-abandoned ancestral home with her son, Huang Zixin. As they sat in Liu Jun's vehicle, upon reaching the village entrance, both mother and son were astonished by the changes before their eyes. At the narrowest point of the village entrance, aside from the reserved space for a robust gate, the sides had merged into a cohesive structure, erecting a tall wall. Atop the wall, a row of what appeared to be electric fencing glimmered in the sunlight. "Jun, is this what you've been working on all this time?" Liu Yong inquired, astonished. Liu Jun smiled. "Sister, don't rush. Wait until we enter the village. The changes are quite remarkable." Nephew Huang Zixin pointed curiously at two conspicuous iron frames beside the wall. "Uncle, what are those iron frames for?" "You'll find out soon enough," Liu Jun replied with a mysterious smile, parking the vehicle in the space by the door. As they entered the house, a chubby little yellow dog wobbled out to greet them with its round little behind. Liu Jun knelt down and gently patted the puppy's head. It had been named Tang Yuan by Yi Qianqian, although Liu Jun found the name lacking in grandeur. His protests fell on deaf ears, and he resigned himself to the name. Huang Zixin was overjoyed at the sight of the puppy and dashed over to play with it. Tang Yuan, unperturbed, quickly engaged in playful antics with him. Inside, Lu Guodong, Wang Surong, and Yi Qianqian had been waiting eagerly. The family, reunited after a long separation, exchanged warm greetings. After a brief rest, Wang Surong went to prepare dinner, while Liu Jun took his sister, wife, and nephew to tour the achievements made during this period. The first sight to behold is the main building, a square structure adorned with numerous windows, flanked by two water towers. Adjacent to the main house lies a silver mobile cabin, sprawling over 400 to 500 square meters. The doors of several modest rooms beside the dining area are firmly shut. Liu Jun leads the group into the dining hall, where the layout is meticulously organized into distinct sections. Food, daily necessities, and condiments are all neatly arranged. In contrast, another partitioned space appears somewhat chaotic, cluttered with various machines, unopened delivery boxes, tools, and miscellaneous items. Liu Yong, her eyes wide with curiosity, turns to Liu Jun and inquires, "Jun, what on earth are you storing all this for? It seems enough to sustain the entire village for a decade." With only a week left until the drainage day, Liu Jun decides to reveal part of the truth. Yongzi has insider information that a significant event may be imminent. We are preparing in advance. "Are we going to war?" Liu Yong's heart tightens. "No," Liu Jun shakes his head. "It is rumored that a potent virus might be approaching. We are taking precautions." "How much will this cost?" "With all these supplies and buildings, it must be several million." Liu Yong gasps in astonishment. "A few of us pooled resources." Liu Jun vaguely brushes aside the details. Next, the group explores the completed main house. The interior is efficiently partitioned. On either side of the walls are 9 inward-facing rooms, with 2 rows of back-to-back rooms in the center, leaving a corridor in between. There are a total of 26 rooms, each end of the rows equipped with 2 restrooms, totaling 8. Liu Yong pushes open the nearest room. The furnishings are simple. A central energy-saving lamp illuminates the space, while 2 wall fans and an exhaust fan are fixed to the walls. 3 bunk beds are positioned against the wall, each with an unopened mattress and quilt atop, and matching drawers beneath. She then walks into the adjacent restroom, which appears considerably more refined, with tiled walls and floors, featuring 3 enclosed stalls and 4 showers mounted on the opposite wall. "Are all the rooms and restrooms like this?" Liu Yong asks. "Pretty much. 10 of the rooms do not have bunk beds. They are furnished with cabinets and large beds," Liu Jun replies. Liu Yong nods, still puzzled with so many rooms. "Where will all these people come from? Isn't a bit excessive?" Liu Jun offers a knowing smile. "Sister, having more is certainly better than having less. It's merely a matter of adding a few partitions. It won't cost much." As they exit, Liu Jun points to a nearby small structure. "This is where we store peanuts, soybeans, and rapeseed." Having witnessed the earlier stockpiles, Liu Yong is no longer surprised. In the distance, a mound of red bricks and cement is piled high, adjacent to a broader expanse of land. Some areas are covered with iron sheds brimming with indistinct burlap sacks. Another section is enclosed by a waist-high wall, while the rest remains temporarily idle. Along the roadside, solar streetlights stand at intervals, numbering around 6 or 7. Finally, Liu Jun guides the trio towards a cave. A heavy iron door has been installed at the entrance. The door is unlocked. Liu Jun pushes it open and casually flips the switch on the wall. In an instant, the cave is illuminated. The widened cavern stretches approximately 20 meters in length and 5 meters in width. The cave's ceiling is uneven, rising to approximately 4 meters at its highest point, while the lower areas exceed 3 meters. One side of the rock wall is neatly adorned with stainless steel shelves. The entire cave wall has been coated with a white waterproof paint, imparting a clean and bright appearance. The base of the cave has been elevated with crushed stone bricks by 50 centimeters, followed by the application of waterproof materials. The rock walls have also undergone waterproof treatment. Liu Jun elaborated that specialized exhaust fans and ventilation systems have been installed to ensure a continuous flow of dry air. In the future, some quicklime can be stored here for the preservation of vital supplies. Pausing briefly, he pointed to the ceiling and added, "I have also installed 2 small wind turbines, equipped with batteries to provide power for lighting and ventilation." Liu Wenqi, of course, remembers this cave, having played here during her childhood. In her recollections, it was a dark space filled with piles of sand and sweet potatoes. Gazing at the transformed space before her, she marveled, "Jun, this cave has been renovated magnificently. It's much cooler than outside." Liu Jun chuckled. "Indeed, we can invite everyone over for karaoke in the evenings. By the way, Yongzi has a girlfriend. We should call her over tonight for you to meet." Chapter 53. Karaoke in the Cave. Liu Wenqi smiled, responding with enthusiasm. "All right. I am quite curious to see what kind of partner that courageous fellow has chosen." Beside her, Yi Qianqian, with a gentle smile, interjected, "Yongzi's girlfriend is truly beautiful, and she's quite young too." Upon hearing this, Liu Wenqi expressed her keen interest, asking, "Oh, is she really that stunning? Is she even more attractive than our Qianqian?" She playfully adopted a teasing tone. Yi Qianqian, unbothered by the jest, replied with a calm smile, "I genuinely believe she is indeed more beautiful than I am." This sparked a chorus of laughter among the group. Observing the jovial atmosphere, Liu Jun quickly sent a message in their group chat, inviting everyone to gather in the cave that evening for a celebration. Upon returning home, Liu Wenqi discovered that dinner had been prepared, a bountiful spread of authentic hometown dishes. For those who have wandered far from home, while exquisite delicacies are delightful, nothing stirs the heart quite like the flavors of nostalgia. Aside from her sister Liu Xiona and her nephew Qin Shiheo, who were unable to attend, the rest of the family had gathered. The family sat together, enjoying a lively dinner filled with warmth and camaraderie. After the meal, they engaged in casual conversation, cherishing the rare moments of togetherness. Suddenly, the sound of a motorcycle horn echoed from outside. Liu Jun, hearing the noise, rose to investigate and found Liu Yong arriving on his motorcycle, accompanied by his girlfriend, Wang Xiyu. Upon hearing the commotion, Liu Wenqi hurried outside to greet them. As soon as Liu Yong spotted his elder sister, he leaped off the motorcycle and approached her with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Sister, you're back." Looking at her tall and sturdy younger brother, Liu Wenqi felt a wave of nostalgia. "When Aunt May gave birth to you, you were so tiny. Now, the little one has outgrown me by a significant margin." Her tone was filled with warmth. For Liu Yong, this elder sister, who had always brought him treats since childhood and felt like a true sister, held immense significance. Liu Wenqi's gaze then shifted to Wang Xiyu, who stood behind Liu Yong, her face illuminated with a bright smile. "You must be Xiyu, right? I have heard that Yongzi found a beautiful partner, and seeing you, it seems they have understated your beauty. You look more stunning than a star." Feeling slightly bashful from such direct praise, Wang Xiyu replied, "Sister, you are exaggerating." Liu Wenqi laughed heartily. "Not at all. Though our Liu family village may be small, the wives we bring home are exceptionally beautiful." This remark drew smiles from everyone present. Before long, Liu Yifei appeared, cradling his beloved puppy, Fei Hu. Over the past few days, he had lavished affection on the little dog, carrying it everywhere as if it were his own child. Upon seeing the gathering, he sweetly greeted the sisters. Liu Wenqi, being 18 years his senior and having ventured out into the world while he was still young, did not share the same deep bond with him as Liu Yong did. As more guests arrived, the atmosphere grew busier. Some began to move chairs, others folded tables, while a few prepared snacks such as peanuts, sunflower seeds, beverages, and fruits. Simultaneously, others were adjusting the projector and KTV equipment. Everything was prepared, awaiting the arrival of Su Yunping's family. As the final touches were being made, Su Yunping's car slowly approached the entrance of the courtyard. Once all the guests had gathered, they joyfully carried their bags toward the cave, chatting and laughing. The lights inside the cave suddenly illuminated, and those entering for the first time collectively gasped in awe. This place had been transformed splendidly. It was not only cool, but also remarkably spacious. With the equipment set up and tables laden with fruits, Liu Jun was the first to take the microphone, initiating a rendition of My Good Brother, beckoning Su Yunpeng, Liu Yong, and Liu Yifei to join him. The four of them linked arms and sang heartily. The bond of friendship is higher than the heavens, broader than the earth. Those days we will surely remember. Like a glass of wine, like an old song, the natural reverberation of the cave rivaled that of the finest sound systems, and being away from the village ensured no disturbance to the neighbors. As the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted, a resounding acknowledgement of the splendid performance and the camaraderie shared among the brothers. Soon after, someone shouted, "Sister, your turn." This call ignited a wave of excitement throughout the gathering. Liu Wenqi smiled and stood up, her smile radiating warmth akin to the gentle sun of spring. Amidst the eager anticipation, she chose a classic old song, Prayer. As the music began, her voice flowed like a clear spring, serene and captivating. After her performance, the audience erupted into another round of thunderous applause. Liu Jun looked at his nephew Huang Zixin, encouraging him to take the stage as well. Initially shy, with his head down and fidgeting with the edge of his clothing, he eventually mustered the courage to sing Flowers Blooming at Parting, spurred on by the enthusiastic encouragement of those around him. Though his voice was somewhat tender and not without imperfections, the applause and support enveloped him like a gentle spring breeze, illuminating his face with newfound confidence. In this joyful atmosphere, everyone eagerly took turns to sing. Mei Lan and Su Yunpeng collaborated on Choral C, their harmonies intertwining seamlessly like a celestial melody. The chemistry between them captivated every listener, earning resounding cheers. Yi Qianqian chose a classic Cantonese song, strolling through life's path. Though the road may be rugged, I fear not the trials. May I experience both pain and joy in this life. Happiness and sorrow swirl around me, enjoying the snow and the wind, the flowers in the mist, joyfully spinning. No need to fuss, just appreciate the beauty of each day. I shall firmly believe that splendid scenery lies at my feet. May laughter cover the face of pain. Whether in sorrow or joy, may I discover something new each day. The song's inherent openness and resilience resonated deeply with Liu Jun. He immediately chose to sing Just Love You, performing it passionately for Yi Qianqian. The crowd immediately urged, "Kiss her, kiss here." With a smile, Liu Jun stepped forward and pressed a kiss upon his wife's lips. Though the couple had been married for 2 years, Yi Qianqian still felt a slight blush when in the presence of others. When it was Liu Yong's turn, he struggled to recall many songs, scratching his head for quite some time before settling on You Are My Eyes. As he sang, his gaze frequently wandered towards Wang Xiyu, prompting the crowd to erupt into cheers. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Liu Yong felt a bit self-conscious. Quick-witted Wang Xiyu, noticing the situation, confidently approached him, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. This ignited the atmosphere. Seizing the moment, Wang Xiyu chose another song. The most beautiful expectation. I have a dream like a rainbow after the rain, exchanging all my tears for a smile. There is a love that transcends the seas. Picking up the lost dust. Your breath draws ever closer, holding me tight. I open my eyes, longing for you by my side. It matters not whether it's forever or just a moment. I embrace love as I awaken from my dream. You wait with unwavering devotion, never leaving. Reluctant to part with each awakening. No more wandering. You are my most beautiful expectation. Her heartfelt performance resonated deeply with everyone, who understood precisely to whom the song was dedicated. The cheers grew louder. Kiss her. Kiss here. Drawing from his earlier experience, Liu Yong, now emboldened, cradled Wang Shiyu's face in his hands, and planted a kiss on her lips. Laughter and whistles echoed fervently within the cave. At that moment, Liu Yifei leaped forward, feigning indignation as he exclaimed, "You are torturing the single dogs. Feed me well with dog food. No, I must retaliate." The crowd erupted in laughter at his antics. He then sang Wrong Love, expressing heartfelt sorrow over misplaced affection. The singing continued for several hours. By 11 o'clock, realizing the late hour, the crowd began to disperse. After tidying up the remnants of food and litter, they left the remaining equipment in the cave for future use. Exiting the cave, the bright moonlight mingled with the street lamps, illuminating the surroundings with a luminous glow. They exchanged goodnights and headed home. Liu Yong suggested Wang Shiyu stay at his house, as there were plenty of rooms. However, she politely declined, concerned about her grandmother and mindful of her work the next day. Liu Yong then rode his motorcycle to escort her back to town. Meanwhile, Liu Jun bid farewell to Su Yunping's family, reminding them to travel safely. This exhilarating gathering had subtly bridged the gap between those who were once strangers. The songs and laughter resonating from the cave left a warm imprint in each person's memory. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the wheels of fate were turning at a speed swifter than they could ever imagine. Chapter 54 Crisis. As July approached, Liu Jun's thoughts became increasingly entwined with the developments at Tokyo Electric Power Company. The media coverage regarding the discharge of nuclear wastewater intensified, with each report adopting a more resolute tone, while news of technical preparations flooded the headlines, creating an atmosphere thick with an impending sense of urgency. "Yongzi, something feels amiss." Liu Jun grimly handed his phone to Liu Yong, who had just entered the room. The screen displayed the latest expert analysis. "Look at this situation. It seems the discharge may occur sooner than anticipated. Last time it was on the 10th, but this time, it appears we won't make it to that day." Liu Yong took the phone, swiftly scanning the rolling news, his brow furrowing deeply. The official stance is becoming increasingly clear. The technical assessments and procedural groundwork are accelerating. Could it be that everything we did upon our return has triggered a butterfly effect, even altering the discharge timeline? The thought weighed heavily on his heart. "Very likely," Liu Jun replied, his voice tinged with anxiety. "If the discharge occurs earlier, the subsequent chain reactions, the zombie outbreak, the onset of global geomagnetic storms, will become utterly unpredictable. We must immediately adjust our plans." Liu Jun continued, "The bulk of our supplies is already in place, so there is no need for panic. Our immediate priorities are twofold. First, we must notify everyone that those who can return must do so by tomorrow. For those who cannot make it, we must emphasize effective immediately. They must refrain from consuming any marine products. Second, arrange for Pengzi to bring in the final batch of food supplies. As long as we have food on hand, even if we temporarily cease farming, it will sustain us all for several years. We shall adapt to changes with steadfastness." "Understood." Liu Yong nodded emphatically, promptly reaching for his phone to initiate contact. Liu Jun dialed a number, speaking rapidly. "Pengzi, the situation may have changed. Tokyo Electric is moving too quickly. The discharge could happen within days. Contact the suppliers for the last batch of food to be delivered today. Also regarding your livestock, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, dairy cows, and beef cattle, all must be relocated. The adults should go to the designated area on the mountain, while the young and smaller animals should be brought back to the village for safekeeping. Get started immediately." "Understood. I'll arrange for vehicles and personnel right away." Su Yunping's voice took on a serious tone. And Liu Jun added, "We must contact the students we previously selected, Peng Yin, Chen Feng, Li Mingqiu, immediately. Inform them that our farm is operational and they need to come back personally to collect their payments. The urgency and sincerity in our tone are paramount. We must get them back here." Turning to his wife, Liu Jun's expression was grave. "Qianqian, contact your parents and your brother's family at once. Tell them you just found out you're pregnant, and the early symptoms are quite overwhelming, leaving you emotionally unstable and longing for their company. You need them to drop everything and come to be with you for a few days. Remember, your tone must convey urgency and a hint of distress." Understanding the gravity of the situation, knowing it concerned the lives of her loved ones, Qianqian hesitated not a moment. swiftly picking up her phone and stepping aside to gather her emotions before dialing her family's number. Liu Jun spoke to his mother. "Mom, I entrust you with Uncle's family. Tell them there's an urgent matter at home, an incredibly serious one, and they must come over tomorrow. What the matter is, we will discuss upon their arrival. Sister, please reach out to our second sister and brother-in-law and ensure they return by tomorrow without fail. Father, personally call Aunt's house and inform them that Uncle's birthday celebration has been advanced, asking them to come over tomorrow for an important announcement." He then dialed the number of his closest cousin. "Xiang, it's me, Junzi. It's difficult to articulate over the phone, but you must bring your wife and children back tomorrow, without delay. Do not procrastinate. I will explain everything in detail upon your return." A strong sense of foreboding enveloped Liu Jun's heart, the specter of the butterfly effect magnifying his concerns, compelling him to act with utmost urgency. Liu Yong called his sister, his tone brooking no argument. "Jing, purchase a ticket for tomorrow and return home immediately." Liu Jing, bewildered on the other end, inquired, "Brother, why the urgency? Tomorrow is only Friday. We haven't even begun the holiday yet. Take a leave. Can't you manage even a single day off? There's an urgent matter at home, exceedingly important. I will elaborate upon your return. Hurry and buy the ticket," Liu Yong declared firmly, ending the call, leaving no room for his sister to hesitate. He promptly contacted their parents, delegating tasks. "Mother, father, please notify Aunt and Uncle immediately, informing them there's an urgent matter at home. We need them back for family reunion." Liu Yong sighed, but proceeded to call his uncle. "Uncle, our family farm is complete, and we wish to invite everyone for a gathering. Can you return tomorrow?" Liu Guohao replied, "Yongzi, I can't leave just yet. My grandson is too young and requires supervision." Liu Yong then reached out to his cousin Liu Fun, adopting a more serious tone. "Fun, this is not just a simple gathering. There is credible news of a potentially devastating new virus outbreak. Coastal cities are at significant risk. Your family must return to seek refuge in a village, where it is safe." Liu Fun scoffed on the other end. "Brother Yong, you're being overly dramatic. Haven't we heard enough about viruses before? In the end, nothing happened. If our family takes leave to return, think of the wages lost. And the travel expenses and accommodation won't cover themselves, will they? You all celebrate without us. We refuse to be troubled." Her tone was laced with impatience. Liu Yong persisted. "Fun, this time it's different. It's truly serious. Lives are more important than money." "Enough, brother," Liu Fun interrupted. "If something arises, we'll discuss it then. We are busy, goodbye." The line went dead. Liu Yong held his phone, silent for a moment, ultimately coming to terms. The opportunity was given. The path chosen was theirs. He felt no remorse. Subsequently, he sent a message to Peng Yin. "Yinzi, significant events may unfold soon. Stock up on food and supplies. And stay in touch. If things seem amiss, come directly to Liu Family Village." Meanwhile, a message from Liu Jun was pinned at the top of the Liu Family Village WeChat group. "Liu Jun, everyone, dear uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. The plan has changed. Uncle's 70th birthday celebration has been moved up to July 6th. Everyone must attend. Those who are away should make arrangements to return home by tomorrow. Let us gather and discuss important matters. Those who can return, please do." The moment the message was sent, the group erupted. Liu Yong, received. "I'll be back tomorrow." "Aunt Li, so urgent? All right, I'll inform my son. We'll return tomorrow." "Liu Wei, no problem. I'll be home in no time." "Aunt Wang, oh dear, so sudden. Let me check the train tickets." "Liu Guqing, received. I will definitely make it." A distant cousin. "Junzi, this is too urgent. I cannot take leave on my end." Another worker. "Indeed, tickets are hard to come by. Can it be postponed until the day after tomorrow?" Liu Jun swiftly replied, "I will strive for tomorrow. If it's truly difficult, you must arrive early the day after tomorrow. This is a rare opportunity. It is of utmost importance." He understood that he could only sound the alarm. Whether they could grasp this lifeline depended on each individual's fortune. The entire Liu family village began to operate with the speed of a well-wound clock. Liu Jun, accompanied by Liu Yong and Liu Yifei, with Huang Zixin trailing behind, Liu Yifei, like a devoted shadow, plunged into the warehouse for a final inventory of supplies. The warehouse was permeated with a distinctive aroma of grains, fabrics, metals, and vacuum-sealed food. The group weaved through towering shelves and neatly stacked supplies, meticulously checking off items on their list. Grain section, mountains of rice, flour, and assorted grains, with vacuum-packed biscuits piled into walls. Daily necessities, soap, toothpaste, toilet paper, batteries, all arranged in perfect order. Tools section, an array of farming implements, generators, and repair tools. Medicines section, several large boxes adorned with conspicuous labels. In the corner, bundles of leather, fabric, bags of cotton, and an entire box of purchased telescopes. An entire box of telescopes. Truly everything one could think of is accounted for, Liu Yifei remarked. It is basically complete. Liu Jun furrowed his brow slightly. But I still feel as if something is missing. After the inventory was completed, he could not immediately think of any urgently needed bulk supplies. Liu Jun had originally reserved 300,000 yuan in cash for turnover and unexpected purchases. If the announcement were to be made within the next few days, this 300,000 must be spent in the shortest time possible, converted into tangible items that could ensure survival. But what to buy? He fell into contemplation, his gaze sweeping across the myriad supplies in the warehouse, his mind racing. Chapter 55. Discharge and warning as dawn broke and the sky lightened. Liu Jun awoke and instinctively reached for his phone beside the pillow, immediately accessing the news he had been following. The cold glow of the screen illuminated his suddenly grave expression. The headline boldly proclaimed, "Early morning initiation. Tokyo Electric Power Company has officially discharged nuclear wastewater into the Pacific Ocean, 5 days ahead of schedule." Liu Jun murmured to himself, his fingers tightening unconsciously. The weight on his heart, upon confirming this news, felt like a heavy stone finally released. His premonition had come to fruition. The wings of the butterfly had already begun to flap, and the future would no longer follow the trajectory etched in their memories. The ability to respond to unforeseen events would become the key to survival. He swiftly sent a message in their core group. Liu Yong Su Yunpeng confirmed. Tokyo Electric discharged wastewater early this morning, 5 days ahead. Be prepared. After sending the message, he proceeded with his usual morning routine of washing up and jogging. Upon returning from his jog, he went directly to Liu Yong's home. In a small courtyard, Liu Yong was practicing his punches, facing the rising sun. His movements were succinct and rapid, devoid of any flamboyance. Each punch, kick, and hold exuded a lethal aura aimed at incapacitating the opponent. His steps were steady, his posture harmonious, reminiscent of a cheetah poised to spring. Liu Jun stood by, captivated, until Liu Yong finished his routine and could not help but inquire, "Yongzi, what style are you practicing? It looks far more formidable than those Black Dragon 18 techniques online." Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Liu Yong replied, his breath steady. "It is indeed the Black Dragon 18 techniques, but it's a streamlined and practical version taught by an experienced squad leader during my time in the military. The flashy forms circulating outside are mere theatrics. This set is genuine battlefield grappling, designed to target the incapacitated, and is strictly prohibited for practice outside." His gaze was sharp, and he added, "In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be employed." Liu Jun nodded. The oppressive aura of the earlier routine left a deep impression on him, clearly beyond mere performance. The two entered Liu Yong's room, closed the door, and began to discuss arrangements for the coming days. The discharge had commenced, and the countdown to the apocalypse had accelerated. Liu Jun got straight to the point, identifying the two most critical tasks. First, the persuasion strategy. With people gathering soon, how could they be convinced to stay willingly? Second, the final 300,000, what should be supplemented? In hushed tones, the two quickly simulated various potential scenarios. In favorable circumstances, family members and trusted friends, based on their confidence in Liu Jun and Liu Yong's judgment. Along with the fortress's scale they witnessed firsthand, would likely find it easier to accept. In unfavorable situations, some might view their concerns as undue panic. Others may be reluctant to leave their businesses behind, and some might feel their freedom was being curtailed. Countermeasures. If they truly could not be retained, they should not be forcibly held, but an agreement should be established that if they wish to return in the future, entry would be denied. If necessary, displaying fabricated internal message screenshots could enhance credibility. As for the funds, Liu Jun finalized the plan. Half, 150,000, would be immediately allocated for the purchase of steel, angle iron, cement, and red bricks. These items, ordered today, could be delivered on the same day. Whether for reinforcing defenses, expanding storage, or constructing new functional areas, these materials would serve as hard currency. The other half of the budget is 150,000, designated for high-calorie emergency food supplies, military ration packs, chocolate, energy bars, canned fats, and milk powder. Purchase as much as possible. Without hesitation, Liu Yong declared that reinforced concrete forms the foundation, while high-calorie sustenance is the lifeline in critical moments. At this juncture, Liu Yong articulated a pressing thought that weighed heavily on his mind. Military son, the sewage discharge has already commenced. Is there something we can do? Perhaps anonymously issue a warning? Even if it only reaches a small portion of people, it would be worthwhile. If chaos erupts outside, it will not bode well for our future. Previously deterred by the fear of exposure, the urgency of the situation now called for discreet action, with minimal risk involved. Liu Jun remained silent for a minute, his mind racing. Suddenly, he lifted his head. It seems feasible. Let us find 2 elderly villagers who seldom venture out and borrow their phone cards. We can go to different internet CAFs and anonymously disseminate the same message across major forums, discussion boards, and local community groups. He lowered his voice and articulated the warning clearly. Beware. The contaminated water from Tokyo Electric Power contains unknown deadly virus risks. Do not consume any seafood. Immediately stockpile at least 3 months' worth of food, drinking water, and fuel, gas canisters, solid alcohol. Avoid going out unless absolutely necessary. Safety first. He emphasized the terms virus risk and stockpile, deliberately avoiding sensational references to zombies or apocalyptic scenarios to evade drawing official attention. The aim was to alert only those with heightened awareness. They would also post on short video platforms, but would refrain from deactivating their accounts, allowing the information to circulate organically. Liu Jun added that they should send similar messages to all their acquaintances, accompanied by images of the sewage news, stating, "Internal news suggests the sewage may contain unknown potent toxins. Better to err on the side of caution. Prepare supplies for self-preservation. Money can be earned again, but life is singular." Whether others heed the warning was up to them. A glimmer of resolve shone in Liu Yong's eyes. Excellent. Subtle yet effective. Saving even one life is worthwhile. The two immediately set off on their respective missions. Liu Jun approached the seldom-seen elder heir and Granny Wong to borrow their phone cards. They each took separate paths to 2 distinct remote internet CAFs. Inside, the air was thick with smoke and filled with the sounds of gaming. They chose machines in the corner, inserted the new cards, connected to a proxy IP, and swiftly registered temporary accounts. Their fingers danced across the keyboard as they pasted that vital warning message into dozens of active forum sections, local discussion boards, and urban community groups. After posting each one, they promptly deactivated the accounts to erase any trace. They utilized the newly registered accounts on short video platforms, pairing their posts with a striking image of the sewage pipe and a blood-red warning symbol. The message succinct yet impactful. Once they completed their tasks, they reconvened at a prearranged location. A glance exchanged between them revealed a sense of relief and a touch of compassionate acceptance. They silently took out their phones and began to disseminate the internal warning message to everyone in their contact list. The notification sounds surged in a cacophony of inquiries, doubts, rebuttals, and expressions of gratitude. They refrained from extensive explanations, opting for a unified response. Believe it or not, this is the internal news. Better safe than sorry. Take care. Clenching their fists, they struck a powerful blow together. No words were necessary. United as brothers, they would face whatever lay ahead, standing shoulder to shoulder in their unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Liu family village transformed into an unprecedented hub of activity. The villagers and their relatives who arrived early were utterly astonished by the towering walls of the village entrance. The sturdy iron gates, the enigmatic steel framework of the watchtower, and the newly erected buildings that sprang up throughout the village. Those who had only been away for a month or two for work could scarcely believe their eyes, as if they had been transported to an entirely different realm. My goodness, is this truly our village? What monumental project have Junzi and the others undertaken? That great iron gate and the barbed wire atop the walls. Could it be an electric fence? Were they so meticulously guarding against? The crowd buzzed with speculation, eagerly exploring their surroundings. To prevent unnecessary disturbances and panic due to the throngs of curious onlookers, Liu Jun had already secured the entrance to the dining hall, which was piled high with supplies. The main house stood open, welcoming visitors to marvel at the orderly and well-equipped rooms and bathrooms, exclamations of wonder echoing throughout. In the afternoon, a new convoy thundered into the village. Heavy trucks unloaded bundles of rebar, heaps of cement, and piles of iron angles and red bricks, while workers busily shouted commands. Tomorrow, the final batch of high-calorie food and supplies was scheduled to arrive. The master chefs tasked with preparing the banquet had also arrived early, bringing pots, pans, tables, and some ingredients, and began to prepare the feast components in a makeshift outdoor kitchen. The sounds of chopping meat, washing vegetables, and clattering utensils intertwining in a lively symphony. As evening fell, Liu Jun's second sister, Liu Xiona, returned, weary from travel with her son, Qin Shiheo, followed closely by their Uncle S family. Yiqianqian's parents and brother would not arrive until tomorrow. Liu Yong's sister, Liu Jing, also caught a ride back home. Their aunt and uncle lived nearby and had agreed to set off in the morning. As night enveloped the village, Liu family village shone as brightly as day. Every household was ablaze with light, and relatives and friends, long unseen, visited one another. Women gathered to share stories, while children chased and played in the open spaces. Men set up tables for mahjong and card games, animatedly discussing the village's remarkable transformation and their experiences beyond its borders amidst swirling smoke. The temporary kitchen blazed with fire as the master chefs made the final preparations for the grand feast. The entire village basked in a long-awaited, almost feverish sea of joy. This clamor and warmth persisted until after midnight, gradually subsiding with the extinguishing of lights, returning the village to tranquility. Yet beneath this calm, an invisible storm quietly gathered. Surging from the depths of the distant ocean, Chapter 56. The birthday feast, the July sun blazed fiercely, casting a golden hue over the earth as if intent on scorching it. Today was a particularly momentous occasion for Lijiakin, for it marked the 70th birthday of Uncle Liu Guiyuan. The entire village was enveloped in a bustling yet festive atmosphere. Before dawn had fully broken, the diligent ants and womenfolk eagerly rolled up their sleeves, immersing themselves in the flurry of activity within the makeshift outdoor kitchen. The sounds of washing vegetables, chopping meat, and the clattering of pots and pans intertwined, resembling a jubilant symphony. The chef's resounding calls served as a conductor's baton, perfectly orchestrating the rhythm of this melodious ensemble. Meanwhile, the men were not idle. They gathered in small groups beneath the shade of trees or by the eaves, leisurely smoking and engaging in conversation. Their discussions naturally revolved around the remarkable transformations the village had undergone in recent years and the lively festivities that lay ahead. Each face radiated joy, brimming with anticipation for this special day. At 8 o'clock, a truck laden with food rumbled into the village entrance. Liu Jun and Liu Yong promptly called upon the uncles present, urging, "Dear uncles, lend a hand. The final batch of food has arrived." Responding in unison, the crowd swiftly converged, unloading, passing, and transporting the goods with agile movements and seamless cooperation. Boxes flowed from hand to hand, and soon the truck's cargo was emptied. Liu Jun and Liu Yong emerged with a whole pack of Huangalu cigarettes, distributing them to the assisting uncles, their mouths filled with gratitude. The uncles received the cigarettes, their faces alight with genuine smiles, waving their hands dismissively. "Junzi, Yongzi, why such formalities? We are all from the same village. It's only natural to lend a hand. No need to be so courteous." Amidst laughter, the crowd gradually dispersed. The construction materials for reinforced defenses were scheduled for delivery the following day. Meanwhile, the rich aroma of thick white porridge wafted from the pots, while freshly fried pastries, golden and crispy, beckoned everyone to partake in breakfast. Together, They hastily set up tables and arranged stools. The humble yet rustic breakfast, steaming porridge, fried dough, crunchy peanuts, and homemade pickled vegetables, warmed their hearts and filled their stomachs. After the meal, Liu Yong dialed Wang Xiu's number, his voice tinged with anticipation. "Xiu, gather your things and bring Grandma over to join the festivities. I'll come to pick you up shortly." On the other end, Wang Xiu readily agreed. By 10 in the morning, the last group of village youths and relatives who had received the news returned to the familiar, yet somewhat alien village, resembling birds returning to their nest. The Su Yunpeng family arrived early. The two families had been close for generations, and the elders gathered to reminisce about old stories and discuss the village's new developments, creating a particularly harmonious atmosphere. The birthday feast was set in the village's largest open area, with 15 grand round tables adorned with festive red tablecloths. A long sunshade had been erected overhead, and several high-powered fans whirred, dispelling the summer heat. A small podium was covered with a red carpet, next to which stood speakers playing cheerful melodies such as Happy Days and Step by Step. Soon, familiar villagers approached Liu Jun, inquiring, "Junzi, where can we offer our gifts? Where's the accountant?" Liu Jun quickly smiled and explained, "Uncle, this time we're simply inviting everyone to gather and celebrate with our dear uncle. No gifts are needed." After some polite refusals and exchanges, the arrangement was finally accepted by all. Liu Jun discreetly wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Navigating the formalities with these elders was certainly not his forte. Noticing that more relatives wished to engage him in conversation, he hastily ushered his father and uncle to the forefront, saying, "Dad, Uncle, you two are the honored guests and the backbone of this gathering. Everyone is eager to speak with you." Seizing the opportunity, he slipped away to chat with his old classmates. As noon approached, he called everyone to take their seats. Family and longtime friends naturally gathered together, while the younger generation and classmates formed one table. With the table for the birthday uncle surrounded by esteemed elders of high standing in the village. Once the seating arrangement was established, Liu Jun noticed 3 tables still vacant, leading to a quiet lament about the sparse population in the village. A sumptuous array of dishes began to flow onto the tables. Leading the feast were the hearty delicacies: the enticingly red-braised turtle, spicy stir-fried eel arranged in a circle, richly flavored wild boar meat, dry pot stir-fried rabbit, tender lamb stew with carrots, quivering red-braised pig-s trotter, glistening braised pork with preserved vegetables, and fresh steamed fish. Following these were refreshing stir-fried seasonal vegetables and beloved snacks for the children, such as fried spring rolls and steamed buns. A large pot of chilled tremella soup was set aside for self-service to help everyone cool down. Liu Jun supported his glowing uncle as they ascended the podium. He took the microphone, testing the sound, and his clear voice resonated throughout the venue. "Respected elders, dear family and friends, good afternoon to you all. In this vibrant summer filled with blossoms, we gather today in high spirits to celebrate our beloved uncle's 70th birthday. First and foremost, on behalf of our family, I extend the warmest welcome and heartfelt gratitude to each of you present here. Thank you for taking time out of your busy lives to join us, bringing with you profound affection and sincere blessings to witness this joyous occasion. Our uncle is a person of great virtue and kindness. For decades, with his diligent hands, he has nurtured a warm and welcoming environment for the village and its younger generations. With his broad heart, he has embraced and cared for every family member. He is not only the backbone of our village, but also the most steadfast support and a moral beacon for us younger ones. His teachings have instilled in us the values of integrity and hard work. His optimism and resilience encourage us to bravely face life's challenges. The passage of time may have grayed his hair, yet it cannot diminish the kindness and wisdom reflected in his eyes, though wrinkles may mark his face. They embody a lifetime of grace and open-mindedness. Today, our gathering is not solely to celebrate your milestone birthday, but also to express our deep love and gratitude towards you. Let us raise our glasses together, wishing our uncle endless blessings like the flowing waters of the East Sea and longevity akin to the ageless pines of the South Mountain. May your future days be filled with health and laughter. May your life bloom like the vibrant summer flowers, colorful and resplendent. May each of your days be surrounded by happiness and embraced by joy. Next, let's extend the warmest applause as we invite today as celebrant Uncle to share a few words with us. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, filled with sincere blessings. Uncle took the microphone, appearing a bit shy, yet his smile radiated warmth. He humbly expressed, "Thank you all. Thank you for coming to celebrate my birthday today. Enjoy your meals, drink well, play well, and simply be happy." His heartfelt and succinct words once again elicited a wave of applause and laughter. Liu Yun, smiling, took over the microphone. "Thank you once more for your presence. May today's birthday banquet leave you with cherished memories. Now, let the feast officially commence. Please indulge in the exquisite food and fine wine, and let us collectively revel in this joy and happiness." Chapter 57. News. He bowed deeply in gratitude, and the applause erupted once more, resonating through the air. In the audience, Wang Xiu gently tapped Liu Yong's arm, whispering in admiration, "Brother Jun's eloquence is truly remarkable." Liu Yong beamed with pride, responding, "He has always been like this since childhood, brimming with ideas and articulate. Back in the day, when we ventured out, we all relied on him." Beside them, Grandma Chiu nodded with a smile. "This young man appears so spirited and responsible." Yi Qianqian's gaze tenderly followed her husband on stage, her eyes filled with pride. Even her mother watched her son-in-law with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. However, amidst the crowd, some individuals displayed indifferent expressions, as if they deemed the spectacle somewhat exaggerated. Liu Jun set down the microphone and swiftly gathered Liu Yong, Liu Yifei, and a host of younger relatives. Raising their glasses, the children holding drinks, to toast the elders at the main table. In unison, they wished, "Happy birthday, Uncle Grandpa, wishing you longevity and good health." Liu Guiyuan's face beamed with joy as he repeatedly exclaimed his approval, pulling out an array of red envelopes he had prepared and handing them out one by one to the children. "Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandpa." The children, thrilled to receive their envelopes, were filled with excitement. Liu Yifei, ever the clever one, lifted his envelope and shouted, "Who hasn't come to collect their red envelope? Uncle is giving out big ones." His call indeed attracted a few older children, who joyfully approached to claim their envelopes, eliciting laughter throughout the room. As Liu Guiyuan observed the harmonious scene before him, surrounded by children and grandchildren, his eyes grew misty. He had never married, nor had he fathered any children. Yet these kids from the village had grown up under his watchful eye. Now those once snot-nosed little ones had blossomed into tall young adults, some even with children of their own, yet they still remembered this solitary old man, going to such lengths to organize a birthday feast for him. This bond filled him with a sense of fulfillment in his life. The birthday banquet proceeded amidst laughter and cheer. Liu Jun called upon his nephews, Huang Zixin and Chen Shiheo, to organize a group of children to sing the birthday song on stage. The two city-bred social butterflies showed no signs of shyness and quickly gathered a group of young companions, who sang the happy birthday song in sweet, lively voices, elevating the atmosphere to yet another crescendo. After the meal, traditional entertainment commenced. Mahjong tables and card games were swiftly set up, with the sounds of cheers and laughter echoing throughout. Liu Jun led a few singing aunties and young ladies to the cool KTV room in the cave. Meanwhile, Liu Yong took it upon himself to settle the elders who wished to rest, guiding them to the designated rooms in the main house. A spirited group of children, under the afternoon sun, frolicked and chased each other through the village, while the adults merely cautioned them from a distance not to play by the pond. Liu Jun and Liu Yong, accompanied by Liu Yifei, entered a vacant dormitory in the main house and gently closed the door. Once the door was shut, the clamor of the outside world seemed to be sealed away in another realm, and the atmosphere in the dormitory turned unusually solemn. Liu Jun took a deep breath, breaking the silence with a low and serious tone. "The wastewater discharge has occurred prematurely." This statement caused Liu Yifei's heart to tighten. Liu Yun continued, "The insider information we have received indicates that this situation is markedly different from past occurrences. The wastewater may carry an extremely dangerous unknown virus, which is the worst scenario we dread. His pace was measured, yet heavy with gravity. Liu Yifei listened intently, his brow furrowing increasingly as he absorbed this explosive news, rapidly analyzing various possibilities in his mind. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to Liu Jun and Liu Yong, slowly articulating, "Brother Yong, Brother Jun, I comprehend now. No wonder you are constructing warehouses and stockpiling supplies, as if preparing for battle. It is all to brace for this dire possibility. Although this matter sounds somewhat precarious, given our distance from the epicenter and our location inland, still," he paused, seemingly contemplating his phrasing. "The major epidemic from a few years back did originate from our vicinity. One can never be certain that such occurrences won't happen again." Liu Yifei's eyes grew increasingly resolute as he continued. "Therefore, I believe your actions are justified. What harm is there in staying a few extra days? Safety is paramount." Liu Jun and Liu Yong exchanged glances, each recognizing approval in the other's eyes. This gifted individual, not only possessing high intelligence, but also an unparalleled capacity for assimilating new information and adapting his mindset. "Excellent," Liu Jun exclaimed, patting Liu Yifei on the shoulder. "Tonight, we shall announce this matter to everyone and endeavor to persuade them to remain. There will surely be dissent and skepticism. As for your parents and close relatives, it will be your responsibility to communicate and persuade them. Should you encounter any particularly stubborn opposition, do not hesitate to seek our assistance." Liu Yifei nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, I will take care of it." Liu Jun and Liu Yong promptly set off, utilizing the afternoon to discreetly approach classmates such as Peng Yin, Chen Feng, and Li Mingxiu, who had strong connections, to forewarn them and garner their understanding and support, thereby minimizing resistance for the evening's mobilization. Merriment always passes swiftly. The dinner concluded in a relatively relaxed atmosphere. After bidding farewell to the diligent chefs and tidying up the disarrayed venue, Liu Yong strode towards the western end of the village, ensuring no outsiders could arrive unexpectedly. He slowly pulled down the heavy, sturdy iron door, the weighty chain emitting a sharp clink, as if severing the cacophony of the outside world and the lurking dangers. Liu Jun had already set up the projector and screen at the podium. Taking a deep breath, he approached the stage, addressing the assembled crowd, their faces still bearing the languid smiles of a satisfying meal, his voice resonating clearly through the microphone. "Esteemed elders, family, and friends, please quiet down and find your seats. I have a matter of great importance, one that concerns everyone's safety, that I must convey." The crowd gradually hushed, curious, puzzled, and expectant gazes converging upon the stage. Liu Jun activated the projector, connecting his phone, and a series of shocking images and news headlines illuminated the screen. Official news of the Tokyo Electric Power Company's wastewater discharge at dawn. Close-up photographs of the nuclear wastewater discharge pipeline. Speculative reports regarding the dangers of an unknown virus have circulated online, some of which have been selectively presented by Liu Jun, showcasing a few relatively credible analyses. There are even several striking visual representations simulating the spread of the virus. Though unofficial, they possess a significant visual impact. The light from the screen cast upon Liu Jun's serious countenance. As you can see, the discharge has already occurred. Moreover, we have received information from unique and reliable internal sources that this release of nuclear wastewater may very well carry an unprecedented and exceedingly lethal unknown virus. Its peril surpasses our wildest imaginations. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience, with murmurs rising like a tide. "What? A virus? Is this for real? I haven't heard anything about it. Internal news? What sources?" Chapter 58. Divergence. Liu Jun raised his voice to subdue the clamor. "It is precisely because of this potential, formidable threat that Yongzi, Pengzi, and I have devoted ourselves wholeheartedly to transforming the village into what it is today. We have stockpiled supplies and reinforced defenses to provide a relatively safe haven for everyone, including ourselves. We implore you all to temporarily remain in the village and refrain from venturing outside. Please exercise patience for a few days, awaiting official confirmation or clarity on the situation. This is currently the safest place." The murmurs grew louder, with doubts, unease, and panic permeating the crowd. Liu Jun waited quietly for a few moments until the uproar subsided before speaking again. I understand that many of you have questions and concerns. Now, if there are any issues, difficulties, or differing opinions, please feel free to voice them. We will do our utmost to provide answers. Soon, a person abruptly stood up, skepticism evident in his tone. Junzi, you keep talking about inside information. What is your source? I just searched on my phone, and neither the government nor any experts have reported a deadly virus. Where did you get this information? Is it merely sensationalism? Liu Yun glanced at Liu Yong, who stepped forward to take the microphone. His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority. The source of the information comes from a comrade I served with. As for his specific department and role, I apologize, but that information is classified and cannot be disclosed. However, his gaze swept coldly over the audience. Lingering momentarily on the questioner's face, I believe you all have an inkling of my previous profession. I assure you, with my integrity in this military uniform, that this news is most likely true. The man opened his mouth as if to retort, but was quelled by Liu Yong's imposing presence and reluctantly sat down. Immediately, a middle-aged man dressed in a polo shirt, resembling a small business owner, stood up, his tone rife with dissatisfaction and impatience. Junzi, Yongzi, are you not overreacting? Just based on some uncertain inside information, you intend to confine everyone here? 10 days or half a month? What about my business? What about my clients? Who will compensate for my losses? I refuse to partake in this nonsense. I will leave tomorrow. Liu Jun regarded him with sincere, yet unwavering conviction. Jinga, it will take at least 10 days, or at most 8. Surely, you value your livelihood. But is it not worth waiting 10 days in comparison to your safety and life? I cannot afford to wait. Liu Xiaojing retorted, his neck stiffening. Do you have any idea how much I stand to lose? You are all frightened by a mere rumor. If you want to stay, that is your choice. For one, do not believe it. With that, he grasped his wife, who was still hesitating, angrily pulled out a chair and turned to leave. As if this were a signal, another hot-tempered middle-aged man sprang to his feet, pointing at the podium in fury. You are all making a mockery of this situation. I refuse to believe such nonsense. A virus? I'm leaving. Now, shouting for his family, he strode toward the exit. A ripple of unrest surged through the crowd, with several families displaying signs of hesitation, ready to follow suit. As the atmosphere grew tense and restless, Liu Jun suddenly slammed his palm against the table, the resounding noise instantly silencing the crowd. His piercing gaze swept across the room, his voice tinged with both sorrow and urgency. Everyone, let us pause and reflect. We, as brothers, have exhausted our resources, toiled tirelessly to construct walls, erect buildings, stockpile provisions, and acquire machinery. We have invested millions. Is it merely to deceive you into indulging in free food and lodging for 10 days or half a month? What is our true purpose? Are we simply overindulging ourselves? His emphatic rhetorical questions fell upon the audience like a bucket of cold water, awakening many from their restless thoughts. Expressions of contemplation emerged on numerous faces as they observed the pristine structures surrounding them, the sturdy gates, and then glanced back at Liu Jun and Liu Yong, whose anxious yet sincere expressions gradually quelled the unrest. Seizing this brief moment of calm, Liu Jun's tone softened, yet carried an even heavier weight. Those of you seated here today are our closest friends and family. Money can be regained. A failed business can be rebuilt. However, life... He paused, articulating each word with gravity. Once lost, nothing remains. It has only been a mere 10 days. Surely, we could devise a solution, take a leave of absence, fabricate an excuse. There must be a way. But if the rumors are true and calamity has indeed befallen us outside, what awaits you beyond these gates? Have you contemplated the consequences? If not for your own sake, should you not consider the well-being of your loved ones and children? Taking a deep breath, he made his final resolution. We have arranged accommodations for you, right here in the newly constructed main house, whether you choose to stay or leave. I urge you to reflect on it tonight. Tomorrow morning, the gates will open. Those who wish to depart will not be detained. However, his voice suddenly turned cold. Imbued with an unprecedented seriousness, I, Liu Jun, must make this clear. Anyone who walks through that door today, regardless of what transpires outside in the future, will not be welcomed back into this village. I apologize, but we shall not receive you again." With that, he dismissed the assembly, instructing them to rest and ponder the matter deeply. Without waiting for further reaction, Liu Jun and Liu Yong decisively stepped off the stage. They promptly organized personnel to guide the attendees to their designated rooms in the main house for rest. The crowd moved through the silence, weighed down by complex thoughts, the atmosphere heavy and somber. Once everyone was settled, Liu Jun, Liu Yong, Liu Yifei, and Su Yunpeng gathered beneath the steel framework of the village lookout tower. The moonlight bathed them, casting long shadows. From the distant main house, flickers of light spilled through the windows, occasionally accompanied by hushed discussions. Liu Yong broke the silence. "How many do you think will leave tomorrow?" Su Yunpeng lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. "I have no issues on my end. My family has agreed. I called the trusted master from the breeding farm this afternoon, and he and his family will arrive tomorrow." Rubbing his temples, Liu Jun replied, "I will have another deep conversation with my relatives tonight. They should understand. It ought to be manageable." With youthful conviction, Liu Yifei straightened his posture and declared, "Leave my parents and relatives to me. I just got accepted into a prestigious university, so my words carry some weight with them. I will clearly convey the seriousness of the situation." Liu Yong nodded in agreement. "Good. Each of us is responsible for our own core circle, while the remainder consists of those classmates and the indecisive villagers. With a little time still on our side, the four of us shall act independently, seeking out Peng Yan, Chen Feng, Li Mingxiu, and others for meaningful discussions, striving for their understanding and support. As for the rest, their choices will unfold tomorrow." The four exchanged solemn nods, their eyes reflecting a shared gravity and resolve. Under the night sky, they blended into the village's flickering lights and bustling voices. Every word of persuasion tonight, every heartfelt exchange, serves to lay the groundwork for the decisions of tomorrow. Each choice will intertwine with the delicate boundary between life and death. Lujiakin, a village that has just witnessed a grand banquet, now quietly braces itself for a more formidable trial. The crossroads of fate loom ever closer, and it remains to be seen what choices the people will make come dawn. Chapter 59. Choices in the early morning. Liu Jun, Liu Yong, Su Yunpeng, and Liu Yifei rose with the dawn, gathering at the imposing iron gate at the village entrance. Though a trace of fatigue lingered on their faces, their eyes sparkled with clarity as they exchanged the outcomes of their efforts to persuade family and friends the previous night. Nearby, many villagers, equally burdened with concern, had also risen early. Some squatted in corners, lost in thought while smoking, the embers flickering in the morning light. Others huddled in small groups, whispering with an air of unease and hesitation. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of impending storm. Suddenly, the sound of wheels clattering over the concrete floor shattered the morning's tranquility. Liu Xiaojin's family of four, dragging two large suitcases, hurried towards the parking area at the village's edge. Liu Xiaojin's wife hesitated, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue, while their two children, still half asleep, wore expressions of confusion. Liu Jun furrowed his brow and stepped forward, speaking in a grave tone. "Jinggu, sister-in-law, have you truly made up your minds to leave?" Liu Xiaojin, struggling to shove a heavy suitcase into the trunk, did not look up upon hearing the voice. Instead, he let out a muffled grunt, his tone rife with an unmasked sense of superiority and reproach. "Junzi, it is not my intention to chastise you, but why such alarm at the slightest disturbance? With such impatience, what future can you hope to achieve?" With a resounding thud, he slammed the trunk shut, kicking up a cloud of dust. Liu Xiaojin's wife cast an apologetic glance at Liu Jun. This inversion of truth ignited a fire within Liu Jun, yet he refrained from engaging in further argument. He exchanged a glance with Liu Yong. "Yongzi, open the gate." The heavy chain lock was released, and the iron gate emitted a harsh screech as it creaked open. Liu Xiaojin started the vehicle, slowly driving it before Liu Jun and the others, deliberately reducing his speed. Through the glass, a smirk played at the corners of his mouth, hinting at mockery. He suddenly slammed the accelerator, the engine roaring to life as the car kicked up a storm of dust, speeding out of the village and disappearing down the road. Soon after, 2 more families arrived, hurriedly clutching their belongings. Among them was the irritable middle-aged man from the previous day, his face darkened and his eyes filled with agitation. Accompanied by his family of 5, he seemed oblivious to Liu Jun and the others, boarding the vehicle and speeding off in pursuit of Liu Shaojin. The third family belonged to Peng Yan. He approached Liu Jun and the others with a hint of awkwardness, rubbing his hands together. Junzi, Yongzi, Pengzi, I am fully aware of your good intentions and am not ungrateful. However, my wife. He glanced back at his wife, who held their child in the car. Lowering his voice, he added, her family resides nearby, and she insists on visiting her elderly parents. I simply cannot dissuade her. Rest assured, should any unforeseen event arise, I will promptly return with my family. At that time, you won't forget me as your brother, will you? The group gathered around, giving Peng Yan's broad shoulders firm pats of reassurance. Liu Jun regarded this loyal and warm-hearted old classmate with earnest words. Yanzi, there is no need for further words between us. You return home and keep things steady there. Remember, keep your phone available. Once I receive your message, do not concern yourself with anything else. Swiftly and immediately bring your family here. Prepare essential belongings in advance to avoid panic later. A flicker of emotion passed through Peng Yan's eyes as Zheng nodded earnestly. Understood. Thank you, brother. Li Mingxiu and Chan Feng watched as Peng Yan's vehicle drove away and approached to inquire about the situation. Su Yinpeng reiterated Peng Yan's exact words. The two exchanged glances, their initial intention of having their parents come directly now wavering. Li Mingxiu spoke up. Then shall we return first? Let us settle things at home, organize what needs to be organized, and for the next few days, we will remain indoors. Should we catch wind of any ill tidings, we will promptly gather our families and rush over. Agreed. Liu Jun nodded in agreement. You are not far away, and there will always be a buffer period for news to reach you, allowing ample time to arrive. Gradually, a few other villagers from nearby expressed similar sentiments. As vehicle after vehicle departed, the once bustling village gradually fell silent, leaving only distant relatives and a few steadfast villagers behind. By 8 in the morning, the heavy roar of engines echoed from outside the village. Several fully loaded heavy trucks entered the clearing at the village entrance. Workers called out as they began to unload. Steel bars and angle iron gleamed with a cold, hard luster under the sun. Tons of cement bags were piled into small mountains, the heavy cargo thudding onto the ground, sending dust swirling in the sunlight. This bustling scene starkly contrasted with the departing villagers. The unloading continued for quite some time, and by the time the supplies were neatly arranged, it was already lunchtime. Liu Yong, concerned about Wang Xiyu and Grandma Qiu, hurried towards the main house. Upon entering the dormitory assigned to them, he found the grandmother and granddaughter sitting on the edge of the bed, speaking softly, both wearing expressions of worry. Upon seeing Liu Yong, Grandma Qiu immediately grasped his hand, her wrinkled hand trembling slightly. Little Liu, please tell me the truth. Can we really rely on this? If there is truly a terrifying virus, what shall we do? Liu Yong squatted down, holding the elderly woman's icy hand, his gaze resolute and steady. Grandma Qiu, do not be afraid. The source of the news is very reliable, and we believe it to be true. Right now, the village is the safest place. We have ample supplies of food, drink, and necessities. You and Xiyu can stay here at ease. We will handle matters outside. Wang Xiyu, standing beside them, her beautiful face filled with anxiety and pleading, said, Brother Yong, if it is as serious as you say, may I call my uncle's family here too? She paused, her eyes reddening. My parents passed away early, and it was my uncle who helped Grandma raise me and supported my education. I cannot bear to see him in danger. Oh, by the way, my uncle is Manager Wang from our company, the one you have met. Liu Yong was taken aback. The image of the refined Manager Wang surfacing in his mind. He had not realized that he was Shiyu's uncle. Before he could respond, Grandma Qiu eagerly interjected. Yes, little Liu, Shiyu's uncle and his family are kind-hearted people who have never treated Shiyu poorly. If disaster truly strikes, could you also lead them a way out? They have arrived, my dear wife. I assure you, I will not cause any trouble for the village. Observing the eager yet anxious expressions of the grandmother and granddaughter, Liu Yong felt a pang of compassion in his heart, yet he refrained from giving an immediate response. He solemnly nodded, saying, "Grandma Xiu, I understand your intentions. However, this matter pertains to the arrangements and safety of the entire village, and it is not a decision I can make alone. I must consult with Junzi, Pengzi, and the others. For now, do not worry. Come with me to my home for a meal, and afterwards I shall discuss it with them. Rest assured, there is no significant issue at hand." The three of them walked toward Liu Yong's small courtyard. Upon entering, they were enveloped by a cacophony of cheerful voices. Liu Yong's home had set up 2 tables today, and the large round tables were filled with relatives. Yume had long since spread the news of her son finding a beautiful partner, and as soon as Grandma Qiu and Wang Xiyu appeared, they immediately became the center of attention. "Oh my, is this Xiyu? She is truly stunning. Like someone out of a painting. Yongzi is really fortunate. This girl seems so sensible. Grandma Qiu, you are indeed blessed to have such a beautiful and capable granddaughter." The praises poured in like a tidal wave. Grandma Qiu beamed with joy, her wrinkles smoothing out as she waved her hands, exclaiming, "Oh, you flatter me, you flatter me." Wang Xiyu, on the other hand, was blushing from the compliments, feeling somewhat flustered. Liu Jing affectionately ran over and linked her arm with Wang Xiyu's, saying, "Sister Xiyu, come sit beside me." Surrounded by laughter and warm gazes, Wang Xiyu was ushered to the table. The relatives of Liu Yong only offered kind words, although some remarks were slightly exaggerated. The majority of the praise was indeed well-deserved. The meal brought immense joy to Grandma Qiu, while Wang Xiyu smiled sweetly, albeit shyly, throughout the gathering. Liu Jun's home was equally bustling with activity. The 2 tables were filled to capacity. His family of 4, his elder sister Liu Wenxi's family of 3, his second sister and her husband, his Aunt S family of 5, his Uncle S family of 4, his Cousin S family of 3, and his father-in-law S family of 5. With so many close relatives present, Liu Jun spoke with less restraint. He raised his glass, his voice resonant, "Dear elders, brothers, and sisters, please make yourselves at home. Treat this as a vacation and enjoy a few days of relaxation. We have ample food and drink prepared. In no more than 10 days, we shall have some definitive news." His confidence inspired those around him, and as glasses clinked, the atmosphere grew warm and spirited. After lunch, the village settled into a tranquil afternoon rest, though the vibrancy remained. Young people gathered to chat and play cards. The elders sat under the shade of trees, engaging in casual conversation. Children frolicked within the adults' sight. Wang Xiyu initially intended to take her grandmother back to their home in town, planning to return when necessary. But Grandma Qiu firmly refused, stating, "No, we shall stay here. It feels secure here." The elderess' resolve was unwavering. She instructed Liu Yong to drive Wang Xiyu back to collect some clothes and essentials. Having lived most of her life, Grandma Qiu had long since come to terms with life and death. Nevertheless, the one thing she could not let go of was her granddaughter, who had lost her parents at a young age. Her initial attempts to bring Liu Yong and Wang Xiyu together were motivated by a desire to find her granddaughter a stable and reliable home while she still had the strength to do so. Liu Yong, a police officer known for his steady and grounded demeanor, finds himself well matched with Wang Xiyu. To him, the matter of wealth holds little significance. In his humble perspective, as long as one possesses good character and both individuals share a common purpose, life can flourish positively. He worries that an excessively affluent partner might lead to his granddaughter facing undue hardship. Once Liu Yong and Wang Xiyu have gathered their belongings and returned to the village, Grandma Qiu feels a profound sense of relief. With her hands clasped behind her back, she leisurely strolls through the village, soon encountering several elderly women of similar age. They settle on stone benches beneath the shade of trees, engaging in lively conversations filled with familial anecdotes and reminiscences, their laughter ringing out at intervals. Liu Jun observes from a distance, marveling at the impressive social aptitude of the older generation. No matter where they go, a few exchanged words lead to shared topics, igniting spirited discussions as if long-lost sisters had reunited. The men, in contrast, tend to be more reserved. However, the atmosphere transforms dramatically once a card game commences. 3 players short. Come, Let's play a couple of rounds. The calls echo. The sounds of mahjong tiles clashing, the crisp thud of cards hitting the table. Cheers for victories and groans of defeat, all intertwine with playful banter and spirited debates, instantly igniting the village's afternoon vibrancy. The roar of machinery has receded, replaced by a long-lost, vivid, and rich humanity, radiating warmth and vitality within this fortified enclave. Chapter 60. The emergence of the undead in the ensuing days. Within the core group, comprising Liu Jun, Liu Yong, Su Yunpeng, and Liu Yifei, there was a palpable urgency as they frequently refreshed their phones, searching for any reports of abnormalities. An invisible tension permeated the air, even amidst the seemingly tranquil daily life of the village. During their leisure hours, they organized efforts to meticulously tidy the village, clearing debris from corners, reinforcing the edges of both new constructions and old houses, inspecting the moisture-proof seals of storage supplies, and widening drainage ditches throughout. Others remained immersed in fleeting moments of serenity, playing cards, chatting, while children chased each other in gleeful abandon, discovering new joys in teasing the geese, the fluffy white rabbits, the wobbly lambs, and a few spirited puppies that roamed the village. Liu Yong continued to report to the station each day, harboring a more pressing task that awaited the right moment to unfold. In his spare time, he spent nearly all his moments with Wang Xiu. Their bond deepened rapidly, and strolling hand in hand through the village became a comfortable display of affection, a rare warmth amidst the prevailing tension. On July 12th, news reports began to surface sporadically. Marine creatures were exhibiting unusual behaviors, with large fish and even mammals displaying rare agitation and heightened aggression. Authorities issued warnings, urging the public to steer clear of the coastline and refrain from sea activities and recreational outings. This news rippled through the village like a stone cast into a placid lake, igniting a wave of anxious whispers, confirming that Liu Jun's earlier alerts were not without foundation. As time advanced to July 14th, the midday sun scorched the earth. Suddenly, Liu Yifei burst into Liu Jun's dwelling like a gust of wind, his face ashen, breaths coming in rapid succession, thrusting his phone screen almost into Liu Jun's face. His fingers trembling slightly. "Brother Jun, you have to see this. Is this real, or is it a movie?" A chill gripped Liu Jun's heart as he took the phone. The screen displayed a shaky, clearly amateur video. The backdrop resembled a bustling pedestrian street or square in a city. A man clad in a t-shirt, his movements awkward yet alarmingly swift, suddenly pounced on another passerby, knocking him to the ground. What followed was a horrifying scene. The assailant opened his mouth wide, sinking his teeth into the neck of the fallen victim. Blood sprayed forth instantaneously. The videographer was evidently retreating in terror, the image jolting violently as screams and cries echoed in the background. Moments later, the assailant seemed drawn by the cacophony, abruptly raising his head to gaze toward the camera. His bloodshot, soulless eyes and a gory mouth smeared with flesh filled the screen. Despite his prior mental preparation, Liu Yun is hot sunk. He returned the phone to Liu Yifei, his voice low and resolute. "Yifei, do you honestly believe a film would feature such amateurish footage? Such a visceral effect? Did you manage to save the video?" Liu Yifei, struck as if by lightning, felt the last vestiges of hope shatter completely. His voice trembled. I sensed something was off when I stumbled upon it, and hurried to record the screen. But barely a minute after I finished recording, when I refreshed, the original video just vanished. It was deleted. I only have this recording. A profound dread engulfed him. "Send me the video," Liu Jun decisively commanded. "I will notify everyone to gather urgently in the village square." Without further ado, he hastened to the small hut of the village committee, seizing the loudspeaker that broadcasted across the entire village. He pressed the switch. "Attention all villagers. Attention all villagers. Everyone, immediately set aside what you are doing and gather at the village square. There is an extremely important announcement regarding life and death. I repeat, everyone, gather at the village square immediately. No dilas." He shouted this twice. The resonant and urgent sound of the announcement shattered the tranquility of the village, echoing through every house and corner. Liu Jun then sent a message in the core group chat and to several key individuals. Everyone, an urgent incident video has emerged. The situation is critical. Everyone, return to the village immediately. All friends and classmates nearby must arrive by dusk today. Speed is of the essence. Liu Jun was the first to reach the village square. He swiftly set up a screen under the makeshift sunshade and connected the projector. Liu Yong and Su Yunpeng arrived almost simultaneously, their faces etched with grave concern. What happened? Liu Yong inquired. Without a word, Liu Jun opened the video sent by Liu Yifei and handed it to them. Liu Yong glanced at it and his pupils constricted. A familiar, nightmarish scene. He clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. Su Yunpeng, witnessing such a bloody and horrific image for the first time, gasped in shock, his face turning pale, lips trembling as he finally managed to stammer. Junzi, is this a zombie? Liu Yun nodded gravely. Su Yunpeng appeared drained of strength, his shoulders slumping as he stared blankly at the screen, the overwhelming shock rendering him momentarily dazed. After more than 10 minutes, urged by the broadcast and messages, the men, women, and children remaining in the village gradually gathered in the square, their expressions filled with uncertainty. A buzzing murmur of anxious chatter filled the air. Liu Jun stood before the screen, his gaze sweeping over the familiar, yet fearful faces, his voice amplified through the makeshift speaker, carrying an undeniable seriousness. Everyone, quiet down. I understand your confusion. Now, please watch a recently deleted video from the outside world. This is the reason for our gathering. He activated his phone, projecting the chilling video onto the screen. Although the afternoon light affected the clarity, the frenzied, biting motions, the splattering blood, and especially the final close-up, the crimson, ferocious eyes, and the terrifying mouth devouring flesh were vivid enough to send chills down everyone's spine. A woman screamed in terror, tightly covering her child's eyes. My God, this is cannibalism. Insanity. It is absolutely madness. Those eyes are as red as a demon. What kind of virus is this? It's horrifying. Fear spread through the crowd like a plague. Gasps, sobs, and incredulous murmurs erupted instantly. Silence. Liu Jun's abrupt and commanding shout silenced the clamor around him. Did you all see that? This is what a person looks like after being infected by that unknown virus. Or perhaps it is more appropriate to refer to them as zombies now. This footage has been eradicated and censored from the entire internet, but this is merely the beginning. From this day forth, similar occurrences will spread and erupt like a raging wildfire. Outside, chaos is already looming. Chapter 61. The phone he inhaled deeply and exclaimed, I implore everyone. First, from this moment forth, all must remain safely within the village. Venturing outside is strictly forbidden. The village gates will be secured once all personnel are accounted for. Second, should anyone dare to disregard this decree and sneak out, I regret to inform you that once the gates are sealed, they shall remain so. The consequences of such actions rest solely upon your shoulders. Third, maintain your composure and heed the directives. This is our most secure fortress. Now, everyone, return to your homes immediately and be prepared for any necessary tasks. Your cooperation is paramount. His commands were resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. In the face of overwhelming fear and uncertainty, the crowd dispersed like startled sheep, hearts laden with trepidation, hastening to their respective abodes. The open space swiftly fell silent, leaving only Liu Jun, Liu Yong, Su Yunpeng, Liu Yifei, and a few cousins who had been summoned. We must act immediately. Liu Yun urged, his words tumbling forth with urgency. Pengzi, you are responsible for contacting those classmates and friends who have yet to arrive and inform them of the deteriorating situation. They must come with utmost speed. Yongzi and the others gather the necessary tools and accompany me to set up the watchtower. Additionally, elder brother, as an expert in electrical matters, Yuan Yifei must promptly disconnect all our self-constructed wind turbines and solar panels to prevent any mishaps. The two readily acquiesced and turned to gather their tools. Just then, Liu Yong's phone erupted with a piercing ringtone. He glanced at the screen, and his expression turned gravely serious. Instinctively straightening his posture, he moved to a quiet corner, inhaled deeply and answered the call, his tone adopting the respectful cadence characteristic of a soldier. "Hello. Good day, Commander. This is Liu Yong." On the other end, a deep and commanding voice resonated, imbued with the gravitas of authority. "Liu Yong, this is Hong Weigua." "Good day, Commander." Liu Yong's tone was even more deferential. "The warning you sent last time has come to pass." Hong Weigua's voice was laden with gravity, the ominous air palpable even through the transmission. "The outbreak of the red-eye virus is far worse than anticipated." Liu Yong's heart sank, and he quickly replied, "Commander, I too received vague information and thought it prudent to inform you. Your sources must be far more reliable than mine." I acted presumptuously. "No, Liu Yong." Hong, the advisor, interrupted him, his tone firm and unequivocal. "Your information was invaluable. It allowed us to conduct preliminary investigations and preparations internally, thereby averting the worst-case scenario of being caught off guard. However, the situation has spiraled out of control. Widespread infections and unrest are erupting in multiple locations. The troops have received the highest directive and will soon be deployed for urgent missions." Liu Yong's heart tightened. "Commander, you..." "Listen, Liu Yong." The advisor's voice brooked no dissent. "You must take care of yourself. Find a secluded, defensible location with minimal population. Stockpile sufficient food and water. Hold your ground and await assistance. Remember, survival is the key to hope. I shall forego further expressions of gratitude. Take care. I hope we may meet again one day." As soon as the words fell, the call was briskly terminated, leaving behind only the hurried sound of a busy signal. Liu Yong held his phone, standing still for a few seconds, exhaling a long, silent breath. When he initially sent that anonymous warning message to the old chief, he had undergone immense internal conflict. He feared being seen as a harbinger of panic, worried about being tracked down and exposing his source, and most of all, dreaded appearing foolish in front of the chief. However, ultimately, his gratitude and sense of responsibility towards the old chief, who had valiantly advocated for him during the lowest point of his life, when he was forced to retire due to the loss of his comrades, overcame his apprehensions. Now, hearing that the chief was safe and that his information had indeed made an impact, a heavy burden was finally lifted from his shoulders. He collected his thoughts and turned to merge into the bustling crowd. On either side of the village entrance, two steel-framed lookout towers stood silently. The crowd swiftly lifted the pre-ordered high-strength composite panels and began assembling them in numerical order. The buzzing of electric screwdrivers, the clanging of metal sheets colliding, and the rhythmic calls of the workers melded into a cacophony. Under the blazing sun, sweat quickly soaked through everyone's clothing. The precisely measured panels were rapidly and securely fixed to the steel frames with powerful self-tapping screws. Within 2 hours, the two sturdy towers, equipped with shooting holes and observation windows, were completed. Liu Yong and his team moved inside the tower's high-power binoculars, flashlights capable of illuminating hundreds of meters. Several slingshots with steel balls and spare rubber bands, as well as firecrackers and fireworks wrapped in waterproof bags. Finally, they placed a folding chair inside. These were all crucial tools for early warning and creating chaos. Friends and relatives returning home greeted them at the entrance. Just then, Liu Yong's phone rang again. Seeing the unfamiliar number from Ji Province on the screen, he hesitated for a moment before gently sliding to answer. Instantly, a male voice with a slight accent came through, imbued with an innate humor. "Ah, Yong, I saw your message. We have some rumors going around here too. Is what you said true?" Upon hearing that tone, Liu Yong immediately envisioned a person, his comrade Liu Hangsheng from Ji Province, and he responded with a smile. "Ah, Chong, this is absolutely true. The chief just called me to confirm it." "Where are you now?" "I'm back home. My grandfather's funeral was just held a few days ago, and I was planning to come see you." Liu Hangsheng's voice carried a hint of nasal tone. Liu Yong's heart skipped a beat. If he could persuade Ah Cheng to come over, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. He quickly provided him with the address and curiously asked, "Why didn't you use your own phone to contact me? I almost thought it was a scam call when you called from an unfamiliar number." "Hee. My phone fell into the water while I was rescuing someone yesterday and turned into a brick. I've sent it off to recover the data. Luckily, my brain is still functioning well. I remembered your number." Once my phone is fixed, I might come to see you in a couple of days and call you again." Liu Hangchang exclaimed, sounding as if he was slapping his thigh in excitement. Liu Yong felt a sense of unease creeping in. The magnetic storm seemed imminent, and if it were to be delayed a few days, they might miss a crucial opportunity. However, he could not articulate this concern directly, so he urgently urged, "Make sure to come over in the next couple of days. If you delay, it could lead to serious trouble." All right, I understand," responded Liu Hangcheng briskly from the other end of the line. After exchanging a few pleasantries about family matters, they concluded the call. Just before hanging up, Liu Yong heard Liu Hangcheng shout to someone nearby, "Boss, please bring me another bowl of river snail rice noodles and add duck feet." As twilight descended, the last remnants of the setting sun vanished beyond the horizon. The final dusty vehicle, hastily summoned by urgent notices to family and friends, rushed into the village. Its occupants still shaken. "Close the gate." With Liu Yong's command, the massive iron door, reinforced and heavy, slowly began to close, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal scraping against metal as several people pushed it shut. The stout bolt, as thick as a child's arm, was dropped heavily, and the enormous padlock clicked decisively, sealing off the outside world. The last to return to the village were Uncle Wang Shiyu and his family of 4. Wang Shiyu had already been waiting, and upon seeing her uncle's family arrive safely, she finally felt a sense of relief. Her sister, Wang Qian, rushed over to her, and the two exchanged whispers. Liu Yong approached them to greet, then instructed Wang Shiyu to guide them to the dormitory to settle in. Manager Wang and his family expressed their gratitude repeatedly, to which Liu Yong responded that it was the collective effort of all the brothers. Manager Wang again thanked Liu Jun and the others present. Nightfall enveloped the village like ink. Liu Family Village, this preemptively forged fortress, flickered to life with scattered lights. Liu Yong stood atop the newly constructed watchtower, binoculars in hand, vigilantly scanning the darkened expanse beyond. Below, the village youth were divided into small groups. Prepare to undertake a rotating 3-hour watch duty. Cold weapons, clubs and makeshift spears, were gripped firmly in hand. Liu Jun's orders were conveyed clearly and coldly through the group. Report immediately if you spot anyone or anything approaching. If the situation becomes critical, ignite firecrackers and fireworks as a warning. Remember, guarding the gate means safeguarding our very lives. This is no trivial matter. The quiet village was taut with tension, every nerve on edge. This night, no one would find sleep, although the growls of zombies had yet to echo in their ears. The terror emanating from videos and phone calls weighed heavily upon each heart, palpable and suffocating. The apocalypse had officially descended today. Chapter 62. Liu Yong's mission. The morning sun, imbued with a barely perceptible heat, pierced through the thin mist enveloping the mountain village. Liu Yong hastily finished the porridge in his bowl, setting down his chopsticks to rise. Wang Shiyu immediately grasped his arm, her delicate brows furrowed with concern. "Yongyi, the outside is chaotic right now, and the news is increasingly alarming. You truly cannot avoid going, can you?" Beside them, Liu Guohua and Yumei chimed in, while Liu Jing gazed at him with anxious eyes, a palpable tension filling the household. Liu Yong gently patted the back of Wang Shiyu's hand, his gaze steady and resolute. "Do not worry, Shiyu, Dad Mom, Jing. I am aware of the situation. The mission must be undertaken, and it is for our future. Rest assured, I shall return by tomorrow." His unwavering tone ultimately assuaged the worried family, and Wang Shiyu, biting her lip, slowly released her grip, tears glistening in her eyes. Upon stepping out of the courtyard, Liu Yong made a point to find Liu Jun, who was directing villagers in the transport of timber. The brothers discreetly sidestepped the crowd, retreating to a secluded spot at the village entrance. Liu Jun lowered his voice. "Yongzi, be cautious on the road. I have been pondering the magnetic storm issue, and it weighs heavily on my mind." He pointed to the muddy ground beneath them. "Upon your return from the town, there are several spots where you might encounter trouble." He swiftly recounted a few landmarks along the route. "I will hide a few bicycles well, covering them with branches and leaves, just in case. If the magnetic storm truly arrives and your motorcycle breaks down, you can find a bike nearby and ride back. It is certainly faster than on foot." A warmth surged within Liu Yong. He clapped Liu Jun's shoulder appreciatively. "Xiao Jun, your foresight is commendable," he exclaimed, genuinely moved. While he could charge into danger without hesitation, he relied on this meticulous brother for the finer details. They walked in silence for a while, halting at a fork in the road outside the village. Liu Jun turned, pressing both hands firmly on Liu Yong's shoulders, his gaze intense and his tone grave. "Remember, Yongzi, regardless of whether you have the gun in hand, you must return by noon tomorrow at the latest. I will be waiting for you behind the old forest at the village's edge." Liu Yong inhaled deeply, the cool morning air infused with the sense of earth and foliage filling his lungs. Meeting Liu Jun's gaze, he nodded firmly. "Hast du shut, Siu. I shall not return tonight. The magnetic storm could occur at any moment. Before noon tomorrow, I will certainly be home. With so many loved ones waiting, I'm more anxious than anyone." He gave Liu Jun's shoulder a final reassuring squeeze, uttering no further words, and mounted the somewhat worn motorcycle. The engine roared to life, stirring up a cloud of dust as he sped towards the town. Liu Jun stood rooted to the spot, watching until that familiar figure vanished completely around the winding mountain path before exhaling a long, silent sigh. He understood Liu Yong's determination. The hunting rifle wielded by the bald man was like an invisible thorn deeply embedded in Liu Yong's heart. As the end times approached, even the most formidable combat skills seemed fragile in the face of a cold gun barrel. Liu Yong's journey was to remove this thorn, alleviating a significant threat to the future of their sanctuary. Though he harbored profound reservations about embarking on such a perilous venture at this critical juncture, he understood that it was a necessity for his brother. Suppressing his concerns, Liu Jun swiftly turned and retraced his steps to the village, where the intricate orchestration of personnel was still his responsibility. The motorcycle jostled along the rugged mountain path, and Liu Yong astutely sensed a palpable shift in the surrounding atmosphere. In just a day, the road had become populated with numerous hurried figures and vehicles. The once leisurely villagers had vanished, replaced by anxious individuals hastily making their way home, burdened with bags of various sizes. On the route to the town, one would occasionally encounter trucks laden with supplies and compact cars, their windows tightly sealed, speeding by with an oppressive sense of urgency akin to a flight from disaster. Upon reaching the town's police station, the atmosphere was as heavy as an impenetrable leaden cloud. The modest courtyard was filled with vehicles, and several officers and auxiliary police rushed about, their faces betraying an unmistakable anxiety. Director Min paced nervously at the office entrance. Upon spotting Liu Yong, he rushed forward as though grasping a lifeline, seizing Liu Yong's hand, which was clammy with sweat. "Xiao Liu, you have finally arrived." Director Min's voice quivered imperceptibly. "It's gone mad out there. There are all sorts of rumors circulating, yet there is still no clear guidance or directive from above. My heart, alas." He wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze toward Liu Yong imbued with a desperate reliance. In this moment of widespread trepidation, Liu Yong's steadiness and formidable prowess served as the solitary anchor for Director Min's frayed nerves. "Director, have you stocked up on food and water at home?" Liu Yong inquired solemnly, his eyes sharp. Yes. Director Min nodded vigorously, still haunted by his earlier disbelief. "When you first mentioned it, I was skeptical. But after seeing the unsettling news from the sea, I sensed something amiss and urged my family to buy supplies. We've been hoarding rice, flour, oil, salt, canned goods, and bottled water for days. The pantry is half full, and it should last us for a while." Liu Yong nodded in acknowledgement. Although the harrowing zombie videos circulating online had been swiftly censored, the seeds of panic had already been deeply sown through countless private shares. Coupled with the myriad of dubious apocalyptic rumors, the town had succumbed to a frenzy of panic buying since yesterday afternoon. The core mission of the station today was to maintain the precarious order and prevent the chaos from spiraling into widespread unrest and looting. Director Min promptly gathered his personnel, dividing the limited police and auxiliary forces into several teams, assigning them to patrol and stabilize key areas, particularly the bustling commercial street and the densely populated industrial zone. Liu Yong was paired with a young auxiliary officer named Xiao Zhang to oversee the eastern sector. The patrol vehicle slowly navigated the somewhat chaotic streets. Long lines formed outside supermarkets, where people jostled and shouted, and the shelves seemed perpetually empty. The entrance to the pharmacy was similarly packed. Xiao Zhang gripped the steering wheel, his fingers turning pale with tension. Unable to contain himself any longer, he tentatively ventured, "Brother Yong, is it true what they're saying about that virus outside? The one that turns people into zombies? That eating mutated fish could lead to that. Really?" He gazed at Liu Yong through the rearview mirror, his eyes brimming with trepidation for the unknown. Liu Yong did not respond immediately. His sharp gaze swept over a toppled shelf by the roadside and the scattered goods strewn across the ground, before resting on a few men in the distance, their faces flushed and throats strained from competing for supplies. Turning his head, he looked directly at Xiao Zhang, his tone grave and somber. "Xiao Zhang, nothing happens without reason. With so many reports surfacing and so many witnesses, it is highly likely that it is true." Xiao Zhang's face turned ashen, his grip on the steering wheel trembling. "Then, what should we do, Yongge? Do you have enough provisions at home? What about water? Is there still gas in the canister?" Liu Yong pressed on. There's still half a tank of rice. As for water and gas, I'm not sure if my mother prepared enough." Xiao Zhang's voice quivered with emotion. "Pull over immediately," Liu Yong commanded decisively. "Call home right now. Tell your parents to rush out and buy everything they can. Food, water, gas canisters, medicines. Act swiftly. If you delay until afternoon, even with money, you won't be able to purchase anything." Startled, Xiao Zhang jerked the wheel, bringing the car to a halt by the roadside. Flustered, he fumbled for his phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed, his voice tinged with urgency and distress as he spoke to his family. Meanwhile, Liu Yong lowered the car window, gazing out at the familiar streets that were on the brink of descent into chaos. A heavy sense of powerlessness and melancholy surged within him, ultimately manifesting as a barely audible sigh that dissipated into the clamor of the air. Throughout the afternoon patrol, the chaos escalated like a rolling snowball. They dealt with no fewer than 5 incidents of shoving and even brawls triggered by the scramble for resources. Liu Yong, with his robust physique and seasoned bearing, alongside the residual authority of his police uniform before order completely unraveled, repeatedly quelled the conflicts. With each intervention, he felt the fraying of the bonds of order more profoundly. As dusk approached and the patrol vehicle prepared to return to the station, the scene on the road bore an even more apocalyptic visage. The exit from the town was nearly choked with a long line of vehicles, crammed with bags of rice, barrels of water, and boxes of instant noodles piled high in the back seats. Some trunks could not close due to the overwhelming amount of supplies, hastily bound with ropes. Each vehicle resembled a panicked insect, laden with the last vestiges of hope. Upon returning to the oppressive precinct, after reporting the day's turmoil to Director Min, the director retained Liu Yong for a private conversation. He rubbed his temples wearily, the office lights casting deeper shadows into the creases of his eyes. "Xiao Liu, the reports from today, along with several calls I've received. The situation is even worse than we imagined. Tomorrow, it may be the true test." Standing tall, Liu Yong replied solemnly, "Director, I will not return home tonight. I will stay in the dormitory. You can rest assured and go home to be with your family. I will keep watch here." Upon hearing this, the tension in Director Min's face eased slightly. His eyes filled with gratitude and trust. "Xiao Liu, I appreciate your efforts. With you here, I can feel a little more at ease." He patted Liu Yong's arm heavily, uttering no further words, and swiftly donned his coat before departing. He understood that Liu Yong's presence here served as the last fragile safeguard for this chaotic town on this night. After bidding farewell to the director, Liu Yong found himself standing alone in the somewhat desolate corridor. Outside, dusk enveloped the surroundings, and the distant town flickered with scattered lights, emanating an ominous silence. He retrieved his phone and gazed at the photograph of Wang Shiyu on the screen, feeling a warmth in his heart, quickly overshadowed by a deeper weight. Fortunately, there remained a distance from the coastal area where the outbreak had initially erupted, and the virus had yet to infiltrate the interior of the province on a large scale. This final moment of respite felt immensely precious. He proceeded towards the modest duty dormitory. Tonight, he would rest here, fully clothed, ready for the imminent challenges ahead. Tomorrow would be a day that would determine fate. Firearms were essential assets to acquire, while time inexorably marched towards an irreversible abyss. Magnetic storms, zombies, and that bald man. All clues intertwined within his mind, ultimately converging into a clear objective for action. Chapter 63. The arrival of arms the following day as dawn broke. Liu Yong awoke to an indescribable heat enveloping him, as if the very air were ablaze. He rose swiftly, performed a brief ablution. Yet the cold water splashed on his face could not dispel the disquiet that surged from within. Venturing outside into the open, he faced the morning light and executed a set of punches. His movements were steady and powerful, yet sweat soaked his undershirt more rapidly than usual. Glancing at his watch, it was not yet 6 o'clock, but the ambient temperature was alarmingly high, the morning breeze warm against his skin. Today, or perhaps tomorrow, Liu Yong wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the eastern sky painted crimson by the dawn. And his ominous premonition intensified. Solar magnetic storms were likely to strike today. Resolute, he decided to venture into town. Mounting his motorcycle, the roar of the engine resonated acutely in the stillness. In just a few minutes, the once familiar town appeared transformed. The streets were eerily desolate, with the majority of breakfast stalls shuttered, their roller doors firmly closed. Only a couple of establishments emitted faint wisps of warmth. Liu Yong halted before a familiar stall and ordered a bowl of noodles. The proprietor, a weary middle-aged man, bore the marks of exhaustion and concern upon his face. "Boss, with the outside in such a state, how can you still open for business?" Liu Yong inquired between mouthfuls. The stall owner offered a wry smile, wiping the greasy countertop with a cloth. "What else can I do? The elderly are ill at home, and the young need to eat. I depend on this meager livelihood." His gaze drifted vacantly towards the empty street. Amidst the chaos, life must persist. Liu Yong finished his meal in silence. As he paid, he could not restrain himself from softly advising, "Boss, heed my words. Close up today and return home swiftly. Stock up on provisions. These days do not venture outside." The proprietor paused, forcing a semblance of a smile, nodding in acknowledgement without further comment, though his eyes clearly conveyed skepticism. Liu Yong chose not to press further. Revving his motorcycle and taking another circuit around town, the once bustling market lay deserted, while the main thoroughfares were filled with vehicles laden with supplies, hastily fleeing the chaos. An oppressive atmosphere hung like an invisible shroud over the entire town. He turned his motorcycle back towards the station. As he parked, his phone rang. It was Director Min calling. "Xiao Lu, are you at the station? Wait for me a few moments. There's an urgent matter." Director Min's voice was tinged with unprecedented urgency. Minutes later, the director's vehicle almost barreled into the courtyard. He exited the car in haste, his face ashen, and pulled Liu Yong into the office, locking the door behind them. "We are in serious trouble, Xiao Lu." Director Min's voice trembled, veins standing out on his forehead as he extracted his phone, fingers shaking as he opened several videos and messages. "My old classmate just sent this. Along the coast, it's all in chaos. Cases are popping up in Jiangcheng. 1 case. 2 cases with the speed of transmission. It will reach us in the blink of an eye." The screen displayed harrowing scenes filled with screams, chaos, and nightmarish figures. Liu Yong swiftly surveyed the shocking images, his expression serene as still waters. "Director, what do you intend to do?" Director Min's eyes reflected a struggle, but ultimately, he clenched his jaw, as if resolving to undertake a significant decision. "Follow me." He hurriedly traversed the corridor with Liu Yong, arriving at a typically locked archive room. Upon opening the heavy iron door, they discovered a massive safe embedded in the wall. He retrieved a key he had kept close, and, with a series of clicks, the weighty door creaked open. Inside, several items wrapped in oilcloth were neatly arranged. Liu Yong recognized them as the department's service weapons. Director Min swiftly extracted everything. 3 standard pistols, for boxes of gleaming yellow cartridges, several spare magazines, and a formidable shotgun. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Liu Yong, his gaze resolute. "Xiao Lu, calamity is upon us. These few firearms cannot stave off the impending disaster. I will take the shotgun and 1 pistol for my defense." He indicated the shotgun and one of the pistols, The remaining two, along with 2 boxes of ammunition, are for you. He unhesitatingly pushed 2 weighty pistols, 3 spare magazines, and 2 boxes of cartridges, each containing 50 rounds, toward Liu Yong. A wave of shock surged through Liu Yong. He had intended to request a firearm under the guise of maintaining order today, yet Director Min had directly offered half of his entire arsenal. This trust and parting gift bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Director, I can't accept this. Min patted Liu Yong firmly on the shoulder, his expression complex. Xiao Liu, you are a man of courage. About the incident at the industrial park, I owe you an apology. If it weren't for your timely warning, I wouldn't have enough provisions at home. In this world, only when guns are in the hands of good people can they protect those who need safeguarding. You need them more than I do. Take them, and do not refuse. Liu Yong, no longer hesitating, solemnly secured the weapons, ammunition, and magazines, a warm surge of responsibility flooding his heart. Director, if you find yourself in danger, bring your family to my village. Min forced a bittersweet smile. I live in a new district at the industrial park, just moved in. It's sparsely populated, with high walls, and I've stocked enough food to last for months. For now, I'm all right. If the situation becomes untenable, I will certainly seek refuge with you. He provided his address in detail. All right, take care, Director. Liu Yong replied gravely. You should leave soon. Min gathered his own weapons and ammunition, finally advising. This place cannot be defended any longer. Evacuate early and do not delay. Watching the director's vehicle vanish into the dust, Liu Yong lingered no longer. He swiftly found gun oil, cleaning rods, patches, and 2 sturdy leather holsters in the equipment room, meticulously wrapping his new companions, then mounted his motorcycle. He twisted the throttle, racing towards the mountain village. The sun overhead blazed like a searing iron, the air distorted by the heat, its temperature significantly higher than in the morning. As waves of scorching heat rose from the road, Liu Yong's heart raced. An electromagnetic storm could strike at any moment. He had to return to the village, a bastion of hope, before the tempest could rend everything asunder. The motorcycle roared up the mountain path, and, in the distance, he spotted the fortified gate of the village standing wide open. Liu Jun stood at the entrance, gazing in his direction as he approached. Yongzi, seeing the motorcycle draw near, Liu Jun's serious expression melted away, and he called out loudly. As Liu Yong rushed into the village, the few individuals who had been waiting swiftly collaborated to creakily draw the heavy door shut. With a resounding clang, a thick iron chain was wrapped around and locked securely, while a heavy bolt was slid into place. From this moment forth, this door would serve as a barrier between 2 worlds, remaining unopened unless absolutely necessary. Liu Yong leaped from the vehicle, and Liu Jun approached briskly, their gazes meeting in silence. Liu Yong nodded slightly, and Liu Jun's taut shoulders visibly relaxed as he exhaled deeply. The final piece of the puzzle had finally fallen into place. The two moved to a secluded spot. Liu Yong unwrapped his package, revealing its contents, 2 firearms, along with 100 rounds of ammunition, as provided by the director. 2. Liu Jun gasped in disbelief, his eyes sparkling with incredulous delight. He had thought that merely acquiring one would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. This was an unexpected boon. You take one for self-defense. Liu Yong offered, handing over a pistol. Liu Jun instinctively wanted to refuse. Me? I've never even touched one. You will learn. Liu Yong insisted resolutely. I will teach you. I do not expect you to become a sharpshooter, but in a critical moment, being able to fire and intimidate can be a matter of life and death. Apart from me, you are the most deserving of this responsibility. His gaze swept over the busy crowd in the distance, the implication clear. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Jun grasped the underlying significance. This was not merely a weapon, but a mantle of responsibility and deterrence. No longer hesitating, he solemnly accepted the weighty handgun. All right, I will return to take care of it, and after maintaining it, I will teach you the basics. Liu Yong secured the other firearm. Go. Sure, you and the others must be anxiously waiting. Liu Jun urged, and Liu Yong nodded. Right back home. Upon his safe return, his family's anxieties were finally quelled. Wang Xiu, with reddened eyes, rushed forward and tightly grasped his arm. Yonggu, the situation outside has become chaotic. You must not go out again. Her voice trembled with lingering fear. "Rest assured, everything has been taken care of. I will not be going out for the time being," Liu Yong reassured her, enveloping her in an embrace and sensing her slight shivering. Only then did Wang Shiyu relax, quietly nestling against him. Chapter 64. Magnetic Storm. After a brief exchange with his family, Liu Yong set off with his firearm wrapped carefully in a bundle, seeking out an unoccupied dormitory. Once he secured the door, he treated the weapon with the utmost care, disassembling it with the finesse reserved for the most delicate instruments. The metallic components glided across the cleaning cloth, producing a distinctive, whispering sound, while the familiar scent of gun oil permeated the air. He performed each action with meticulous precision, ensuring every part gleamed brightly, applying a thin layer of rust prevention oil. Once maintenance was complete, he conducted a thorough inspection of the firing mechanism, confirming its flawless condition. He then picked up the golden-hued bullets, methodically loading them into the magazine. 8 rounds per magazine, an approach born from experience, as overloading the spring could lead to fatigue. 8 rounds were sufficient for most unforeseen circumstances, allowing room for potential replenishment later. Finally, he placed the well-maintained firearm into a leather holster he had found, attaching one to his waist and preparing the other for Liu Jun. Upon returning to the village entrance, Liu Yong led Liu Jun to a secluded slope on the back mountain. He provided hands-on instruction on how to grip the firearm, aim, engage, and disengage the safety, chamber rounds, unload, and control recoil during firing. Each action was explained with clarity and thoroughness. Liu Jun absorbed the information earnestly. His meticulous nature and keen understanding enabled him to swiftly grasp the fundamental operations. Although there was no immediate opportunity for live-fire practice, the essential procedures and safety protocols were now firmly etched in his mind. He cautiously engaged the safety and carefully slid the gun into the holster at his waist, the weight imparting an unprecedented sense of grounding. As the two returned to their post at the entrance, keen-eyed individuals quickly noticed the bulging outlines at their waists. "Military brother, Yong brother, what fine treasures do you have tucked away?" one inquired with curiosity. Liu Jun smiled, responding nonchalantly, "It's a gun brought back by Yongzi." "A gun?" The revelation rippled through the group like a pebble cast into a tranquil pond, stirring excitement. The men gathered around, their expressions a blend of astonishment and an instinctive yearning. Observing their reaction, Liu Yong ejected the magazine and handed the handgun to the nearest individual for examination. The cold metal, its weight, and the intricate mechanical design were tangible for the first time, even for the village's eldest uncle. The men took turns touching it, marveling, their eyes sparkling with exhilaration, revealing their inherent fascination with firearms and power. There was unanimous agreement among the men regarding the management of the weapon by Liu Yong and Liu Jun. The gun had been brought back at considerable risk by Liu Yong, who possessed the expertise to wield it. As for Liu Jun, he was the cornerstone of the village, responsible for planning and procuring resources, making his access to the firearm entirely justified. This trust was rooted in the capabilities and responsibilities the two had demonstrated over the past few days. Seizing the moment, Liu Jun briefed Liu Yong and the others on the detailed personnel arrangements established the previous day. Aside from himself, Liu Yong, Su Yunpeng, Liu Yifei, and his brother-in-law Huang Jianghai, the remaining cousins, classmates, and robust uncles from the village would form groups of 3 during the day, rotating every 4 hours to oversee the entrance watch and patrol key areas within the village. Considering their stamina, the night shifts would be primarily assigned to the younger, more vigorous men. As for Liu Yifei, he was guided by the seasoned electrical engineer Huang Jianghai to learn about electromechanical maintenance and potential future electrical upkeep. Su Yunpeng was tasked with overseeing the breeding area. Although specific personnel were designated for feeding, he needed to conduct daily inspections to ensure the health of the pigs, sheep, chickens, and ducks. Upon discovering any ailing livestock, immediate isolation and treatment were imperative to prevent an outbreak of disease in the confined environment. Liu Yong's responsibility was to instruct everyone in the fundamentals of combat and self-defense techniques. Liu Jun, on the other hand, presided over the central command, coordinating logistics and personnel management. The warehouse, the lifeblood of the operation, was managed by the most trusted women. The eldest sister Liu Wenqi, the second sister Liu Xiona, Yi Qianqian, Wang Xiyu, Liu Jing, and Mei Lan, who were in charge of the storage, registration, and distribution of supplies as needed. Medications were entrusted to Yi Qianqian's sister-in-law, Li Sini, a trained nurse, as the village currently had no doctor, leaving her solely responsible. The older women tended to the vegetable and fruit gardens, ensuring a steady supply of fresh produce. Those with nimble hands assisted in the kitchen, preparing meals for dozens of individuals. The entire village functioned like a finely tuned machine, with each person finding their role. Even younger children were organized under Huang Zixin's leadership to practice target shooting with slingshots. Listening to Liu Jun's meticulous and comprehensive arrangements, Liu Yong felt a sense of reassurance. These intricate organizational tasks were not his forte, yet Liu Jun managed them with remarkable ease. The unspoken understanding between the brothers ran deep. Liu Jun would express respect, while Liu Yong would take action, signifying trust without the need for words. As time passed, the oppressive heat of noon reached alarming heights. By 11 o'clock, the thermometer had soared beyond 41 C. By 1 in the afternoon, it had surpassed 46 C. The air was searing, a burning sensation accompanying each breath, while the ground shimmered with wavering heat. Liu Yong and Liu Jun exchanged a glance, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. Solar storm. It was approaching. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the temperature peaked at a terrifying 48 C. Just then, crack. Zzz. A deafening sound erupted from the direction of the transformer at the village entrance, resembling a short circuit of high-voltage wires. Instantly, the lights and fans throughout the village extinguished, and all functioning appliances ceased their hums. The world plunged into an abrupt silence. Liu Jun and Liu Yong, having anticipated this, remained unperturbed. Liu Jun immediately raised his voice to calm the agitated crowd. Everyone, do not panic. It's just a power outage. We anticipated this. Follow the plan we discussed. The core members swiftly mobilized to distribute the small flashlights they had prepared in advance to each household. They also advised everyone to ready hand fans and candles for the first night without electricity. As for the already installed solar panels and wind turbines, Liu Jun decided to refrain from activation. He feared that the solar storm might not be a single wave, and connecting them hastily could damage these precious devices. Instead, they would test the unimportant streetlights first. However, greater panic soon followed. All the phones are blacked out. Mine won't turn on either. To the dismay of the people, they discovered that the phones in their pockets and hands displayed nothing but a dark screen, unresponsive to their frantic pressing. This diminutive device represented their frail connection to the outside world and distant loved ones, and now it had been severed entirely. A profound information vacuum engulfed everyone. As anxiety and panic spread through the crowd like a contagion, whispers transforming into an unsettling commotion. Everyone, please quiet down. Liu Yong's resonant voice cut through the clamor. Listen to me. The phones have no signal, and those outside are in the same predicament. Here in these mountains, we are actually safer. Liu Jun and other core members also took it upon themselves to reassure the group. Indeed, we have food and water, and the walls are sturdy. What is there to fear? With our communication cut off, we are free from troubles. Under the influence of the composed demeanor exhibited by a few, coupled with the tangible presence of sturdy walls and ample supplies, the collective panic gradually subsided. Yet, the bewilderment from suddenly losing their means of sight and sound lingered in their eyes. At that moment, Yi Qianqian's melodious voice rang out, deliberately infused with a sense of ease. If anyone feels stifled, come over here and take some books to read. I have purchased numerous novels, magazines, books on agriculture and animal husbandry, as well as children's picture books. Feel free to take whatever you desire. This timely suggestion flowed like a refreshing stream, prompting some individuals to meander towards Yi Qianqian's makeshift library. Others gathered in shaded areas, fanning themselves and quietly discussing the day's dramatic upheaval. However, observing Liu Jun, Liu Yong, and others as they continued to direct and arrange matters with calm authority instilled a sense of reassurance. leading most to accept the reality and strive to adapt to this abrupt return to a primitive lifestyle. Outside, the scorching heat began to relent, and by 5 o'clock, the temperature had noticeably decreased. Around 7, the summer night finally regained its expected coolness. The men, having endured a stifling day, eagerly called out to the young boys, leaping into the clear pond behind the village, joyfully washing away the day as heat and sticky sweat, splashing water in jubilant arcs. The women, meanwhile, carried buckets to draw water from the cool deep well, bringing it to the makeshift bathing area to wash away their fatigue. As night descended, the small mountain village did not succumb to silence despite the absence of electricity. Families brought out stools and bamboo chairs, gathering in the relatively open rice fields or at their doorsteps. The night breeze in the mountains was particularly refreshing, infused with the fragrance of grass and trees. Dispelling the heat of the day, people fanned themselves and chatted in small groups, while the laughter of children echoed in playful pursuit through the twilight. In a fleeting moment, time seemed to rewind to an era devoid of electronic devices, where neighbors shared a closer bond reminiscent of the 1980s. A serene sense of belonging quietly blossomed amidst the looming crisis. However, this tranquility was short-lived. The night breeze intensified, rustling the leaves with a sound reminiscent of whispers, carrying the damp scent of earth. "It's going to rain," someone called out. Everyone hastily rose to gather their stools and retreat indoors. Just as they settled in, the long-anticipated downpour finally unleashed itself. Torrential raindrops pounded violently against tiles, leaves, and the muddy ground, creating a cacophony of deafening noise. A dense curtain of rain enveloped the entire mountain village, leaving only a vast, wide expanse of a watery realm between heaven and earth. This torrential downpour persisted until the latter part of the night, gradually transforming into a gentle drizzle. The village endured its first night devoid of electricity, isolated from the world. Struggling through the sweltering heat of the day, the fleeting joy of twilight, and the baptism of the midnight storm. The uncertainty of tomorrow loomed, akin to the heavy, damp air following the rain, pressing upon the hearts of the villagers. Chapter 65. After the magnetic storm, the torrential rain from last night seemed to have washed away the oppressive heat that lingered in the air. Upon awakening in the early morning, a refreshing scent of damp earth and foliage enveloped the atmosphere, and the temperature felt significantly more pleasant than the previous day. However, as exposed skin met the morning light, a subtle sting served as a reminder of the lingering effects of the devastating solar magnetic storm. Liu Jun and Liu Yong met early, their first task being to assess the potential damage caused by last night's downpour. Liu Yong headed straight for the feed shed in the breeding area. The reinforced metal roof had withstood the test of the storm, complemented by the thick tarpaulin laid in advance and the drainage ditch dug around the shed. Inside, it remained as dry as ever, with stacks of feed bags intact, emitting only a faint whiff of grain, which brought him a sense of relief. Liu Jun, on the other hand, made his way to the area where cement was stored. A few bags at the bottom displayed slight dampness at their edges, yet the overall damage was negligible and did not hinder their usability. The two reconvened in the village pathway to exchange their findings, finally feeling a sense of ease. The ferocity of last night's rain had been alarming, and despite their waterproof preparations, anxiety had lingered. Liu Jun gazed upward at the sky, which presented an oddly pristine shade of blue, too clear to be natural. The sunlight bathed him, and aside from the residual sting, the temperature was rather comfortable. It appeared to be a side effect of the magnetic storm. He murmured to Liu Yong, suggesting they gather everyone for a communal meal at noon, coupled with a meeting. He instructed Liu Yong to inform the ladies responsible for the meals to prepare lunch, insisting that all villagers partake. Once the lunch arrangements were settled, Liu Jun promptly sought out his brother-in-law, Huang Jianghai, along with the eager Liu Yifei. Their immediate priority was to test the electrical system. They chose a conveniently located street lamp pole for the task. Huang Jianghai deftly opened the maintenance hatch and examined the wiring, quickly discovering that the original smart controller had been fried by the magnetic storm. Without hesitation, he skillfully cut several wires, stripped the insulation, twisted the cores together, and connected them to a manual switch meticulously wrapping it with insulating tape. Finally, he fashioned a simple waterproof cover from a cut piece of plastic, securely fastening it above the switch. It lit up. Liu Yifei exclaimed in excitement as he watched Huang Jianghai close the switch, the street lamp emanating a steady glow. Yes, no problem, Huang Jianghai replied with a hearty smile, brushing the dust from his hands, deeming the task simple. Liu Yifei promptly gave a thumbs up, mimicking a dramatic tone from a film. Behold, this is what we call professionalism. His playful demeanor elicited laughter from those present. Liu Jun chuckled, feeling reassured. Brother, you worked hard. Let South modify the other street lamps similarly, he added, then called for assistance to bring out the generator for a test. The engine roared to life successfully, bolstering his confidence in the solar system's activation for the following day. As lunchtime approached, a vibrant atmosphere enveloped the makeshift tent set up in the village center. Long tables and benches were filled to the brim, and the generator hummed, powering several large fans that circulated refreshing breezes throughout the gathering. Dishes were gradually served, and although prepared in large quantities, their aromas wafted through the air. Sauteed seasonal vegetables, braised eggplant, tenderly stewed chicken, glossy red braised pork, and fish soup made from freshly caught pond fish. In this tumultuous end times, this steaming, homemade meal felt especially precious. The villagers gathered around, eating and chatting, momentarily forgetting the turmoil of the outside world. Liu Jun held his bowl, his gaze sweeping over familiar faces, mentally counting, including women and children. There were a total of 106 individuals. Among the young adults aged 18 to 30, there were only 19. His brother-in-law Huang Jianghai and cousin were both nearing 40. Training must commence. He quickly finished his meal, set down his bowl and chopsticks, stood up, and clapped his hands. The clamor gradually subsided, and all eyes turned to him. Fellow villagers, I have a few matters to discuss with you today. Liu Jun's voice was clear and steady. Firstly, as you are all aware, our mobile phones are utterly useless. There is no signal. The situation outside is likely worse than we can imagine. Power outages, chaos, and that dreadful virus. It is probably a complete mess out there. A wave of suppressed murmurs and sighs arose from the crowd, with women instinctively clutching their children closer. However, Liu Jun raised his voice, his gaze resolutely scanning the crowd. Here, we need not panic. If our phones are useless, others are equally blind and deaf. Moreover, our village is prepared. He pointed to the humming generator and the illuminated streetlights above. We have backup power plants. This afternoon, we will test the small wind turbine and solar panels. If all goes well, we can activate the solar power system tomorrow. Lighting and fans, our basic electricity needs will be met. This news acted like a revitalizing tonic, lifting the shadows from the faces of the crowd. Secondly, Liu Jun continued, as the end times have arrived, if we wish to survive and thrive, we must unite as one. Together, we will transform our village into a true fortress. Should any difficulties arise or ideas come to mind, feel free to consult with me and Yongzi. The third point was significant, as Liu Jun's tone grew serious. In this chaos, it is inevitable that desperate individuals may seek refuge at our village entrance. Regardless of whether we know them or not, we must not open the door. This is for our own safety and the safety of everyone. If there are special circumstances, such as a close relative arriving or someone with crucial skills for our village, each household must send a representative to conduct an anonymous vote. If over 60% agree, they may be allowed in. This process will also apply to accepting new members in the future, open and transparent, and I hope for your understanding and support. Finally, he turned to Liu Yong, who was seated beside him. Starting tomorrow, from 7 to 8 in the morning and 6:30 to 7 in the evening, Yongzi will lead training sessions for everyone aged 18 to 40. Not for any other reason, but so that we can protect ourselves in times of danger. We must safeguard our parents, wives, and children. Finally, let me share some splendid news. Liu Jun patted the slightly protruding side of his waist, a hint of formidable confidence illuminating his face. Yongzi returned yesterday with not one, but 2 pistols. Moreover, there are ample bullets. As long as we remain composed, safeguard our village, and hone our skills, he paused, his voice resonating powerfully. Our village shall stand as steadfast as a fortress. Excellent. Peng Yan was the first to leap to his feet, his face flushed with excitement. Junzi, no second thoughts. Had it not been for you and Yongzi, who knows what might have become of my family out there? From now on, if you say to go east, I, Peng Yan, shall never venture west. Following suit, Li Mingxiu and Chun Feng silently rose, nodding vigorously in agreement. Lu Guowei, with a calm demeanor, added, Junzi, we, the older generation, may lack the strength for laborious tasks compared to you young ones, yet our hearts are united. We shall entrust the village to your capable hands while we wave the flags of support and lend assistance without hesitation. A chorus of agreement and applause erupted from the shed as gratitude, trust, and a shared resolve filled the air. Liu Jun beheld the sincere faces around him, warmth swelling within his heart. He raised his hand to beckon silence. Those gathered here are all kin. Let's speak as one family. The road ahead will undoubtedly grow more arduous, and trouble shall be unavoidable. Yet, I firmly believe, as long as our hearts are aligned and our efforts unified, no obstacle shall be insurmountable. From now on, we are a family bound by blood. We shall weather the storms together. A more fervent applause and cheers erupted, resounding for an extended period. Before adjourning, Liu Jun reiterated his caution. This afternoon, everyone should refrain from venturing outside, especially the elderly and children. The residual rays of sunlight outside are quite intense, and prolonged exposure can harm the skin. Please return indoors and rest. The crowd assisted in tidying up the tables, chairs, and dishes and gradually dispersed. Liu Jun and Liu Yong then accompanied Huang Jianghai, Liu Yifei, and others to the perimeter wall of the village. They installed 2 small wind turbines on the precast concrete bases. The blades turned gently in the breeze, generating electricity that was integrated into the wall's electrical grid and the fans in the 2 lookout towers. After confirming everything was functioning correctly, the grid's indicator lights illuminated with a soft blue glow, and the fans in the towers began to circulate a refreshing breeze. The gentle afterglow of the setting sun bathed the tiered rice fields, curling smoke, and reinforced cottages in warmth. Within the walls, people either rested or engaged in their daily tasks, while children played in safe corners. Outside the walls lay a world fraught with chaos and peril. Yet, this small mountain village, cloaked in twilight, stood as a resilient and tranquil island, a haven brimming with hope. Chapter 66. The discovery of the tiger at 6 o'clock in the morning, the open space was already bustling with activity. It marked the first official day of training, and the village's youth had risen early. Several ants responsible for meals had already prepared a large pot of steaming porridge, while the white, plump buns in the steamer exuded an enticing aroma of wheat. After hastily washing up and finishing breakfast, the villagers gathered in groups at the center of the village. Many of the young women were also intrigued. Lu Wenqi, Yi Qianqian, Li Sini, Wang Xiyu, and Wang Qian gathered nearby, curiously peering in to witness how martial arts were practiced in this post-apocalyptic world. By 6:40, the participants were mostly assembled. Liu Yong stood at the front, his gaze piercing as he solemnly called out the names. Liu Jun, Gao Xiang, cousin, Huang Jianghai, Hu Jiping, Hu Zhijian, Wang Hao, cousin, present, Yu Ming, Yu Hui, Sun Chao, Liu Yong's cousin, present, Li Mingqiu, Li Minguya, Chun Feng, Peng Yan, present, Liu Yifei, Liu Junyu, present, Su Junbang, Ma Yonbing, Shang Jihua, present. After counting, there were 19 eligible young men, including the adolescent Liu Yifei. Youngsters Huang Zixin and Chun Shiheo had also risen early, their eyes sparkling as they watched from beside their mothers. Liu Yong, with a serious demeanor and a booming voice, declared, "Everyone is here. Let's begin with a 20-minute jog to loosen our limbs and warm up." With that, he took the lead, setting off along the designated path through the village. The others followed closely, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the serene morning of the mountain village, startling a few birds into flight. After 20 minutes, the group returned to the open space, many with beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, their breaths slightly hurried. Liu Yong came to a halt, his gaze sweeping over the group. "Today, I will teach you 3 movements. Once you master them, we will proceed with 50 push-ups and squats to solidify your physical foundation. Standing tall like a pine tree, he began to demonstrate. The movements, though seemingly simple, were executed with an undercurrent of explosive power, each pause imbued with a sense of strength. The group lined up as instructed, mimicking Liu Yong's actions. He meticulously broke down each step, detailing the key points of force application and the transfer of body weight. When blocking, the forearm must be taut and the angle must be precise. When delivering a punch, twist your waist and engage your shoulder, channeling strength from the ground upwards. Sweep the leg swiftly and low, striking at the lower body. At that moment, the only sounds in the open space were Liu Yong's commanding voice and the slightly clumsy yet earnest efforts of the participants. Huang Zixin and Chun Shihao, unable to contain their eagerness, joined in the movements, prompting a light-hearted laugh from the women nearby. The practice continued for about half an hour until Liu Yong called for a halt. Next came the physical training, 50 push-ups and 50 squats. He concluded by advising everyone to practice using the spear whenever they had free time. For these young individuals, who were not accustomed to exercise or often sat for long periods, the intensity was considerable. Soon, the open space was filled with heavy breathing and the muffled groans of those pushing through. Su Yunpeng, accustomed to labor, completed the exercises first without breaking a sweat. Liu Jun, Peng Yin, Wang Hao, Sun Chao, and Chun Feng quickly followed, forming the second tier of the group. The others found the task somewhat challenging, yet they persevered under the encouragement of their companions. Liu Yong, observing the group drenched in sweat, solemnly remarked, "Do not underestimate these 3 movements. They are life-saving techniques distilled from countless real-life encounters. Regular practice is essential to cultivate instinctive reactions. Only then can one claim to have begun mastering them." That will be all for today. You are dismissed. As the crowd dispersed, many grimaced while rubbing their sore arms and trembling thighs. Wang Xiu cheerfully approached Liu Yong, inquiring, "Brother Yong, can we girls practice too?" Liu Yong's gaze softened as he noticed Xiu's flushed cheeks. Certainly, practicing to strengthen your body is always beneficial. However, there are inherent differences in physical strength between genders, which naturally affects the efficacy of combat. You may engage in foundational physical training alongside us. The evening's flying knife training is particularly well suited for your participation. Flying knives? Wang Xiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Liu Yong chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Indeed, I had previously ordered a batch with Junzi. Once we master them, they may prove invaluable one day. Wang Xiu eagerly agreed, considering the lingering radiation outside. Liu Jun directed everyone to refrain from outdoor labor and instead organized a team to clear 4 idle houses in the village. One of them was a 2-story building, which could serve as accommodations for potential newcomers or as a new storage facility. He summoned Su Yunpeng to lead the oil press master in converting one room into an oil mill and grain processing facility, while another was designated to be transformed into a tofu workshop. After over a day of stability testing, the wind turbines and streetlights performed admirably, and the weather had largely returned to normal. Liu Jun, no longer hesitating, called upon Huang Jianghai, Liu Yifei, and Uncle Hui, who was knowledgeable in renovations and electrical work, to prepare for the activation of the solar power system. The summer sun remained fierce, prompting the group to take precautions. They applied sunscreen, donned wide-brimmed straw hats, and slipped on arm sleeves, fully equipped before commencing their tasks. Once Su Yunpeng had organized the oil press master, he set out with his capable assistant, Sai Hu, to inspect the breeding area. The young animals appeared to be in good condition, and he proceeded to the back mountain to check on the sheep. The sheep pen, enclosed with barbed wire, encompassed a vast area with relatively gentle terrain, allowing the flock to roam freely in search of food. Su Yunping's gaze drifted toward a broader expanse of untamed land beside the river below, overgrown with weeds yet abundant in water, a natural pasture. He contemplated the necessity of promptly suggesting to Liu Jun and Liu Yong that they mobilize a team to enclose that area with barbed wire, thereby providing the sheep with a larger and safer space to roam. He deliberately took a detour down the mountain via the riverbank. As he approached the foot of the mountain, Sai Hu, who had been quietly following him, suddenly halted, perked up his ears, and emitted a low, rumbling growl. His sharp gaze fixed on a dense thicket. "Saihu, what is it?" Su Yunpeng immediately became alert, knowing that Saihu would not raise an alarm without reason. Saihu did not turn back. Instead, he bolted towards the direction of his warning, barking urgently as he ran. Su Yunpeng's heart raced as he tightened his grip on the machete he always carried and hastened to follow. As the distance closed, a series of anxious, nasal animal grunts became distinctly audible. The Saihu stood at the edge of a pit half hidden by overgrown weeds, barking furiously at the depths below. Su Yunpeng brushed aside the foliage, revealing a deep pit approximately 1 meter square. Peering in, he couldn't suppress his laughter. "Well, what do we have here?" At the bottom of the pit, 2 wild boars, one large and one small, were frantically thrashing about like headless flies. The steep, slippery walls of the pit rendered their attempts to escape futile as they grunted in desperation. Su Yunpeng recalled that this was a trap pit previously dug by Liu Jun and his team on the outskirts of the back mountain, which had yielded no results until today. He patted Saihu on the head and pointed towards the village. "Saihu, well done. Go fetch Yongzi." Saihu's ears perked up, and upon comprehending the command, it wagged its tail and darted away, observing the 2 lively wild boars in the pit. Su Yunpeng suddenly slapped his forehead. Simply calling for Yongzi wouldn't suffice. They lacked the necessary tools. He promptly turned around and hurried towards the village, eager to summon others to retrieve the equipment. Chapter 67. The wild boar at this moment, Liu Yong, was in the warehouse organizing supplies, having just dragged out a heavy box of flying knives in preparation for the evening's training. Suddenly, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps and familiar barking behind him. Turning around, he saw Saihu panting, rushing toward him, and biting onto his trouser leg, attempting to pull him outside the warehouse. "Saihu." Liu Yong crouched down to stroke Saihu's head. The dog released its grip and eagerly nudged Liu Yong's hand with its nose, barking twice toward the direction of the back mountain. "Is there something amiss? Lead the way." Liu Yong immediately understood. Upon hearing this, Saihu turned and dashed toward the back mountain, with Liu Yong closely following, not daring to lag behind. The duo quickly arrived beside a trap pit, where Saihu barked furiously at the bottom. Liu Yong leaned forward to take a look and could not help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. What a stroke of luck! 2 wild boars, one large and one small, were anxiously pacing at the bottom of the pit. He glanced around but did not see Su Yunpeng. Just as he pondered this, Saihu barked again, seemingly urging him. "You stay here and keep watch. I'll go down and take a look." Liu Yong instructed Saihu before turning to descend the mountain. As he reached the foot of the mountain, he spotted Su Yunpeng, accompanied by Wang Hao, Hu Jijian, and Shang Zhihua from the village, all panting as they approached with ropes, a carrying pole, long spears, and a gleaming butcher's knife. "Hey, Yongzi, you arrived quite swiftly." Su Yunpeng wiped the sweat from his brow. "Saihu practically dragged me here," Liu Yong replied with a hint of exasperation. "Well, I had to find someone to fetch the tools. Let us go." Without further ado, the group hastened back to the trap. Upon seeing the quarry at the bottom of the pit, Wang Hao and the others gasped in astonishment. "Wow, 2 wild boars." The spear Su Yunpeng brought was handcrafted, made from a white wax rod purchased online and a custom-made spearhead, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. He turned to Liu Yong, asking, "Yongzi, will you take the lead, or shall I?" Liu Yong waved his hand dismissively. "You are the expert. Aren't all the sheep at your home handled by you? You go ahead." Su Yunpeng did not hesitate. He assessed the positions and the struggling of the wild boars within the pit. The larger one was highly alert, making it difficult to strike a fatal blow directly. He deftly fashioned a loop at one end of the thick hemp rope, securing the other end firmly to the center of the carrying pole, which he handed to the others behind him. "Hold steady." He then cautiously lowered the noose into the pit, inching it closer to the head of the larger wild boar. "Got it." Su Yunpeng called out softly, "Pull." The group exerted their strength simultaneously, yanking the carrying pole sharply back. The rope tightened instantly, constricting around the wild boar's neck. Caught off guard by the immense force, the wild boar stumbled, exposing its side. In a flash, Su Yunpeng's gaze hardened, and with the spear in his hand, he struck like a viper, A muffled sound echoed as the sharp tip of the spear penetrated precisely through the gap between the ribs, plunging deep into the heart of the wild boar. Su Yunpeng twisted his wrist, swiftly withdrawing the spear, and a torrent of hot blood gushed forth. "Ease up," he shouted. The two behind him slightly relaxed the tension on the rope. The large wild boar, its heart pierced, let out a blood-curdling scream, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to rise. But its strength rapidly waned as blood continued to seep away. Before long, a massive figure lay prostrate on the ground, its limbs twitching momentarily before falling still, leaving only the sound of heavy breaths and blood oozing from its mouth and nostrils. The small wild boar at the bottom of the pit, terrified by the gruesome scene, curled up, trembling incessantly and whimpering softly. Su Yunpeng confirmed that the great wild boar was lifeless and without hesitation leaped into the pit. He first bound the small wild boar's 4 legs securely with rope and tossed it up for the others to pull up. Then he repeated the process, tying up the large wild boar as well, and together they dragged its enormous body out of the trap. The group carried their hefty prize down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the hill, Su Yunpeng paused in a low-lying area and deftly bled the wild boar. The warm blood gushed into a pit, the pungent odor of blood permeating the air. Once the bleeding was complete, the 4 of them lifted the hefty wild boar using a carrying pole, while Liu Yong held the securely bound small wild boar, still struggling, under the watchful protection of Sai Hu, as they triumphantly returned to the village. The unexpected spoils created an immediate sensation upon their arrival in the village, drawing a crowd that clamored with questions. Su Yunpeng chuckled as he ruffled Sai Hu's head, explaining that it was Sai who had discovered the boar in the pit dug by Junzi, a fortunate find indeed. The crowd erupted in laughter, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. The prospect of wild boar meat for dinner was undoubtedly a great comfort. Naturally, the task of butchering fell to Su Yunpeng. Liu Yong, on the other hand, returned to organize the flying knives, recalling the extensive practice from his military days. He needed to explore the most suitable grip and force techniques for everyone to better guide them in the evening. Su Yunpeng set up a workstation in an open area near the village, skillfully singeing the hair, skinning, and eviscerating the wild boar. The boar's entrails were tossed directly into a large pot to be cooked and distributed among the few local dogs he cared for, with Sai Hu receiving the largest and most delectable piece of liver. Just as he was handing over the sizable cuts of meat to the ant in charge of meals, preparing to take a breather, he noticed Lu Guodong, responsible for patrols, striding toward him with an anxious expression. "Hengzi, have you seen Junzi or Yongzi?" Lu Guodong's brow was furrowed. "Junzi is over by the solar panel installation." "Uncle, what is the matter?" Su Yunpeng felt a tightening in his chest. Lu Guodong sighed. Lowering his voice, it's Xiaojin, he asked back, right at the village gate, insisting on coming in. "I was just rushing to find Junzi and the others for advice." Lu Xiaojin, the one who left with his wife and child? Su Yunpeng's alertness spiked. "Uncle, you go find Junzi by the solar panels. I'll head to the gate." Without further ado, he swiftly made his way toward the village entrance. Before reaching the gate, he heard a loud reprimand echoing from the watchtower. Uncle Chong and Wang Hao, on duty, quickly descended the makeshift ladder upon seeing Su Yunpeng's approach. Eager to report the situation, Su Yunpeng hastily ascended the watchtower, peering through the observation hole. Outside stood a disheveled man, his clothes tattered and smeared with mud, his hair a chaotic nest, face streaked with dirt and pale patches, his eyes wide with fear, yet tinged with a hint of defiance. If not for a careful inspection, one might hardly recognize this as Liu Xiaojin. Su Yunpeng deliberately raised his voice, adopting a scrutinizing tone. "Who is outside? How'd you find this place?" Liu Xiaojin recognized Su Yunpeng and immediately grasped onto the opportunity as if it were a lifeline. He pounded on the heavy wooden door, his voice hoarse and laced with intense panic. "It's me. Liu Xiaojin, open the door and let me in. Hurry. If you delay any longer, it will be too late." Su Yunpeng recalled that when Liu left, he was driving with his wife and 2 children, yet now he stood there alone. A myriad of doubts flooded Su's mind as he coldly inquired, "Xiaojin, where are your wife and children? Why have you returned alone?" Liu Xiaojin seemed momentarily stifled, his gaze flickering as he stammered, They are behind. Just open the door and let me in. They will arrive shortly. He dared not meet the eye of the peephole. Chapter 68. Liu Xiaojin and Su Yunpeng, both still inexperienced, momentarily failed to consider the worst possibilities. Yet a sense of unease lingered. Su Yunpeng chose not to press further, his tone flat as he stated, "Just wait. Junzi will be here shortly." He resolved that since this matter involved the villagers from Liu's family, it would be prudent to let Liu Jun handle it. A few minutes later, Liu Jun arrived, accompanied by a breathless Liu Guodong, who had run all the way. Upon hearing Su Yunping's account, Liu Jun's expression darkened, and he swiftly ascended the watchtower. Peering through the observation hole, his gaze was as sharp as a blade, directed at Liu Xiaojin outside the door, his voice colder and more severe than ever. "Jin Ge, I ask you only once. Where are your sister-in-law and the 2 children? Where are they?" Outside, Liu Xiaojin visibly panicked, his eyes darting around as he stammered, They're just behind. They'll be here soon. Just open the door first. Hurry, open the door, Junzi." This clumsy lie ignited a fire within Liu Jun, making his tone even more chilling. "Fine. You shall wait for them to arrive, and then all of you can enter together." With that, he feigned leaving the observation hole. Don't go." Liu Xiaojin was utterly frantic now, pounding on the door with increasing urgency. "Liu Jun, this isn't just your village. My family is still inside. On what grounds do you deny me entry? Open the door. Hurry up." Observing Liu Xiaojin's desperate and frantic demeanor, Liu Jun felt a deep-seated resentment. "If you refuse to speak the truth, then stay out there. Let us see who will open the door for you." He dismissed the commotion outside and quietly instructed a young man nearby, "Go, fetch Uncle Goen." After a while, when Liu Xiaojin's cries went unanswered, his voice dwindled to a pleading whimper. "Junzi, brother, please let me in. I haven't eaten in over a day. Outside are monsters that devour people." Liu Jun remained unmoved. Soon, Liu Goen, nearing 70 and having lost his wife in middle age, was brought over. The elderly man gazed at Liu Jun with eyes full of pleading, his voice trembling. "Junzi, I have only this one son. He could be a bit foolish, but I cannot bear to watch him perish outside." Liu Jun hesitated, unsure whether to share his suspicions. At that moment, Liu Yong approached, alerted by the commotion. Liu Jun greeted Uncle Goen and pulled Liu Yong aside, lowering his voice to convey his grave concerns. "Yongzi, when Jin Ge left, there were 4 of them. Now he is alone. When I asked about his sister-in-law and children, he hesitated before claiming they were behind him. This is clearly a lie. I suspect." He paused, a flicker of hatred crossing his eyes. "I suspect that they encountered danger on the way, and he pushed his wife and children out to shield himself while he fled." Liu Yong listened intently, his expression darkening to a stormy hue, his fists cracking with tension. "Xiao Jun, I fear it may indeed be as you suspect. Everyone knows what kind of person Jin Ge is, selfish and self-serving. He would certainly do something like this." The 2 exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared anger and gravity reflected in the other's eyes. At this moment, Liu Goen trembled as he approached the 2, tears streaming down his face. "Yongzi, Junzi, I implore you, let Xiaojin in. I will bow before you." He began to kneel down. Liu Jun and Liu Yong hurriedly rushed to support him, knowing that if Goen were to kneel, he would face severe punishment upon their return. Liu Jun took a deep breath and resolved to speak candidly. "Uncle Goen, please do not be hasty. We are not heartless. But consider this. Jin returned alone. He just lied, claiming that his wife and children were behind him. Is that normal? We suspect." He locked eyes with the elderly man, articulating the grim suspicion word by word. "We suspect that, in a bid to save himself, he pushed his wife and children out to fend off the zombies." Liu Goen was struck as if by lightning. Staggering back, his eyes wide, his lips trembling. "No, it cannot be. Junzi, you must not speak such words. That is his beloved wife, his own flesh and blood." The old man's face went pale, unable to accept the emotional weight of the revelation. Liu Jun pointed towards the observation hole, his tone laced with reluctance. "Uncle Goen, you must ask him yourself." He moved aside the wooden board concealing the observation hole, gesturing for the elder to approach. Trembling, Liu Goen leaned forward to the observation hole, his heart wrenching as he beheld his son, gaunt and disheveled, outside. His voice choked. Xiaojin. Dad, it's me. Hurry, let them open the door. Let me in. Liu Xiaojin, as if grasping at the last straw, rushed forward, his voice hoarse from crying. Xiaoli. And a bow, where were they? Liu Gowen, suppressing his grief, asked. Liu Xiaojin's body stiffened, his head dropping suddenly, unable to meet his father's gaze. Seeing this gesture, Liu Gowen's heart sank. He recognized it as a sign of guilt. Leading him to doubt the words of Liu Jun, Liu Xiaojin realized that further lies would be futile, and through tears and snot, he revealed part of the truth. Dad, we only believed Junzi's words after seeing the video that surfaced the day before yesterday. Around noon, I set off with Xiao Li and the children, intending to return by car, but the highway was blocked, forcing us to take back roads. Although it was slow, we managed to progress. However, by the afternoon, for reasons unknown, both the car and my phone suddenly broke down, leaving us stranded in the sweltering heat. We exited the vehicle and waited under an umbrella, but soon noticed that all the other drivers had abandoned their cars as well. All the vehicles were incapacitated. Pausing for a moment, Liu Xiaojin continued. Seeing the situation was dire, I took some food and water from the car and led them in the direction of home. The heat was unbearable, and several others had also left their cars to walk. I chose a narrow path towards home, picking some watermelons and cucumbers from the fields along the way, and we finally managed to endure until nightfall. That night, without a flashlight, we could not see the road and took shelter in a haystack for the night. In the morning, we resumed our journey, and as we passed through a crowded village, I saw people being chased and bitten. It dawned on me that these were the very creatures I had witnessed in the videos. I hurriedly led them around, taking paths less traveled. Today, we finally reached the vicinity of the town, but fear flickered in his eyes, his voice trembling as he spoke of the numerous, monstrous creatures lurking near the town, creatures that bite. Ultimately, little Li and the others were caught by the monsters, leaving only me. I was the sole survivor. Upon finishing his tale, he broke down into tears. The old man trembled with fury, pointing outside and cursing vehemently, his voice laden with sorrow. Beast, you wretched beast. You cannot even protect your own wife and children. How can you still have the audacity to return alive? My two grandsons. By the end of his tirade, he was weeping uncontrollably. The onlookers, hearing the heart-wrenching lamentations and witnessing Liu Xiaojin's disheveled state, felt as if a heavy stone pressed upon their hearts, enveloping them in a profound silence. After a long while, Liu Gowen's sobs gradually subsided. After all, they were his own flesh and blood. The old man wiped his tears, his gaze filled with a flicker of hope as he turned to Liu Jun and Liu Guodong. Xiaojin has grown up under your watch. He is also one of us from Liujia village. Please, just open the door. Liu Guodong's expression was filled with hesitation as he looked at Liu Jun. Liu Jun remained silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the grief-stricken elder and the figure of Liu Xiaojin outside. Finally, he took a deep breath, his voice cutting through the heavy silence with clarity. Enbois, according to the rules established yesterday, since Brother Jean wishes to enter the village, we shall proceed as per the regulations. Let the entire village cast their votes. Chapter 69. Voting and Celebration. The voting ceremony unfolded in a solemn atmosphere. Each household in the village selected a representative, who received paper and pen to silently inscribe their approval or disapproval. The papers were meticulously folded and placed into an opaque makeshift box. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Liu Yong tipped the contents of the ballot box onto the table, unfurling each slip to record the results. Ultimately, the votes in favor of Liu Xiaojin's entry into the village barely exceeded 60%. Liu Jun, observing the outcome, understood the underlying sentiment. The benevolent villagers, after all, were mindful of their shared ties. His father remained within the village, and they could not bear to witness him perish outside, left to the mercy of the undead. He privately resolved to keep a closer watch on his cousin, believing that with vigilant oversight, no significant upheaval would arise. The heavy village gate was slowly opened just a crack, and Liu Xiaojin nearly tumbled inside, his face a mask of exhilaration tinged with anxiety from his narrow escape. Liu Jun offered him no respite, his expression stern as he laid down the law. "Brother Jean, you must remain in isolation today. Your meals will be delivered. If all remains well by noon tomorrow, you may be released. This is for the safety of the entire village." Having narrowly escaped danger, Liu Xiaojin dared not voice any objections, reluctantly nodding in assent. He was escorted to an unoccupied small room, where after a brief wash, he was provided with several loaves of bread, a few compressed biscuits, and 2 bottles of water. The guard secured the door and informed him through the door panel, "Stay put, and if all goes well tomorrow afternoon, you will be freed." With his taut nerves finally relaxing, the echoes of the monstrous howls outside lingered in his ears. He devoured the meager provisions and collapsed into a deep slumber, as if to expunge the terror and exhaustion of the past few days. By midday, the rich aroma of wild boar meat wafted throughout the village, dispelling the earlier gloom. The chef's aunts showcased their culinary skills. A large pot simmered with bubbling braised pork, while glossy pig trotters and ears soaked in savory broth and fragrant stir-fried wild celery with meat sizzled on the stove. Each household gathered their bowls and plates, receiving a generous portion per person. The live-captured wild boar was temporarily corralled, serving as a reserve food source. For daily sustenance, the village adopted a flexible approach. During non-collective meals, each household would collect 10 days' worth of ration from the warehouse for their own cooking. In cases of new arrivals or special circumstances, a group of skilled ants would prepare a communal meal. Shortly after lunch, Huang Jianhai's team completed the final adjustments for the solar power system. As the switch was flipped, electricity surged into every home. After days of silence, ceiling fans and table fans whirred to life, bringing a long-awaited breeze. After a brief pause, the entire mountain village erupted in thunderous cheers. This once commonplace wind had become an immense luxury and solace in the post-apocalyptic world. In the afternoon, aside from the necessary patrols, all available hands were devoted to the renovation of the remaining vacant houses. With many working together, the efficiency was remarkable as they cleared, transported, and installed equipment. In the dedicated tofu workshop, the stone mill and boiling vat were set in place. The oil mill housed the bulky oil press, while the threshing and grinding machines were positioned in separate rooms. By 5 o'clock, all equipment was installed, awaiting the arrival of raw materials to commence operations. As they beheld the newly revitalized processing area, a sense of groundedness blossomed within the hearts of the onlookers. With nightfall, the village square once again erupted with vivacity. This time, not only the able-bodied men were present, nearly all the young ladies had also gathered. Liu Yong and Liu Jun wheeled in a cart, unloading a hefty box of flying knives at the center of the venue. "Everyone ready?" Liu Yong's voice resonated as he gestured towards the newly erected wooden posts at either end of the field. A thick rope had been strung between them, adorned with circular wooden targets, meticulously fashioned from robust tree trunks, their centers marked with vibrant red paint. Behind the targets hung a sturdy fishing net, designed to catch any wayward knives. Liu Yong withdrew 3 flying knives, their sleek blades tapering elegantly from broad midsections to pointed tips, polished to a brilliant sheen. Standing 5 meters away, he assumed a stable stance and with a powerful flick of his arms, sent forth 3 glimmering blades that struck the red centers of the wooden targets with precision. The clean execution elicited gasps of admiration. He retrieved the knives and began a detailed explanation. There are 2 techniques to master. The first involves gripping the handles in like this. With a quick flick of his wrist, the knife spun with minimal rotation, embedding itself almost straight into the target. Swift and easy to control without risk of injury. The second method is to grasp the tip and throw. As he adjusted the angle of his wrist, the knife traced an elegant arc through the air before embedding itself deeply into the wood, the handle vibrating with forceful impact. This technique requires more practice to perfect the spin. Choose whichever suits your style. The crowd, already brimming with eagerness, quickly formed a line to take their turns. Compared to the morning's physical training, this activity was undoubtedly more engaging. Even the ladies, filled with enthusiasm, picked up the lighter knives to give it a try. Liu Yong navigated through the crowd, occasionally correcting their stances. Use your wrist. Let your arm drive the motion. Lower your center of gravity. Focus on the target. Half an hour flew by, yet many remained reluctant to cease their practice. Those who wish to continue may do so, but remember to prioritize safety. We'll wrap up once it's dark. Liu Yong chuckled, waving his hand. At that moment, Liu Yifei sprang into the center like an agile monkey, his eyes twinkling with excitement. Brothers and sisters, we've practiced enough. Don't you think it's time for some entertainment? The crowd, on the verge of dispersing, paused at his words. A night devoid of phones and television indeed felt interminably long and dreary. Curiosity sparked as everyone turned their attention to this ever-spirited jester. Liu Yifei proclaimed with pride, I spotted a treasure trove of musical instruments in Qianqian's storage. Let us form a circle, play some accompaniment, and sing together, shall we? It'll be a lively affair. His suggestion ignited the enthusiasm of the youth, and cheers erupted around him. Liu Jun, recognizing the merit of such an idea to alleviate the tension and ennui following the absence of entertainment, promptly voiced his support. The group swiftly mobilized, arranging benches into a large circle. Surrounding the area, several bundles of mugwort were ignited to ward off mosquitoes, their fragrant smoke curling into the air, infused with the distinct aroma of herbs. Qianqian and her companions soon returned from the storage, cradling a box of instruments. Harmonicas, bamboo flutes, and Xiao were quickly claimed by those with musical prowess. When Su Yunpeng silently picked up an eru, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Su Yunpeng smiled shyly, recalling the years he spent learning from his grandfather during his childhood. It had been many years since he last played, and his hands felt clumsy. He hoped he wouldn't be mocked. Liu Yifei picked up a wooden guitar and deftly strummed a few chords, declaring rules. Each of us must sing at least one song. It doesn't matter if you're off-key, but you must dare to sing. His humorous remarks elicited a chorus of laughter. I'll go first. Let me set the stage. He cleared his throat, fingers dancing over the guitar strings, and his clear, resilient voice echoed beneath the night sky. In the endless night, everything is on the brink of destruction. At least I still have dreams, and I am moved for you. As long as I have dreams, I will see rainbows in my sky. The heartfelt lyrics struck a chord, and the melody carried an indomitable hope. Many felt their eyes welling up, and a few girls discreetly turned away to dab at their tear-streaked cheeks. The atmosphere ignited, and everyone eagerly joined in singing. Off-key notes, cracked voices, and nervous forgetfulness all invited kind-hearted laughter and even more enthusiastic applause. The intertwining of song, laughter, and playful teasing dispelled the gloom that had loomed overhead. After more than an hour, each person had sung their heart out, and the fervor reached its zenith. Liu Jun rose and proposed, Finally, let us sing a song together. Let us sing Tomorrow Will Be Better. For ourselves, we believe tomorrow will be better. All right. The crowd responded in unison. The melodies of guitar, eru, harmonica, and flute intertwined, with a gentle prelude resonating through the stillness of the mountain village night. The male voices were deep and powerful. Gently awaken the slumbering spirit. Slowly open your eyes. The female voices rang clear and hopeful. Look up to seek the wings of the sky. The migratory birds reveal their shadows. As the chorus erupted, everyone, regardless of gender, unleashed their voices, merging into a torrent of faith that soared into the heavens. Sing out your passion. Stretch out your hands. Let me embrace your dreams. Let me behold your true face. Let our smiles radiate with youthful pride, offering sincere prayers for tomorrow. As the song concluded, its echoes seemed to linger in the mountains, reflected in the youthful faces, glistening with sweat and traces of tears, was a sense of liberation and the spark of hope in their eyes. They exchanged smiles, their laughter bright and genuine. Not far away, the elders drawn by the song leaned against doorways or trees, observing the young generation gathered together, reveling in song. Their wrinkled faces bore expressions of warmth and contentment. In this desolate world, the vibrant songs and smiling faces shone as the most poignant light piercing through the darkness. Chapter 70. Liu Jimin has returned in the stillness of the night. The coolness from a recent shower lingered as Liu Jun and Qianqian spoke in hushed tones within their room. Outside, the chorus of insects further deepened the night's somber ambience. Suddenly, The urgent call of patrol member Hu Jiping pierced the tranquility. Junge, wake up. A child has come outside, insisting on seeing you. A chill ran through Liu Jun's heart. At this late hour, in such a remote area, how could a child be seeking him? He quickly rose and slipped on his shoes, while Qianqian sat up anxiously. I will go take a look. Do not worry. Liu Jun reassured her, pulling the door open. In the courtyard, Tang Yuan, nestled in its bed, perked up at the commotion, wagging its tail as it trotted over. Liu Jun crouched down, affectionately ruffling its furry head, and gently carried it back to its nest, whispering, "Stay here and do not move." Tang Yuan obediently licked his palm, curling back into its spot, its round eyes following Liu Jun's figure. As Liu Jun stepped outside, he found Hu Jiping standing gravely in the moonlight. "Let us go see," Liu Jun said in a low voice. The two hastened to the sturdy watchtower by the village entrance. Liu Jun ascended a few steps and leaned towards the observation hole. He switched on a powerful flashlight, its blinding beams slicing through the darkness and sweeping across the outside. In the light's path, a figure huddled against the wall, caked in mud and grime, barely recognizable as human, suddenly trembled. "Who are you? What do you want?" Liu Jun's voice emerged through the observation hole, tinged with caution and inquiry. The figure jerked its head up at the sound, revealing a filthy face illuminated by the harsh light, with eyes glistening with fear and despair. A hoarse cry shattered the night's silence. "Uncle Jun." "It's me, Jimin." "Jimin." Liu Jun felt as though struck by lightning. The flashlight beam instantly honing in on the child's face. Though marred by filth and tears, the features unmistakably belonged to Liu Xiaojin's son, Liu Jimin. He urgently exclaimed, "Jimin, why are you alone? Where are your mother and sister?" "Mom, she..." The word seemed to crush Liu Jimin completely, his suppressed sobs erupting into heart-wrenching wails. "My dad. He is not human, Uncle Jun." A heavy dread enveloped Liu Jun as a cold shiver crept up his spine. He battled against the rising fury and foreboding, pressing for answers. "Do not cry, Jimin. Tell Uncle Jun, what exactly happened?" Through his sobs, Liu Jimin recounted the harrowing escape that felt like a descent into hell, the family's arduous journey. And just as they neared the town, they encountered the terrifying, wandering monsters that preyed upon the living. In a desperate bid to evade them, they attempted to cross an open road. At that moment of life and death, Liu Xiaojin, who had been running ahead, suddenly fell. His mother, Xiaoli, instinctively bent to help, only to be ruthlessly shoved away by Liu Xiaojin. Caught off guard, she tumbled to the ground, while Liu Xiaojin continued to flee without looking back. Liu Jimin wanted to reach for his mother, but she, summoning all her strength, fiercely pushed him away, shouting, "Do not worry about me. Run. Quickly return to the village and find Uncle Jun and Uncle Yong. Listen to their words. Do not trust anyone else. Dabao, you must strive to survive." The voice of Liu Jimin trembled uncontrollably as I watched the monstrous figures surge towards us. He could no longer articulate his thoughts, his body shaking violently, as if he were reliving a harrowing scene that could obliterate all light. Though I had harbored suspicions, the brutal truth, laid bare by a child's bloodied recounting, ignited a furious blaze within Liu Jun, his fists clenched so tightly that they cracked, nails digging deep into his palms. "Beasts! They are nothing but beasts." He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his boiling desire for vengeance, his voice emerging unusually low and strained. "Jimin, my dear child, do not be afraid. You are safe here with Uncle Jun. Did those monsters, did they scratch or bite you?" Liu Jimin shook his head vigorously, tears mingling with dirt as they streamed down his face. No. I listened to my mother. I kept to the ridges, avoiding places where there were people it was difficult, but I finally made it here good. Good boy." Liu Jun promptly commanded, "Open the door. Let Jimin in." The heavy bolt was drawn back, and the iron door creaked open just enough for a single person to slip through. Liu Jimin scrambled in, collapsing onto the floor as if he had exhausted his last ounce of strength. Liu Jun swiftly shut the door, locking it with a decisive click. He turned sharply to Hu Jiping, urging, "Go. Fetch Uncle Guan." He then hurried back inside to gather some bread, biscuits, and water. Crouched on the cold ground, Liu Jimin accepted the food and began to devour it ravenously, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. At merely 13, an age marked by growth and hunger, the day and night of evasion and terror had left him famished. Before long, Hu Jiping arrived, leading a staggering Liu Guan in haste. Upon seeing his disheveled yet living grandson, the old man's murky eyes filled with tears, and he trembled as he asked, "Jimin, my dear grandson, where is your mother? Your sister? Your father?" Liu Jun succinctly recounted the events. Liu Guan gazed at his grandson in disbelief, and Liu Jimin, mouth full of food, nodded vigorously, his expression etched with deep-seated hatred. "What a calamity!" Liu Guan exclaimed, as if struck by a heavy blow. His legs buckled, and he sank to the ground, his frail hands pounding the earth, releasing a wail of despair and indignation. "What sin have I committed to raise such a wretched creature?" Shally, my granddaughter, his cries resonated through the stillness of the night, an echo of profound sorrow. Liu Jun stepped forward to support the nearly broken man. Addressing Hu Jiping, "Take Jimin to the dormitory, give him a good wash, and provide him with clean clothes." He then exchanged glances with Liu Yong and Su Yunpa. Their silent communication conveyed a mutual understanding. Liu Xiaojing must not be permitted to remain. Once Liu Jimin had briefly washed and donned a set of clean, albeit old, clothes, the three men gathered outside the dormitory door. Liu Guan stood motionless under the moonlight, his silhouette hunched, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. "Uncle," and Liu Jun's voice was low and resolute, "you are already aware of what Jing has done. The tiger, though fierce, does not consume its offspring. Yet this man is capable of sacrificing his own wife and children to avert disaster. Such a person, remaining in the village, is akin to a bomb poised to detonate at any moment. We cannot allow him to stay." Liu Guan's body trembled violently for a moment before he gradually turned around. The moonlight illuminated the tear-streaked lines on his face, revealing an abyss of despair. He gazed at Liu Jun and the others, and ultimately, that despair morphed into a pallor of resignation. He nodded slightly, his voice hoarse. "Yongzi, Junzi, Yunpa, I do not blame you. It is he who has severed his own path. Cast him out, let him fend for himself. I shall pretend I never bore this son." Upon uttering these words, he closed his eyes and exhaled a long, heavy sigh, as if expelling the last vestiges of life within him. Liu Jiming rushed from the house, tightly embracing his frail grandfather, silently offering support. Hu Jiping opened the door to the cell where Liu Xiaojin was confined. Liu Xiaojin, deeply asleep, stirred groggily. "Is it time? Are you letting me out?" Hu Jiping cast a disdainful glance at him and coldly commanded, "Come out, quickly." Rubbing his eyes, Liu Xiaojin stepped out. But when his gaze fell upon the icy stairs, particularly the ones filled with hatred from his son Liu Jiming, his entire body shuddered. The remnants of sleep shattered by an overwhelming fear. Cold sweat drenched his back. Yongzi, Junzi." Liu Xiaojin's voice trembled, his legs weakening as he nearly collapsed. "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please, grant me another chance. I will obey from now on. I will toil like a beast. Just don't cast me out. Outside there are monsters." He pleaded incoherently, tears streaming down his face. Liu Jiming clenched his fists, his voice breaking as he shouted, "You owe my mother her life." Liu Xiaojin dared not meet his son's eyes, fixating instead on Liu Yong, his gaze rife with desperate supplication. Liu Yong's expression remained as cold as stone, devoid of any emotion. He stepped forward, his iron-like hand gripping one of Liu Xiaojin's arms, while Su Yunpeng instinctively seized the other. Together, they dragged the struggling, wailing Liu Xiaojin like a lifeless dog towards the village entrance, with Liu Jun following closely behind, his eyes frigid. The pleas along the way gradually morphed into desperate curses. "Liu Yong, Liu Yun, may you meet a wretched end. You forsake me in my time of need. You will reap what you sow. Father, will you simply stand by as they treat your son this way?" Supported by his grandson, Liu Guan trailed behind, and upon hearing these venomous curses, the last flicker of compassion in his murky eyes extinguished, leaving only profound grief and resolute anger. He summoned all his strength to shout, "Beast, you have condemned your own wife and children. Even heaven will not spare you. From this moment forth, I, Liu Guan, Disown you as my son. Leave. Get far away. Do not soil the ground of our Liu family. The village gate creaked open slightly. Beyond it lay an unfathomable darkness and the terror of the unknown. Liu Yong and Su Yunpeng exchanged a glance, both exerting their strength to forcefully propel the still struggling and cursing Liu Shaojin out into the abyss. Liu Shaojin emitted a piercing scream of terror, losing his balance and tumbling down the slope outside the door, becoming encrusted with mud and grass, a picture of utter disarray. Wait for me. You will regret this. I shall haunt you even as a ghost. The chilling and vengeful curse echoed from the bottom of the slope, reverberating through the silent wilderness, sending shivers down the spine. Inside, Liu Jun pressed his hand against the cold door, gazing at the writhing shadow below, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes, an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent bubbling forth. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of the grief-stricken Liu Goen and the trembling Liu Jimin, who bit his lip in despair. What of such individuals in this apocalyptic world? How long could they possibly endure? As long as they do not threaten the village. He inhaled deeply, the frigid night air filling his lungs. Close the door. Liu Jun's voice was resolute. The heavy iron door slammed shut with a resounding clang, the sound of the lock echoing ominously. Liu Goen seemed drained of all strength, relying on his grandson for support as he staggered away into the shadows of the house. The crowd dispersed in silence, leaving only the vigilant figures of the patrol and the distant, anxious barking of dogs. Thus, a heart-wrenching farce concluded in the most definitive manner. The night deepened. A thick blanket of dark clouds drifted silently overhead, completely engulfing the waning moon. In the realm of existence, an infinite, suffocating darkness remained. Chapter 71. A farce. As the morning training concluded, the village was abuzz with activity. The details surrounding Liu Shaojin's expulsion the previous night rippled through the community like stones cast into a tranquil lake. Upon learning that he had callously thrust his wife and child towards the zombies to secure his own escape, a shiver of horror coursed through the villagers, leaving them with an unsettling sense of foreboding. If he could so ruthlessly sacrifice his own family, what depths of malice lay within him? They felt fortunate to have remained, pondering the grim fate that awaited them had they been outside. The discussions were laced with relief and trepidation. The previously orderly life within the refuge, perhaps perceived as mundane or even tedious, was abruptly jolted awake by Liu Shaojin's actions. Akin to a bucket of icy water splashed over everyone, it starkly revealed the brutality and bloodshed of the world beyond their walls, a realm devoid of warmth, where only the stark realities of survival and betrayal prevailed. By today, the lingering sensation of radiation had significantly diminished. Aside from the essential patrols, most villagers had dedicated themselves to new construction tasks. At the rear mountain's exit near the river, they were enclosing a vast grazing area with barbed wire. Another group was tasked with harvesting thorny brambles and other shrubs from the fields by the mountainside, preparing to plant them outside the wire to create a natural defensive barrier. A formidable team of nearly 80 individuals, armed with hammers, steel rods, rolls of wire, and various tools, marched resolutely towards the rear mountain. The elders and the ants responsible for meals remained in the village to prepare lunch. The atmosphere was lively. Strong men swung heavy hammers, driving stout steel pipes deep into the soft riverbank soil. Those following quickly unfurled the resilient wire, securely binding it to the pipes, while another group diligently wielded shovels, digging deep pits in designated spots to ready for planting the brambles. With clearly defined roles, the two teams advanced simultaneously from opposite sides, resembling a net gradually tightening. The soft earth facilitated swift progress. By around 10 o'clock, a burgeoning grazing area began to take shape. As the sun climbed higher and temperatures rose, Liu Jun, concerned about the risk of heat stroke, decisively ordered a halt to work, planning to resume in the afternoon. The tools were left at the site, which was remote and previously connected to upstream and downstream villages by a small path. However, years of sand excavation had caused numerous collapses, rendering the route impassable. Unless someone dared to swim through the rushing river, access to this location was nearly impossible. Lunch consisted of a communal feast, with Su Yunpeng having slaughtered a plump sheep and 10 chickens, simmering a creamy sheep soup in a large pot, while shiny pieces of chicken were being stir-fried, filling the air with tantalizing aromas. Compared to the dried meat distributed by ration, this fresh, warm fare was an immense comfort. The village dogs also benefited, enjoying the cooked offal as a sumptuous addition to their meals, wagging their tails joyfully around their food bowls. After the meal, Liu Jun announced an important decision to the gathered villagers. Everyone was to train diligently, and once preparations were sufficiently in place, a team led by Yongzi would venture out to assess the situation, with the objective of clearing the scattered zombies in the vicinity, allowing everyone to witness the stark reality of the world outside. As these words were uttered, the crowd reacted in a myriad of ways. Some displayed expressions of fear, whispering amongst themselves. Others' eyes flickered with worry, and a few were eager, rubbing their hands together in anticipation. "This is a step we must take," Liu Jun declared with unwavering resolve. Merely hiding in the village and training was tantamount to engaging in idle speculation. Only by confronting those monstrous beings and personally battling them could one cultivate true courage and skill. With a brave leader at the helm and ample equipment, we shall begin with the solitary zombies, ensuring our safety. This serves as both a training exercise and a genuine test of fortitude. At that moment, bang, 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 Liu Jun. Heavy knocks echoed from the direction of the village entrance. The hearts of the crowd tightened, and the previously relaxed atmosphere instantly became tense. Uncle Chong, responsible for patrolling, rushed in breathlessly. "Junzi, Yongzi, it's bad. There are many people outside. They say they're from a neighboring village and want to break in." Almost the entire village had gathered at that moment, and upon hearing this, they surged towards the entrance, a dark mass of bodies, creating a rather imposing scene. Liu Jun and Liu Yong swiftly ascended 2 watchtowers. Outside, a gathering of no fewer than 20 individuals was visible, most bearing expressions of alarm. Liu Jun could not recognize them all, but Liu Yong and Su Yunpeng's faces darkened. Many among them were from Su's village. "What are you doing here?" Liu Yong demanded sternly. Immediately, a cacophony erupted. "It's too dangerous outside. Let us in to take shelter. Our village cannot hold out. Please, we beg you for a chance to survive." Liu Yong raised his voice. "Our village has limited space and is low on food. We cannot accommodate so many people. Return to your homes. Safeguarding your own village is equally safe." At that moment, a man, appearing to be their leader, pushed his way to the front and shouted defiantly, "Stop lying. We've heard all about it. Your village has mountains of food and plenty of good things. You can't possibly eat it all." Liu Jun's gaze sharpened. "Who told you this?" The man replied with conviction. "It was those who fled from your village." Liu Jun's anger surged. Indeed, it was Liu Shaojin, the source of this calamity, spreading rumors and inviting disaster. Su Yunpeng recognized the leader as his own kin, Su Fu, and climbed to Liu Yong's watchtower. Addressing the crowd below in a frigid tone, he said, "Uncle Fu, I once urged you to come to Liu's village. How did you respond then? Mind your own business? Impossible. Now you wish to enter? It's too late. This is not my decision alone. Depart immediately. If you linger, the zombies will come, and none of you will escape." Yet the crowd remained undeterred, clamoring to push inside. Liu Yong ceased his words, swiftly drawing his pistol from his waist and firing a shot into the open ground not far from the crowd. Bang! The sharp report of the gun rang out like thunder. The previously boisterous crowd fell into an immediate silence, stunned by the sudden gunfire, fearfully gazing at the figure holding the weapon atop the watchtower. "Leave." Liu Yong's voice was as cold as ice, the muzzle sweeping across the crowd. "You have 3 seconds. If you do not leave, the next bullet will find its mark in the foremost person." 3. The crowd began to stir, those in front retreating in terror. 2. Fear spread like a contagion, and some began to turn back. 1. Run. A voice suddenly pierced the air, causing the crowd to disintegrate in an instant, like startled birds and beasts, hastily turning to flee, stumbling as they raced back the way they came, fearful of being left behind. Liu Yong, not forgetting to call after their retreating figures, remarked coldly, "Run faster. Beware of falling behind and becoming a snack for the zombies. Below, the individual tasked with observing through the peephole vividly recounted the chaotic scene outside to the villagers huddled at the door, eliciting a burst of relieved laughter from the crowd. Liu Jun descended from the watchtower and explained to the gathered villagers. These individuals are the calamity brought forth by Liu Xiaojin. Hearing this, Liu Goen and Liu Jimin in the crowd hung their heads in shame. With such a son and father, they felt unable to hold their heads high before their fellow villagers. Observing their distress, Liu Jun strode forward to stand before the grandfather and grandson, his tone gentle yet firm. "Onboy Jimin, lift your heads. The blame lies with Liu Xiaojin. It has nothing to do with you. You are also victims. You need not feel guilty towards anyone." Liu Jimin abruptly raised his head, his eyes red yet resolute. "Uncle Jun, I wish to participate in the training. I want to grow stronger. I will protect my grandfather and those I care for." "Well said." Liu Jun clapped his shoulder emphatically. "You have ambition. From this day forth, you are a member of the training squad. Ensure you protect your father well." Liu Jimin nodded vigorously. Liu Yifei squeezed his way over, a rare seriousness etched on his face. "Brother Jun, I have a feeling that scoundrel Liu Xiaojin won't let this go easily. He has suffered a great loss, and who knows what schemes he may be concocting outside. We must remain vigilant in the coming days." Liu Jun's expression turned serious as he surveyed the crowd. "Yifei is right. Everyone, heighten your vigilance. Report any abnormalities immediately." By 3 in the afternoon, the sun remained relentless. The villagers once again shouldered their tools, making their way to the construction site on the back mountain. In the ensuing days, life in the mountain village unfolded to a new rhythm. The sounds of morning training calls, the rhythmic hammering as houses were reinforced, and the labor of planting thorns by the riverside intertwined to create a resilient symphony of survival in this post-apocalyptic world. Chapter 72. Liu Yong is getting married. More than 10 days have passed in a flurry of activity, and the changes in the village are strikingly apparent. The grazing areas for cattle and sheep have been fenced, and a simple framework for a sheep shed has been erected in the open space near the eastern edge of the village. The villagers plan to gradually raise and reinforce it before the weather turns cold, providing a stable shelter for the livestock to comfortably weather the winter. The training ground is bustling with energy. Upon hearing the news that Liu Yong will soon lead a team to broaden their horizons, the young people are training with remarkable fervor. The mingling of excitement and apprehension infuses each punch and each throw with a sense of determination reminiscent of a do-or-die effort. To facilitate practical training, Liu Jun has specially excavated a 5-meter square pit near the fitness area, filled it with thick, fine sand, and transformed it into a wrestling and combat arena. During the knife-throwing practice, surprises abound. Liu Yifei, Wang Hao, Sun Chao, and the fiercely determined Liu Jimin display astonishing talent, achieving 9 out of 10 throws that find their mark in the bullseye. The remaining task is to refine their strength and pursue even greater precision. Unexpectedly, among the ladies, there are also exceptional talents. Yi Qianqian and Wang Qian, whose scores of 7 or 8 out of 10 are remarkably impressive. Although the others may lack somewhat in accuracy, their diligent practice has led to visible improvement. That morning, Liu Yong had just finished his guidance, and while his sweat had yet to dry, he spotted Grandma Qiu quietly waiting for him by the training ground. Liu Yong hurried over to support her. "Grandma Qiu, are you looking for me?" Grandma Qiu, her wrinkled face adorned with a kind yet solemn expression, scrutinized the increasingly composed and reliable young man before her. She sensed the moment had come. "Little Liu, you and Xiu are deeply in tune with each other, and life has settled down a bit. I've had a few private discussions with your mother. What do you think? Is it time to arrange your marriage?" Liu Yong was momentarily taken aback, even after experiencing life and death. He was surprised by the directness of the elderly woman's proposal. Marriage without an engagement? The abruptness of it all. Grandma Qiu seemed to peer into his thoughts, gently patting the back of his hand, her tone warm yet firm. "The times have changed, my boy. Let us dispense with the trivial formalities. I care for but one thing, that you treat Xiu well, genuinely care for her for a lifetime. Can you do that?" Liu Yong immediately straightened his posture, his gaze sincere, his voice steady and powerful. Grandma Chiu, rest assured, I, Liu Yong, will always treat Chiu well, protect her, and ensure she never suffers any grievances. Grandma Chiu nodded in satisfaction, her murky eyes filled with contentment. She trusted her discerning eye for character developed over a lifetime. Good child. I shall discuss the arrangements with your mother, and I will speak to Shiyu's side. The old lady waved her hand, her steps steady and resolute. Turning to seek out Yume. As Liu Yong watched her retreating figure, his heart raced like a small drum, thumping with anticipation. The moment he had long awaited had suddenly arrived, and along with joy, there lingered a tinge of inexplicable nervousness. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to seek out Shiyu and inquire about her thoughts. In the storeroom, which had originally been planned as a dining area but was temporarily repurposed for storing supplies, Wang Shiyu was quietly engrossed in a book. Upon hearing the familiar footsteps, she lifted her head and saw Liu Yong, her eyes instantly curving into a beautiful crescent. Liu Yong waved at her, and Wang Shiyu, understanding the gesture, smiled at Qian and the others who were engrossed in their books, set her book down, and stepped out with a light heart. Liu Yong led her to a secluded corner beside the warehouse, appearing somewhat shy, his ears tinged with a faint blush. Shiyu, just now, Grandma Chiu mentioned that she wants to choose a date for us, to get married. What do you think about this? Wang Shiyu felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks, but was not surprised. Her grandmother had been whispering about this for days. Tilting her head playfully, she teasingly replied, Yonggu, are you unwilling? Unwilling. Of course I am willing. Liu Yong hastily clarified, his voice rising a notch before softening again, laced with a hint of tenderness. It's just, I feel a bit sorry for you. In this world, we can't even provide a proper wedding. Wang Shiyu's heart swelled with joy, her smile radiant as she took Liu Yong's rough hand in hers. Silly, being with you, having a stable home in these chaotic times, with you by my side to protect me, I don't feel wronged at all. This is better than anything. Her clear eyes reflected his figure, filled with trust and reliance. Liu Yong's heart surged with warmth, and he could no longer contain himself, pulling the beloved girl tightly into his embrace. Wang Shiyu nestled against his sturdy shoulder, their breaths mingling, gazes locked, feelings deepening, their lips inching closer together. Hey, this is going to give me a heartache. I saw nothing. Really. A dramatic voice broke the moment, accompanied by a pair of hands covering eyes. Belonging to the sneaky Liu Yifei, his bright eyes clearly peeked through the gaps of his fingers. Wang Shiyu, startled like a frightened deer, sprang from Liu Yong's arms, her cheeks as red as ripe apples, reproaching, Yifei, how could you walk so silently? Liu Yifei, feigning innocence, exclaimed by the heavens, I was merely taking a stroll after dinner. Who knew I would run into? Oh, this wave of dog food caught me off guard. What about us single folks? He pretended to lament. Liu Yong, both exasperated and amused, glared at the mood-destroying rascal, grinding his teeth. Yifei, come here. I promise I won't hit you. Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei swiftly took off, shouting back with a grin. You guys continue. I'll disappear. I am blind. I see nothing. With this interruption, the enchanting atmosphere dissipated significantly. Liu Yong and Wang Shiyu exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter, the earlier embarrassment transforming into an unspoken sweetness. The news of Liu Yong and Wang Shiyu's impending marriage spread like a warm spring breeze throughout the small mountain village. Grandma Chiu and Yume flipped through the old almanac and soon agreed. 2 days later would be a rare, auspicious day, and the wedding would be set for that day. The entire village erupted with excitement. The first joyous occasion in the apocalypse was akin to a long-awaited reign, igniting the suppressed enthusiasm and desire for a better life in everyone. The skilled seamstresses unearthed treasured fabrics, laboring tirelessly through the night to craft 2 splendid traditional Chinese wedding garments. The robust men joined forces to erect a spacious wedding canopy, adorning it with a simple yet heartfelt altar. Su Yunpeng personally selected the plumpest pigs and sheep for slaughter. Agile young men ventured into the river to catch fish. Each household contributed their cherished possessions previously hoarded by Liu Jun, perhaps a few yards of red silk, packets of celebratory sweets, bottles of aged wine, or even beloved snacks that were too precious to consume. Everyone dedicated their utmost efforts to ensure that this apocalyptic wedding would be a jubilant and prosperous affair. Liu Jun beamed with joy as he witnessed his brother preparing to start a family, bustling about to make arrangements. The originally prepared bedding proved inadequate. The bunk beds in the house were also unsuitable. The seasoned carpenter Liu Guodong, along with Liu Guohua and several helpers, worked through the night to construct a sturdy, 2-meter-long, 1.8-meter-wide woven bed, crafted from resilient ropes. The groomsmen selected were the vivacious Liu Yifei, the composed Wang Hao, and the nimble Sun Chao, while the bridesmaids consisted of the charming Wang Qian, the mischievous Liu Jing, and Liu Yaxin, the daughter of Uncle Chang. Even the young boys were eagerly taken by their uncle to the ditches to catch eels, mudfish, and crayfish, determined to contribute fresh river delicacies to the feast. The entire village operated like a well-oiled machine, each individual finding their place in this fervent endeavor. Only the soon-to-be bride and groom found themselves playfully shooed away wherever they went. Go on, go. The bride mustn't interfere. The groom should stay put. This is not your task. Thus, they became the most leisurely of all, merely observing the bustling activity around them, enveloped in warmth and blessings. Amidst the eager anticipation of all, the day of the wedding finally arrived. Chapter 73. The wedding in the early morning, as a delicate mist still enveloped the mountains. Liu family village had already awakened. Unlike the usual clamor of labor, today's busyness was infused with a heartfelt joy. The first wedding in this post-apocalyptic world shone like a precious ray of golden sunlight piercing through the cold night-esque clouds. Liu Yong stood in the newly decorated bridal chamber, where the walls were adorned with red silk showcasing the auspicious symbols of the dragon and phoenix. And the windows bore the somewhat roughly cut but festive characters of 11. In the center of the room occupied a brand-new bed. Crafted through a night of toil by Liu Guodong and Liu Guohua, its sturdy hemp ropes tightly stretched, covered with equally pristine crimson bedding. The air was rich with a unique aroma of what mingled with sunlight. Dressed in a fresh dark blue, silk-like Chinese jacket, with the collar and cuffs embroidered in understated red thread depicting ancient patterns, Liu Yong felt somewhat out of place. This exquisite garment was the result of 2 sleepless nights spent by several ants, their stitches meticulously crafted. He shifted his shoulders awkwardly. Accustomed to the ruggedness of camouflage uniforms or durable work clothes, this soft fabric made him feel like a child stepping onto the stage for the first time. The reflection in the mirror revealed a face with strong lines, yet the eyes held a softness that was almost surreal, tinged with a hint of daze. The heavy words of the apocalypse and zombies were momentarily overshadowed by the title of groom. Outside, Liu Yifei's deliberately lowered, yet barely concealed, excited voice broke through the moment. Yong-ge, are you ready? The auspicious time is approaching. The bride is all set. Wang Hao and Sun Chao crowded at the door, peering in with identical, mischievous grins. Liu Yong took a deep breath, the initial discomfort swiftly dissipating under the surge of warmth within his chest. He straightened his back and responded, coming. Meanwhile, in another room temporarily serving as a bridal chamber, the atmosphere was equally fervent and tense. Wang Xiu sat gracefully before an old dressing table, adorned in a strikingly new red wedding gown, eschewing the elaborate phoenix crown and veil. Her simple attire accentuated her peach blossom-like complexion and slender neck. Wang Qian cautiously inserted an old silver hairpin, embellished with a touch of turquoise, into her carefully arranged hair. Liu Jing and Liu Yaxin knelt beside her, meticulously smoothing every crease of her skirt. Grandma Qiu sat on a small stool nearby, her wrinkled hands tightly clasping Wang Xiu's, her murky eyes shimmering with warmth and laughter. She repeatedly caressed the back of her granddaughter's hand, softly murmuring blessings that were inaudible to others. Yume stood slightly behind, gazing at the girl who was to become her daughter-in-law, her eyes filled with satisfaction and affection. Occasionally helping Grandma, Qiu tidied the stray white hairs at her temples. As Wang Xiu looked at her reflection, the red makeup illuminated her features, radiating an unprecedented brilliance. She recalled the unique embrace around the corner, and Liu Yong's clumsy yet sincere promise, her heart feeling as if it were immersed in warm honey. What did the apocalypse matter? Wherever he was, it was a world of vibrant humanity. As the sun gradually ascended, it illuminated the cleared space in the center of the village. An improvised arch, crafted from vibrant green pine branches and fresh wildflowers, stood at the edge of the gathering, adorned with celebratory red ribbons. Beneath the archway, a square table draped in red cloth served as the altar for the occasion. Villagers of all ages, capable of movement, gathered in droves. The elderly were assisted to sit on the front benches, while children, clad in clean attire, darted excitedly through the gaps in the crowd, chattering like a flock of joyous sparrows. Each face radiated a long-awaited, unadulterated joy. Liu Jun stood behind the altar, observing the vibrant scene before him, his heart brimming with emotion. Today, he had donned a suit, lending himself an air of solemnity. Clearing his throat, he cast a gentle yet powerful gaze over the assembly, gradually quieting the raucous crowd. Dear fellow villagers, Liu Jun's voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the gathering, carrying a calming steadiness. Today marks a momentous occasion for our Liu family village. It is a day of immense joy for Yongzi and Shiyu. His simple introduction ignited a spark, unleashing a long-suppressed enthusiasm. Applause, cheers, and whistles, especially the loudest from Liu Yifei, erupted like a surging tide, echoing endlessly. In the front row, Grandma Qiu and Yume dabbed at their eyes, while Liu Guohua straightened his slightly stooped back, his dark face unable to conceal his pride. Liu Jiming, supporting his grandfather Liu Goen, stood amidst the crowd, the elder's eyes sparkling with a glimmer of light as he gently patted his grandson's hand. The world is fraught with challenges, and the future remains uncertain. Liu Jun's voice lowered, tinged with gravity, as the crowd quieted. Why have we gathered in this small mountain village? It is simply to survive, to preserve the warmth of human existence. This wedding today is our declaration to the world. As long as we endure, united in heart, we shall thrive. We will flourish vibrantly and prosperously. The accompanying chorus became even more synchronized and forceful, with many eyes glistening with tears of excitement. Qianqian, among the womenfolk, watched her husband speak with poise before the assembly, a gentle, proud smile gracing her lips. The auspicious moment had arrived. Liu Jun elongated his tone, his smile blossoming anew. Groom, Liu Yong, bride Wang Shiyu, step onto the altar. The jubilant sound of the suona abruptly filled the air. It was the uncle, unearthing an old suona from the dust, blowing it with all his might. Although the melody occasionally faltered, the exuberance emanating from it was far more moving than any flawless performance. Accompanied by spirited companions Liu Yifei, Wang Hao, and Sun Chao, Liu Yong strode confidently down the path carved through the crowd. He struggled to maintain a serious expression, but his beaming smile could not be contained. Meanwhile, Wang Shiyu, flanked by Wang Qian, Liu Jing, and Liu Yaxin, approached gracefully. The red veil obscured her face, yet her lightness of being and joyful gait conveyed the happiness of the bride to all present. The crowd erupted into even more fervent cheers. As Liu Yong and Wang Shiyu stood before the altar, facing Liu Jun, the clamor gradually subsided, leaving only the suona persistently playing its concluding notes. Bow to heaven and earth, Liu Jun proclaimed loudly. Liu Yong and Wang Shiyu turned around, facing the vast mountains and the clear blue sky, and bowed deeply. This gesture expressed their gratitude to the heavens and the earth for providing them with a sanctuary amidst the cataclysm of the apocalypse, a pure land where they could forge a beautiful bond. They bowed a second time towards Grandma Qiu, Liu Guohua, and Yume, who were seated at the front side of the ceremonial platform. Liu Yong gazed at his mother's slightly reddened eyes and his father's determinately straightened back. Wang Shiyu, peering through the seams of her veil, observed her grandmother's trembling hands, and the two bowed deeply once more. This gesture conveyed their gratitude for the nurturing and protection bestowed upon them by their parents and elders. In this tumultuous era where tomorrow is uncertain, such familial love became even more precious. As they stood facing each other for the couple's bow, Liu Yong felt as though he could sense the gentle and focused gaze of Wang Shiyu through the thin red silk. He solemnly bent down, and Wang Shiyu graciously returned the gesture. This bow symbolized a vow of unwavering companionship, a promise to stand by each other through life and death. In the midst of the apocalypse, their commitment held immense weight. With the ceremony concluded, Liu Jun's voice rang out with heartfelt joy, resonating high above. The crowd's cheers reached a crescendo, their voices nearly lifting the sky above them. Countless colorful confetti were thrown into the air by children, cascading down like a vibrant rain. Liu Yifei, quick-witted, produced a scale pole wrapped in red silk, playfully nudging Liu Yong, urging him, "Brother Yong, quickly, lift the veil. Let everyone see how beautiful the bride is." Under the watchful and cheerful eyes of the crowd, Liu Yong's hand trembled slightly as he grasped the scale pole. Steadying himself, he held his breath and cautiously reached for the red silk. The pole gently lifted a corner of the veil, slowly rising. The silk fell away. Wang Shiyu's slightly elevated face was suddenly bathed in the bright midday sun, exposed to the gaze of hundreds present. Her meticulously drawn brows and eyes resembled distant mountains, while the delicate blush on her cheeks resembled the first bloom of peach blossoms. A warm glow flickered in her clear eyes, shimmering like water, reflecting Liu Yong's equally fervent figure. When her gaze met Liu Yong's ardent stare, her shy smile created ripples in his heart, like stones cast into a tranquil lake, evoking the most enchanting waves. In that moment, all the surrounding clamor seemed to ebb away like the tide, the world compressing into the singular image of her smiling face. So vivid, so real, so precious. "How beautiful the bride is!" someone exclaimed with genuine admiration, prompting an even more fervent applause, cheers, and playful teasing that enveloped the couple once more. Wang Shiyu's cheeks flushed deeper, her eyes shyly lowered, her long eyelashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings. Liu Yong gazed at her in a daze, seemingly unable to get enough of her beauty, until Liu Yifei playfully nudged him with his elbow, jolting him back to reality. He grinned, revealing a bright smile that sparkled like a boy experiencing the sweetness of love for the first time. "Let the banquet commence." Liu Yifei, acting as the impromptu host, elongated his tone, shouting with all his might the most exhilarating 3 words. Chapter 74. The wedding feast. The villagers, well prepared, sprang into action, swiftly arranging square tables and long benches in the open space. From the direction of the kitchen, an enticing aroma surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly awakening everyone's appetite and igniting the spirit of the feast. The main attraction made its grand entrance. 4 sturdy young men, chanting lively calls, steadily carried out a magnificent, glistening, golden-red roasted whole lamb. The lamb, resting on a specially crafted wooden stand, boasted a crispy, fragrant skin, bubbling with fine droplets of oil, as the rich scent of meat mingled with spices like cumin and chili powder, enveloping the air and eliciting a chorus of salivating sounds. Su Yunpeng followed closely behind, pride illuminating his face as he approached the main table, exclaiming to Liu Yong and Wang Shiyu, "Yongzi Shiyu, come, sample my culinary skills. This lamb is the freshest and most succulent from the pasture, and today I present it to you as a token of my congratulations." With that, he picked up a sharp knife and deftly sliced several pieces of the most tender, crispy meat from the lamb's back, placing them into a coarse porcelain bowl before the newlyweds. The glistening meat slices quivered slightly. Following this, an array of hearty dishes was presented in a continuous flow. Braised pig trotters, richly colored in a deep brown hue, the tender meat piled high, quivering as if ready to spill its gelatinous goodness, emanating the robust and savory aroma of the seasoned broth. Red braised pork, shimmering in a deep red. The large chunks of fatty meat appeared translucent, with distinct layers of lean meat, enveloped in a delightful blend of savory sauce and sweet caramel notes. Roast chicken. The whole chicken radiated an enticing reddish-brown hue, its glossy skin glistening as it was chopped into sizable portions, releasing an irresistible fragrance. Spicy fish. A platter of fish, perfectly pan-fried to a golden brown on both sides, adorned with fine cuts, soaking in a rich, spicy broth that tantalized the senses. Steamed fish cake. Pristine white fish cakes were cut into thick slices, neatly arranged in a steamer, releasing plumes of steam, garnished with goji berries, offering a delicate and chewy texture. Chopped chili fish head. The hefty head of a plump fish lay severed on a large plate, generously covered with a thick layer of finely chopped, vibrant red chili peppers. After being doused with hot oil, the aromatic fusion of garlic pepper and fresh fish essence created an overwhelming sensory experience. Pepper salt ribs. Golden and crispy rib segments, evenly coated with fragrant pepper salt, were piled enticingly in a bamboo basket, exuding an irresistible aroma. Crispy meat. Freshly fried, the crispy meat retained a steaming warmth, exhibiting a golden hue, with a delightful crunch on the outside and tenderness within, releasing an intoxicating meaty fragrance. Steamed glutinous rice balls. Each round, plump ball, glistening with translucent glutinous rice, encased a filling of minced meat, adorned with vibrant green scallions, offering a soft and savory delight. Thousand-layer pot. In a coarse earthenware pot, the thousand-layer sheets soaked up the chicken broth, mingling with slices of pork belly, shiitake mushrooms, and dried bamboo shoots, bubbling in a thick, aromatic sauce, releasing a rich scent. Additionally, there were several large bowls of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, with tender shoots glistening in green, exuding a refreshing mountain aroma. The children, in particular, erupted with joy at the sight of two enormous bowls filled with golden fried chicken nuggets and chicken tenders, specially prepared for them. The succulent morsels of chicken, enveloped in a crisp layer of breadcrumbs and exuding the pure essence of fried delight, were instantly encircled by eager children who had been waiting longingly. The libations flowed generously, featuring an array of spirits including white liquor, rice wine, and red wine, their invigorating aromas mingling with the fragrant essence of grain. Beer and bottled beverages were also plentiful. Liu Jun, as the representative of the host, was the first to lift a wine bowl high, his voice resounding with undeniable fervor. Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, today, my brother Liu Yong is filled with joy. This first bowl of wine is dedicated to heaven and earth, to the hard-earned happiness we celebrate. Let us drink to it. Cheers! Congratulations to Brother Yong and his bride. The atmosphere was electric, with men and women of all ages raising their wine bowls and glasses, while those unable to partake held high their drinks, be it enamel cups, plastic vessels, or glass bottles, clinking together with a crisp sound amidst the exuberant cheers. The invigorating rice wine, the effervescent beer, and the sweet beverages cascaded down throats, offering a fiery, refreshing, or delightful sensation that instantly ignited the celebratory ambience. Laughter, toasts, and the sounds of games intermingled with the gleeful shouts of children at play, weaving together a grand symphony filled with the essence of festivity. Liu Yong and Wang Xiyu became the focal point of the toasts, as familiar companions such as Liu Jun, Yi Qianqian, Su Yunpeng, Mei Lan, Liu Yifei, and Wang Hao took turns approaching, offering their blessings and urging the groom to drink. Liu Yong welcomed every toast, emptying his bowl, his face quickly flushed, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance, his hand never relinquishing Wang Xiyu's grasp. Wang Xiyu, substituting tea for wine, blushed with joy, her eyes shimmering with happiness. Grandma Qiu and Yu Mei sat together, watching the enamored couple while wiping away tears of joy, murmuring their approval. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, the setting sun painted the horizon with warm hues of orange and red. The solar lanterns in the open area were lit, casting a glow on every face adorned with intoxication and contentment. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon a melodious song filled the air. One voice led to another, and more joined in, singing freely without fixed lyrics, celebrating the joy of harvest, the beauty of nature, the hopes for the future, and most importantly, dedicating their melodies to the beloved couple nestled together nearby. The simple yet heartfelt singing echoed through the valley, resonating with profound emotion. Liu Yifei strummed the guitar, while Su Yunpeng played the eru, their simple melodies blending with the song, infusing it with a sense of timelessness. Liu Yong and Wang Xiu occupied a specially designated spot, her head gently resting on his broad shoulder. The light danced upon her face, casting soft shadows from her long eyelashes. Liu Yong wrapped an arm around her shoulder, both of them speaking little, merely gazing at the gathering and listening to the enveloping song, savoring each other's presence and the immense peace and happiness surrounding them. Liu Jun and Yi Qianqian sat nearby on wooden stumps, Yi Qianqian's head resting on her husband's shoulder as she softly remarked, "This is wonderful." Liu Jun nodded, tightening his grip on her hand, his gaze sweeping over the familiar faces illuminated by the lights, watching the children chase their elongated shadows in the safe, open space. As he observed the elderly gathered around a small fire, engaged in hushed laughter, and watched Liu Jimin clumsily attempting to drape a garment over his grandfather, Liu Goen, his heart swelled with contentment. He tilted his gaze toward the celestial canopy above, where a few early stars had quietly emerged, serene and eternal. In the shadows, Liu Yong discreetly retrieved a small iron box from his pocket. This precious keepsake, bestowed upon him by his mother, Yu Mei, contained a pair of ancestral gold rings, insignificant in monetary value yet profoundly meaningful, and a neatly folded red paper inscribed with the names of the couple and their wedding date. He clasped the iron box within his palm, glancing at the tranquil visage of his beloved beside him, before his gaze settled on the indistinct outline of the surrounding walls cloaked in darkness. The flickering flames danced across his chiseled features, illuminating the deep tenderness and unwavering resolve in his eyes. The marriage certificate embodied protection and commitment. This was the very essence he must defend with his life in this shattered world. Within the confines of the walls, the melodies persisted. Throughout this lengthy night, the warmth and bonds of humanity, the unquenchable radiance, stubbornly burned brighter than the stars. Chapter 75. The wedding night as the raucous celebration gradually dissipated. Remnants of the vibrant atmosphere lingered amidst the scattered dishes, infused with lingering laughter and the essence of fireworks. The elders, imbued with a tipsy satisfaction, deftly began to tidy up the aftermath. The crisp sounds of clinking crockery and subdued chatter wove a warm melody through the night. However, the exuberance of the younger generation seemed inexhaustible. Leading the mischievous brigade was Liu Yifei, flanked by his companions Hu Zhijian, Wang Hao, and Sun Chao, along with the curious youngsters Liu Jiming, Huang Zixin, and Chen Shihao, all eagerly eyeing the door adorned with a large red double happiness character. "Let us go. Let us liven things up for Yongge," Liu Yifei whispered excitedly, gesturing animatedly. Yet, as they stealthily approached the courtyard, they were caught red-handed by the keen-eyed Liu Jun. Amused yet exasperated, he stepped forward, delivering a light but admonishing tap to each of them, chiding, "Calm down. Your Yongge has endured his bachelorhood long enough. On this wedding night, do not disturb him. Let him enjoy some peace." Rubbing his forehead in disappointment, Liu Yifei, under the gentle scrutiny of Liu Jun's gaze, reluctantly conceded to a temporary retreat, leading his comrades away. As night deepened and the elders completed their tasks, they returned to their homes, leaving the mountain village enveloped in tranquility, save for the distant chirping of insects and the faint silhouettes of sentinels. Inside the newlyweds' abode, the red candles flickered, casting a warm glow. Once assured that the coast was clear, Liu Yifei's mischievous spirit reignited, and he exchanged knowing glances with his companions. In an instant, they moved like trained scouts, silently returning to the exterior of Liu Yong's courtyard. With practiced ease, Hu Zhijian unlatched the simple bolt of the gate, and they slipped inside, their movements as stealthy as that of a cat. Upon entering, the watchful dog, chasing wind, perked up its ears, immediately recognizing their familiar scent. Its tail wagging joyfully, it bounded over, emitting affectionate whines. Startled, Liu Yifei quickly crouched down, wrapping his arms around Chasing Wind's neck, expertly scratching its shin while soothingly whispering, "Good Chasing Wind. Be quiet." The dog, content, squinted its eyes and purred softly, complying as Liu Yifei gently guided it back to its bed, receiving a playful lick on his hand in return. Crisis averted. The boys exchanged excited glances, holding their breath as they tiptoed to the window aglow with warm candlelight. Crouching one by one, they pressed their ears against the cold wall. Within, the soft murmurs of the newlyweds drifted out. Liu Yong's voice, slightly husky yet imbued with a foolish satisfaction, resonated. Xiu, you are truly beautiful. I can never look enough. Wang Shiyu's laughter chimed like silver bells, laced with sweet teasing. You silly. If you can't look enough, then just gaze at me for a lifetime. Following this, the rustle of clothing and a few unmistakable splashes echoed. The listeners outside instantly flushed with excitement, exchanging frantic glances, stifling their laughter, their shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Barely daring to breathe, the room fell silent for a moment, only to be interrupted by Liu Yong's somewhat clumsy and exploratory voice. Xiu, is this? Wang Shiyu's voice dropped even lower, tinged with a subtle embarrassment and a hint of guidance. The boys outside were filled with anticipation, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their throats. Just then, with a creaking sound, the door to the main house opened. Liu Mei, clad in an outer garment and holding an empty basin, seemed to have come out to fetch water or pour it away. She caught sight of a dark line of figures squatting beneath the window, nearly gasping in fright. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than Liu Yifei and his mischievous companions. Amused yet exasperated, Liu Mei swiftly grabbed a bamboo broom from the corner and strode over. Her voice lowered as she scolded, "You bunch of incorrigible children. Instead of learning something worthwhile, you're eavesdropping. Are you itching for trouble? Just wait until tomorrow, when I'll let your brother Yong give you all a good practice session." As she spoke, she raised a broom and playfully tapped each boy on their protruding rears. "Ouch! Aunt May, spare us. Run." The boys, like startled birds, covered their backsides and, amid a chorus of suppressed laughter and pleas for mercy, scrambled out of the courtyard, vanishing into the night. Liu Mei shook her head in amusement at their hasty retreat and hurriedly secured the courtyard door, double-checking the latch was secure while muttering to herself, "These little rascals." Inside, the commotion had long ceased. Liu Yong, ears perked to the outside commotion, felt a mixture of embarrassment and amusement wash over him, ultimately culminating in a resigned sigh. Upon hearing his mother lock the door, he felt too shy to venture out again, lowering his gaze to Wang Shiyu, who was burying her face in a large red pillow, wishing she could disappear into the earth from embarrassment. Liu Yong's heart swelled. The interrupted romantic thoughts reignited with a fervor that surpassed even the flame of a candle. Gently, he lifted the pillow to meet her glistening, bashful eyes, and everything was conveyed in silence. The warm candlelight enveloped them, and the fleeting spring night felt all too brief. As the saying goes, the fragrant sweat of two bodies mingles in secret as gentle spring breezes waft through the jade jug. In joyous moments, the sword flows effortlessly, and the pearls dance in rhythm. Pushing the pillow in the embrace feels intoxicating. The addition of another cup post-revelry seems almost unnecessary. A fleeting flower of affection fades away, as I whimsically converse with you until the end. The following morning, Liu Yong appeared at the training ground, invigorated as if he had been cleansed by a mountain spring. The hardness that usually marked his brow had softened, replaced by a warm gentleness. His eyes sparkled brightly, and his steps were light, his bronze skin exuding a healthy glow, truly radiating vitality. As training commenced, a knowing smile curved Liu Yong's lips when Liu Yifei's name was called. Throughout the ensuing training exercises, Liu Yifei distinctly sensed a preferential treatment. He was required to run an extra lap with weights, perform an additional set of push-ups, and during paired drills. Liu Yong personally offered guidance, his enthusiasm palpable. After just a few exchanges, Liu Yifei was left gritting his teeth, drenched in sweat. In the ranks, those in the know, including Hu Zhijian, Wang Hao, and Sun Chao, stifled their laughter, their shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Liu Yifei was acutely aware that the repercussions of eavesdropping the previous night had arrived, compelling him to train diligently with a grimace, biting his teeth in silence. Unwilling to utter a single complaint, Liu Jun stood at the edge of the training ground, announcing a pivotal decision. In 3 days, I will lead a team to scout the surrounding area. The moment these words were spoken, The atmosphere in the training field turned gravely serious, tinged with a flicker of excitement. They were about to confront the legendary zombies, a blend of fear and anticipation intertwining. The objective was clear: ascertain the distribution of zombies within a 5-kilometer radius, eliminate scattered targets, and gather usable supplies. Liu Jun's voice resonated with calm authority. For the next 3 days, I expect everyone to train relentlessly, especially in spear techniques. He gestured towards several newly erected scarecrows on one side of the field. The scarecrows were crafted with considerable care. Not only were they shaped with tattered cloth into human forms, but a conspicuous bulge wrapped in red cloth marked the head, filled with straw and a small amount of earth to simulate hardness. Remember, Liu Jun approached one of the scarecrows, thrusting his spear violently into the red cloth-covered head, the tip piercing deeply with a resounding thud. Their only weakness is this: the head. Regardless of how they move or lunge at you, keep your eyes locked onto this spot. Drive your spear in. Shatter it. Do you understand? Understood. The crowd responded in unison, their voices trembling slightly, yet underscored with determination. The training immediately shifted to highly focused assassination drills. They formed a line, taking turns to stab the scarecrow's head from various angles: frontal thrusts, side jabs, and backward counters, relentlessly driving their spears into the target. Each thrust, twist, and withdrawal was accompanied by heavy breaths and low growls, as if releasing the fear and fervor towards the unknown enemy within. Meanwhile, several skilled women from the village were not idle. They gathered together, sifting through sturdy canvas and durable leather, following Liu Jun's simple sketches, deftly stitching away to enhance the purchased throwing knife pouches. The design featured a crossbody style, with multiple compartments to securely hold the knives for quick access, coupled with clasps to prevent any loss. The needle danced through the fabric under their calloused yet remarkably nimble fingers, each stitch imbued with care for the young men preparing to go to war. Initially, Liu Jun had intended for Liu Yong to lead the expedition, but out of compassion for the newlyweds, he hesitated to separate the couple so soon. Privately, he approached Liu Yong. This time, let me take a few astute individuals to scout the path and gauge the situation. Liu Yong vehemently opposed at first. No, it's too dangerous out there. I must go. Liu Jun patted his shoulder, a calm smile gracing his weathered face, one that spoke of having weathered many storms. In a fight, I cannot match you. But when it comes to dealing with those mindless corpses, he pointed to his temple, his gaze sharp, relying on audacity and meticulousness, decisive in action. I've likely punctured more heads over there than you have slain.